Stocks back at the highs here this morning as we get going on a Friday morning after what has been a very busy earnings week, to say the least. Apple coming through last night with a better than expected report right across the board. Really, really good numbers. We'll dig into them coming up here. On the month, however, unbelievable performances here right across the board for the S&P, for the NASDAQ. Best month for the S&P since 2022. You got to go all the way back to 2020 for the NASDAQ. 16+% to the upside for the NASDAQ. 10.5% for the S&P 500. Back to all-time highs, as we said. Energy kind of flying around here, depending on what minute it is, really, up or down at this point. We'll talk about CVX. We'll talk about XOM coming up here as well, both with, better than expected reports on the back of higher oil prices coming through from what is happening over in the Middle East. Everyone focused on this right now, though. The NASDAQ trying to curl back to the upside currently here after a little bit of a pullback off pre-market highs. But where to begin here? The NASDAQ was just an absolute monster in April. We had earnings right across the board that have, for the most part, been okay. Positive to okay. There are obviously a few exceptions this morning. Reddit, downside in a pretty big way here. But everything else looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think we had the best month in the NASDAQ going back to 2020. So 6 years, not a moment too soon, Brendo. All-time highs. Good morning, guys. For a Friday, there's a lot of earnings names to talk about today. As Brendo mentioned, Apple in focus. And no longer are they going to be net cash neutral. We'll get to that in a minute. But I was telling Katina, man, off camera, I was watching the earnings call yesterday and the corresponding price action in the second. I think it was Turnus on the call, Brendo, who said something. It was either him or the CFO. Price action just rocketed. So the market kind of gauging that they're going to be spending here, kind of maybe catching up with some of their rivals in terms of CapEx, now that they have to no longer be cash neutral. Also, USO in focus, again, down a little bit over here, but Reddit up big, 12%. Roblox down big, 24% here. You also have Estee Lauder almost up 10. mRNA, not a name we talk about that much anymore, thankfully so, but up 7 2/3.
Yeah, some of their, I think everyone has, obviously, to your point, everyone has a bad taste in their mouth from what happened. We won't even talk about it, going back 5-6 years ago. But some of the work they're doing on the cancer side of things, I think, is definitely worth focusing on and worth, giving credit where credit is due, especially if it does come through to be, on the positive side of things, something that touches everyone. But what a week it's been with the Fed, with all of these earnings. What a week for the market. For a month, as we said, for both markets. Welcome to May 1st, guys. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. And it got pointed out yesterday that we never talk about Roku unless it's their earnings, and that we just did the open. Every single earnings name, it seemed like, got mentioned, including Moderna, but not Roku. Roku's up 7%. There you go. Now nobody can say that we didn't talk about them. But the story, I don't want to say it begins and ends with, because SNDK, and there's so many other names, Western Digital not holding up nearly as well as SNDK was. But Apple, the slow grind to the all-time high is continuing. So, I don't think we get there today, but next week sounds about right. May the 4th be with you. I don't know, maybe it'll be next week, Monday. Maybe it'll be in the middle of the week, but Apple primed to get there. A little bit of concern with how the market did not respect the blowout numbers from SanDisk. It wasn't quite as crazy with Western Digital, but both these names selling. Western Digital a little bit more because they, quite frankly, didn't have the ridiculous beats that SanDisk has. Almost 100% revenue growth was year over year. It was like 97%, so close enough. But still, we saw this with Micron. Micron sold for a few weeks after their last earnings round, and it was a similar story. I wonder if SanDisk doesn't have a similar fate, and then you have to find a place to buy said dip. Also, shout out to the Timberwolves pulling it off without Ant.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Timberwolves are good. I didn't even realize they won. Okay, good. So now who do they have? Lakers? I don't even know.
I don't know who they get the next round.
I don't know. Here goes Apple, up 3.5, as we just talked about. Neil just mentioned the grind into the all-time high. Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a good one. We got it on our mind today. I'm hoping it does a Google where we fall back in and then we can find a level and then rip, right? That's what I've written down. It's like, we'll be out just momentarily. It's already finished. Hopefully some easy time plays. And here's that move down in Google. Didn't start going until 10:30 yesterday, and then it ripped to the high side. We talked about also playing in the midday there. We played Meta off of a nice VWAP bounce as well on earnings plays. So, you're looking here today, you're looking at Apple, you're looking at SanDisk. I'm looking at SoFi as well, as we talked about that yesterday. 16 long yesterday. We'll see if it can come back today. It bounced through that level right there at the close, a little bit of a bounce up, and then there we go. So we're going to try to play off 16 here today. For SoFi, that would be another play. Nice to see IBIT back to the upside as well, 77,000. And it's funny because we said yesterday on I think it was Neil put up that poll about, are you sitting on your hands this month? What's been going on in April? And I was like, hopefully you haven't been. And there you go, man. The best month in a hell of a long time. There goes April, up 18 or 19% for the NASDAQ. And there goes Bitcoin, up 1.3%. They had a decent April as well. We were talking about Bitcoin was down, hovering around 66,000 for a minute, now bumping up to 77,000, as you can see down here. So, yeah, man, it's going to be another good one here. Netflix also, was thinking about that one down there at $90. I was only there a couple of days ago. Now this is at 94. So we'll see if we can get some love for Netflix as well, possibly today. But, yeah, and then Rivian.
Oh, yeah. It's bounced a bit.
We'll talk about Roblox, too. I mean, Roblox down 24%. Roblox, I think, missed on absolutely everything. So that's not a good one. Even daily active users and everything. Everything was under the street expectation. Not a horrible quarter, just not where the street wanted it. Rivian as well. Looks like they're sitting on $5 billion in cash, but like the cash burn for this year is supposed to be like near $3 billion. So they may have to raise again at some point there with the capacity of their Georgia plant around 300,000 units. We'll see if that's going to be enough to even turn them profitable. They might need to produce a little more than that. But Rivian, Randy, I didn't see his car down there. I'm not sure he's in today. But 1570 or so. We talked about this yesterday on the after show. Maybe this is one that you buy if it can wind up holding. But I don't know. It's like, we hate the EV space, right? I mean, and Rivian is a sole EV name. It's like, at least Tesla, you can buy it because of Elon Musk.
You get a lot
more. Because of the power generations and just, the FSD. And I know Rivian's working on stuff like that.
But Rivian. See, the thing is,
you can trade anything.
Rivian's got those higher lows. So it seems like every time it bounces around these levels, you should make it Reddit, Randy. Instead, that's more exciting. Every time it bounces, it makes these higher lows on the daily. And there's been some good, you've gotten some love out of it. 17 there, and then get a consolidation. It goes to 22. We've had a long consolidation. As long as it holds a higher low, maybe it gets back through that 18. But it's like it's just a little barcode action where buying the dips after it consolidates has worked out for you. But Reddit's more interesting than Rivian, I would think today. It doesn't look like it wasn't quite able to break out on the daily. As impressive as 13% is up for Reddit, it was more than that and was starting to sell off. And that daily breakout is pretty much the pre-market high right now, the 170 level. 163 was kind of the pre-market the aftermarket high and some prior highs and resistance. So like that one for bounce. Apple in this, it's a couple of standouts to the upside, right? Like we got what you wanted to see. Like Reddit, they say they're the brain of AI because that's where everything is getting trained off of. And they're able to get paid off of that, and on top of that, you're going to get ad revenue up. It was a good cue for them. The market's liking it here, so it's not one of those symptoms where, hey, well, it's not quite good enough. Like a SanDisk, we just the market rolls its eyes and then sells it off. But a little bit of profit taking on a Friday to pull you back into prior highs before that one goes could make some sense too. Pro tip just said, can you guys talk about Lucid?
What, the dreams?
I don't like Lucid.
Oh, the car.
Well, it's like they're expensive. Look, it had a great day yesterday. They're really expensive, and well, to be honest with you, the stock is really bad. Like reverse split and do exactly what you expect bad. But at some point, maybe it catches, I don't know, like yesterday was a pretty good day for Lucid. So maybe that's the start of a reversal for a little bit. It's got to bounce at some point, is the way I would look at it. But it's like those things are really pricey. They're nice. They look great. They look fantastic. But.
I like, yeah, I mean, they're great cars. You don't see too many of them. They're like those black swans out there. Look, man, I mentioned yesterday Beyond Meat was going to fly in the aftermarket. Today, you're up another 12% there for Beyond Meat. So here you go, man. Now you're up going away through that $1 mark. We'll see if Beyond Meat catches some more protein love today as it gets up to 111 there, BYND. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. It was at 93 cents. And then there was that move in through $1. The fact that we held the dollar gave me the reason to say that we should be able to bump through. Now, whether or not it comes back in and tests that dollar, I don't know. But congratulations, anybody that, and I didn't take my own advice, but anybody that did, there you go, up 12%. So not bad if you took the risk there on BYND. This name's been in the story for a while, that protein drink. And then now yesterday, the U.S. government and the Army trying to find more ways to get more protein into the soldiers and whatnot. I mean, that's the actual story. So hopefully that can continue up there for Beyond Meat and we get going a little higher there with that. So yeah, it's going to be a fun day. I mean, as Sharif had mentioned there, so many names to look at on a Friday. I mean, sometimes you come in here and it's a little bit of a sleepier one. We will have Michael Noss coming through very soon, so we'll see what he's talking about. This is an interesting time for him as he looks at the month ends and month opens and all that kind of stuff. We'll see what sort of candles he's looking at right here.
And according to Laura 8 Jane, today is National Investing Day in the United States. Is it? Well, I don't know. I threw it into Gemini, and Gemini said, yes, it is. So I've been doing the show a long time, and I don't feel like we've ever mentioned that before. You know what? Everything seems to get a national day, but every day should be National Investing Day. It should, because it's the kind of thing that financial literacy just is important, and understanding the power of saving and compounding is big. So I didn't even know. Kind of flies in the face of the sell in May and go away, because that's like the old saying. But
yeah, I mean,
good a day as any, I suppose.
If any day was National Investing Day in the month of April, well, you would have won. You could have put your money in on any day there in April and won, because you open up today at all-time highs. Yep. On pretty much all markets across the board, major markets, of course. Not crypto market, that's not at all-time high. Maybe that would be the Twilio. I mean, there's so many names coming through. So, all right, it's 8:12. Let's go back and see what the boys wanted to. Oh, I checked the because we don't have breakfast yet, so I was like, what's going on here? It's a really weird one today. It's beef patty and fried egg. So we've never had anything like that. That's what's on the board. So it'll be interesting. I'm going to show you guys when it comes in. We'll see what a beef patty and a fried egg looks like on a Friday morning. Right there, packing on the calories early with that beef patty. Me too. Let's go see what it looks like. I mean, probably just going to be one of those Costco, like one of those frozen, reheated patties. But we'll see. I hope it's
the mini one.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping it's like a little mini one with like a little side egg. That might be okay.
There's a spot in Antigua that's like a cousin of mine. Well, they used to own it. I don't even know.
Yeah.
They used to own it, and they were famous for their specialty mini beef patties, and they were absolutely delicious. But like that's more of a, but you wouldn't even have that for breakfast. But it was more of like a late morning snack kind of.
When's the last time you've been to Antigua?
Oh, it's been years, man.
Like
I've been at least 7.
Yeah, at least, because I don't remember the last time you ever.
Actually, no, it was
even
before,
the show.
It was like right before Aaron was born. Yeah, we haven't been in
at least, yeah.
Well, my parents used to be.
It's just interesting to see if those places are still there, right?
They would go at least a few months out of the year, and then when they sold, my dad sold the place. It's like we're just not back as often, and a lot of my family's left too. Jake Hale with the hiking report. Thesis remains. Okay, so you're still short MSTR.
Don't hike too high up that mountain, my guy.
These have been, Bitcoin gapped. I haven't looked at MSTR today, but Bitcoin gapped up. MSTR is up at 2 points today. I don't know. I'm bullish on IBIT today. I hope, for your sake, maybe we'll be wrong about that. But MSTR still got that resistance level, the 187. But I don't know. I'm liking IBIT. Yesterday was silver and a little bit of IBIT. IBIT was okay, but it was more of an inside day. Like you got like a 1 point move a couple times in there, I guess. But the gap up, room to resistance. I think 78 could be that spot. Maybe we'll play into the 78 level, but I want to buy the dips here into prior support levels, like 43.6 to 43.5. But yeah, good luck. Obviously on a Friday, like the first half an hour can do anything for you, and then the rest of the day, all bets are off. But for your sake, I hope it dip. But I'm kind of bullish on Bitcoin today. It doesn't mean MSTR has to go ham, but usually follows along.
All right, we'll go back over to the boys here. 8:15, lots to cover, and yeah, it should be an exciting one.
Worth noting, coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, if we have a look at what is to come, we are getting a little bit of economic data, ISM manufacturing PMI for April, manufacturing employment, new orders, and prices, all for April coming through at 10 o'clock. Then 1 o'clock, this doesn't typically move the market, but heads up given what's happened to oil. The Baker Hughes oil rig count on that. I was just reading as well. This UAE departure from OPEC effective today. So, I mean, the narrative that I was reading this morning, essentially, it's going to get to a point where Iran is running out of places to put their oil and might end up being forced to actually cut production. And then on the other side, you have the UAE now essentially free reign to do what they want to with production. The only logical explanation here for them to leave is so that they can make more.
Exactly. Well, they didn't want to be at the helm or at the whim of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia had been basically using OPEC for years and years and years to keep a bottom on the price of oil. So if it dropped too much, they'd cut production. The thing about Saudi Arabia and the UAE that differentiates them from all the other members is they have the most spare capacity. Meaning what? Meaning that they can increase production or they can cut production in a way that doesn't affect them all that much. And they have a lot more room to maneuver. So if you look at some other countries, Nigeria, Canada, or some other OPEC countries, not as much room for maneuvering. So what does that mean? That means when Saudi Arabia wants to put a bottom on prices, UAE doesn't have to follow. They can increase production. And so the theory here, if you believe what the analysts are saying, is that once we're done this whole issue with the Strait of Hormuz and prices normalize, we should see generally lower prices, generally. So we'll see if that actually works out in reality.
I mean, you and I were talking yesterday, more competition always going to be a good thing for pricing. XOM and CVX, meanwhile, both with decent earnings reports here. I mean, that's just a weekly chart. If you zoom out on both of these, they're going to look fairly similar. Given what's happened with the price for crude, but benefiting essentially on both ends from higher prices.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. That's the kind of like the catch-22. Sure, you're making more per barrel or whatever. You're making higher revenue, but you're having trouble getting your hands on the product, especially the product out of the Middle East. Thankfully for CVX and XOM, a lot of their operations are North American based, so not as much effect as maybe some other countries.
Not a lot to look at as far as if you zoom in a little bit here this morning, price action anyways. We did get a nice run up early on with CVX, giving most of that back at this point. XOM made a similar move, but again, giving most of that back at this point as well. But worth noting, guys, I mean, again, pricing key. Whether or not headlines are going to affect that today or next week remains to be seen.
Yeah, it was pretty mixed for Chevron. They missed on revenue. The throughput's the best, was the best ever. So to the extent they're refining as well as they can, that would be a positive. But you'd like to see, after what you've had happen with oil prices, that maybe you wouldn't have had that miss on revenue. So I think there could be a little bit of a pullback coming in here. I still like it in this range, but there's almost nothing that exciting for the trade today. It would have been a much, much better. I would like break away from the 50 period, could have been a little something, but I'd say a little disappointment here because it ended up being mixed, and it's not the environment where you wanted to see that. If we're looking at overall, just like the tone for oil today and what that makes you think of the market, well, yes, maybe you didn't, but if you just saw what happened in the NASDAQ, we just popped up like 20, 30 points, and we just had USO drop a few dollars. So we've had oil drop again, although it was a very similar start to yesterday. Like yesterday, oil dropped, and then ended up being the low, like the pre-market low was effectively the low of the day, and then just went back and forth. It trended up, and then it reversed, and that reversal was fantastic for those longs. So maybe we get something like that again today. You know, when USO, if it bounces and does another gentle inside day trend up, wait for it to break, and then that's where the longs can look fantastic. So yeah, I mean, we'll be watching oil. I don't know how many updates we're going to get from the president Friday, but you got to keep your ear to the ground. And you're in the right spot to be able to do so. And I'm not really expecting too much out of CVX and Chevron. I think they could just be a little disappointing today.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, obviously, as oil comes down, you know, they're going to be making a little less on their production side per barrel. And just kind of disappointing that it's not, you know, obviously this was parabolic there as far as an oil company is concerned. I mean, we really moved since the beginning of the year, like 120 up to 175. That's a huge move for an ExxonMobil, which on average probably 7 or 8% a year would be great. Plus the dividend on top of that, you know, you're over 10%. So that little move right there of 20% or 40%, 120 up to 175, pretty unheard of. So it is a little bit of a cooling off period. Nice to see the profitability still there. And yeah, I think if oil can remain quite high, you could grind up a little bit now, trying to hold this 50-period moving average. Obviously, pretty flat there today. Not much volume going through and not much reaction to this. So yeah, I think you're right about looking forward to the CL contracts here. You know, either trading oil itself, as it seems to be moving obviously a little bit more than what we see here with, and again, I don't know why we don't have the quote, but there goes oil down 2.5%. And that looks like we might have got a little top heavy too, right? I mean, now it's 2 straight pullbacks right into there. So we'll see. Last time we had bounced off of the 50-period moving average, which has been, again, good since January. So this is kind of that move, $57, $58. You're still almost at a double up there since the beginning of the year. So let's wait to see if we hold in and around this $100 mark. I mean, that's a pretty cool and key area that has been resistance. We'll see if it can turn into support. So right now, oil is coming back to the downside. Joe's ready on the big board with some options plays.
All right, guys, good morning. Let's take a look at some of the options activity leading into some of the reports yesterday. We're going to kick things off with Apple, guys. At this $275 strike price, we have a lot of open interest and substantial amount of volume kicking in. We're going to take a look at the contract value momentarily. But one thing, open interest sitting around 22,400 contracts, still open expiring today, guys. 46,500 open and closed on yesterday's session. If we take a look at our bid and ask, relatively wide here for AAPL, sitting around a $25 spread. But considering this is going to be an in-the-money contract, look at our delta sitting at that $40 metric, and our gamma exposure slightly elevated. But one thing that stood out to me here this morning, guys, is the implied volatility sitting at 88.1%. Now let's head over to the contract itself. This May 1st expiration today, going to expire 275 mark. We have this contract appreciating quite a bit, but then starting to come back in. Watch out for after the open, you will see a slight increase within the value of this contract. Also, don't forget, because we're expiring today, theta is really going to kick in. So you're going to see a fluctuation within those Greek metrics. All right, so keep that in mind, guys. Once again, your delta will see a slight increase as well. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at one of the Bitcoin miners here. That's going to be Riot, guys. Open interest at this $18 strike price. We're going to be sitting around 23,300 contracts there, and only 1,000 opened and closed on yesterday's session. Considering we're expiring in a couple of weeks, we have an $8 spread on an $18 name. It's pretty wide, but our delta metric high, guys, we're sitting at $44, and we have a lot of gamma exposure here. So expect the fluctuation within these contracts to increase. Now, as for the at-the-money IV, we're sitting around 94%. That's quite a bit here, guys. But as for the value of this specific contract, we had a 100% return, but then it started to come back in. Keep your eyes out on RIOT at that $18 mark, guys. Moving forward, SanDisk, one of the names that reported yesterday, down a little bit here this morning and sold off on the report. But I want us to look at this $1,080 strike price. It's both on the put and the call side, and you can see the value of these. I mean, they're pretty expensive. That's why you're not going to see that much options activity within this specific underlying, where we have an $11,000 ask and a $9,500 bid. Now, what I've established here for us, this was going to be at the close. One of the closer at the money strike prices on both the put and the call side. So that's when we're gonna, if we're looking to play this name, we're gonna be looking at that straddle strategy. But unfortunately, we didn't exceed that expected move. All right, so moving forward, one thing that I want us to take a look at is the value and how much this is gonna cost us, and the slight skew just due to our delta. The delta on the ask side, on the call side, would slightly outweighed what we had on the put side. That's why we see this slight skew within our risk profile and our probability of profit. All right, so the probability of profit on that specific contract combination was sitting around 41%. The issue with this name, and considering it's so expensive, it's going to cost you a whopping $20,000 just to put on a contract, just one contract on each side. So it's quite expensive. Nonetheless, your max return, you're going to see obviously infinite just due to the fact that the calls can continuously appreciate. That's not necessarily the case here. And we also have to take our expiration cycle into consideration. Once again, guys, 41% on your pop, unlimited max return, but it's the premium paid that is going to get you at $20,000 with that specific straddle, guys. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thank you very much there, Joe. And yeah, another reason why SNDK probably should be headed for some kind of a split at some point, right? Make it a little cheaper for everyone to get involved. This had a bit of a spike. I mean, the NASDAQ's going up and a lot of things. Bitcoin just spiked. Oddly enough, Apple didn't. But SNDK catching a bounce with that move down in crude and the move up in the NASDAQ, looking much better. Well, it's better than Western Digital. Western Digital is off the lows, but you know that's the problem. If you're gonna report on the same day as a competitor, you're not gonna be able to get past that all day long. You know, people will have a choice to buy the dip in Western Digital or SanDisk, and one of those absolutely blew it out and has more opportunity for upside than the other. So unfortunately for Western Digital, they fall on the raw end of the sword here today, down 6.6%. SanDisk will have a chance to maybe fill in that gap and potentially go green. So they're going to be on watch today. No questions asked, the memory chip names, but one of them is built a little bit differently.
Yeah, apparently Iran has sent some sort of agreement over, so we'll see what's happening there. Iran gave its latest response here to U.S. amendment on the agreement, so we'll see if that winds up kicking a little higher here as the NASDAQ getting going just a bit, and so is SanDisk. We just talked about WDC. They're trying to go higher there. Yesterday on the after show, as soon as it came out, it was just like, it just was bouncing off 1,000, and I thought it was worth a risk to take it down there. It looks like it is starting to pay off a little bit. We'll see if we can break through the 200-period moving average right now of 1,060 right there has been the pre-market high. I believe this name will fly, like I said yesterday on the after show. Smart money, just let this thing fall, wait to buy it back up. I wouldn't even be surprised if we take down 1,100 even today on SNDK with the momentum coming right back into it. The numbers, and we have Michael waiting, but we'll talk about this on the rundown. But SNDK's numbers and expectations and everything really blew it out of the water. And I mean, I've already mentioned like the wealth creation that has come just from this symbol alone. I mean, our next guest, Michael Noss, will definitely understand the fact that sometimes when you find these winners, it's worth holding on to just a little bit. This SNDK, if we go back to last May, let's just go back to last May 1st. I'll try to find it here roughly. $30, I mean, all right, let's just say, you know, okay, let's say $35. It's $1,059 today. So I don't even know what that math looks like, but that is, you know, if you dropped in 10 grand, as we said there, at $30, I mean, it's an absolute wealth creator, SNDK, as this whole space has been. Seagate, right? We saw STX, just an absolute, I mean, some of them aren't all the same, but SNDK I think is probably one of the better ones, as is WDC. Micron's been a huge story, but yeah, I don't know, Michael. You know, as we talk about these names, like that's a pretty big move right there. So just wondering the thoughts on this. And I know we've had Michael on many times, and it's sometimes it's hold your winners, right? I mean, if there's no reason to get out, you know, sometimes breaking tops is what you're looking for, and there's stats out there. You know, if you always buy the highs, then you're doing great. And I mean, we saw it here. Any day you bought the market in the month of April, you've won, you know, because you're coming up today with another up day, and we just closed yesterday at all-time highs. So seems like this is going to be a pretty exuberant market. We'll see if it slows down in the summer, you know, potentially. There goes the market. There goes SNDK through 1060 again, and the market's going higher. So let's go back over to the desk and find out what these guys are up to.
Michael Noss, very eager this morning. It's monthly chart day, so we have lots of higher time frame looks here for you this morning, which is, for the most part, very, very green. As we said, coming on here first thing this morning, Mr. Noss, good to see you as always. I mean, best month since 2022, best month since 2000. I mean, it's long-term levels we're talking about here on the back of, a global landscape that's very questionable at best. So, I mean, status quo, everything's rosy, just buy all of the dips.
Kind of looks that way, right? We have the best month on semiconductors since 1999, which could be a little scary for some. But yeah, it's been a crazy month. Actually, I'm looking down here because while Sean was talking there about SNDK, I brought up that monthly chart, and we're like 9 months in a row. If you bought that kind of 35 breakout that he was talking about, you haven't had to sit through a red month ever, all the way from there to $1,000, which is just wild. So it's one of the benefits of these long-term charts. If you're planning on holding long-term, something for SNDK might be just show me the first red month, and then maybe I'll pair some, give me one red month, and I'll pair some back. But, I always get excited when my time on here lines up with the end of the month. And I know that, we're short-term traders and, a lot of day traders out there, and they may look at monthly charts and go, why bother? But I find this just an incredibly almost therapeutic exercise that I just do once a month, where I have my 150, 200 symbols that I go through, and I just go through on a monthly chart. And it gives you a really good understanding of kind of what's happened out there as a whole. And then when you're making your short-term trades, you have just better context in your brain. So highly recommend. Start here with IWV. This is the Russell 3000. And, the Russell 3000, everyone knows the Russell 2000, but the Russell 3000 is actually the Russell 1000 plus the Russell 2000. So essentially, it's 98% of the tradable universe in U.S. stocks is contained in the Russell 3000. Just like the name, there's 3,000 stocks in this. So it gives you a pretty good understanding of what everybody on average is kind of doing. You're not going to get that huge effect from the biggest winners on this name, the same as you will on the SPY and the Qs. That's why I started with that. Again, we had 3, 4, maybe 5 months of just consolidation here and then a breakout. When you zoom out like this, that kind of looks like we're just getting started. If this was an intraday chart, if this was even a daily chart, you might look at that and say, oh, bull flag. You had a big push up, sideways consolidation, and then a breakout last month. That doesn't look too bearish to me right there. Next one here is the SPY, which is going to look mostly the same. We had this big pop up, and then 5, 6, 7 months of just sideways consolidation. We had that little dip and rip. This is, again, a good zoom out, because if you're looking at a daily chart, it feels overwhelming how fast we've moved. If you look at this monthly chart, it says, okay, well, again, this makes sense. It makes sense that we're going up after this bull flag, and maybe this is just a breakout that's looking to continue. Next chart here is kind of interesting, and this is RSP. You notice it has not made that new monthly all-time closing highs in the same way the SPY did. RSP is the equal-weighted S&P 500, so it's all of the same stocks in the S&P 500, but it just not heavily weighted to those biggest names out there. Some of this, I was looking into it, is actually energy. That has just been huge last month. So kind of a little bit of a weight on this month on some of those, not oil as a commodity, but some of those energy names like Exxon and things like that. But if you look at those, they're down, but still looks very strong. Bounced off the area that, it would make sense. I drew out here. That's the anchored VWAP from the tariff tantrum lows. It's the last prior high before the tariff tantrum lows. We bounced off right there to the tick. So the average stock is doing okay, but just not as well as everything else. Now, I got a lot of charts, so I'll start going faster. Next one here is the Dow, and the Dow is the same kind of thing. We're seeing that these two value names, I put RSP in the value bucket, I put the Dow in the value bucket. Still great months, just not as great as we're seeing in some of the tech-heavy names. Next one here, these are just some charts that are interesting to me that you might want to look at for potential trades on a shorter-term time frame. This is WGMI, which is our Bitcoin miners. Came in, again, it looks like a perfect kind of cup and handle, came and retested that level of around 28 to me. Nice bounce, still has room to the all-time high. Next one here is just Bitcoin as a whole. We're focusing on the Bitcoin. Everyone's focusing on what a drawdown that we're in. But the support we're finding so far is happening, I think, perfectly, exactly where it should. These prior highs from 2021, 2022, and 2024 are all around this level, and we're pulling back into them. If we bounce from here, that's a pretty technical, perfect chart to me. Next is IBB or biotechs. Again, a lot of things. I'm trying to find things that aren't overextended, because I know the stuff in the news seems overextended, but this is our biotech sector. And it's come up right to prior all-time highs we had in 2021, and now 6-7 months of sideways consolidation. To me, that's an interesting setup if we can turn and kind of get through there. Next one here is KRE, which is regional banks. Finance and regional banks as a whole are yet to do the little breakout. This regional bank ETF, this is interesting to me. It looks like it's close to a breakout. Very interest rate sensitive play there. Nice look there on the regional bank ETF on the monthly chart. This one, next one is really interesting because this is commodities. So DBC is commodities. You're talking metals. You're talking, oil. You're talking natural gas. Anything that you can kind of put in that commodity bucket. In your brain, look at this as if it's a daily chart. Do you think that does it look like a top? Does it look like we come and we tag that old high and then we just reverse right back down in the range? Or does this look a little bit more like those smiley faces that I've been trained to buy? That might be a breakout. This was the first chart I stopped and went on, because if this is going to continue, then by definition, we have to have inflation increase as well. Because if commodities are going up, that means the price of oil and gas and all of these things are increasing as well. So this is one to keep an eye on. I wouldn't be surprised maybe we rest here for a bit in commodities. But I just, looking at this chart, I just don't know if the commodity kind of super cycle is over. Last chart, I promise, this is one. We have monthly systems over at SatSet Trading. We do monthly. We have some systems that run off monthly charts, some that run off weekly charts, some that run off daily charts. And of course, with a new month means I get to update the systems that run with the monthly charts. So I just pulled one from that looks very interesting to me. I have no idea what this company does, but it has pharmaceutical in the name, so just be careful. But it's a huge move from, you're talking $2 in a straight line to $40, and now it's pulled back into that 14 area. That's a huge base going back pretty much for the entire life of this company. So what we'll be doing is we'll be buying this, hoping that it bounces off that zone. But again, if it's moved from $2 to 40, it can move from 40 back to 2. So just be very careful there. So there's around the horn on everything I see on monthly chart. Mostly looking good. A little bit worried about that commodity chart though.
Yeah, and a little bit concerning, I think, on the gauge of the overall move, I think, in the market versus sentiment in general. I mean, there's nothing to really go back and compare it to and say, this happened then and, we continued. But from a technical standpoint, purely, when you start to see things like that commodity chart, that was 4 months in a row, just straight to the upside through highs. We're now closing at highs. Ballpark, how many times does that continue?
Most of the time, I think, and not necessarily for next month, but commodities work a little bit differently in stock. And even if you go back to that chart, there's a couple examples of that 4 or 5 months up in a row in that chart around 2021. And you can see even the first one off the lows, that 4 month in a row that happened right after the pandemic, that led to higher highs. And we had another 4 or 5 months in a row, and then another one, another one. Commodities are different in stocks, in which I always say commodities do absolutely nothing until they want to do everything. And we saw that in like silver and gold. I remember bringing the gold chart to you guys years and years ago, and it had spent 12 years or so in a base, and it broke out and then it ripped. And same, most of this I would say is oil in this ETF. You can see from 2022 all the way to 2026, absolutely nothing, and then a breakout. So commodities to me are just, they're a bit weird because they do these crazy trends. It's why you'll see all of these commodity trading advisor guys. They're essentially just trend followers. They're looking for breakouts and trends. A little overextended in the short term. So like I said, maybe we rest here for a while. I hope, just for the sake of, as someone who has to put gas in my car and things like that, that we are going to reverse here. I just don't know if I see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating for the overall market, fascinating for commodities specifically. Appreciate it, as always. Great insight. Michael Noss, we'll see you on Monday.
Talk to you Monday. Have a great weekend.
Fantastic stuff, always by Mr. Michael Noss. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. Roblox at the top of the list, down 23+% here. getting a downgrade by Raymond James, going from outperform to market perform with a price target of $160. Now we have the infamous Avis Budget Group with a downgrade as well too, guys. CAR down 1.6%, going from a buy to a hold by Jefferies. Now we have Elf Beauty here, slightly positive this morning, going from an overweight to an equal weight with a $67 price target by Jefferies. And then we have MasterCard with a price reduction here, guys, by Raymond James, going from $631 to $609. Now, as for some of the upgrades, Caterpillar at the top of the list, going from an underweight to an equal weight here, with slightly positive this morning, but a substantial price target increase going from $430 to $915 by Morgan Stanley. And then we have Apple positive here this morning, just a little bit under 4% here, guys, with an increase from $315 to $330 by Morgan Stanley. And holding that buy rating, Eli Lilly on the positive side of things. Price target increase here, guys. You're up about 0.8%. Morgan Stanley giving them the nod this morning. And SanDisk down, but with a substantial increase here, almost a double, going from $750 to $1,470 by Raymond James. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thanks, Joe. Well, the cat's definitely out of the bag on that one, because the 9 hundo today possibility for another all-time high. The stocks making all-time highs are insane, but one that hasn't made another one in quite some time would be an upgrade on that list, Eli Lilly. It's your boy Eli, and Eli is breaking out back above the 2 hundo. So this one today would be confirmation of that you can hold above the the trend down, and we get another leg up. Retest 1,000 first, and we get that 11 hundo, and then we can possibly go ham as other things try to catch up from some of the pullback that we've had. That's the thing. Even as Michael's saying, like, you might be at the all-time highs, but there's plenty out there that is just starting to get back into the swing of things and part of the story. Eli Lilly would be an example of that name. Oh, we got a super chat in here, big one from.
Yeah.
Can we throw that one up? I was about to say the name. Oh, we have 3 super chats. Well, let's get them all. Thank you for the super chat.
And he's dropping F-bombs because of this stock. I don't know anything about this stock.
So UCFI traded this SPAC on its first day, halted and never resumed again. Looking for some insight on how to avoid this in the future. Is the lesson don't trade SPACs on the first day? Am I permanently stuck in this stock? So I don't know. Was this a pre-deal SPAC?
No, but it's not trading. I think it doesn't open today. I don't know. Why would you be stuck? You can't. I mean, eSignal doesn't have a trade on this name over here, F-bomb, since October. So I don't see. Like, you bought this in October maybe, and now it's down to 550 as it opens up today. So if I don't think you're stuck because it's a SPAC. It's just SPACs should have, and I don't know, we'll have to look up what UCFI, if it looks like it's gone over from a SPAC into a stock.
Yeah,
right
it
now
was
today.
Iron Horse, looked like this last year. Iron Horse made a combination with, Hualing.
Anyways, whatever it is, it looks like today it will open back up. So sometimes you can invest in a stock at $10, which it looks like here. You know what? I'm going to have to show you the signal chart again because makes the most sense to me. So here it is, basically at $10, just holding on to investor money there, and then which is what's supposed to happen, right? So you invest, you open up like $1 million. SPAC company, so that just means it's just a space looking for a new company to fill this, right? And so this symbol, and what happens is when it comes out, I guess, like as Neil just said, maybe there was some sort of a deal there, back and forth, and then they halted it, and now it's opening up as a new company today, I guess, at UCFI. So I don't know. Let's wait to see. Like, there's no tap here.
The deal was October 1st of last year.
That's what I was saying. It hasn't traded since October.
So that's a unique one.
Thanks for the super chat. We'll have to find out a little bit more. We can ping Adair on that, but I don't really.
SPACs are supposed to have a feature that when they announce a deal, you have the option. You're supposed to have the optionality to just sort of take your 10 back. Be like, I don't like the combination here. This is not a deal that I like. And then you lose time value money, but then you're supposed to be able to get your 10 and not have to deal with the combination. That's usually an option. Obviously, I'm guessing you didn't have that in this particular case. We have a couple more.
The beef patties were like a flaky pastry with beef in it.
It was,
And there was no egg or anything.
it's tasty enough. It was just a weird, greasy texture for the.
And they're little mini guys.
Yeah, they are mini.
They're pretty good. but too greasy.
TR strong. Hey, you know what? Go Raptors. You know, we're gonna hope to extend the series.
Couple injuries, but as you said, like Minnesota got it done without.
Minnesota got it done without their stars. Hopefully, the Raptors can get it done without. With
I'm
a couple
surprised
of
the Celtics and Sixers are going 7.
I can't believe Boston.
Yeah.
Anyways, that one's really shocking to me because you would think Boston would have had an easy road, but they don't. One more super chat, I believe, because we said we had 3 and we had 2. The beer man is back, liking NVIDIA for rally at open room to move. NVIDIA was a frustrating long yesterday. I mean, it worked a couple times. Like, there were some good dips where it would retake $200, but there was just nothing doing past 202, nothing doing past VWAP. 202's it's got to be that wall today on NVIDIA. Unfortunately, this was the dog of the chips. No question about it in yesterday's trade. And you can sort of, just to give you an idea of what this looks like on the 15, that looks head and shoulder-ish. Like, it did that and then dropped out, and now you're right back to last week's levels. We need to punch through that 202, or I don't feel all that bullish about NVIDIA at all. I like to say got away with it, because when you look at the chart, obviously the chart says it was a short yesterday, so if you made money longing it, then it's like you got away with one. So I'm not trying to get away with it again today on NVIDIA. Just relative weakness compared to the other chips for now.
I think a stock that's maybe getting going here is going to be Palantir. So I had Palantir. It's on the sticky note today. You guys can go have a quick little look if interested. We just have that out right now. And it's going to be Palantir down here, 140 long. It was only up 1.5% when we had first talked about it. You can go find that at Trader TV, Sean. But I was just thinking that if we do get a drop down, and now it's 140.50, but into 140, this little area right there. These have been, trades that I like, and I don't mind standing in front of a falling knife today. The market's not. I mean, it could get going. ES up 0.2, Nasdaq flat. Not too fearful of a dramatic pullback today, but anything can happen, and we'll trade the market as we see it when it comes through. But I don't mind a Palantir long today. So talk about NVIDIA, pulling back a little bit. Palantir's had a decent pullback. I still got to can't get over that Dan Ives calling a triple from here, but we'll see what winds up happening to Palantir. All right, let's go back over to the desk. Thanks, Michael Noss, for some of those reviews there, some monthly candles. And as we open up the month of May, will it be the same as April? I doubt it, but
Probably
we'll see.
not.
We'll see. Record-setting month.
Yeah.
All right, we mentioned this one earlier, but it's coming back in a little bit here. mRNA, Moderna, nice move this morning on the back of this report. Try to hold on to $50 briefly. Got below it, and now we're starting to break back to the downside here this morning. A lot of this report focused around this RSV vaccine or mRNA treatment. As I mentioned earlier, if you're with us 8 to 8:30, I think a lot of the focus with this company has been shifting, or the narrative anyways, towards some of the cancer work that they're doing and some of the mRNA cancer treatments that are in the pipeline, if you will. I mean, there's nothing useful, it seems, as of yet, but let's see what happens. I mean, as of this report, though, I mean, decent report, but I mean, we're coming back in hard here. You're muted.
You've been looking for a different path for that mRNA technology. I mean, it feels like almost 6 years now we've been talking about it, kind of that post-COVID move. Let's talk a little bit about the report, guys. $1 billion in revenue, well ahead of the $758 million the street was expecting. That's a 32% beat, so strong upside surprise there. International sales did increase, still underperforming U.S. sales. The key catalyst, though, as we're looking at here, the FDA approval of the updated COVID shot. Not sure how much that matters anymore, but that is the clearing of that regulatory overhang. Strategic shift, though, as you mentioned, Brendo, expanding into oncology, a.k.a. their cancer vaccine, as well as the rare disease pipeline. No explanation, though, as to which ones other than cancer they're pursuing.
Yeah, I mean, we just went through a whole bunch of monthly charts that look great for the market overall with Michael Noss there. This is a daily chart, obviously, but if you zoom out this monthly candle, not going to be as pretty. We're below $48 here and then some. Looks like a reversal candle even here this morning, guys. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row, even with a decent earnings report downside.
Yeah, I don't know if this is I don't know if this is the one today. Volume's a little bit lightish. The weekly chart doesn't look any better than the daily chart. It does seem like it's rolling over from those recent highs. You've broken the upward trend. You can see there's your higher lows. That got broken here with the 50 period. So even if you bounced, you would have thought resistance back into that 50, which seems like, I guess, in that pre-morning, the early morning spike, that's what's happened. But it's already filled in the gap to the prior high. If I liked it, which I don't, that'd be a place to look for a bit. And not enough activity, really. Like Moderna's the kind of name where if it's going to go, you'll see that like squeeze-ish, like explosive volume. And if it's too quiet, then it's a stay away. It's a very momentum story for sure. I do hope then, if they can use this technology and turn it around to combat cancer, that'd be fantastic. And I know a lot of the run-up is on some optimism along those lines, but it's like put up or shut up, right? And eventually, when the market has plenty of other things they can rotate into. Stock like Moderna, I'd call this disappointing.
I'm not sure how 25% of their sales is still COVID vaccines. So I mean, I don't. That's a little bit of a worry to me there, because I just don't know how much action that's going to be able to sustain. 938 million year over year is a great number versus 281. So for some reason, this last year, we've had almost 4x the COVID vaccines distributed, and their Q1 revenue is only $1 billion. So if you divide that by 4, you're roughly at 20 to 25% of their business is in the is in COVID vaccines, which I mean, that's the way I'm reading it. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's not a great one there. I think J&J, I mean, I keep thinking about getting some more of these shares, and it just keeps on ticking just a little bit higher. I was looking to see if we could dip just a little bit more than where we have here on J&J, but not quite yet there. This is the name sort of in the health space that I like. We're still in AbbVie and we're still in Eli Lilly, but J&J I think is a good one there. Or ISRG, right? We talked about some of the robots there. Intuitive Surgical. But there's competition coming. So Intuitive Surgical, this is kind of like a Palantir type of play. I mean, this thing went really hard when it first came out. And now, as we all talk about, everything being built robotic now, you do have some competition coming in for ISRG. It's just like, I remember before when we were showing those robots, Boston Scientific, they were one of the names that first popped on robotics news, like maybe 10 years ago or so. And I remember Sharif, he's like, is there even a stock? And I was like, yeah, man, BSX. Like, we don't even talk about some of these names because they're forgotten. They've been here for a minute, and now all of a sudden everyone's kind of catching up to them. So, and look, I didn't even realize this is what Boston Scientific looked like.
Well, because that's why.
But there you go, right? So I mean, it's straight to the downside there, as used to be a darling in the robotics space, and now it's just gotten past, right? So there goes BSX to the downside. Maybe there is some sort of a value here. What the hell's up with BSX? But there goes the downside. So Rose is not everywhere, but in many names, of course, there has been. So, all right.
Before we go back to the desk,
yeah, let's go.
A high of the day test on Q here. So Q Biopharma, they're trading. It was actually last night's news. They announced they entered into a license agreement with Ascendant Health Sciences to develop, manufacture, and commercialize Ascendant 221, which obviously is some form of drug. So yada, 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 pharma. But sometimes the bigger story with these is the float. The float here is 3.2 million. Benzinga has the short float percentage is obviously incredibly wrong there, so I'm not even going to bother.
Incroyable.
I don't think I've ever seen them. That's a typo. It says like 200%. But with a tiny float that's already turned over once and up 100%, this is very much in play. It's actually held on to VWAP there. And if you're just looking at the history of this, I believe this reverse split though. So let me go to eSignal, because ours doesn't really. Oh, yeah, there's one in here. You can just barely see a reverse split. And there's some bag hold levels in the past when you get into the 30 range here, like above 28 into 30, which is where it's having trouble chewing through as we speak. But been strong, doing pretty solid volume in here in the pre-market. I guess one for Sharif to look at in the midday and at the open. There's going to be runners everywhere. Like there's a lot of earnings, actually a lot of earnings names today, and earnings names across multiple sectors, multiple. market caps, for sure. Like it's something for everybody today.
I just got a note right here. If you scan this barcode right here from Beyond Meat, they send you one free protein shake. So you just got to scan.
Well, I want to try this.
Yeah, you just got to scan that barcode right there. We bring this up because I actually think there's a good chance this thing runs here today. So up 13%. Neil's scanning it. Yeah, just pick your flavor. You just got to scan that. And then if you start to break out right there, this is a good little level, right? I mean, this is what you're looking for. Dip by into 104, 105. If it holds that, boom. Okay, well, now it's okay. Well, okay, if you didn't scan that barcode, I mean, it's starting to get out of that code right now. So get ready for that nice little break here. Up 1 penny, man. I mean, every penny is going to be up a couple percentage points as we continue to climb a little bit higher on BYND. Showing in the pre-market, if you're coming up here, 115 we got to last night. So here's a 1 minute. Get down. Right there, 115 yesterday at 6 o'clock. And look, yesterday when we were closed, that was one of the trades that we had talked about, trying to potentially go long on Beyond Meat. And there it goes, up 15% from that $1 mark. I think that's a good break level. We're going to have, I'm not sure this will be on the rundown, but we had this yesterday. We talked about Beyond Meat a little bit. It's been pretty hot for a while, bouncing off the 50-period moving average, 80 cents. BYND, just if that floats your boat. I mean, we do have some small cap traders and guys that are looking for bigger moves. So we'll wait to see what happens there with BYND. Probably a pay for short situation, but over $1 isn't nice. Gap. Well, they finally changed their name, right? It used to be GPS. Over into Gap right there.
Retail's been tough, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's bound. The only good thing about, well, I don't know. We'll have to look. I don't know when they're reporting. We can check. I mean, I think retail always reports late, right? So we can see what's going on with Gap. Probably not for a minute. I don't even see them reporting anytime soon. Here it is right here. We just go into calendar and we'll find it. It is, they are reporting on May the 28th. So we still have a while to go there, almost a month before Gap reports. Right now, if we go over to their overview right here, 16% short float. Yeah, not too bad there. Market cap of just $9 billion, so pretty low on that one. PEs, which is about right in the space, 10 to 11, so some kind of value coming on there. Short float might get this thing going, that's for sure, so we can have a look at GAP. But yeah, retail's a tough business. I mean, unless you have Sydney Sweeney or something like that promoting your jeans there, and apparently those are good jeans. Right there, 29.50 has been the double top there for Gap. But look, the good news is we've come down and tested the 200 period before and bounced quite nicely off of it. So yeah, if you're trying to think about summertime, I mean, I think Gap does a pretty good job of advertising throughout the year, and you know, get some of that summertime clothing there as people look to switch over. Gap, a relatively cheap alternative there, owning names like Banana Republic and Old Navy as well. So a couple different angles there for Gap. I like the stock, I think. Down there at the 200 period with only a 10 PE. I've seen worse there. I don't know if there used to be a dividend, but I'm not sure. You guys can check that out. But yeah, not too bad. What's up, Randy? Oh, Randy, yeah. I asked this man for a coffee, and 2 minutes later, it's right here. So thank you so much, Randy. And thank you for all the power, man. That looks like that's all gone back, and we're ready to rock and roll now here today as Bitcoin up to 78,000 again, and we continue to climb right now for IBIT and the rest of them. Randy, we did have Rivian, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. There's IBIT up a little bit. Rivian down 5% there today. Yeah. If you've been buying the dips, you've been okay. I mean, this has been a good dip level here at $15, so we'll see if it comes back in there. Talking about a cash burn of over $3 billion this year when they only have $5 billion in cash. So we'll see if Rivian has to raise again. And if they do, there may be a little bit of troubles there. All-time highs, open sells, profits, or run up. I don't know. I think Apple's been a good report. Yeah, thanks, Randy. Thanks a lot. You know, to start the month, it's always going to be interesting to see what happens. Potentially a little bit of a flush, maybe. Well, we can wait for the imbalances to come out. Maybe that'll give us some sort of an indication.
But we're mixed to a certain extent. Like you had just as many drops as you had strength, and you didn't get the big boys. Like you should take it. We got to take a cue from, and we haven't even mentioned this. Like I know we had a lot of earnings names, but like 2 days ago, we had some big ones out there with Microsoft, which is still. I know it's up, and there was a huge bounce in the afternoon, but you're still underneath the prior earnings support levels, right? And then you've got Meta, which Meta didn't necessarily have the best of times on earnings. That's still underneath its earnings lows. And we can say Amazon a little bit better for sure. And another super chat here from Matthias. Good morning, guys. What's your opinion on the trade desk? Well, you know what? My mother always said, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. I feel like there's probably a bottom that can happen in some of the software names. There was a good rally in like ServiceNow and CRM, and these have caught some bids. Even Oracle caught a little bit of a bid. If you squint far enough, you could make the observation that the trade desk is off of the lows. I'm sure there will be a turn and there'll be some kind of a good squeeze, and maybe this consolidation is it. Like there's some signs that that's the case. Like it hasn't. The last time it tried to break away from the 50-period moving average, it then got cut by 60% or so. Yeah, it's about 60%. The last time it tricked you into a bottom, it fell another 60%. It would seem like that's not likely to happen again, but history can repeat itself. What it wasn't able to do was break out of prior resistance. So like to me, when it holds that 50, can it break out at 30? Not so much can it trap you from 25 to 30, because that's like guessing the bottom. If this is a low, then I'm suspecting if it actually breaks out a big resistance level, you'll be much, much better off. You have confirmation of a low as opposed to catching a falling knife. There's so many options that, like, look at how many things are at the highs. And I get it. There's always that let's bottom pick because there's so much. It's so easy for it to go 30% because it's down so much.
Right.
I feel like the NASDAQ just went 20. It's so much easier buying the dip on something upwardly trending, and it seems like, oh, I don't want to buy the dip. Like things are way too high. I'm just going to show an orderly chart because this is one that, well, it was orderly. It's not anymore. Again, this was an orderly uptrend where if you just join, yeah, it seems expensive, and when it consolidates on a bull run, it still seems expensive, but you almost got to double up. Like G Vernova, people would call dead money for a quarter when it consolidated an upward trend, not a downward trend. Then when it broke that out, it almost doubled. So like you can find strong stocks that can still have room to go or that are pulling back but still in an upward trend. I much prefer that to the whole bottom pick. It's not that you don't take shots here. I mean, I took some shots at Lululemon last year. It happens.
Yeah, no, and we did get a funny thing there from, I think it's gone now. We had another, we can run through the super chats if you want to. Just something about funny about how will the Army eventually have less recruits because of this Beyond Meat stuff. There it is right there. Will they struggle with recruitment when they start feeding soldiers fake meat? I don't know how that's going to go. I think it'll be an alternative there. I'm sure they will still. Pootie Tang moon cheese, yeah.
You ever watch Pootie Tang?
No, but I know what it is. I know. Isn't it that black and curly hair?
Yeah,
Jerry
Chris
curls.
Rock is hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay,
here goes JK. I'm more of a swing trader. Okay, so you're in there for about 2 weeks as a maximum there.
Yeah.
So there you go. I think that's a good thing. And this is the most important thing about trading is understand what your time frames are and what you're looking at. Because we can sit on here and say, oh, MSTR short, like all these ideas that Neil and I are talking about, unless it's a long-term talk like that TTD or GV or something like that, most of the trades that we'll be putting, all of the trades that we'll be putting on and discussing today during the show are day trades. We have to be flat at the end of every day. We sit here on a prop floor, so we want to thank everybody for paying attention and watching out to what we're doing here. And we have a very important segment now, as it's our rundown. We're going to go over a bunch of different stocks. You can grab our watch list free. The link is in description. Shreve's Morning Note is also there for members, so you guys can definitely have a good rundown of what to be prepared for every single day. We have our notes out as well, so it's all ready to rock and roll. Let's go over to the desk and kick it off here on Friday, May the 1st.
Tell a man go away, right, Brendo?
I don't know.
That's the case anymore.
Not with those monthly charts we just saw. That's no.
Michael Nosh,
Definitely
right?
not. Yeah.
Should we look at the futures?
Yeah, go for it.
718 3/4, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. That is another all-time high with the overnight high actually breaching 720. Look at that. We're above 720 right now, already up 1/3%. So we're going to look to yesterday's support level, or no, actually it was a resistance level yesterday, 715. We've cleared that decisively, so we'll say 715 as support if we sell off. We'll look to the overnight high, 725-ish. If we can breach the overnight high, we're looking at that 725 level, Brendo, as resistance level 1.
As always, if you haven't done so, grab that free watch list. Link is below in the description. All you need is an email address. You get it right to your inbox every single morning. Just real quick, going back to the guys were talking about the robotics angle. I was watching a really, really interesting video on this. There it is. This company the other day. This is the one they had at the White House going back a few weeks ago. It's Figure AI. I mean, we've been kind of discussing the simple fact that anything you see about Tesla's robot at this point hasn't been tremendously impressive. This video that I was watching about this thing is the other end of the spectrum. I mean, folding laundry, folding napkins, putting utensils away in a kitchen, like the dexterity alone in like that hand is just, hold on. Yeah, we'll get back to it. But like, I mean, the hand movement, you'll see here in a second on this video, the hand movement alone is just incredibly impressive for this thing. And it's all wrapped in this material.
Yep.
And you can, I guess there's going to be a whole marketplace for how you want it to look. So you can dress it up as a butler if you want it to look like a butler with a black suit and tie.
I love that.
I mean, they're smaller, they're little things. Yeah. Like, again, if you go back and you can find it on YouTube, I'm sure there was a video of Melania walking out of the White House, and it was the one that was with her. But I mean, the CEO was talking about $40 trillion potential market for these things coming up, and that's just 50% of GDP essentially. If you consider what wages make up, sure. It's roughly 50% of GDP, so 40 trillion. So even if you take a fraction of that, like that's a huge business.
Huge. And can I say something to you? What I notice about these droids, or whatever we're calling them, they're not limited by human range of motion.
No.
So that they can do a lot more than we can, even though they hold the same form factor.
Some of it is terrifying, but I'm sure it'll become the norm. Let's talk about Apple.
All right, guys. So I was on the call. I was listening to the call yesterday. Really interesting. You didn't get much of a market reaction after the earnings came out. Then the call started at 5, and the CFO came on, and he said a few key words that sent this one about, I think it was like at the high, $15, $16 higher than where it was trading before he said those words. And those words were net cash neutral. Essentially, what they were trying to do basically is have the cash on hand and the debt that they have sort of be in balance and offset. That's no longer going to be the case. So that opens up a couple of avenues. One, you can have more aggressive share buybacks, and that puts money obviously back into their shareholders' hand. And with the AI spend now, kind of the arms race, the AI spending arm race, this gives them more of a clear runway to spend what they want without having to have this sort of net cash neutral, which they've been following since 2018. Also, the MacBook Neo absolutely blew out of the water. They couldn't keep up with demand. They couldn't make enough of these to catch up with what the street was looking for. And then they're basically saying a lot of educational districts are adopting the Neo, leaving the Chromebook. That's another good avenue to pick up there. And a little accounting, magic over here. So they announced another $100 billion share buyback in addition to what they already had on the books. And you know what that did, Brendo? When you take 42 million shares off the market, it ends up increasing EPS artificially by 22%, even though revenue only grew by 17.
Yeah.
So a little, well, I know, but 22, right?
Slow down.
So some accounting magic there. And they also spoke well about premium devices selling well in China, the Pro and the Pro Max basically dominating there. They're the number one category in the premium device segment. Premium device segment. So we'll see how that works.
Yeah, the overwhelming narrative seems to be with this Turnus guy, we're going back to a hardware guy from a manager, if you will, who is definitely not a hardware guy. So potential for amazing things to come, I think. Still, I mean the cheaper what's it called? The cheaper computer or laptop, the Neo, was him. Like he was behind the creation of that entire thing, and went directly at the low end Windows-based laptop market.
I just want to say one thing. So, and I was telling you off camera about this, and this is really important because this is one of the Apple headwinds. Let's be honest about it. RAM pricing. Yeah. He was pressed by the Melius researcher. He was pressed by the Goldman analyst. He refused to give any details about how Apple is going to navigate the cost of RAM, the increased cost of RAM, from June onwards. He gave a guide. He spoke about the December quarter. He spoke about the current quarter. He guided to the June quarter, refused entirely to even say what the options would be. Price hikes, pressuring suppliers, refused entirely. You and I speculating off camera. It could be to kind of keep his competitors at bay. Perhaps he doesn't want them to know what he's doing.
Yeah, lots to come on that front, guys, for Apple, but looking pretty good here today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, the good thing for Apple would be that to the extent that if eventually you see the necessity to pass on higher prices to the consumer, they would have the ability to do that. They haven't gotten to that point yet, and they've had the scale and the ability to maybe get some long-term deals done, to get some secure pricing when it comes to memory. So like they've got options out there, even if there was no like clear answer as to what they're going to do. Like I feel like they've earned a little bit of trust, right? Like I think so at this point. So anyways, I like the report. The cash flow neutral thing, I think that could cut both ways depending on what you use the money for. That the discipline that the company's always had has been a good feature for them. That's what makes them fun and boring to hold, which is great. So I think that could go either way, but for now the market likes it. I love the fact that we're kind of cleared out on the way to the all-time high. So the levels I'm looking at are 77 and 79. 77 is just the prior like high close in the latest run, that run up that was in February. So that's one resistance spot to come in, and then pre-market lows. We're trending down, but that's just because we've gapped up and then made that high in the pre-market. A lot of stocks have done exactly the same thing. The market did the same thing. So 77 and 79 are where I'm looking for that bounce and go on Apple. And sometime next week, I'm expecting all-time highs.
Yeah, so I have a little lower, 276 as a dip. We talked about what Google did yesterday. We'll see if Apple pulls back. I mean, Apple doesn't have the levers that Google has. Like, you could question more, I guess, of Google's business. There's just more going on there. I think Apple's pretty consistent. I mean, it only had an expected move of 3%. So you're at that move right now. I just, I like the story there with Apple. I also said that we might have to take 280. As a dip buy there as well. So you're right into 280 right now. And of course, we wrote this thing down at 730, and we were just bouncing off of 280. Actually, we weren't there yet. We got to 280 at about 830, and then again right here at 9. So now you're going to see maybe a pullback. There's your 278 level, the 200 period. The reason why we zoomed it out a little bit to get that 276, that's your 50 period moving average. And then the reason why I wrote down 275 is that's where we closed there yesterday as well. Obviously, we had that up and down movement. We saw a nice rally there on the imbalance, and then the imbalance flipped, and we made lows. Like, imagine yesterday being able to pick this thing up at 268 just by accident because you were buying the close there. But there it goes all the way to the upside. Remember, there was a big sell imbalance, right? So that's what shot this up and down and around. But anyways, regardless, Apple seems to be working out, man. Also, a dividend increase. It's a small dividend, but they up at 4%. So I think it's now 27 cents per stock. I mean, it's nothing. It's going to move 27 cents from now till the next 5 minutes. But still, good to have that little piece in there. And I mean, the only thing that missed was iPhone revenues. And I mean, iPhone is their flagship there. I like the Mac Mini story. And as more and more people look to, get involved with AI, Apple's great hardware. And apparently the software, everything is matching up with Claude here. So Apple, I think, wins. And then also we talked about Turnus. He's the guy behind the iPhone 17, which has been huge. And also the guy behind the MacBook Minis and the Neo. The MacBook Neo, not the Minis, the new sort of piece that's coming after the Chromebook. So we said that, as like my kids, for example, they like the Chromebook, but they don't really. It's given out by the school, and it just has very, very minimal things on it. Apple, I think, will be able to drive that market and can steal some of that from Google.
It's a big thing in the schools right now.
Yeah,
getting everybody, whether it's tablets or just mini Chromebooks, And
Yeah,
it's a gigantic market. I don't know what it's like. I have to look up what it's like in the States. I know it's a big deal in the GTA here in Canada. I would imagine it's a big deal in the US.
I don't know. Every kid in our school has one, so that's a Chromebook right there. We always get nervous that our kids are going to lose them, but they haven't lost them yet. So
Rivian, nice, huh?
Okay.
Rivian wasn't so nice, but maybe it'll turn nice.
Yeah, I think it's a nice car, but I don't think it's a nice investment. Let's go back over to the desk.
Yeah, overall, decent report. It could have been worse. Always can be worse. But the R2, the focus really throughout the entire report and projections for that. We were just talking earlier this morning. The projections that I was seeing for pricing, essentially for this side of the border, 73 to 78, essentially Canadian. Once you price in all the tariffs and the exchange and
why is everything so close to 100,000? Like, come on, man. Come on. All right, guys. This was a pretty good report. You guys already know everything that's out there in the mainstream. I want to talk about some underreported things. $282 million, roughly 20% of revenue came from that partnership they have with Volkswagen. And that's like basically all profit. And it's for Rivian software. So they're not really spending anything on it. It's already designed. That's a big win for them. Also, to build on Brendo's point, the R2, the bill of materials, so all the components basically that go into the car, BOM, they call it 50% less than the R1. That's how much it's costing them to build the R2, the BOM, and that's largely due to what they're calling large die castings as well as a structural battery pack. That saves a bit of money there, Brendo. And also Uber's strategic investment. We know Uber-related entities threw about $300 million at Rivian for autonomous. So we'll see how that all ends up working out. And then the Georgia Phase 1. Remember this? They were building a plant. They're supposed to have about 150,000 or something come out of these. They've increased that quietly 50%. Now they're gauging, once this Georgia plant is done, 300,000 units. That's where the R2 is going to get built out. So they're looking to scale. I like it from Rivian, down on the day, but I like the report.
I mean, we had a nice little bump early this morning. We were coming back in a little bit here. It failed at $16, but I mean, this is a long-term conversation still, guys.
Yeah, it's definitely a long-term play. Like, it's a tough enough business as it is. The EV market, you think, would have been a little bit stronger with the shock in oil prices, and I think as long as that lingers, because there's a really decent chance that even if the war were to end today and the Strait opens back up, you're probably hanging in the 80 to, at best, like the 80 to 90 range. It still gets pretty pricey even on a pullback. So I think there's going to be some shift, for sure, continuing shift for sure, and some reasons to do so. The only thing about today was I was really thinking about pressing the 200 period moving average on the daily and 15. Now when I sat down, it was at 15 and a half bucks. It really seemed like, okay, well, that's like one good shot down at the open and we have a chance to get it. Now, not so much. So if I'm thinking dip here, it might just be if it plays off of the low, I guess. Like, my idea was looking at that daily chart and saying, okay, well, I want to be buying dips into somewhere into this range. I just don't know if we'll get all the way down to 15. So I might have to look for the pre-market low could be a bit of a shot as well. But it's no longer front of the mind. When it was within 3% of actually getting down there, fair enough. But now it's a full 6 or 7% from getting into that support level. So a little bit less likely that it comes in today, but that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I was just reading on Sharif's note here. I don't love the fact that they are burning through so much cash, but they got to build their business, and if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. But Rivian's not necessarily a new business, but they are running through that new model. So the Model 2, which is the R2, we'll find out when that comes through. Cash right now, $5.4 billion. Street sees a burn of 3.8. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem this year if they can't start to pump these cars out. And I mean, if there's a backlog, there's a little bit of a demand rate there. They have 62 to 67,000 vehicles, which is not a surprise to the upside. So demand remains there, but not outpacing demand. So I feel like Rivian, I know Randy likes it. I mean, whenever we ask him why, he just says buy the dips. So I don't, if you've been buying the dips, that's been fine. But at some point here, you got to look a little lower. Let's just see if it holds the 200 period moving average. I said yesterday on the show when that number came out and we weren't really moving around that it was probably a decent buy. Obviously today people are trying to sell this name out just a little bit here for Rivian. And we said that about Tesla. I think we like Tesla because of other aspects of the business, not necessarily their cars, as they look to build out Optimus and the robo-taxis and whatnot. Rivian, pretty much a pure play there on the EV side. So for me, I'm going to pass on looking at it today long. Maybe it's a short. Watch out for 16 again to the downside. But if Rivian gets a little lower into the $10, $11 mark, I think it might be worth a shot. I mean, we've seen Ford struggle. Ford got rid of the EV space completely. They went hybrid. And by the way, Apple's now coming back in right here on a little bit of a move lower through that 280. Obviously, this did not happen, this little spike down there at 272, but you are getting into 279 and change right now for Apple. So I'd say look out below now as we're starting to get into some of those levels that we're looking at, 78s and whatnot, with your 200 period moving average. Apple trying to go lower. SNDK is a nice beat, but you have to find out what the but is. Let's go back over.
Yeah, not great overall. SNDK, I mean, this was the one cautionary tale on the market itself. We were discussing after the close last night. The negative reaction to this, even though it was a stellar report, tells a lot, I think.
Absolutely. Well, this thing was running, like was
Sure.
rocket shipping up,
Sure.
right? So a little, maybe taking profits a little bit. Three points I want to point out, guys. So you heard the mainstream media really pound the table on that $3.2 billion in GAAP net income. What they didn't say was about 1.05 billion of that was basically a one-time payment. Okay, and that came from some business organizations they had with Western Digital. That's a non-recurring item, so it inflates that top line number, or sorry, the bottom line number by a little bit, not to be recurred. Number two, there's a new technology in town here. I don't really understand it, but it's BICS8. And that's the next level, or the next generation, I should say, of RAM. And the only problem here is it accounted for only 15% of the bits shipped. When you compare that to Samsung and SK Hynix, a larger portion of their shipments are this new technology. So SanDisk a little bit behind in that regard. Number three, hyperscaler qualification. Apparently they're going through the qualification phase, SanDisk that is, to sell their products to certain unnamed hyperscalers. So they've got the inventory there, but they can't lock in the revenue. That could be actually a little bit bullish, Brendo, because once they pass that qualification, they could realize that revenue in Q3, Q4, whatever it is.
I mean, we're giving back 2.5 days. I mean, could be a lot worse. It's up still, better part of 280% so far this year, guys.
Yeah, I mean, big backlog, certainly authorized the buyback. All the things that you want to hear. It just, it didn't end up mattering too much for Micron last quarter when it was a very similar sort of blowout print. And I feel like you could see the same thing with SNDK until it proves, which I think we want to get above 1080. You get back above 1080, that's the entirety of yesterday's range was 1120 to 1080, and then kind of like the Wednesday close area. As long as it hangs out beneath that, I think there's some doubts, right? Because then you're not trying to press back into the highs, you're actually rejecting all of yesterday's all-time high. So if you don't break the 1080 level, I think the profit takers are still winning on this one, and maybe rightfully so, because it's a double from, or maybe not. It's very close to a double from the March lows. And when you have that happen, as good as the print might be, I just think you can get a little bit of a sell. I feel better about them than I do WDC. Someone in the chat was like, oh, but Western Digital owns SanDisk. That actually, as of some point, I think it was a couple of months ago maybe, sometime early in this year, that's no longer the case. Invested fully away from it. I think it might have been February, actually. And I think they're a little bit weaker. Their quarter wasn't as good. It was good, but compared to what we saw in terms of growth from SNDK, it wasn't nearly the same. That looks much, much weaker of the two, easily today. And I would expect that one to continue to look weaker relatively.
Yeah, I was looking at SNDK as well. I mean, it is a nice battle back here. I think it'll be strong. I think this name will go green at some point today. I mean, we've seen this absolutely fly around, and no shyness of demand at all. And you're taking out VWAP already. You've held it. You've come back in. You're now holding above the 50, the 200, the 25. Everything I look at now would scream that this is a long. And I think it's a long back into 1050. But with the spread, obviously it's going to look a little spready right now over $1 $1, but it's going to open up even more than that once this market opens, right? So now it's $1, and if there's any kind of a movement here, you can see most of the shares going through are sub 100 shares. So if you're looking to get some kind of volume on this, it's probably going to have to run you over to get the fill. So I would just say, like, looking at that 1050, I wouldn't hold this below VWAP for now. And yesterday we really liked the Amazon call, and that kind of just went whoosh to the downside early, and then battled back all the way into the close, right? So SNDK on a good report, still down that 3%, but I think it has a lot of room to the upside, and we're getting ready to see if that explosion does happen here today. For me, it's a 1045 bottom supported by VWAP. I really like the long. I think you buy any dips on this name, and I think well rewarded here. You could make your month in day one today. So I would just look for SanDisk to get going. And even if you're playing a top break, I mean, there's the move here into 430, and you're bouncing off of 1065 right now. So I think this is hi, Ioana's here, Vlasi's here too. Hi, guys, good to see you guys. Some old favorites of ours, and Ioana was with us when we first started the business, and it's great to see them. Maybe they brought some Swiss chocolates or something. We'll see what happened there. But I saw you guys touring around Niagara Falls the other day. That was really nice. But good to see them. And I'm sure they're seeing a big difference in the studio.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
We used to have trade desks around here.
This is.
And now we have only studio. And it's quite impressive.
We used to have like a tiny corner that was maybe 1/16 of the space.
Exactly.
And now we are 100%. It's incredible and thanks to you guys. Like, someone said earlier, like, where does the super chat money, where's it going? Like, well, the crazy camera, the periscope camera, all this stuff. Like every time we got to get new mics, and like it all goes back into the show.
As soon as Neil takes his cut, everything goes right back into the show. So we're really excited for that. But it's always good to see more and more people coming back and around here. So man, good times happening here. And it's 9:24, so we only have 3 or 4 minutes till we got to get ready for this market to open. Imbalances are coming out. It's the day of Apple, and we'll see if Apple continues to shine here today. I'm enjoying apples, but they're not my favorite fruit. Of course, there. Oh yeah, we have that camera. That goes up and down. You see in the background there, up and down that camera. There's lots of stuff.
It almost looks like a gun turret.
Oh, yeah, it's too shaky right now. Yeah, it does look like it's like a submarine sort of thing there. So, okay, let's go back over. Thank you, admin. We'll take it very, very soon. Back to the desk. It's 9:25.
We're starting to get going here for Reddit. Once again, back to session highs or close to it anyways. Absolute monster of a report here for Reddit. And I want to focus on this. I highlighted this part of it specifically. Monetizing the data specifically, for Wall Street purposes and institutional purposes to understand sentiment and understand conversations and topics and things like that. So huge product and definitely benefiting from it.
You hit it right on the nose, Brendo. People are calling it data as a service, not software as a service anymore, but now data as a service. Good look. And they got $225 million from Meta to train Llama just for that exact reason. What are they calling it? They're calling it real-time human sentiment gauge. So interesting look. Also, and if you thought, Google was going to cannibalize some of their ads with their AI overviews and AI mode, it's the exact opposite. Believe it or not, guys, listen to this. 45% of new users are actually coming from Google AI overviews. Number 2, Apple and Google kind of are trying to kill off that third-party, or what do they call that, cookies. So now it's kind of hard to know what you were looking at because they're removing cookies. So what they're doing is advertisers are actually paying 20% more for ads based on what subreddits you're going on because they're able to gauge what you're interested in based on the subreddits. So you got to love that. And then they're also looking at incentivizing their moderators. Remember that whole strike with their moderators? They don't want that happening again, so they're going to profit share with them.
I mean, they've really nailed the monetization aspect of this. It seems the stock though has, I mean, it's been a pretty good year, but lagging a little bit. We'll see what happens today. 170, 175 potentially here, big time levels for Reddit on the back of impressive numbers here last night.
Absolutely. Whether it breaks today or next week, 170 is a level. 170, 150 would be like the confirmation that you want to fill in the rest of this gap to the 200 period moving average. And that's a good 10% from here. So I think it's got a chance to do it. Today, probably not. I had 163 as a dip level. still a chance that it's able to get down there. I just feel on a Friday, more than anything else, you get options expiration, typically expecting if a stock is gapped up, maybe a better chance that it goes dip and then play into a big breakout level like the 170 as opposed to some kind of a clean break here on Reddit. And just an update on the imbalance locator. Goog, 600,000 was 800,000 to the sell side. BBAI, 420,000 buy. NEO's in there for a sell. You got PayPal, small sell, 240. NVIDIA, small buy on NVIDIA of 180,000. And IBIT, 160K to the sell side. I'm gonna have to reevaluate the plans on, because IBIT I had down to be buying some of those support levels. I like 43.60 is what I liked. And then SLV was a similar thing. I like that support where it held at 66, and then it goes on a breakout. Now I got to start thinking about pulling back into prior highs on both of those names, because crypto and the metals incredibly strong relative to the market. I mean, they're gapped up solidly when the NASDAQ is basically up 0.1%. We saved the worst for last, unfortunately, with Roblox.
Sean, come do your job. We'll talk Roblox here and get his opinion on Reddit as well. John's roaming around socializing.
I guess, man.
Roblox, not so much. My chart is not updating for some reason. Roblox, not necessarily the same as Reddit. More or less exact opposite to the downside here. We just actually hit lows.
Yeah, that's a problem, Brendo. $1.4 billion in revenue. It did grow, but it missed the expectations of the street. Also a little light here was the net loss widened to negative 35 pennies per share. The street was looking for negative 32. Rising costs, creator payouts are pressuring margins according to the reports. Daily active users did increase to about 132 million per day. That was about 34% year-over-year increase. But hey, money talks and you know what walks, and this is down pretty big this morning.
Yeah, I mean, we just hit new lows and then trying to bounce here back above 42 bucks. But I mean, it's going to be a tale of, I think, what the market does today overall. Keep in mind, 10 o'clock data coming up this morning. Dara will have that for you. Otherwise, it has been quite the week. Guys, good luck.
Good dumbass reason.
All right, well, 20 seconds to go here. Roblox, I don't know. If Roblox, the 40 level was the one yesterday, 40 even, that's where you look for the SSR bounce, I suppose. Way too much of an inside. I don't like it if you have that kind of an inside opening, where you just barely did anything in the pre-market. So as I said, I like some silver. We didn't get a chance to talk about the chips. Intel is a 95.
Oh boy, here we go.
Gets there. As we ring the bell for the first time this month.
Yep.
For the last time this week. I tripped myself up there. I'm like, yeah, that's right. First time this month. Let's get the party started. And immediately to the downside is Apple.
Well, no.
What?
Bounce back. No, it was, I think maybe it was just that imbalance there a little bit.
Yeah, maybe there was an imbalance flush. No, it instantly actually bounced to the upside. And then the name we didn't talk about, we didn't talk too much about the chips.
I didn't get to Amazon.
If we push, Intel's nowhere close to 95. It's got to be patience here, because 95 is a dual level for the last couple of days of resistance. So if it gets strong enough, I'd look for a reversion on that particular name. So SLV I like long. That's gone. IBIT's also probably, IBIT is so far up here. All right, just got to be patient. IBIT's like $1 from where I wanted to buy this thing.
Well, I wrote down, we didn't get to talk about this, but I wrote down Amazon short 264 right there. It does rip there on the open into the imbalance, and then all of a sudden, a nice little pullback down now for AMZN. So let's wait to see there. The reason why I wanted to short it was we saw yesterday kind of carnage early on Amazon, and then made its way back to the upside. Open today lower against a high market. So kind of liked Amazon short, but a little too early to look at that right there. As we said, Apple, hey man, they came in and they're buying this thing like crazy right now. There goes Apple through 282. Brand new all-time highs for Apple.
So much for that dip.
Yeah, so much for that dip buy, eh? Not all-time highs. Day high for Apple. Trying to take down 83 there, but it just stopped again at that pre-market high. So watch out to see if we can break that. As you can see, the NASDAQ is really on one. We did want Palantir long if there was any dips. Yeah, right. So right now, I think we're on the right stocks. I mean, we wanted Apple long, we wanted Amazon short, we wanted Palantir long, and the other name was SoFi. So far, so good, but let's wait to see if SoFi does have a chance to bounce off $16. And I didn't want to, like, by this time yesterday, I was already in Amazon, so we're just going to relax. That was a horrible trade to start the day. We're going to let the market calm down a bit and trade some of these names. And Reddit, I mean, there's so many names to look at, Neil. SNDK actually not violent at all right now.
No.
Like, it I guess right off the open, you went up to 74, it looks like, maybe, if that's even real. But right now, here it goes. SNDK, like we said, look at the spread, $4 right now on SNDK. We want to thank that from, that's Happy.
That's the high day.
That's
break.
Perfect. I was going to say that's from TikTok. So thank you to everybody there from TikTok. We happy right now. Samsara went without you. I am loving IoT.
Everything.
IoT didn't report, did they? I'm long into IoT.
They did not, but the Riot logo kind of looks like IoT, which is why people keep saying IoT reported. Yeah. IoT reports usually mid to late in the season.
I was going to say, like, this is a name that I'm in. I do like Samsara, Internet of Things. We'll wait to see if that one can get going as well. And then the biggest of the bears out there, not too bearish today, as we wait to see if Big Bear AI can break through rates flat, if it can break through that $4 mark. So we'll see about Big Bear AI at some point today. And then we said, hey man, maybe Beyond Meat would get some of that protein, but no, you scan that barcode, you did get a free drink, but now it's all the way back down. Watch out here as it's going to test that $1 mark again. So that's something that we're looking at. And then Apple just took out that local high. So there it goes through the day, through the day's high right now is Apple. Got to wait for pullbacks, I guess.
There hasn't, the market is not waiting for any pullbacks. As I said, silver did not even try to dip. IBIT did not even try to dip. You've even got USO doing its part, heading, because oil's right back in through some of these lows. Yesterday was a different story. Like you were buying up in USO, which when it hit the top, that was the curl point. So maybe we'll get something similar. When this bounces, that'll give us some dips to buy, because Apple, as we said, too far gone. And maybe we'll look at VWAP. It's too early for that. Maybe the 280 to 280, somewhere in the 280, 281 range, if you can catch some kind of a higher low. SLV's breaking the high day. That's absolute insanity. And then even Rivian. Like, you've got to be kidding me. Remember, it was like, Rivian, probably not going to go. Yeah. It goes right and turns off the pre-market lows. Just clean off the 15.5, and now it wants to rally. So it's pretty much the opposite of yesterday. Like yesterday, if you were buying the dip, you had ample opportunity to buy the dip. Today, you had zero. Unless you were looking at Rivian to dip buy, I don't think you had any chance. Apple's pulling back at least.
Oh, is it? Okay, I was going to say, I didn't even look at Rivian, and I meant to. 380, I just got it. We're getting a lot of dark pools here. I don't know what the heck is going on right there, but I did want to think about getting something involved here with our good friend Google. So if that can bounce off there, VWAP is right there at 381.20 or so. Was debating getting some. I'm sitting here at 380.25. So just 382.25. It just missed me again right there, trying to pick something up on the down low. And then okay, there it is. And then just waiting now to see what happens with Google here today. A low take on Google. That's VWAP right there. I don't think we want to be in this too much if we break through 381. So we're long into Google right now at this price. Going to just try to hold it through right there, 381 and change, as it's coming back just a little bit for Google. We learned our lesson yesterday. We're not going to be sitting here taking trades too early and worrying about them. So 381 a little bit here on Google. We'll try it, and if it doesn't work, we're out on that dip buy area, and I'm just not going to hold it through 381, maybe 380.50, something like that. But anyways, Google right now on my mind early.
Apple's pullback. VWAP is way too early in the morning to care about the volume weighted average price, but at least this engulfment candle, or whatever you want to call it, when you wick the pre-market low, I want to see if we can hold that on Apple. So it'll be the first salvo. Ideally, you're breaking this out instead of buying it back in. I get that. But if we lose the body of those candles, then I jump out of it. And just sort of, let's not wait to fight another day, but wait to fight at another price, I think. Intel is absolutely screaming higher, and my idea was to fade this thing, but I'm not falling for what we did last time, which was get in way, way too early on Intel trying to short this thing. You have to really wait for the topping tail and a good reason to get in. I'm not talking about yesterday, I'm talking about like 2 days ago. Yesterday, it was a short off of the open, but a different story here. You're putting in a topping tail now, so if it does that rejection of this high, I jump in on the other end and try to grab that one into the south side. So yeah, looking for that short, but I haven't really found it just yet, and looking to buy the dip on Apple. Now it's through the volume weighted average price and pressing into the lows. So I might flip short in Intel any second. Oh, there goes Apple. We'll have to fail on that sucker.
Oh no! Oh, you went short Apple?
No, I went long.
Oh, okay, went down. Okay.
Well, the breakout level, I took it on the way back. The breakout levels, But the next trade for me might be short Intel.
The reason why I was surprised there is look at the market.
The market is absolutely flying high. Oil is tanking. Apple looks like that was just a bad wick out.
All right.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, no, go ahead. I mean, it might be a bad week. Yeah, we're on Google right now. It's $1. So that's why when I was watching Google rip up, I sort of assumed that Apple was sort of helping this market there. So I do think that we could, I mean, I like the idea of dip buying there. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And sometimes that's what winds up happening. But there, see Google. So we get a piece out there at for a buck at 83s. That was only 75 cents. And then look, now it's right back down in again. So this is that sort of dramatic talk that we're having here where the market, you got to watch out, man. It's now up another 0.5%. Someone asked us earlier, we do thank you so much for sound. We'll look at sound in just a minute right there. SoundHound breaking out. Okay. We definitely like stocks that are breaking out. But we had that super chat about what's the market going to do off open. Well, I mean, I said more of the same. You know, we got a good report from Apple. Why? And that was when we had Michael Noss on. I'm like, he'll tell you, you know, strong stocks get stronger. And there goes the market again at all-time highs. And now today, a new all-time high right now as we speak for the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. Doesn't mean the stocks are going to rip or anything like that, but Google will wait for that. I did like Meta on the down low there through 612, but it's right back in again. So thought that was going to be a little bit of a hold area. I'm now back in love with Meta after yesterday's trade. So, you know, it's a love-hate relationship. We'll see what winds up happening with Meta there, but I'm still waiting for Google. Get a little bit more, man, if we can get something. Wow, it just bounced off view up. I'm literally at 381.50. So let's we can put back in what we took there, and we just got missed. That would be another $1. We got missed again by 3 cents, but hopefully it comes back in and fills us up there. So yeah, SoundHound, we can look at that. We can take that off the screen. Do you have SoundHound? You have Apple up. Okay, so SoundHound, yeah, good break there. An AI name. Wow, damn you, Google. It's too bad we just missed that. But yeah, SoundHound, good move, up 5% there. Not earnings, but you're right about that breakout right there. Good. This looks really great. Whoever that was that found that is a good one. As long as the business is sound, SoundHound looks like a great level there, holding that 750 upside of Derek. What you got on this?
They report next Thursday. There's no news on it, but I just want to let you guys know they do report next Thursday. Next Thursday is like massive. I could barely fit all of the little logos of the weekly calendar, which you'll see in a couple hours. But yeah, SOUN does have earnings impending.
All right. I mean, SoundHound is very, very
well.
Popular
Next week is busy for earnings as well. I know we always talk about the Mag 7 like they matter more, which they absolutely do matter more. It's just a matter of what's going to also move. And names like SoundHound can be more exciting. Like look at Reddit. Like Reddit was probably the most exciting name to the positive side yesterday. Roblox was obviously the opposite. I don't like that lower high that just got put in. It just rejected, Apple just rejected VWAP. And by the way, I don't think there'll be an Intel short anytime soon. So the rejection of the volume weighted average price stopped out, I think, just too early. Like the long was closer to and just under the 280 level instead of having an entry at 81. So that's a mistake. Jumped in, and we'll take the scalp trade on this. I don't love the fact that the market is screaming and Apple's putting in a lower high. So if it was doing what the market was doing, I'd like it a heck of a lot more, but it'll sort of take what we can get on the second one. Look at what's going on with the chips here. Like Intel, that is this was down 2%. Down 2%. Insane. AMD, this is another all-time high for AMD. That's the easy way to put it. SanDisk. Okay, well, SanDisk is only actually now breaking the high of the day, believe it or not. I would have expected a little bit more. And then what the heck is even happening? CoreWeave is also breaking out. This was the weakest chip name yesterday, I believe, and now it's breaking out again. All right, we have a little bit of exuberance in this market. I'm going to have to be super, super patient if I'm thinking there's a fade on Intel at all. And then wait for this Apple to maybe calm down. I do not like the fact that you are head and shouldering it here. Wait for the next dip buy. It's only it's only 10 minutes in. So we only have a couple of candles off that 3 minute. And primary trade idea was supposed to be this. And it's gone. Silver. Like this was Silver and IBIT were my two favorite ones today. And they were just nowhere close to the levels we want. I'm not even sure we'll get a dip buy at this point.
We're, I'm
just focusing
on I mean, this is what's been working for me, man. Just one or two plays, and I know we're looking at Apple, we're looking at Intel, we're looking at Google, but we'll take another piece out there as it gets in, and maybe it's stuck at the 50 period, but we want to try to let this thing mature up a little bit. We're only at a 30%, but here it comes flying back in again. Look at the NASDAQ, man. At some point, maybe we have to start to think about a short or something over on the NASDAQ, but I don't know. It's pretty exuberant. Okay, here's SoFi back down. This mouse of mine, I don't know if it's the mouse or just this top screen here. It seems to be problems. $16. We said we would have a look at that level. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't like the fact that it's all the way. I mean, look, you can't look at a level and disagree with it, because if you wrote it down and it came in, it had to have been a move like this. I'm just a little bit surprised that the market is so hot right now and this is just fading out. So maybe this is not that long. So I'm not going to put it on yet. I want to look at it. Maybe if we retake the 25 period or something like that, or VWAP, then we could say we found a bottom. But for right now, it does not look like the bottom is anywhere in for SoFi yet. That is making a move down. And we could double check that with Robinhood, because crypto's upside right now, right? 78,000. So we expect, yeah, I was going to say, we expect a name like Robinhood to be up. So that's up that 1%. So we like to see that name continue to go higher. I'm not really getting too much else. We had an $8 winner yesterday on Marvell off of an early dump, and it's not necessarily dumping right now. That was that look there at 160. That's $4 straight to the upside. So let's have a look at Marvell off the open maybe now moving forward. SNDK, you know, this SN, hopefully that's not SNDK, $5. Bang. What? I mean, listen to your damn self, my guy. I said SNDK probably gets to 1,100 today. We said that when it was at 1050. There it is. It's $50 straight to the upside there. SNDK. We said, I mean, I could probably rewind this to what, 910, when I was like, this is actually above. I was literally saying it's above everything. It's above the 200. It's above VWAP. It's holding, and there it goes. And those comments, of course, made in and around here when we discussed SNDK. Bounces off that 1050 level, and there it goes, man, 1,100 for SNDK. Last night on the stream when we did the after night thing, that's $100 now. Right when it went down to 1,000, man, Brendan came back over to me. I was like, let's buy that dip, man. And there it goes now through $1,000, 1111, as that is screaming. 1115, 1114. There goes SNDK, man. The smart money is in this name again. Up 2% SNDK. Can you believe you could have got that thing at $1,000? That's 10% lower. There goes SanDisk kicking it. And unfortunately, it does look like we are at a stop out zone right now, because Google's come back in. So we got out of a third. We did reload some of it right here, but it does look like we do want to take down this 381 with the market going upside. Strange to see Google doing this, but here we go, man. We're long at 85s. Adara's got numbers for us. How about now?
I do have numbers about now, rather, in 17 seconds, Sean. S&P Manufacturing PMI 54, forecast 54, prior prints. We are expecting no change here compared to last month. ISM Manufacturing PMI at 10. That's going to be the more closely watched number, but we will get the S&P Manufacturing PMI in 2 and 1, coming in at 54.5, just above estimates of 54. While I have you guys here, we'll take a look at the market. I'll also mention a headline that I am seeing here regarding the Middle East. Just seeing a report now from an Axios reporter on X. I would guess Barhak Ravid, but I haven't seen it confirmed yet. He's usually the Axios reporter on X about the Middle East. Regardless, Axios reporting that on Monday, White House Envoy Steve Witkoff sent a list of amendments that focus on inserting the nuclear issue back into the draft text. So, I mean, again, this report is a little bit retroactive, but it is, I guess, just about how the White House continues to want to include a nuclear element to stop Iran from uranium enrichment. We know Iran doesn't want that. So it seems like this issue will continue to exist between the countries. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Knowing the reporters by, whoa, okay, swath of what the heck, Intel?
Intel's now coming back finally.
That was
I'm flipping short.
Basically, just got to 95 on a pullback. Sorry, check that, $96 even on a pullback, and then someone just swiped it, and you could see them swipe. Oh, that's crazy. I don't want to chase this up. Like one swipe down, and I should be taking this out. That was absolute insanity. They could left their order in the book because they just swiped about 10 to 15 pennies up, and then you could see the rest of their order, and then it's already coming back in. Intel's an absolute rocket. I thought I had a good entry in there to get down into VWAP. I did get that VWAP on IBIT, which is heading up, but Intel moving just a little bit more. Oil's at the lows, futures are at the highs. I'm gonna get out of this one on this push to the downside. If that buyer comes back in again, I'm not trying to stand in front of that. I'm expecting that there could be more than one chance. If that's the high, on Intel, we'll probably get a second chance at it for sure. IBIT bounce, still like the long in IBIT and silver. If we get a chance to get back into the high, it's going to take a couple of legs out into the HOD. Silver is the one that got away though. Like there was a dip in IBIT. SLV on the other hand, gone 2.5% to the upside here. Crazy move there on SLV. US dollar looking weak this morning.
Looking weak. Okay, well that should be.
Yeah,
that's why the Nasdaq head up there. Hopefully I was hoping the US dollar was getting stronger. So we flipped it up on Google. We just took a little bit back. We actually, once this was through 50, we made all our money back, but we didn't clear it because I have a bid at 25. There it is. Okay, yes, let's go right now. Now we're starting to get going here, and we flip it over on Google. We get to the short side of this name, so let's go. We just broke through VWAP, we got out. We now short the VWAP, we short the 381. If the level doesn't hold, we think that there's potentially more of a downside. 379. Let's get another bid right here at 380, just for a little bit. We still have literally 80% left of this name, so we'll see if we can get a little bit lower there into 379.65 or so. Here it comes right back in, man. It's a big win now. We keep getting missed at those low ends, but if we can get that price there at 380 flat, then we'll get going on this one. Man, we had a good trade to the top side there before losing it, coming back in, and here it goes again for Google. Let's just see what it wants to do. The Nasdaq, as we just sort of talked about there, made all-time highs. Seems a little bit toppy. Google was a super strong name yesterday. I was just wondering if we're going to give a little bit back. A name that's gone parabolic here all of April. So literally the bottom of April right there, the start of April, is the bottom of that move, and then all the way to the upside, now taking out 381. So we've just bounced back up about $1 here on Google. I won't be in this for very long, and Micron's down. I was going to say, I'm out of this at 382.50, I think is the stop that I had here. So we're going to let these things breathe a little bit, but so far here on Google, it's been an up and down story for me there. I did like the Amazon short, but that one doesn't seem to be printing much right now. It's kind of flattish, so we don't need to look there. But it's funny to see.
I don't have data on Micron. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, you don't have data on Micron?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with all of my charts are fine. I have an issue with Micron.
I have 531. What do you have?
Oh, it just filled in.
Yeah, probably because of me. Like I probably clicked on it and then something triggered there. But
Micron is flying.
Micron is flying, and so is SNDK, right? I mean, that's the whole thing here.
Probably even Western Digital's probably going up.
Yeah, for sure.
WDC, to me, that was the worst of the names. And it's, well, by percentage-wise, it still is, but absolutely flying to the upside now. Come on, if the market's continuing to press highs, break out the top. It's one thing to bounce off VWAP, but if you don't break out the high,
there we go.
If you don't break out the high, then this is still a failed top here, and we have to respect the next move. Intel bouncing right back into the high of the day, so I don't want to fight that one as well. And then SLV. This is the first pullback. It's not nearly deep enough. Like, come on. Like, pull back at least another percent here on SLV or silver, trying to get in on that dip. US dollar weakness, good for the markets, good for the metals. They're absolutely flying. What is the deal the last couple of days? NVIDIA is not participating. Didn't we just look at every single chip name going crazy with the exception of NVIDIA? You know what? I'll get rid of that later. You're about to break the low here on NVIDIA. I'm glad I'm not trying to cash the bid on this. Got away with it yesterday, maybe not today.
All right, now we're in the money at $1.50 here on Google, and there it is, man. Daily goal met right there for GOGL. Boom, boom, boom. 379.50. Now that's Neil. That's $2 now as Google gets into the gates here. Let's see what winds up happening with Google. Just technical selling. I agree with that in the chat there. What's up to Jesse Martinez right there? Thank you for sharing that. I think that there's no reason, right? There's no reason for this to go. I'm trying to share your thing there, but I don't see it anymore. Okay. So I was going to say, there's really no reason for Google to be going down. I mean, we had a super strong quarter there last, and just relieving some of the buy pressure maybe today, potential selling into Friday. That's kind of what's happening in my opinion right now. Okay, so we still have more than half of this trade. We'll put another bid just a little bit lower in the 30s right now, as that's been the day's low. We've just bounced off of it. We actually already have a fill here at 70. There's the lows, 79.25s. If that comes in, good. I still do want to short a little bit more of this. Maybe thinking that 382.50, that was always going to be our stop. But to your point about NVIDIA, like that's been a tough one. Breaking now down, oh man, we still got to get rid of this candle there. But breaking now down below $200. Man, always doing this. I'm going to talk to the guy today about this and see why we're getting so many dark pools. But there it is, downside 203 again, down into 199 and change. Getting lower here is NVIDIA. I think instead of me being so happy about Google, looks like the real short really could have been NVIDIA. I mean, the same trade broke VWAP downside, broke the 200 period, and getting lower. So Google trying to feel its way back higher there doesn't look as promising as the NVIDIA chart. So
Roblox bounced 10% already.
I mean, you can't. This market is nuts.
Levels that I didn't think would come in for 200, Alex. Resistance at Roblox at 952, and this is already into some resistance. Well, I didn't even bother writing this one down for myself because I'm like, what are the chances that you go parabolic into this? Well, we have very, very clean trend up into some resistance at 47. It breaks trend. I'll look short. IBIT's finally taking out. Silver is gone. Maybe gold is, maybe there's like a trade in gold as a follow-up because SLV is not coming back. GLD's, it's still a little bit extended. So yeah, the next trade for me, I'm gonna hold on through the high on IBIT and just look for this reversion on Roblox. I mean, they had, look, man, it was like Candy Maldonado in the playoffs for the Jays, and he misses everything.
Yeah, he's
cut off, man.
He airballed it.
He airballed it all the way. He almost
left field.
If they didn't have a net, he would have thrown it in.
Oh yeah, that might have been under the 200 levels.
He had a great nickname, but whatever.
Wasn't just a Candy Man?
Yeah, Candy Man.
Yeah,
it's a great nickname.
Candy Maldonado.
But everyone remembers that if you're a Jays fan. Okay, so looking for the reversion here. Just let it keep going. The farther it goes from VWAP, I think the better
Oracle.
it can get. In terms of target,
Oracle.
In terms of target on IBIT here, that just extended and is now filled. Yeah, okay, so now we're filling in this gap. 44.8 is up here. That's where the target was for me, and I actually didn't think we'd get there this fast. So 44.8 on IBIT is the target out. Just want to play it into that high, then buy the dip. 80,000 has been a brick wall. So if we chew through 79, I expected to get toppy there anyways. So yeah, next trade I hope is Roblox, and we're pretty close to getting out of the IBIT long. Oh, I flipped for 2 seconds, and Roblox breaks the trend.
Yeah,
this is why I didn't want to get off of this chart. Is what it is.
Yeah, probably a decent idea to, again, we're just trying to play what we thought was some sort of momentum here in Google, but you can't, we just said that about NVIDIA or about Roblox, sometimes you can't keep these stocks down for very long. So it looks like Google there. As we had taken more profit, we're just gonna average it in there and average it in there, getting out at a 382.50 break. I mean, if we're wrong on that, we're wrong on that. We can put it up just a little. Why don't we go to 80s there on Google, just to give ourselves a little bit more room in case we do snap through that 50 period moving average and then quickly retrace back in. But the market is not stopping. So, the short in this kind of a play just does not seem right. We could have definitely bought that low instead of holding the short. Just thought that maybe today was a day where we could pull back. And look, this trade's not over with yet. We're out of the money here 50 cents. It's not really anything to worry about. But if it does go higher, we'd make that dollar, we'll lose that dollar, and it'll put us red there on the stock if it does continue to make its move higher. So, okay, at least this time we're not in it too early. I feel like we're in it at an appropriate time. And if it wants to continue to go higher, fine by me. We have that, well, not fine by me, but we do have, we do have that stop out. Looks like it's gonna hit soon, oh no. So we were initially long and then we flipped short and then we get stopped out right there. So a good fail trade there as wow. Now we're getting going, okay, Google, you are the one right now going back up to the upside there. Is NVIDIA finally starting to go then? Because that would be a good buy opportunity. All right, so there it is. So the market, wow. Okay, we were flat earlier on the NASDAQ. It just takes 1/2 hour.
Maybe NVIDIA wants to.
Yeah, and there goes. So there we go. Good thing we got stopped out when we did. Now Google's all the way up. If there's news, there's news, but I don't know it right now. SNDK, boom, up 2%, 120
It's because USO, people are asking about news, probably because USO just made a heavy leg down here. Iran State Run, Foreign Minister Arigachi briefs regional counterparts on Iran's stance to end war.
That's the story
That's
there,
the reason
apparently.
we get this tank. Well, all right, this could be one of those moments, and we'll see if it ends up being true, where you wick the top. I said 44.80 was a target, so that's a topping tail candle into 44.80, and that means that's me out on the topping tail candle. So that was the plan, and we'll stick to it, and if IBIT goes to 80K or something like that, Bitcoin goes to 80K, and then we'll regret it.
Yeah.
Definitely a miss on Roblox. But that's the thing. You can look at multiple things, but generally you're executing on one thing at a time when you're a human being. And there's a trend break. I don't know if we're going to be able to still get picked up here. It might if it heads all the way to VWAP, I've completely missed the trade. I might have already missed it. I'll leave it up on the chance that I can get into this thing. But I feel like I'm kind of done with that. Intel, by the way, whew, man, am I glad.
Intel.
I mean, it's only half the story was like there's a buyer at 96, get out of the short.
Now?
The other half is there's a buyer at 96, go long, Neil. That would have been even better. If it gets to 100 today,
it's all the way up.
I'll probably take a shot shorting the 100 level somewhere. I just don't see myself not doing it. Happy that it gets to 100. I might even try to ring the register myself. I did say earlier this week, if it got to $100, I need to be trimming the stock. It's a little bit ridiculous.
A little bit ridiculous, yeah. It's the understatement.
No, it's more than ridiculous right now. Augustus Plays, thank you for the super chat. Light, well, you know what? I can't say that I'm surprised that Light is making some fresh highs. That stock has been a rocket ship as well. So 52-week highs there.
I mean, in light of recent developments.
Is this at 1,000? That's almost at 1,000 as well. Unbelievable. Some of these stocks need to, and they don't even report till next week. Some of these stocks need to split. You got to split these things. It's insane. You can't play, it's just so expensive for anyone, I guess, to play options. All right, so a little bit of a bounce in USO. That might give a chance.
I mean, Apple's coming back in, which is kind of exciting.
That gets to VWAP.
You're looking to go long.
But I'm looking for a turn here on Intel, just to take a second shot. You're basically at the all-time high right now for a little bit of a curl. If it fails the all-time high, that could give a second entry to try to sniper this. And it breaks the top. This is so strong.
Yeah, there's really no rhyme or reason. I wonder what AMD's doing. I mean, so, we did get back into Google and we've learned our lesson again. Of course, we try to learn lessons every day, and we've just been scalping out. So shorting there at the 200 period, which we like, and then outs, outs right there at 383.10s, a couple outs right there. So we'll see if it does want to take 384, which it looks like it's trying to get going there. I did want to see what AMD is doing here today because last time Intel went sort of ham, so did AMD. AMD up to 358 again, new all-time highs today for advanced micro devices. Wow, I mean, some of these names just unbelievable as opposed to what NVIDIA is doing and things like that. AMD is just off to the races, and we just did recently get that break. I mean, I'd say recently. It seems when you look at the price action, it seems like it's a long time ago, but just on the chart, that was April the 17th when that play came through. So just watching out for a lower take there, maybe lower, I don't know, on AMD, but there's a new all-time high there, as we say the similar thing there for Intel as well.
98. Careful what you wish for.
Yeah, it's going. All right, numbers. Okay, there it is. We get stopped out of Google, which is fine, as that breaks through 384. But numbers right now at 10 o'clock. Let's go find those out. I said.
We're about 20 seconds away here now, closer to 10 seconds from the ISM manufacturing PMI print, forecast 53.2. Prior print, 52.7. Now, as we know, we got at 9:45 a.m. the S&P version of this print, which was higher than expected. ISM manufacturing PMI coming in here, 52.7. That's going to be a little bit below the forecast here, 53.2, in line with the prior print. So again, ISM manufacturing PMI lower than expected. S&P manufacturing PMI above expectations. Here is the NASDAQ. I am getting some comments from Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Iran saying, quote, the Strait of Hormuz is not an international waterway. It is Iran's natural right and Iran's atomic bomb, and we stand firmly and resolutely on this rightful position. So they're basically saying this is our waterway, this is not the world's waterway vis-a-vis the Strait of Hormuz. NASDAQ pushing to highs, as Neil mentioned. NASDAQ could be just trading higher as USO trades lower. But of course, we know there were tons of earnings on watch. AAPL, despite a little bit of a miss here when it comes to iPhone revenue, it did grow year over year. China year over year revenue growth continues above 20% year over year, so good look for them. Apple, again, EPS and sales beat. Really the only things here were concerns about memory and concerns here about the iPhone situation potentially. Roblox, as Neil mentioned, nice rebound off the close, but still down markedly. Sorry, off the open, but nice, still markedly down from where we closed yesterday after their Q1 2026 earnings report. They did have basically in-line earnings when it comes to their bookings and their revenue, though EPS, or losses per share rather, slightly better than expected. However, their guidance for Q2 and fiscal 26 leaves a lot to be desired. But you know it doesn't leave a lot to be desired? Turner TV Live. So please join us here every single day. We'll send you back over to the guys. And if you do feel like there's a lot to be desired, let us know how we can improve. Back to you.
$3.
Oh, man. All right, Google's 385 now and gone right there. The only name that's really, we saw it yesterday. Google was strong yesterday. Like, you know, I just thought that today was going to be a little bit of a pullback. Obviously, the NASDAQ being up 1%, you can basically forget about that one. Meta is doing nothing. Google's screaming, so that's, Meta was down yesterday. Google was up. Google's going upside. Amazon yesterday started the day down, and today it does not do that at all. Amazon, new all-time highs again. 270 for Amazon. Just wow. As that one continues to go. Wow, for SNDK is now up 5%. Holy man, this name was down yesterday. There's $150 from that bottom of 1,000. Straight upside fire right there for SNDK, man. Congratulations to all that had just owned that one and just keep on buying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you make something that's in demand, you're going to get the buyers coming through, and there goes SNDK. Congratulations for anybody on that name, of course. Palantir is pulling back in, so we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening right there as the market is still nothing but upside love right now. Maybe a 142.30 or so. Yeah, that's right where that is, the 200 period, so we can see if that's coming in just a little bit there. But yeah, Amazon upside, Google upside, NVIDIA trying to make that move now as well. Yeah, buyers to the left and to the right of them right now. But is NVIDIA a buy? That's really the question as we keep on bouncing underneath some of these levels. $200.50 may be worth a short, but we know this name can go meme crazy as well. So here comes NVIDIA. We'll see what winds up happening now.
Speaking of meme crazy.
Yeah, go.
Intel is meme crazy. 98.5 was the local top. It's going to run again. Unbelievable. This stock is stupidity. All right, so it's looking like all it could do.
Weakness here, but
all it could do is go from like 98.25 resistance to 97.75. So it's like 50-cent pullback, and then the buying just resumed. It was a deeper pullback the first time. Second time, it's having a lot of strength. I don't even want this to VWAP at this point. Like I'll be perfectly happy if you just get down to 97. And I don't want this. Forget about the high of the day. My take is if it gets to the high of the day, forget about it. Forget about it. I'm just kidding. Just listen, forget about the high of the day. If all you can get on a short is a 30 to 40 cent scalp trade, and they just buy it right back up, then I just got to get out of Dodge. It's silly. It's absolutely silly right now what's going on in this stock. I probably just go over and look at IBIT and silver again and try to find a long in those. The market is on an absolute tear today. And I said yesterday it was like getting away with longs on NVIDIA. It's like getting away with shorts on Intel is not necessarily the approach. Because sometimes the short comes in at like 10:30 or 11 o'clock when things have settled down. We're still in this euphoric rush at the open at this particular point. So, hey, what's up, Randy?
Yes.
It's coffee o'clock.
Thank you, thank you.
It's, as long as it's not noon, it's always coffee o'clock.
We can check out. We haven't checked out. So first of all, we did get into the short on NVIDIA. We said, forget about you. I got to edit this data, but we said forget about Google because that's just, this is the same data level I entered before, $200.10. We'll just make that as a low. But there it is. We did short it there at the 25 period. So down goes NVIDIA right now, making a little bit of that money back as here we go, coming back in. And Google, yeah, I don't know if that's going to come back in now, but 385, wow. Nice topping tail candle there as we tried to short that one. We were initially long, stopped out on that break. Took the short in there, took the short there, stopped out. Now it's coming back in. But right here, there's another dollar for you. I mean, we just got to cash out of these things. There's NVIDIA, another dollar on NVDA down to the downside as we realized it was weak, man. When we saw SNDK and all these names starting to fly and NVIDIA wasn't, we take advantage of that and put on the short there. So NVIDIA heading to 195. That would be nice for the short, but we'll have to wait to see if that's what winds up happening now as NVIDIA looking to take out the low of the day actually right now at 199 change. So far, so good on that short. We'll see about a reload if we can get something again. I was trying to get more, but that just didn't happen for NVDA there. So yeah, any sort of a pullback up into the same price we have again right now, maybe we'll take a little bit more short. So yeah, so far so good here for NVDA on that side of things. But hey man, still early days. I think it's 10:06. The market's still trying to figure itself out. Another 1% added to an all-time high. So yeah, it is really unbelievable right there.
To have this kind of a move up when we just finished it wasn't a record month, but I mean, what do we say, the best month for the NASDAQ since 2020, I believe, was what Brennan said. Perplexity couldn't find the answer. It was so impressive. Well, I didn't get the long on silver, but this is at a resistance level. The difference between Intel trying to short it, it wasn't even at a level. Like the $100 would be a level potentially for Intel, but there's a topping tail happening now. And I'm a reversion trader, waiting for Intel at 100 makes sense. But when you're at a resistance spot here on silver, this would have been the target had I actually gotten the long, which is silly. So now that you're at the 69, there's already 2 topping tail candles. If you put in a red one here, that would be an entry, and then looking for the volume weighted average price. So hopefully that'll be the next opportunity. IBIT hasn't really dipped to get me back into that one, and I'm really going to wait. Intel's going to get to 99 at this point. 100 is going to be a thing, it feels like. On that bad boy. But now I'm looking for this silver trade. At some point, usually in the morning, you get that one snapback, and I'd like to be able to catch it there. Apple, fresh highs. You got to be kidding me on that. Absolutely insane. Got to that one probably too early as well. But I'm not going to get off this chart. I missed the Roblox reversion by flipping to something else, and then missed the entry on that, and that did pull back into VWAP.
All right. Yeah, I'm trying to work on this short here against 201. Here. So we have more shares waiting if it does rip up into the 80s here where this level is. So if we can get the 200 period, that's when we'll put on a much bigger position here for NVIDIA and just wait for it. Yeah, a little topsy-turvy this morning, man. I mean, trying to find a weaker name. I thought NVIDIA might have been that, and we'll just wait to see. Maybe I put on something else, just add to the position a little bit here at 50s again as we just bounced off of that. Looks like that has been a good top level. We got it initially there and then able to cash out, reloaded sort of what we put on, reloaded what we got out there. And now if we get a nice little downtick here, looking at like 199.80, let me just put a bid out there right now to make sure that we do capture something if that does wind up coming through. We'll put a bid right there. Thank you so much, Randy. That's very much appreciated there, Randy. But here comes NVIDIA right down in again. So good. We were waiting up here. So that would have been a good reload, but we don't have that there. So yeah, that's a good one. Roblox, Reddit, you already looked at Roblox, was already up 10% from its lows. What is it now? Still the same thing, basically, as we last looked at it. So there it goes. And again, a pretty key level of $42 or something that goes all the way back into here somewhere. Yeah, there it is, right? No, that's 52. Yeah, 52. So we already broke through that there last night. So 42 is a nothing burger, but bouncing off of $40 is nice for that one. And then the name that we all sort of liked going into the report, Reddit does show up today with a good report last night and with good reaction here today. Obviously, it's down, but still holding up 10%. And maybe this one tries to go as well. We saw a rebound yesterday in Meta off of some key levels. So we'll see if 157 wants to hold there. Yesterday's level on Meta, of course, 600 flat. All right, NVIDIA pulling back. We're just still waiting for a little bit more shares on that one. Let's just check out, and then I'll throw it back over. Let's check out Beyond Meat. So there it goes. Yeah, right, exactly. Right back.
Oh, it is at $1.
Right back to $1, as we had said there, off that barcode early. It just didn't go the other way. It just went the other way. And we talked about, looking at pay for shorts. And remember, that level that we liked was 115, was a level made last night. We didn't break through there. So we don't have the long. I did like it if it broke it, but 112 looks like the high there for Beyond Meat. And here we go. It's looking to break through $1 again. 40 million shares there. Intel and Palantir.
The best thing about a breakout strategy is it enforces entry discipline because you're not going to be in it if it doesn't break out. That's the good thing about. That's why it's such a simplistic setup. Because you go if you're buying a dip on trend, like you can talk yourself in and out of a million things, but a breakout's a breakout and it's simple. Like if I'm looking for reversion, there's a million rules you can have there, but if a breakout doesn't go, you can't lose on the trade.
You can't lose.
Well, I mean, unless you just for some reason get it before it happens. So I'm in silver now. It put in a third topping tail on the 3-minute, which was red. and then I could draw a steep trend line to show you the confirmation on the next candle. But a pullback, even if it doesn't go to VWAP, 68.5
wasn't there? Oh.
On SLV. I keep saying silver, on SLV, and we'll look to take some out. If it gets all the way to VWAP, great. But because my initial read was bullish on it, if it gets to VWAP, I want to be out and looking for a long, despite the retracement. Intel is so close. Just hit 99.
What?
It's 99.34. I wonder if that's not, maybe that was the shot at the 100 level.
So
100 on a Friday, that would just be too big of an opportunity to pass. It'd be difficult to break that off of the open, but it might have already pulled back. We might have missed a chance on Intel. I was waiting for 100 once it broke 99. I've already taken a couple of shots and gotten away with them, so I don't want to rush into the next one for sure. Apple continues to go, but look at these transitions are awesome, by the way. SNDK for the first time pulling back off 1150. You don't wonder if that's where most of the strength is. If the memory names start to make some highs, that could be a reason for a pullback. On the flip side, as long as USO continues to go down, we might just still have a strong market. Low a day. For oil futures, down 5%.
Huh. Yeah, I was looking at Palantir. The level that we had wrote down here for Palantir was 140. Very much of a pullback here on PLTR. So gonna have to wait. There's 140, yesterday's closing price. We'll see if we get interested, if it does get back into here. But here we go now. As NVIDIA finally, look, I took a little bit off there for a quarter because it kept on bouncing off at 200. It looks like 200 has a magnet to it right now. The lowest, well, wait a minute. What was I bidding? I'm bidding 81s. It just went to, as if it goes to 81 there. What the hell? Okay, so hopefully it makes a move down again and fills us there. I don't know why it bounces right off me, but that was another level that we were waiting for, just trying to get out of 15% down there as well. We looked at Meta yesterday after it was bouncing off some levels, and right here, it's looking like a short for me, bouncing off of VWAP, keeps on going to the downside. But remember, like that just spiked into 614 and change. So yesterday, all of a sudden out of nowhere, we had like that $10 winner, and it was just right here. On this play right there into VWAP, where we bought some 606s, $10, went $13 there, upside there on Meta. So you gotta wait for some key levels, and that's kind of looks like what it's trying to do right now, but a little choppy in there right now for Meta. So give that one a little bit of a rest maybe. Google was the big one today for me, downside, but it was upside for me, but downside for right now, and bouncing again. So that's not a bad level there. As you mentioned, you know, some potential love for Intel up at the top. 385.50 top trade there for Google to the downside. Oracle was ripping early with SNDK and like all these companies sort of still. See, there's that dark again, up to 170 again there, bouncing off the 50 period. I think Oracle's getting ready to sort of get back to the upside. I feel like it got flushed down through there through 140, really held out there at 140. So that little bit of a flush, I mean, if you can get anything around 150 and change, I think that's going to be a good one for Oracle. So if we do get a pullback, Oracle's probably one of those ones that you'd want to look at. All right, we got reloaded a bit there on NVIDIA. So let's just take a couple more pieces out at 200 while we can. We just got another fill there at about 30s. So we'll take another 30 cents as we just continue to try to scalp out of this name so that we don't get blown up to the upside again like we did there on Google. So we'll hold out here and see if it's going. Bitcoin 78.7. So shout out to JKL there, who continues to be short MSTR, which I guess is at probably going higher. I mean, I haven't looked. Yeah, up 6.5%. So there goes MSTR MicroStrategy. I remember when this thing was at like 110 or so down there when it made these lows. It was like, well, if you think Bitcoin is going to go, this is probably the thing to get into. And it's been a good trade there, but nice little top happening in MSTR. I think this is probably a decent reason to be short as Bitcoin's looking to break through 80,000. So MSTR here, 180 or so, key level. Let's go NVIDIA to the downside.
Yeah, and well, we finally got back into Intel. This is now number 3. I always say it's like give it 3 chances. Well, this time, fortunate enough that none of them have been bad yet, but it just wicked to the $0.50. It's not 100, but like that's pretty darn close to 100. And it did another. I've basically been short on every single turnaround in this stock. So as long as that happens,
give it to me. Oh my God, it bounced
that's what I want. But look at silver. Took the short on the reversion. It took out the prior bar high, so that's an automatic out every single time. I wish I could have gotten back into IBIT, but look at how high this is holding out. So it still hasn't made a fresh high, but I also haven't gotten back in a dip. There's not much for me to do with IBIT up here because it just hasn't come down far enough to get into a long, and if I had bought it anywhere else, I wouldn't exactly be winning. But USO just took a bit of a right-hand turn off of the lows. I don't know if we get a temporary bottom here in oil futures, that could be a signal for the market to turn a little bit. So keep an eye on oil futures because that's signaling a bit of a top for the market, bottom for USO.
Yeah, good look there. Hola, NVIDIA. Nice move, man. We just got a 50 print right there. My Spanish, I'm getting ready to, I'm taking Joe's advice, man. I'm going to, although I got a lot of cash back last year on the credit card, but I was thinking about doing, you have a cash back one or a travel one, or what do you have? Or just a simple credit card?
No, I have cash back.
Yeah. So
my wife has travel. She travels a lot.
Oh, we just have one credit card, so.
Oh, we do have a shared one. That one's cash back, but hers, travel on hers was great.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So I'm probably thinking switching into, I'm coming to Barcelona day trading, man. I'm just waiting for that flight. I mean, you have my email. Just send the ticket over there and we'll get going to Barcelona. I would love to go to Barcelona, man. We could go remote from Barcelona. That would be sick. We could do that. Message Brendan. He'll send me on the next flight out of here. No problem, I'm sure.
Road shows, man.
Yeah, Brendan already yelling at me to get back to my desk. I was 1 foot away from my desk over there.
I wouldn't mind heading down to, I'm just going to throw this one out there, Brendan. But even if we had like a little something from Vegas, I know Vegas isn't what it used to be, but I'm like the only trader in the universe who's never been to Vegas.
Joe hasn't.
Oh, for real? You never been to Vegas? Well, here's the question, Joe. Have you ever paid for somebody else to go to Vegas and you've never gone to Vegas yourself? That's my, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know it's a long story, and I'm not going to get into it now.
It's not that long. Well, you don't have to get into it. It's your own personal business. So, yeah,
no,
you brought it up. You're leaving everybody hanging over here.
And if you've watched the show long enough, if you've been around since like COVID, I've probably told that story before. It is what it is. So the market might be making a bit of a top, possibly. And that's only because you're getting a little bit of a bid here in USO. So got the first leg out at 98.5, 98, and then look for the volume weighted average price for me on Intel as we go to Adara to talk about some small caps, which I just realized we haven't mentioned a single one this morning. Adara.
We also have to talk about the Middle East again, guys. Channel 12 in Israel reporting that amid the ongoing negotiations between the U.S. and Iran, the IDF recognizes that military targets have been achieved, but as long as the nuclear program doesn't leave Iran and the enrichment doesn't stop, everything that's been done is one big failure. They also said that certain military officials, again, within Israel and the IDF, assessed that even after the missiles headquarters and commanders were attacked, the Iranian regime will be able to, quote, pounce on the nuclear program after the war ends. So IDF basically saying there's still a lot of work to be done should the nuclear program in Iran not end. Again, this is being reported by Israeli media, specifically Israeli Channel 12. Let's talk about these small caps now, though, because that is why we are here. SOBR is going to be in focus here. Sober Safe, they reported earnings last night. Loss per share improving on a year-over-year basis, but sales not improving on a year-over-year basis. $3.25 million market cap, float here of just under 2 million shares, a stock that we've discussed before on this show. Next up here, LABT, Lakewood Amadex Biotherapeutics. They do have a new catalyst today. Not a lot of info on this company. I think they might be relatively new, but they did announce antimicrobial resistance data for their NU3 treatment. You've got a $51 million market cap and no float or share short float information. AKA, and last but not least, about $74, so not your typical small cap, but one that we've talked about a lot as of late. Akanda is a marijuana cannabis play here, so they've been in watch, of course, with recent rescheduling announcements in the U.S. $33 million market cap, 530,000 share float, so incredibly small float here in AKA, and no day one catalyst to mention here. Do make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content as we send you back over to the guys.
There, and I mean, we started hearing some of that news there out of Iran. The market started to tick a little bit lower there, and now it's trying to get back upside. So we just take more advantages of this trade there on NVIDIA, just not waiting for the cows to come home here. I mean, this is a Friday. I'm not sure this market wants to go down. So any kind of a pullback there on NVIDIA, as we were just saying, I said to Neil, like Meta is doing absolutely nothing. And like this is crazy right here. Like, I didn't think Meta on day 2 earnings, right? I mean, yesterday was a 10% move on Meta, and then today it's like an hour into the market, and you don't have anything. So, people, traders are trying to digest what that next leg is for Meta, whether or not it be higher or lower. I don't know. It's Apple's world today, man. I mean, they're almost at all-time highs. I think we have it, 290.30, something like that for Apple all-time high. Let me just see what eSignal has. They have 288.60s, but we did get, so here it is right here. It did get higher than that, but doesn't look like there's a close higher. There it is, 288.60s or so back in December. So if you sort of held out hope, the last time I had bought this thing was down on this kind of a break, I think 235. So we didn't get anything out there. Good little reload there at 250, of course, and now Apple, right, basically earshot, right? So you're right there at all-time high. So congrats to Apple shareholders that continue to hold and don't trade that name, similarly to what we're doing with Wow. SNDK went to 1150. That is insane. But anyways, there goes SNDK upside through. Up now 3% as that name keeps on ticking around as well here today. Other looks, Palantir, did that get into 140? No, but still bouncing off 141 and change. So Palantir might have just found a bottom. This could be a great trade right now to get back up to into 146 as it does bounce around a little bit there. So a good little level there for Palantir, maybe 141.50 if that does come through. I'm still holding the short. We didn't get a reload there at the 25 period. That's just 200. I was still waiting for higher on a reload there into the 50 area. So still trying to absorb VWAP.
Unbelievable, this stock.
Did it break 100 yet?
It's probably going to now. This is the third time.
Oh, okay, still there.
Intel, like every single pullback, I've been in every pullback, and each one has failed first support. Or I guess, you know what? If you're long, it's held first support. So it's pulling back into first support and holding, and I'm just shorting each one of these moves, and it's just not continuing. Like you catch a bid, you catch a bid, you catch a bid. At least in no cases have I let it go. Yeah, whatever. It's going to get to $100 at this point. I was trying to put a silver lining on it, but like that's just silly. This stock probably wants a test of 100 before it gets there. IBIT is pulling back into VWAP for the first time since the open, or 940. So it's been like half the morning show. Like it started with IBIT, and then it's been taking a while to even consider getting back into this for a pullback into VWAP. So I'm kind of back to square one. We'll wait for Intel to get to $100, which it seems determined to do. Hopefully USO can calm down a bit if this is going to be a bounce on IBIT. Oh, there was one name I noticed. While I was shorting Intel, I looked over at a not as, what's the word I want to use? Not as high quality or loved chip space name or AI play, SMCI. And this is, like, that's the short you should go for. Instead of finding something which is parabolic, like try to revert something which has overhead resistance, right? Like where you figure there should be sellers because it's not as good. So this is relatively weak on SMCI. It's underneath VWAP, it's put in lower highs. If the market turns, it also gives me this, which would be open, and then some higher lows from the open to make a trend break. And then it's a trend break on a weak stock to the downside if the market goes down. So I might pivot from automatically shorting the next pop in Intel to looking for the market curl here on SMCI. And most of the reason that I'm looking for the curl is we had such a move down in USO. Yesterday, remember what happened? USO trended up, and then when it turned off the high, all of the longs came in. And then it was like, boom, the market took off. Well, it's been trending down today and has made a high volume bottom. If that turns, that kind of would confirm a bit of a top. We're up 1%. It's Friday. I usually don't feel like you only go in one direction on a Friday. So probably pivot to SMCI unless you get to $100 on Intel, which it really, really might.
Yeah, I mean, it's seeming like it's
I can't believe it's at $100.
Seems like it's getting there pretty soon right now. We did put a little bit more on to NVIDIA there at 200. We've just seen it come up a couple times, so we'll scalp some out there again at 70 on NVDA and see if it wants to go. Yeah, IBIT could be a trade too. I'm bidding 66s, so hopefully we get that right now as well. IBIT. For crypto names, there it is. We do get that 66, so now it's falling down even more as NVIDIA. Let's hold on that bid, 199.30 days low. There's IBIT, man, hitting the scanners again at VWAP. So there's my, oh man, like what the Okay, there's my scanner there, IBIT. So there it comes. You see the VWAP line. So it's hitting it right now. These are the scanners that I have up. Meta as well, DraftKings, Robinhood, all hitting some kind of a predetermined sort of script level for myself. So there's VWAP there for IBIT, just pulling back in. Might be a good little level there to look at for IBIT if you believe in the Bitcoin story there for IBIT. So 44 bucks. Right now, 44.44 VWAP. I mean, yes. Ooh, man, we make a little bit back there from that Google bad trade there on Google early, but there goes NVIDIA, man. Just switch it up. You know, we saw NVIDIA was weak. There it goes, man. Now breaking lower. Now we're $1 in on this name. So, you know, we don't need to look at Intel right now because we have NVIDIA going down. But hopefully, if this continues to make a move down as well, and Intel's been going opposite. Yeah, I was just going to say maybe if NVIDIA continues to flush, then Intel could flush off of 100. But they're going completely in opposite directions right now. And I'm glad that we have the one that we do because I would probably look long on Intel, but it's not at the levels for me yet. I wanted to look at AMD there as well to see what's going on there. Not much. And then the name that's not doing anything is Meta. We can look back at Google. Google's still 385. Meta trying to break lower. We said I liked the short there at 614. I just felt like it wasn't enough. There wasn't enough going on, but there's VWAP, and these have been good levels short. So, yeah. I think we got lucky with Meta yesterday because we did put on a decent amount of shares despite it being $600, which is why that that was like a day maker back there for me, considering what we did on Amazon yesterday. But a little bit of an irrational market, I would think today, up another 1% on what, right? I mean, we don't have too much news. We do have great earnings. And I think that that's generally been a good little level for the market to play off of. Great earnings reports. Yesterday, Google helps us higher. SanDisk today confirmed some of that data center build out as well. It's still pretty strong. And Amazon, I have to look at that. That was up to 270, new all-time highs as well. Check this out, Adara. It's Eli Lilly at 4.5% more right there. I'm not going to call up our picks because I don't want Joe to get upset over here. But there goes Eli Lilly. Yeah, Daryl, we liking that one now. 975 upside play. We'll watch out for 1,000. The reason why I'm excited about Eli Lilly, we got it in our own portfolio, of course, but also because it's right back to this level that we had talked about even this day before this day happened. It was like, oh my gosh, if we break that shelf, where do we go? Well, we went to the 200 period and then got lower. And Adara, I think we were saved by a great earnings report because that name was definitely heading lower.
Yeah, and I was going to say too, Sean, if you guys don't mind me waxing poetic about one of my favorite stocks for a minute, I mentioned to you some technical levels yesterday, 930, which it completely, like it did struggle with a bit initially, and then it cleared no problem. 940, another level, cleared no problem. I thought 960 would be an issue for us today. Guess what? Who cared? Not Lilly. So I congratulate the Eli Lilly shareholders. You guys know I love watching this name and talking about this name, and a shout out and congrats to you, Sean, on that pick.
Yeah, good call out there, Adara, as we all get better at reading levels.
These stocks don't care about resistance when they get going. Like when you look at some of the these really bull plays, which brings me to a poll I want to put up here.
Yeah, put that.
And if there's a name that maybe I shouldn't have, I don't know. You can look at this one too. SNDK. Which run are you buying? Because there's so many things which are like they're high flyers, they're gonzo. I can talk about them being irrational. 1 for SNDK, 2 for Intel. Full screen that. 2 for Intel, 3 for AMD, 4 for Micron. I'm just putting the chip names in. I'm sure there's other things that I could add, but just let me know. And I don't want to want to be trader. The whole idea is that there's no option for none of the above. Because you can dislike any of them at these prices, but I just want to see, if you had a gun to your head, you got to buy something which is absolutely pressing into fresh highs and you think can continue. So we're going to see what the votes might be in here for sure. It does feel like, I don't know, I'm going to cast mine for AMD. Based on my experience. But that's more even than I would have expected. Intel gets 33% of the vote for now, pretty early, but AMD 19, pretty even between those four. We'll leave that up. It's a 10:30 now, so we'll get rid of that when we go into the midday, and then they can do their own thing with their poll. But that's the whole idea, gun to the head. You got to buy highs. Which one are you going to do? And statistically speaking, we've talked about this before, buying highs not necessarily the end of the world.
The best strategy.
If you look at it in a long-term base, because nobody is good enough to get absolute bottoms. But when you're buying highs, you're buying something on strength instead of on weakness. All right, there's the trend break on SMCI we're looking for.
Yeah, good job there on SMCI looking for trend breaks. We don't need no trend break right here, as there goes NVIDIA, man. We already identified the trend was lower a long time ago, and that's been short here for about a half hour, as there we go, getting into the lows of the day. So congratulations for tailing this one, if you're in it with me there. NVIDIA breaking lower now through 199. We just reloaded it, man. We've had $1 in the last minute right there. So again, you don't need to always look at the big shiny thing. There you just got to find where opportunity is, and I think we do a great job of doing that. And thanks for Adair for breaking down some Eli Lilly there for us. But we're breaking it down right now, run DMC style, with 198.80. There it goes, man. Now you're $1.50 in the money as we start to get a little excited here. We've only traded 2 names today, Google and NVIDIA, and we'll see if that can get a little lower for us right now. Palantir's coming back into some levels as well. What do you guys want to talk about right now? USO, yes, NVIDIA. Wow, okay. This is even better than we thought right now. NVIDIA starting to go low side, so we like that one. Now $1.50 on NVDA. USO trying to get back up into 141. Potential short area there, but there goes NVIDIA. Yes, sir. Boom. Good trade there as we're making some back. So far so good. XPO. That's a... XPO Logistics, that just came out, a new upgrade over there. But yeah, I don't know, maybe Eli Lilly, the next one, breaking through 1,000. I don't know if that's going to happen today. 985 and change. Yeah, we're getting ready to go. Here we go. Intel short, people saying they held, so that's probably good. I don't know where Intel is right now. Bounces clearly off that. Yeah, wow, what a...
Goes to 90. The one level it doesn't
such
get
an
to.
easy trade in hindsight, but...
The only level it doesn't get to. But you know what? Intel required a lot of timing.
It got to 100. It got to 99.80.
Effectively.
Yeah,
I had all 3 of the other shorts, but just not that one. And ultimately, it just comes down to, you got to pick your spot. But anyways, got into a new one. And what I like about the trend breaks is when it goes, that's usually like a stop out level for some longs, because they're buying the dip there, and then you're buying the dip there, and then it's like, oh no, if it breaks a trend, we'll stop it out. So you get that initial flush in. So now if the market has made that bottom, if USO has made that bottom and the market has made that top, I'm expecting low of the day on that particular name. And you got to be disciplined about things too. Like, just because IBIT came back, into VWAP doesn't make it a buy at VWAP. It's just a line on a chart. There was no support there whatsoever. There's a difference between pulling in, confirming support, and holding, and blowing right through it. So until I see the strength come back in, there's no need to fight that thing. We can just be one and done if that's what it wants to do. I'm perfectly fine with that. It is 10:33. We have not even looked at Tesla today? No. I don't think so. But holding up pretty well at the highs. The thing about those highs for Tesla, though, is you have now filled in this gap all the way into like 388 to 392. So it's a bit of a resistance zone itself. We're now holding some strength, which makes sense, because it was mostly the chips that brought us up. So I think it's the chips that bring us down, at least initially first. But the new one for me was simply SMCI, going to reload this at VWAP, and then just looking for the low of the day. And we just went all black.
Okay, we don't want to go all black there. Yeah, so far so good here, as of course we continue to talk our game up here, and it's been a good game today so far. GG NVIDIA, GG, as they like to say, but it's a nice downside move there for NVDA. Yeah, Tesla, people saying Tesla booming. Actually, no, we can look at Rivian as well here today. There goes Tesla to 388, sorry, up 2%. Tesla has these moves early. You just got to try to believe in one way. Would have been kind of like Google there, where it's kind of screwed you up early, went long, Google went the other way, and then back in, and then ripped the upside. So Tesla's still holding out for it right there. Wow. NVIDIA is now $2.50 in the money, so that's going to be a good one. Enjoy that as we get smoking here on NVIDIA downside right now. Yeah, NVIDIA just definitely extending its decline now. Now down over 1%. I'm going to put another bit out. Might as well. We'll take another piece out. We still have about a third on of this position. So if that comes in, even better for us, even more, but we'll see. A little bit of a reversal here happening now. We did want to look at SoFi early at 16, and we sort of stayed away from it. I guess that was wrong. I mean, we wanted to play the pullback on SoFi. When it was pulling back, I was like, well, the market was doing this and SoFi was doing that. So we didn't really like it, but it looks like it does hold out at 1590. So maybe there's something there to look at. NVIDIA is bouncing, so we'll see if that holds out, hope right now. But 1592, 1595. Decent there. Google pulling back in, and this is the name that we got moked on early, but there it is, back up to 385. This could be, back into VWAP. Let's see if that winds up holding. We did think that Google, again, a little disappointing today. This is why we went short. It was down early, and we just thought, hey, man, if the market's going to rip and this isn't, we looks like we got stopped out about $1.50 ahead of the recent move, but that's okay. That's pulling back in right now, so watch out for traders that are looking at Google. That seems to be an interesting play here at VWAP, so maybe a buy for those of you looking at some Google.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think there's going to be opportunities when you're at all-time highs to pull back, but remember, when you're at all-time highs, sometimes that pullback can take days and weeks. We just had earnings. Give it a breath. We're going to take not a break, but we're going to head on over to the screen. I see a name that is of interest up there, Sia.
You see a name?
100%. We have been talking about this, and I've been hearing everyone talk about this, but let's take a deeper dive into Roblox and what's causing this performance gap. So the revenue, however, has increased 43.4%. We need to take a look at the EPS loss of 27 cents per share, which is down from the previous quarter last year. Revenue, yes, high, but there's also that all-time high that we had in 2025 when the stock reached and was trading at $141.56. But it's key to note of this nasty dip that's taking place, and currently the stock is not even trading at the initial IPO price and the all-time high. So there's a lot of strategic headwinds that are taking place. User friction. So in April 2025, Roblox did launch the Roblox Kids and Roblox Select, where users were restricted to their age environments, which is causing a lot of user gap. Users are not allowed to interact outside of their environment. This is a good thing, yes, but it's also causing a headwind for the company. There's a network split, which is caused by the same. Then we have the infrastructure costs that are also coming in. The company is spending heavily on their AI resources to keep a check on the communication during the games, and at the same time to cautiously allow the games to go as they are properly, but that is also dragging the company's revenue down. Now, this 248 million gap loss, that's also creating certain margin ceiling for the company, which is good long-term, but is dragging down the revenue. It all comes down back to that, which is causing the guidance miss. Now, the company's IPO did launch in 2021, where, again, it was trading around like a good region, around the $64 region. But another thing to know is that the IPO was not traditionally offered. It was directly offered within the company. So employees and shareholders that were already existing held that and offered it to the public. Again, not a bad stock, but at the same time, you could see how the earnings have dipped. You could see that there have been a lot of concerns over child safety. We've been talking about it on the show, which is what is leading to this poor performance.
Yeah, and unfortunate. It's a good, Roblox is actually a really good example of, well, it can be a popular business, and they can get all kinds of users, generate all kinds of legitimate revenue numbers, but the stock performance has just not been very good. There's no other way to put it. I'd love to. It's having a great day, I guess, if you're long on the day trade today. But outside of that, it's been a bit of a disaster. Well, the target was the prior day high, which is also the opening range low. We might have already had a bottoming tail on SMCI there, so it was a bit of a trend break. Not like a gigantic up at the top, but lost VWAP, lost the trend. But I want to pull back into that prior high. Going to leave the bid in, but if that's a bottom tail candle that breaks back out, then I'm going to trail out here. Really just about the mechanics of it. Yeah, you know what? And there it is. Just going to jump out. I actually hadn't even moved my stop, but I'll just punch out of that one. That's the idea. I'm looking for that trade, give it to the bar, look for that low, and then hunt for the next opportunity. And if we find some bullishness in IBIT, this would be the spot that we got in last time. But the other thing I want to make sure of, hey, USO is at VWAP, as long as we're not pressing through, like if this starts screaming through the volume weighted average price, I would expect the market continues to find a little bit of a dip. But if we can hold that volume weighted average price, there hasn't been a red candle on USO in the 3-minute for like a half an hour now. If we can put one in, then I want to re-enter into IBIT for the long. So that's what I'm looking for next. Potentially also a reload in that SMCI now that we see that it's relatively weak. To me, it's just an easier short. It's under VWAP. It's made some false highs. Heck, it's SMCI, so it's not even that popular of a long stock, if we're being honest. It's like the only chip name that isn't parabolic in the last few months.
Yeah, SMCI. But I mean, they're kind of fraudulent. Okay, so there's Meta. I mean, wow, that was a good call. That was a good idea. We don't have it on, but at least we talked about it right there, saying that, this looked pretty good up there. Had to withstand a little bit. I think I'm finding maybe potentially a new favorite stock here. So we'll watch out to see Meta there. Definitely read that good yesterday and read it pretty good here today again, but always dangerous day one or day two off of earnings there. Baba is a chip name, of course, and 131 and change as Alibaba gets into DeepSeek and DeepMind and all that kind of stuff. But their downside there, just hitting again near the day's low, is Alibaba. And look at that, man, a perfect bounce off VWAP for the NASDAQ. So that could be something that we look at as well there. NVIDIA, we talked about only having a third left. We're covering it down there. I mean, it got into 197.50. We do have our best trade out was 197.34. I'm thinking about loading this thing back up actually at VWAP, so I'm going to wait to see if we do get a bump up into 200. So probably nothing until then. At the 50 period, we'll put something on 199.40, but looking for a little bit more up here in and around 200. So let's put an offer at 199.40 and go over to the desk. I believe with Adara, wow, it's already 10:40. Oh my, time sure gets going on around here. Meta kind of bounced back up. Adara at the desk, I believe.
Let's look at the sector board, guys. Lots of strength here. Retail trade mostly to the upside. Eli Lilly continuing to try to hold down the fort in an otherwise weak health tech sector. Consumer services with some bright spots. Consumer durables, again, Tesla trying to lead up an otherwise pretty flat sector today, but TSLA is up on the day. Utilities green, consumer non-durables green, finance green. Tech services, both Oracle and Palantir to the upside, guys. Palantir reports on Monday, so keep an eye on this stock and in the SaaS space with that in mind. APP, which also reports next week, I believe, in Wednesday after the bell. They're also trading slightly higher pre-market. Electronic tech is really all over the place here. You've got Apple and Micron both to the upside. Apple on its own earnings, Micron likely earning sympathy with the likes of WDC and SanDisk. And then Qualcomm to the downside. This looks like this one's trading a little bit lower here, guys, on earnings day two. GLW, another name that reported earnings earlier this week. This stands out to me, down about 3% today. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. It is already 10:45. It's that time we usually slow things down. We just want to get to know stocks. But, don't turn around because we want the market. Oh, do turn around. We want the market to go up, maybe. We'll see. So SMCI is bouncing back. I want this to go into VWAP to look for a reload. But the other side of that equation is if I'm looking for the short continuation, I'd rather USO continue to print green. If I see it turn, then it's IBIT I like in the other direction. So I'm kind of in between here because we need to make a determination. We're not there yet, and I'd like us to get there. That's what I'm waiting for. Next, Tesla apparently just making some fresh highs because it's Tesla, and it's apparently Elon's world. And we're all just living in it. 2 points today. Tesla wants that 4. You want it.
Yeah, 388 already.
But the problem is it's got a wall in and around 390 to 400, which it was support, and then it just turned into like resistance on the downtrend, and it was resistance there again. So yeah, it's doing some heavy lifting, but it's got a long way to go before this looks even better on a higher time frame. But I love the higher low that's being put in on Tesla. I'll be disappointed because I wanted 280 on the dip, and it didn't even come within 10% of that when looking at the April lows. That's how it goes sometimes. You throw in stink bids, sometimes you just don't get filled, and it never gets to your price, and there's nothing you can do about it. And then you find a place to get in even higher. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I've done that a million times. Like, I wanted to dip ING Vernova in like the 600s or some nonsense, and then ended up buying it I think at 780 or 8. Went to 1,000 anyways.
Yeah, as long as the market keeps.
Yeah, as long as the market keeps on going up, usually, you have to stick with the strong names. And believe me, sometimes that's gritting your teeth and buying a price that was like 10%, 20% on a good stock, higher than where you might have wanted it. But the trend's your friend.
Yes, that's for sure. Okay, so, all right, we basically got reloaded, but it's still not a full position. Well, it is. We have about a unit and a half or so right now. So we have a position, but it's definitely not what we're trying to get. If we can get up here into 200, then we'll put on, I think we'll probably have like maybe 3 units or so by the time it gets up there. So our average price probably won't change too much from where we are right now. Just about 50 more cents, and we'll average in at VWAP. Then I'm going to get stopped out if we take out this 200 period moving average there to the upside, as we want to see what NVIDIA has to do here, as the market has really bounced off of those levels. And talk about Meta finding another low again. Oops, meta.id. How about meta.nq? Found another low there, had 606. So came in again into some levels. If we look at what happened yesterday, okay, good, no wicks on here. Look at that, right into yesterday's sort of afternoon lows there with Meta. So wow, good little trade there if you were looking at that. 605 in change for Meta, 606 let's call it there. So that's a good level to potentially bounce off of again if we get down there. So we'll have to watch some Meta. And okay, so here we go. NVIDIA's climbing back up. So we'll see what winds up happening here as we get back into $200. We do have that target idea back on right now for that. I assume with everything going back up, we can, again, look at SNDK, no problem.
I think we have a couple super chats here.
Is that released?
So
I don't know if it's released yet.
Yeah, CPC, I'm unaware. And if there is a ticker for SpaceX that they've announced what it will be, we know there's going to be the IPO this year in a few months, sometime in the summer, but I don't think we've actually seen a ticker. They can't do SPCE, we know that, because that's Virgin Galactic. So we don't know what the ticker will be. Ultimately, it doesn't matter, but I'm sure it's Elon, so it'll be something fun. And then I don't know if we got to this one as well. This would... KY is out of the office. There you go. I don't know why that was so hard for me.
All right,
I inadvertently held Intel while on vacation. Accidental 40% gain. Well, that's the funny thing about it. Like, it goes 40% on a vacation. Like, usually people vacation like a week or 2 weeks. So in one of those time frames, it went 40% for you. Now trying to figure out an Intel swing trade exit. Any thoughts? I don't know, trailing stop somewhere on a trend line. It gets parabolic. This is the thing about... It's always a good problem to have, but I've never been, so in the long term, I've never been the best at like where to get out when something is going parabolic like this. I usually will just like slap a trend line on it or do like some kind of a measured, like this move was from $40 to $70, so I would just sort of take that, and then when it breaks out, that takes you to 100. Like I usually get very simplistic like that when I'm just telling you what I usually do. So like when it does that, that's why I told you I'm looking to sell some at 100, because this was 40 and that was 70, that's 30 bones. When it goes another 30 on the next breakout, I think that's the next area. I keep it like stupidly simple. It's a really good problem to have. Like, whatever, you're going to sell it for a gigantic profit. But that's why I was leaning at 100 for myself today, which I will probably do at like 11:05.
Yeah, it has literally, again, we talked about printing millionaires on SNDK and all that. I mean, that is, I don't think millionaires on Intel, but that's a almost 5-bagger there
SNDK
from where the government's like, in. And we're in that name.
38 bagger, something like that?
Yeah, if you put in 10 grand into SNDK, you're at $310,000.
I thought it was more than that.
No, $30 to $1,160. Yeah, about $1,100. Yeah,
it's like 37 times.
Yeah,
that's more. It's closer to 400,000.
I mean, now it's all the way up. I mean, I did the math at
Intel's 10. Not even. Yeah, Intel's not in that range. If Intel goes another, because Intel would have to go another 4.5x from here within a year.
Yeah.
I feel pretty good that that's not happening.
Here goes NVIDIA. We just did get a short, and it did pull right back off of VWAP there, and it got into the 50s. We didn't even have any bids out. It happened so quick. So we'll have to wait to see what happens now as NVIDIA just retesting that 200 marker. We said that we'd get some up here, and that would be our level. So there it is, man. Now our average price is 80s. So we've done really well on NVIDIA. so far, but we could give some back here, waiting out for that $200 mark and 50 cents. So we'll see if NVIDIA wants to go. This is trying to get meme crazy right now, and that's not what we like to see. So hopefully some sellers can come in here for NVDA, but you can't keep a good stock down for too long. We did hit it to the downside and covered, but we have reloaded NVIDIA right now. So in this trade, NVDA, let's see if it can drop from here. But yeah, I think the momentum names are getting into what's for lunch soon, but the momentum name is Tesla today, man. I mean, and Intel, we talked about that, but Intel, Tesla right now at day's high. I'm not sure how many stocks are right now at day's high, but definitely 99 problems. The long ain't one for Tesla here today. Money talks. You can't do anything without money, and we're going to see what that sounds like right now with Adara.
Take a look here at the U.S. dollar, which is continuing to struggle here to get back above that 99.50 area. We had this gap up and then slam lower on Monday, and I think that really set the tone for the week. 3 of the 5 sessions this week were red. I do want to mention here before I get into more USD stuff, I am seeing comments coming from, or I guess more details rather, of that proposal we heard about a couple hours ago from Iran. A journalist named Abdullah Khalouf revealing more details about the new Iranian proposal, saying that Tehran has accepted discussing the nuclear file through technical and technological committees. They are considering a long-term freeze on enrichment and deferring their missiles and arms files to a later stage. So again, that's being reported here by Al Jazeera. Some details I'm seeing here on that proposal from Iran. I want to talk as well here about rates to get back into the U.S. dollar. So here's a look at, you can find this on the probability section of the CME Group Fed Watch tool. So this is interesting here. We're now still seeing December 2027 as the earliest chance of a rate cut on the CME Fed Watch tool. However, the chance of this rate cut is still dwindling. I remember seeing roughly 40% chance of that rate cut in December earlier this week. Now only 36% chance. Now, if you go over here to the next meeting, June 2026, not seeing that 100% chance of a hold, which is what we got over here, of course, back in April, the meeting we had on Wednesday, but still 91% more or less here chance of rates being held. Still very much a wait and see, but leading towards hawkish look for the Fed. Back to you.
Not zero. So you're saying there's a chance. Mm-hmm. Saying there's a chance. Like Jim Carrey. Yeah, it was in why can't I remember the movie? Was that Dumb and Dumber?
I don't know. I don't know that line.
Was it Dumb and Dumber, Joe? Joe says it was Dumb and Dumber.
Then
I haven't seen
it. Must be.
I think I watched that movie one time. It was a great movie, but I think I watched it literally once.
It was that great.
And I didn't watch. Oh, it was hilarious.
Was it? I don't know. I rewatched.
I thought some comedies. It's like that type of comedy. It's not always like I can watch Tropic Thunder a million times and laugh probably just as hard.
Yeah. Once you sort of know the joke,
I've never found that
right?
the same. Like I can't watch Pet Detective a second time and laugh the same way. And nothing against Jim Carrey. It's just a certain type of comedy that it is what it is. Like Old School, I can watch multiple times and laugh.
Yeah, you have to have his cable. You'll see Old School on a bunch of times. That's
real?
for sure a good one there.
It's aight.
It's aight. Yeah, so again, a good drop out there on NVIDIA and took advantage of it into the 50-period moving average, just trying to scalp it out right now. We're going to figure out right now what's for lunch. We did have those little beef patties, a little too greasy in the morning, but the quesadilla.
What should be like breakfast?
It came with chicken
lunch.
quesadilla, and that was really good. I know you didn't have one. That was much, much better. Okay, today we got Japanese flag, so as long as it's not tilapia, we'll be okay. And it's actually a good one. We've had this many times. The Japanese beef don. So I thought I said udon. Maybe it's supposed to be udon. But right there, so a little beef dish. We had Thai beef earlier this week. Yeah, we did have a Thai dish that was beef on Wednesday. Jasmine rice. Again, there's your sautéed vegetables. Green salad with sesame dressing. Not bad. That's what's for lunch. Sounds like a good one there. Japanese today around here. So it's been, really a pleasure to be here trading with everybody today. And I hope you guys are enjoying the show. You're getting ready for the midday show coming out right now as the NASDAQ says all-time highs one more time here today. And it's just an impressive move higher in the NASDAQ, up 1%. Now trying to fade back out just a little bit as we wait for Intel to break potentially. That's what I was going to say. It's at right now. There again. This is where we bounced off last time. We went up to 99.80. Let's see what happens if this does sing a fine tune through that $100. I could see like a fake break and fake and back in and then a rip. So we'll wait to see what happens right there with INTC. But there it goes. Nice little dump off again off of 80s. So, you know, if you want the short here, I don't want to hear anybody crying over it. You could take it right now if you want it, but here it goes. Be careful of that $100 break, man. It could really start to sing if that does wind up happening. So Intel right now breaking through 100, definitely worth a watch. I'll probably take a little bit if I can get something.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends on your style. Like some people, I don't like shorting a parabolic stock by sitting in front of a level. I'd rather have a bad price and like it makes a high, then you get short. It makes a high, then you get short. It makes a high, then you get short. I'd rather do that if I have a choice. So again, failed break is what I'm looking for. Some kind of a topping tail and reversal. Ooh, we just had another super chat in there. Let me get it up there. We've got Ian Respeto. Hey, Ian, been a minute. Never go, okay, yeah. I know. Yes. There's so many good quotes from that film. And it was, I forget the name, something Booker? Anyways, one of the guy that played the rapper, I forget the character. The guy that played the rapper said that they actually had an idea for a sequel, which would have been really cool. But obviously it never happened. There's a lot that would go into that. Like how much you're gonna get Tom Cruise back, which I would imagine would be incredibly difficult.
For Tropic Thunder, yeah.
Yeah, like look what's happened to Robert Downey Jr. since that movie. I would imagine it's a little bit more difficult to pull together because some of the stars are like Jack Black.
I mean, there's huge size at Intel.
It's huge. It's about 1 million
Look at this.
shares.
Come over to my screen right here. You'll see. There it goes. See you later. Intel now upside. We get long at 09s, and it's going to be, oh no, because here comes the break back down. We said this could be a fake and break. We did not hit this with very many shares at all. As it breaks, now it's going to probably come right back in. And I'm not going to hold it. If this breaks back down through 80s, there it goes, and we're out. So really nothing done there, but I do think that there is another break opportunity coming. There it is, for Intel the very next time. Well, oh, now it goes. Okay, that's fine. We did get stopped out, but like I said, it's not a huge amount of shares. So here it comes right back in again. So we've got it again now on Intel, this time at 25s. We'll see if we get a little bit of a lower price now on Intel as it's trying to mature its way up through $100. And maybe its next stop is indeed 101, but we'll wait to see where that's going. Now we're back long into Intel. Right now we do have the short though on NVIDIA. So as one going high side, hopefully one going low side. So we'll take a little bit out of NVIDIA at 70s right there and watch out to see what winds up happening with Intel. And here it comes, pushing right back in again, is Intel. So a lot of action here at that level, right? Tons of shares just got blasted through. It didn't even look at 100. It came up and said, thank you very much. So we'll take a piece out here in the 30s again on Intel, as now it's starting to climb just a bit higher. So I think we traded it okay, but we need it to continue higher, right? Lose 20 cents on the first piece. Now we're in 15 cents, 20 cents on the high side there, and we'll wait to see if Intel wants to continue its exploration of new highs right there. We got some out in the 30s, and here it goes again. Just one little whoosh up now probably gets this thing into the 50s again, and then we can think about getting some out one more time here on Intel, as here it comes, pulling back just a little bit. So yeah, this one's going to be a difficult trade just because of the volume that's happening right now, and traders will settle out. As we said, a lot of traders will look at key levels and say, that's my out. So there could be now some pressure on this $100 level with INTC. Let's see how low it can go. Maybe 99 would be a decent spot here to think about getting out if it does break below that. But Intel just trying to figure itself out. We'll see if the next move's higher or lower over here. Still holding out hope that NVIDIA can get lower as well. But Intel's now pushing just that one more time down to the downside. So we only got a piece out there at $100.30 or whatever that was. But right now, Intel pulling back in.
Well, it's 2 minutes until we're off the air, and when we do, I'm going to be hitting the sell on, I don't know how much. I haven't decided yet. Probably 20%. I usually always do. I always usually do 20%. Guess what I did last time? So I'll probably be in only 60% of my long-term position on Intel. SMCI pulled back into the prior high from that first trend break, so it hasn't made a fresh top. The thing I didn't get back into was actually IBIT. Bitcoin. Well, IBIT. Yeah, I'm not trading Bitcoin. You can trade Bitcoin if you're trading. We just trade IBIT. And it's now trying to hold VWAP, but it's not really holding the volume weighted average price well. I want to see it hold that higher low. There we go. Hold the higher low, and then we can go. Then the problem with this, though, is USO is holding the top end. Like USO is holding over VWAP. Over VWAP was what I said I would still like shorts if it did, and that's what it's continuing to do. So I would love some confirmation that we're heading back lower on oil futures, which have been incredibly weak for the entire time here. So again, 1 minute to go. The name that we have not talked about, apologies, you can't cover and look at everything, is still going higher. The worst stock overnight has probably been one of the best longs since the open. Roblox has regained about 15%. Well, maybe just under 15%, because I don't think it was ever 30% down. But a strong day for Roblox. It has gone right back into overhead resistance from yesterday. But there hasn't really been a trend break. I'm being patient with this one. Very, very patient. But I will, at some point, I'm looking for a reversion. I told you guys earlier it was right around this 47 area. It just hasn't pulled back off 47 yet. So that's what I'm watching. Obviously, I'm in SMCI. Roblox is likely to be a trend break into VWAP for myself. And then I just heard in my ear Spirit Airlines preparing to shut down.
Yeah, I think they were.
That's not. Yeah, they needed a bailout from the U.S. government was the real talk. So I guess if they're not going to get the bailout, then they're toast, right? Like that was. The airlines are a tough business, man. Like they just go from bailout to bailout. It's like it's just how it goes for them. It's a difficult business. And the FTC blocked a deal that would have saved Spirit shareholders, only for them to potentially go under.
Yeah, and the shareholders voted against, apparently, the deal that Trump was, or the U.S. government was trying to negotiate to keep Spirit alive, keep that spirit strong. But yeah, it looks like they are momentarily away from shut down their bankruptcy for Spirit, but we'll see. Someone could still come in. Meta made its way all the way back to 612 right now, by the way. So into those levels might be something in and around there for Meta. As Nvidia falls, so does Intel. So we have both of these names, but it's Nvidia rate. We have Intel long though, unfortunately. There goes Nvidia right back into the 50 period. So we did real well by waiting for VWAP on that, and we actually got it at 200, and there it goes right there down to the downside as we've just been shorting Nvidia all day, and we'll just see. It's been weak. Obviously, the market up 0.7. Nvidia now flat on the day, but here goes Intel breaking. I mean, we're down 60 cents on this, but it does look like it's starting to now break back below that 99 level. So just coming into some areas. This is why we're trying to buy it. That's 98.50 dip down. I don't know how long I want to really hold this thing, but right here, Intel with the sellers. We said, like, people are going to sell this name. It's probably up here near 100. Just thought we would take that risk to see if it did continue its parabolic move, and it doesn't look like it's doing that at all as Intel, there it goes, continues to fall back in, down now through that quarter point. Okay, man, we got a winner on Nvidia, but not so much on Intel. We'll see if we can bounce back through 99 bucks and then get that back into 100, but not yet as Intel continues to fall down. Thanks for the show. It's been a good one, man. It's 11:02. We'll see everybody very, very soon at 2 p.m., but it's the Midday Show, the flagship, about to take over and blast through right now. It's Joe, it's Sharif. See ya. Thanks, Adara.
Friday, Joey.
Ben?
It's Friday.
Ben?
You ain't got no job.
No, man.
What?
It's Friday, Ben.
Ha
Saturday, Sunday. It's Friday,
Hey, what's up, beautiful people? Boom. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. I'm Sharif. Let's say hello to everybody, Joey. We got Hangry Waf. What's going on? Andrew, I see you, sir. Mr. Raj, R42. The boys are in the house, baby. Christmas, Green Saber. We got Jacques, the OG, Casey, Vern, Daily Day Trade. Shout out to my friends there at Solar Tech, the auspicious turtle. What's up? Remember that, man? There's not a commercial that used what's up in the 90s. I know I'm old, okay? Samira. What's going on, Samira? We got Solar, we got Rim, Heaven, Kahlua, Random Oddities, and Tomaso, Anurag. What's going on, Anurag? Dexter frickin' Smith. What's up, man? Durant, Gordon, Jael, Press. New names. Come on, guys. New names that are not like random characters that trip me up, right? Like good names that I can read out. NorCal Granger, WS Lone, Kareem Horos, Gabby Frigo, T-Money. We got Roulette. We got, who else, man? Buffalo Soldier. Shout out to Chazzy Fresh. Let's go. Dude, my man. Algo Assassin. Love that name, Joey. Turbo. Tylon. Probably butchered that. Grunfeld, the OG. Big Scalp. Love Big Scalp, man. That's the name. But Big Spile did warn everybody in the chat yesterday, those who tread on his big moniker may face some headwinds. I'm not talking about price action headwinds, Joey. Good morning. What's going on?
No, same old, man. What's up with my boy Ryan O'Day? A lot of people in the chat here. We're going to wait for Bravely to give us a couple TikTok shout-outs. We'll do that as well. Hope everyone's having a fantastic morning. See my boy Ryan O'Day. He's going to be up 4 a.m. bright and early. Crazy. Because why? We're in Australia, mate. Yeah, this weekend, 7 a.m. UFC, man. A lot going on here. What did we trade today? Let's get right into things. All right, we're going to kick it off with some NFLX. Let's get this over to the side. Netflix, small scalp, and I'm like, you know, what's something fishy going on here? We keep knocking on the door of this 94.15 level. Couldn't break it. So we take it off, small W, nothing substantial. We're taking one more attempt here on IBIT. But our better one here today is going to be FBL. Moving forward, guys, off of those lows. I'm like, what happened here? I didn't take all that out. Sure enough, it did. It exited my position, so we're all out of that one. I think we can continue to climb a little bit higher in Facebook, and then we're going to head over to IBIT. All right, let's take a look at IBIT here today. Take a loss initially, then we take a scalp out, break even. Prints a nice indecision candle right below the volume-weighted average price. Now, let's see if we're going to see any strength step back into this market. If not, we get out right there. But nonetheless, IBIT, small scalp. I was thinking we'd get some continuation. I was like, oh, no, on the backside, we have to take some off, and then we get that break-even stop out. That's going to be our next outright around this neck of the woods. The only blemish here today is going to be this. Like, I gotta have a talk with Randy over here, man. It's like, what's going on with this name? I stopped looking at it because I'm like, what the heliante is going on here? So we take a couple attempts on this. Boom, stop. I'm like, all right, AC Slater to that one. We take our 3 swings, and that was it. But nonetheless, IBIT might be him today. Ooh. Facebook was him today for us. So we're gonna continue on that trajectory and stick to the names that have been I don't want to go over the blue ocean. FBL.
That's crazy.
And Q. But yeah, there it is, man. So let's rock and roll. Let's see if we can get some things working for us. I did not want to get all out of this. I have no idea what happened over here. Just exited my position. I took 25% more off, and the next thing I look, over at 0. You're not in it anymore. I'm like, what? I didn't do any of that nonsense. But nonetheless, we'll navigate that. There goes Facebook as it's heading towards the volume-weighted average price, currently sitting above it right now, and looks like it wants to continue to climb. Let's see if we can get Bitcoin rocking and rolling strong earlier this morning, but then it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, never mind. I don't know what you're talking about, strong. We're about to head a little bit lower. So there it goes back towards the downside. No issues with that one as we step out. But Facebook is a name that we should continuously look at as the overall market giving me shelf vibes. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start to come back in a little bit, being led by the likes of NVDA down to 199.62. Not really participating on that rally that we've seen in a lot of the chips. Intel, I heard the boys talking about. AMD putting in a new all-time high. So it's like, whoa, okay, no, everyone's forgot about NVDA and how they got there and the reason why. They are essentially maybe the king of the chips. I don't know. Are they going to be dethroned? I don't think so anytime soon, but it doesn't matter what you think. What matters is what price action is telling you, and they're not in love with the stock right now.
They're clearly not. But you know what I'm in love with here?
What's that?
AIOS. We got another multiple halter, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to work. It's not as cheap as it was in the pre or even earlier on. Like this one at the open was like 12 bucks. Yeah, it's doubled it and then some. Halted 26.99. This monster is up 189.6%. on the day, having done only 1.2 million shares as a result, obviously, of its inability to stay open. Here's what we're looking at. We had that initial breakout there, 9:30. We stayed halted to about 9:47. Up halt, down halt, down halt, up halt, up halt, up halt, up halt, up halt. You see where I'm going with this? This thing's ripping up. We got to keep a close eye on this one. We're just going to look quickly here to see what the halt time was. And then we're going to send it to Adara because she has news. Halt time, 11:04:25. Tap showing 27, so 26.99 halt. That's not telling us much. Earliest this will be open is 11:09:25. Adara.
Keep an eye on BP here. British Petroleum, a little bit of a move, as you can see here on this chart, seeing reports the company's considering a full or partial sale of UK and North Sea assets. So again here, BP reportedly considering a full or partial sale of their UK North Sea assets. I have to mention as well here, more headlines out of the Middle East, nothing massive, and also this headline should not be a surprise, but I'll pull up oil here. An Iranian source telling CNN that Iran remains, quote, deeply distrustful of the U.S. Again, Not really shocking here, but apparently this source saying, as I guess casting doubt on the ability to even have a new proposal to restart negotiations. So again, yeah, Ron not trusting the U.S. Talks are stalling. It'll be wait and see as to if these negotiations take place again. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara, for that. All right, guys, let's get down to work. We talked about AIOS, but who remembers AKAN, the monster from like several days? I was singing this one's praise, and I keep singing it because it's not losing trend. We know what the typical profile for these small cap gappers are. They're around for a good time, not a long time. Well, this one's around for a week plus, Joey, because this started breaking out 28, held at 29, the 30th. And then they said, sell in May and go away. No. If you sold AKAN yesterday, you are missing out on a cool 63% accretion in some profits there. 78.90 high. It's awfully spready. It's doing less volume today. Take a quick gander over here. Bottom right of your screen. Look how smaller the volume bars are relative to yesterday. So something we need to be alive to here on AKAN, likely a bit of a wider spread as well. Shout out to the OG Bovin, who was pointing this one out. ATOM, Adam. Looking bull flaggish. I mean, you get the breakout right at 9:30. It looks like we're in the consolidation component right now of the flag or pennant, whatever you want to call it. 10.97 high, essentially $11. Having trouble weaseling back above 50. This one is awfully respectful the way I see it. Of the 10 moving average, exponential always. On the 5, it's holding it, nary a breach, if one at all, quite frankly. So ATOM in focus. As you'll see there, I'm long LWLG. I'm out of the money by 13 pennies. My objective here is for this one to hold the 10 EMA. It's given me rounding vibes, right? Where it kind of makes a base looks like it's around 1550 and it reclaims the 10 EMA, starts putting in some higher lows and higher highs. Clearly having trouble though, closing above 16. As you can see it here, very few prints. Closing prints, above 16 on the day. There's a couple. I think there's maybe one right at 11 o'clock, and then we retrace below. So it looks like 16 here, a bit of a trouble area for LWLG. So long as it holds the levels that I've earmarked, we're going to stay involved in the trade. Oh, no, AIOS opened up without us. It is halted down. Okay, well, it's breaking a little bit of a trend here because we were talking about how many up halts this one had in a row. Let's count them again, Joey. They should teach this on Sesame Street. 1 halt, 2 halt, 3 halt, 4 halt. Oh my goodness, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up in a row, and then we get 1 down into where do we go there? 24 and a third. Anyway, it looks pretty good here. I'm gonna keep a close eye on the trend. I want to see what the tap is.
Bro, I'm still kind of baffled here. Like, why did I get out of my, what happened? Like, why am I out of this Facebook trade?
Pardon me?
Like, what happened? I don't know. I don't know, man. I didn't even press anything. I took a 20% out, and it's like, yeah, all right, Joe, let's get it all out. It doesn't even matter, though. It doesn't even matter. Why? Because Bitcoin matter. Bang.
My man.
Who is that? That's Lincoln.
Lincoln. Oh, may he rest in peace, of course.
Oh, yeah. All right, I take that back. We'll go back to Adair after we hit the stone cold there. Off of this IBIT trade. Let's see if we can continue to climb as the market is starting to recover. Netflix climbing higher. Meta still off to the races, guys, right back towards the earlier session consolidation highs. But people are like, Joe, you're not in Tesla? No, sir. I'm in IBID. Let's go off to Adair.
Sir.
More headlines here out of the Middle East. We do have, as I put up on the screen here a couple minutes ago, apparently more sanctions being introduced here by the U.S. Department of Treasury against Iran. Furthermore, in this statement, I guess alongside the sanctions, the U.S. warned shippers that paying tolls for the Strait of Hormuz will actually put them at risk of sanctions from the U.S. So more sanctions and then warnings of further sanctions should shippers be paying tolls to the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair.
Oh, that's crazy.
Fluffy. That was like, I think, your best call out ever, and I don't mean that in any sort of disrespectful way, but I don't know how I didn't have eyes on this. Wolf is ripping up. It's not up big percentage-wise, 15 4/5, a bit more, but look at this. I mean, this is pretty clean here with very few bamboozlement prints, maybe a couple here and there, but for the most part, and if you're using the 10 EMA, a level we always talk about, quite frankly. No breaches, none. Now, to be fair, you had very few in the way of actual touches onto the 10 EMA, so there were very few times where you could have weaseled into this, because if you were looking for the 10 EMA, you didn't get it that clean. All right, continuing to watch. I like that one, Fluffy, thank you. Now we're a little in the money here, nothing to write home about, bless you. On LWLG, I'm looking for my first print at 1R, which is like 40 something. Now I could wet the beak at the third to $0.25, really depending on what kind of resistance I see. But I'm keeping an eye out. Yes, Fluffy, you did call out AKN. I stand corrected, actually. That was probably your best call. Yeah, I take that back, Fluffsters. You did call out AKN. I remember not believing in it because it was low volume, and I ended up being wrong. You were right. But yes, you did call that out. My bad. All right, so that's what we're looking at there. White House has asked about Iran submitting a proposal to Pakistan. We do not detail private diplomatic conversations. Negotiations continue. Adara has more news.
Yeah, so again, this is just the White House's response. So I guess they were asked here if Iran did in fact submit that proposal to Pakistan, as we had reported a couple hours ago, and they're saying that the negotiations do continue, but they're not going to provide any details. Very much in line with their prior stance, but just be aware here, USO did drop a little bit here. I mean, not massively, but again, White House indicating they're not going to give more details, but negotiations with the US and Iran continue. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Yes, so Fluffy, let's get to WOLF here, because it's clearing 34, like the whole dollar doesn't even matter. I'm not going to sing that again, but like
Can sing it again.
Into 34, 37 Fluffsters. This is at the high of the day as we speak. Let's pull this up on a trading screen so we can get a gander here at what the spread is on this name. WOLF on the NYSE, guys. This is on the NYSE. Okay, it's displeasing me immediately. About a 21 penny spread on the level 1, the level 2 showing a little bit differently. So we're going to have to manage this one in this very similar way, given the spread, that we do with the halters, right? The halters have wide spreads as well. So we've managed it there. We can manage these ones as well, but probably a little bit more of a nuanced approach to WOLF. What's wrong? Are you printing?
I wouldn't say that, but we're in this IBIT trade. Finally, I was like, man, this thing's almost this close. I don't know what happened. I got to get over it, Sharif, but it's really bothering me. This Facebook trade, I don't know why I got all out of that one. Anyways, yeah, I don't know what happened there, but nonetheless, there goes IBIT. Let's see if we can head towards the high of the day as the market's starting to rebound here, guys, especially off of that bounce off of the volume-weighted average price. A nice move up into 44.56. Let's see if we can get into 44.60s. That's going to be one of our primary targets. Never broke the low, so no reason for us to get out. Could we have gotten a little bit better of a price? Absolutely. That's how it typically could go. But nonetheless, the Bitcoin starting to climb. I thought we could head into this pivot before I send it back to you, Sharif. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt what you had going on.
You're good.
This is what I was thinking here on IBIT. Is that all right? We gap up here a little bit. Where's that next pivot level? 45.16s. And if we can break through that, then off to the races we go. So
I like it. I like it. I'm liking the energy, bro. I'm liking it.
Hey, man.
Hey, it's good energy. It's a Friday, too, so the fact that you do have this energy is saying something.
Yeah, well, I told you come 1 o'clock, man, the caffeine crash.
Yeah, you got to refill that, Joey. All right, guys, AIOS, not looking that good, quite frankly, here. We're halted down, as we spoke about, 24.30. Number one, this is likely going to be a 10-minute halt, 11:09.50. Earliest it'll be open 11:19.50, but that's not the main part of the bad news. The bad news is the theoretical auction price, the TAP, not looking real good here. It is slated to open much lower, about $2.50 lower, quite frankly. It just popped up into 22. I was just looking at 21s there. 21. But there you go. So AIOS could be on the way down. Now, here's the deal. We got the 22.50 level is the 10 EMA on the 5. Below that, we're looking at 20, obviously, because that's a whole dollar level. It could find some support there. It didn't really have a lot of resistance, quite frankly, at 20. So I'm kind of unsure whether this is going to actually find some support at the whole dollar level. And then last but not least, you have the volume-weighted average price sitting at 18.20, give or take. AKAN just absolutely dropped aggressively. $10, Katina, man, in one 5-minute candle. What the helly? Look at this. Into 75. It's holding the 10 EMA. Then all hell broke loose to the downside. 66.51. It is halted down. AKAN just dropped off a cliff there. I hope everybody was managing this one soundly. Let's take a quick look here at what the technicals are now that we're halted down. Well, funny thing is, we're basically halted right at the volume weighted average price, maybe a penny or two below. You know what I mean, a penny or two on a $67 name. So we're going to keep a close eye here on AKAN as it gets ready to open up. But Bovin, you called out Adam, my man. What's going on over there, Katina, man? Intel's ripping. Katina, man, is printing on Intel. Make sure you're looking at his levels there in the chart. But just before we go to Adara, Joey, ATOM is ripping, Bovin. You're telling me about TLIH? How come you're not in ATOM, my man? This is clean as hell. Look at this hold. Pardon me? Back over 100, says Katina, man, on Intel. So if you're following the Intel trade there with the Katina, man, keep a close eye on that. But Joey, just before we get your take there, I know you're printing, you're doing well.
No, I'm doing that for Katina, man.
You're doing it for Katina, man. But Adara does have news, Joey, at the big desk.
Let's send it over to Adara.
I do, and I have news on Oracle. ORCL here pushing into new intraday highs. Pentagon announcing that Oracle is joining the AI effort. We know we had reports that the likes of Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Amazon's AWS are going to be getting some Pentagon involvement as of earlier today. ORCL reportedly also joining again. Pentagon announcing Oracle is going to be part of their AI effort. I also have to mention here more oil-related comments as we do have here. We've got an I-24 reporter here on the Karg Island saying that, quote, Iran is filling tankers with oil to store it there. So Iran apparently filling tankers with oil to store on Karg Island. That's my interpretation of this comment. As far as we can tell here based on the limited information. If I get anything else, I'll let you know. Back to you.
I can't help it. I don't know what it is today, man. I got the funny gene going on here.
What's it like outside?
It's actually quite good. It's not your good because you want it drenching in 100% humidity, which I don't like. But
that's the best, man. It's honestly
bothers me that he says that.
Yeah.
What's that, Assassino? Temperature-wise, we're 8 Assassino. To be honest with you, it feels like more like 10. That's bad, he said. All right.
That's my guy, man.
Ozin.
You know what we haven't hit in a while?
What haven't you hit, Joey?
Yeah, very disgusting, I mean, for sure. This one. We'll see you later, man. Ooh. Ooh. Oh.
Yeah.
And more.
Well, we're not going to see him later because he's sticking around.
That's what we're saying. AC.
Sticking around.
We're saying AC. Oh, yeah.
Not going anywhere.
No, yeah, I am, honestly. I thrive in the heat, man. I love it when it's just super hot and no AC, just let the humidity just stick around and just, man, it's my style, brother. Except with the exception, I don't like when it's super hot and then it rains to the point where you can see the steam coming off of the ground. I don't like that.
So 100% humidity, not down your alley, just like 95.
Yeah, up there, 98.
Joey.
Yeah.
There goes LW. Katina, man, he was like doing the head bob with me. There it goes into the air, into 6 1/3. We wet the beak. We get 1R here on LWLG. We're looking for a little bit more. Let's see if we can work up into the $0.50. 1660 area high, guys. But that was the implied balance open, and it was a really ugly topping tail candle. As you can see there on the 5 bottom chart, guys. It did pop up into this level. So good entry. Not bad. It could have been a little bit better, quite frankly. I did get a little bit of slippage on the entry, so we're not going to complain too much about that. But Bovin, I hope you're looking at Atom because Atom, ATOM, just made a new high of day, breaching 11 for the first time into 11.11. It is up 34, almost 35%. And I would say this is the cleanest of the bunch here, guys. That's a clean hold of the 10 EMA after a bit of a rejection initially right around 11. It looks like 1097, 1096. So ATOM needs to be in your on your side chart, in your purview, whatever you want to call it there. But this is a good-looking name. We could see 15 if ATOM takes off. And Joey, remember how we were talking about the down halt on AIOS and how the top wasn't going to look good? It was basically top at 22. Well, guess what? It is halted up again. It's halted at 24.53. So AIOS not giving it up. The tap is showing 25, which is about 47 pennies from where we are right now. Halt time, 11:20:43. Earliest this will be open 11:25:43. So we're going to keep a close eye on this one. I'm still very interested in trading AIOS because this is pretty aggressive. Now, Luis, I think Luis was in the chat earlier, and he was saying $30 locates for a lot. So, you know, that's not too bad on a name that's moving dollars at a time. So I wonder if there's going to be people participating on this short or keeping a bit of a price stop here, Joey, in and around 27, high of day, 27.51 on AIOS.
Yeah, buyers keep stepping in here on IBIT, which I like, continuing to push a little bit higher consolidation, and then boom, off to the races it goes. There's a good ad opportunity, but neither here nor there. But nonetheless, guys, 2.8% for IBIT here this morning, continuing to climb a little bit higher. Let's see, man, the tape is strong. Take my strong hand. Nonetheless, I was looking at Roku, just a lot of the earnings plays from this morning. We're getting that turtle shell type price action here in Roku. You can see we're slowly starting to curl over. Initial drive extremely weak. Now there's going to be maybe a support level right around VWAP, and then we have Meta still hovering around that neck of the woods. But we have a full-on recovery here in the SPY, in the Nasdaq. Not so much in the SPY, as you can see. We're still a ways away off of the high of the day. Let's send things back off to Adair, and just like that, things can flip on a dime here in Bitcoin. We're going to go to Adair here momentarily, but there it is, inverted hammer candle right above VWAP. We have to look to take a little bit off here, folks,
Joey,
just in case it does want to break down. So let's do that and send it off to Adair.
One name that's drifting higher here, guys, though not on earnings, is Zoom ZM. Now, no news on this one per se, but I'm seeing a lot of people circulate once again this company's massive investment in Anthropic. Now, in case you guys missed it, they invested roughly $51 million in Anthropic in May of 2023. Now, roughly 3 years later, Zoom's stake is valued at roughly $5 billion or more. So we know once it started circulating in January of 2026, Zoom pushed higher again. Reminders of the massive rumored size of Zoom's Anthropic stake, pushing this one to the upside. Again, this is coming up today specifically because Anthropic is rumored to be considering a funding round at a more than $900 billion valuation. So great look here for Zoom, communicating more upside. Back.
Know about this, man?
Man, you don't know. Don't go.
I didn't know about this.
Stick with Dua, my G.
Bro,
it's better.
Scooter Braun and Sydney Sweeney. I didn't know about this. I had no idea, right? And then she put pictures of him here. I had no idea. She didn't tell me. Joey.
What?
There goes LWLG through the $0.50. We got 13s on. We just wet the beak there at 49. It's a high day of 60. We're going to pack the patience here. We're looking for 17, okay? AIOS, Joey, is open. It's indecisive right now. The low of this current candle, 24.05, high 26.50, $2.50 were the range on a $24 name. It's at the lower end of the candle. Your hand's on something. I know something's going on over there.
I don't know, man. You might have to take the stream deck away from me today. I just feel like.
Yeah, get it, Katina, man. Ozan, that's for you, brother.
Ooh.
You asked?
Is that for Ozan?
Get. Yeah, Ozan requested it. He wanted the exploding
hit that for
yeah.
You request this
Really
one too, Ozan? Probably not, but.
Bang.
Yeah, there goes Bitcoin climbing higher. There goes Facebook starting to continue its ascent here. So nonetheless, man, let's see what else we got going on. We want to put on some more trades here, climb back a little bit more, but nonetheless, we got this IBIT up 2.8%. At the highs, it was around 2.9. Not too bad of a look. And then we got Facebook. Oh man, the one that miss out works the best, and there it goes.
That got away?
Yeah, it's the one that got away, man. Everybody has one of those, I think, in my opinion. Anyways, aside from that, guys, let's head over to our watch list and go scroll through some of the top names. What do we got going on in the Mag 7 land? Ooh, short NVDA. We like that one there, Katina, man. Nice move. Looks like it's going to head a little bit lower here, guys. Continuing what we've seen from yesterday's price action. Boom, straight to the downside. Consolidate. You put in a little bit of a pullback, and then now you have that curl over with the inability to breach the volume-weighted average price, and now heading towards the low of the day. AAPL, how you doing? You're all right. We're not going to complain whatsoever, but inverted right around these highs above VWAP. Not too bad of a look. goggles. Did it put in a new all-time high this morning during the pre-market, right at the open, 387.21. So not too bad of a look for goggles. Let's take a look at it from a daily and see what we got going on. Monstrous, mate. Monstrous. Yeah, man. Big time move. You get 40% in the span of a month. Like, we're talking about some of the best performing month in the NASDAQ here since 2020, and there it goes, being led by some of the largest names. We have Amazon yesterday, all-time high. We like that one. Tesla lagging. Is this going to be a good potential buy, my brother? I don't know. But we also have, look at this on volume, ladies and gentlemen. We like this. Meta, are we going to continue to climb and recover? This is one of the names that has been lagging, but for the right reasons. Down 22%, so still in bear market territory. All right, Mateus. I'm not going to try that. Hey, Joe. INTC is up more than 100% in 2 weeks. Oh my God. Is this move justified or overextended? Do you expect a near-term correction? You know what? Listen, we say this all the time, and again, you have to manage your own account, but when you move this far, this fast, I'll typically say that it can continue to climb, right? Like, we've seen it in multiple names, but you get 133% in the span of a month, a little bit more. It's like, all right, there's nothing wrong with locking in a little bit of cash and seeing if you're going to get a lower price. I mean, obviously there's so much going for this name right now, and it's been beaten up for so long, and I'm talking about years, that it's finally seeing that breakout. And when we're talking about textbook kind of style breakouts, this would be one of them. Like, you consolidate for a long time, and then you just have this insane move following that. But there's so many positive catalysts going for it. Terafab with Tesla, 10% stake is when this name really started to continue to climb after Donald Trump claimed that he made Intel pretty much great again. So there it is. INTC, 133%. Wait, you don't think?
No. I was waiting for that tweet. I'm like, what's taking so long? The truth, whatever.
Yeah,
and then we get it. I'm like, yes. The world makes sense again.
We should just call Donald Trump the truth. Who calls himself that? Isn't there a wrestler that calls himself the truth?
True. R-Truth? Isn't his name R-Truth, Katina?
Yeah,
what's his name? Ron Killings. I love it.
He is no
what
longer
a name.
He is no longer the truth.
Joey, I got a couple of updates here.
Right,
LWLG is ripping. We just took it out there at 80. We had 13s. It is really going. It's on the way to 17 right now. LWLG looking real good. Look, it's not a big percentage winner, 22.6%. And we took a nice trade here. Entry, 20, I think I got 24 12s. We wet the beak there at 26 and a quarter on AIOS. I made a mistake here. I was not supposed to take out that last little piece. I was confused about how many shares I had. Ended up taking it out. That was a mistake. And it started showing me that halt parameter at around 27.75. So there is that same seller, guys, that we see in the mid to high 27s. We saw the rejection 11 o'clock. We saw the 11:05 rejection, and we saw it again 11:25. But here we are again in the high 26s, showing 26 and a half. 2680. Let's see if we can rip up again. I can't quite see what the limit up. Okay, limit up is 28.25. That's about $2 from where we are. AIOS can move $2 quick as you like if they squeeze out the shorts. Here we are close to 27 again. I'm liking the way AIOS is trading here, guys. These are going to halt down as much as, not as much, obviously, as they halt up, especially on the uptrend. It could be on the downtrend, obviously, even more halts down. But the way that this one is trading, holding moving averages, holding technical areas, it's looking good. 28.53 now, limit up, moves up from 28.25 to 28.53. We're still knocking the door of 27, and there goes 27. There's 28. That's a new high of day. 28.53 limit up. We just showed the halt parameter there, and now we're seeing it again. 28.53. This one's going to halt up again. It feels like, okay, the limit up has moved. 29.02 now, it limit up. So, this is the kind of thing it does. It moves up as the timer starts ticking again. 10%, right? Move within 5 minutes. And then the timer resets. 29.02, limit up. Keep your eye out on this one. It's really ripping here. It's up over 200% and looking fantastic. We got more to say about this one. And I did see the tags there, guys. I will get back to you. And I see Trig Trades with the Super Chat. We're going to address all that as soon as we get back from Midday.
Bitcoin really wants that 80,000 level, but will we get it? We've had 79.5 again, this touch twice here in mid to late April, and we're starting May with a buoyant push here for BTC, near 3% here to the upside on the day. And again, that higher low on the daily chart that we made on Monday, that low, Wednesday, that low just below 75,000, really holding up so far. Now let's take a look at the weekly. BTC here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and now nearly 5 straight green weeks for Bitcoin. Now, other than that 79 halves, 80,000 level, you have this 80 halves level coming through as some clear prior resistance, prior support here on the weekly, which could form as resistance again, going back to November of 2025. But either way here, potential good look for Bitcoin. We'll switch over to Ethereum. Right now, Ethereum on the weekly, once again, deviating from Bitcoin. We look like we're going to break a 4-week green streak rather than pushing through with a 5-week green streak like BTC. If you look at the daily here too, Ethereum continuing to kind of make these lower highs on the daily rather than the higher lows made by BTC. So the divergence between these two continues to be really fascinating, guys. Back to you.
Thank you. Did you want to touch on that real quick?
Guys, AIOS is just ripping. Joey, 29.69 high of day. Limit up is 30.21. We haven't really hit too many halt parameters here. There hasn't been too many false halts. Here we go again, knocking the door of 29. Let's see if we can get it back above it. This one's ripping, 29.25. Good look for AIOS. Look, you're close to that $30 area. $30 area could prove to be, a momentary area of psychological resistance. The $10 areas typically are, at least, initially, and then they get ripped through. So we're going to keep a close eye here on AIOS because it is not giving up the trend. The trend is intact, like it or not. We're going to keep a close eye out on this one. I was speaking to Bovin about ATOM. Him and I were going back and forth, and I really like Adam, right? I'm not trying to disrespect this one. Well, I can't believe AIOS is going to take out the highs. So what I was saying to Bovin was, I'm seeing a lot of resistance at 11, right? You saw that initially, 11.25, and then this candle. The shorts were like almost earmarking that 11.20 candle, waiting for the breach of 11 just to get aggressive with it, and they have. They've dropped it now down to $10.50. My observation here is going to be strictly to see, can it hold the 10? As we've seen before, since this one broke out at 9:30, it hasn't breached the 10. Now, it did, touch it up a little bit over here, but there was no breaches. What does that say to me? That means that the mechanical trading system or the algorithm that's trading this is earmarking the 10 as a clear area of support and is buying it aggressively off that. And that's what I'm going to use as my backstop. If that fails, if that's no longer the case, then my thesis has to change. Right? So then I'm keeping a close eye on this. My entry on Adam Bovin, I think, would be the hold of the 10 EMA and then the breach of the prior bar high to go green. We'll take the first 5-minute candle and make a new high, Joey. We're going to go to Adair.
Yeah, pretty scathing social media post here from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent a couple of minutes ago on Iran. He actually compares Iran's leadership to, quote, rats in a sewer pipe in terms of their lack of awareness and his opinion of what's going on. But he said, 1, the U.S. has complete control over the Strait of Hormuz. 2, there is a hard currency, i.e. U.S. dollar shortage. Food and gasoline rationing is in place. Number 3. Number 4, the entire international community has turned against Iran, again, as stated by Bessent. And 5th, the all caps blockade will continue until there is pre-February 27th freedom, capital F, of navigation, capital N. So, yeah, basically Bessent here saying the blockade will continue and trying to lay things out, in his opinion, for the Iranian government. Keep an eye on USO. Back to you.
We gotta shout out Trig's Trades, Assassino, because he dropped 5 there in the chat. We're gonna thank him for that. Thank you very much, Trig Trades. Look what he said, Joey.
Let's see what he said.
Been watching TTV for a month. Haven't made much money yet, but instructional and entertaining is a rare combo. Appreciate your help. Have a great weekend. You've probably heard all the anecdotes. You probably heard it from Mike Joseph, myself.
The honesty.
Pardon me?
I like the honesty.
Yeah, and the fact that trading is hard. And it takes quite a bit of a learning curve, right? I always used to kind of compare it to, getting your degree, right? You don't show up year 1 and then, end up with a bachelor's.
No.
Right? You got to go through the 4-year if you're doing an honors. If you're not, you're doing 3. And just look at it like that, right?
Yeah.
Look at it as like, I need a 3, 4, whatever window.
Trading.
Yeah, you need your master's after that. So if you're profitable by year 5, year 4, maybe year 6, good on you. But it takes a long time. So Stick with us.
That's good, man. Like, you got to understand, Nir, you don't understand how difficult it is. There goes Bitcoin continuing to climb. Yeah, I couldn't agree more to what you had to say there, Sharif. Like, just expect. The one thing about trading, the difference between school and trading is that within school, it's like chess, right? Chess, you have complete information. Trading is just a consistent, ongoing, revolving door of incomplete information that you essentially have to base thesis off of. So I was reading something very interesting. Yeah, I love chess as well, too. I do.
I know.
I like
you always, you know, I chuckle because that's what you trade on Duolingo instead of doing the Spanish. That's why.
No, I do a little bit of I do a little bit of both. I like a little chess here. I was on chess.com playing Jose all the time. Jose was just rinsing me. He was really good. I almost beat him one time though. To be honest. Yeah. I was like, I gotta keep it. Watch out, Magnus Carlsen. I'm coming for you. But do you think I could ever have a chance?
Yeah, of course. I'm sure you could play him.
I could play. Yeah,
I don't think you're gonna win. I love you, but
I'll play with you, Angry. Yeah, I'll play anybody in chess. To be honest with you. Anyways, what aside from what I was getting at, yeah, just be prepared, man. It's consistent, incomplete information, and you have to be prepared for that. It's something within trading. All right, another $20 super chat.
That's big.
All right, that's huge.
Hold on, Joey. We got to find out. I saw it, and I was proactive with it.
Oh, okay.
Let's get it.
All right.
Who is this? Yes. A little bit. He's not here right now. I'd show him this, but here's what it reads. Greg Trail, 3491. Love it. Sharif, I finally figured out who Sean reminds me of. LOL. John Lovitz. He was on Seinfeld for an episode, The Scofflaw. I love that episode, man. It's like he couldn't breathe. He couldn't do anything because the law was always after him, right? He was on Friends as well, yeah. No, he used to be a big actor, Katina, Assassino, like in the 90s and stuff. He was in a lot of movies. Yeah, I can see a little bit of the similarities there. He's a funny guy. And I love him for the whole Seinfeld episode there. That was hilarious. No, yeah, that's the Scofflaw episode. But this guy, he feigned cancer in the show to get sympathy points from people. And then Seinfeld ended up getting him a toupee because he was losing his hair because of chemo, right? So he felt bad for him. He's like, all right, I'm gonna fork over a few grand. Went and got him all done and stuff like that. And then he found out from George, because George can't keep a secret, that this guy, he doesn't actually have cancer. And then everybody turned on him.
Yeah, I feel a little left out on that one, but that's
I know
all
you
right,
don't
man.
care about Seinfeld.
Hey, man, it is what it is. There goes IBIT. Yeah, there goes Tesla continuing to climb higher, putting in a new high of the day. So that's not too bad of a look. Are we going to continue to grind higher? And Bitcoin is the real question, now up 3% on the session. But bravely, I haven't forgot about you. We're all about making sure everyone is included. So what we want to do is take a look at some of our viewers on TikTok. Emperor, seeing you in the chat quite often. Armin Sidhu, not Armin Sarukian. User, what's up? Overton Johnson, GoldenEye, one of the greatest games of all time. Simrat, Rockin', Fried Egg, Love Seneca, Cody Holmes, what's up, Cody? And then we also have Apple Cash, The Litz Bar, Beaver, Planet, OK to Ace. It's always OK to Ace, so I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Welcome to Trader TV Live, and continue to watch us and join us on whatever platform you may be. Oracle, brother, up 7%. Let's go, my brother. Yeah, Oracle up bigly here today. Looking pretty good. Nonetheless, we have a lot going on as the market, the NASDAQ, that is, about to put in a new high of the day. Is that going to put us at all-time highs once again? Let's see. I don't know about that one. We have to figure it out. Yeah, I think so. Blue sky territory once again in the NASDAQ. Off to the races it goes. Man, oh man, you get a 12% pullback, Sharif, and that was it. They're like, yeah, all right, let's just buy this dip and continue to climb and just absolutely rip the market, which I think it's being led mostly by some of the other chip names. Obviously, we have Google involved with that, Amazon putting in all-time highs, Broadcom in that neck of the woods. So a lot of the big names doing what they're supposed to do.
Broadcom's back.
Yeah, lead the way, and that's what you want your best players to do, Leafs. But anyways, yeah, that's it, man. Oh, hold on. You ready for this?
Yes, I am.
We'll get into this. We'll get into this quick. So the Toronto Maple Leafs fired their GM. Anyways,
okay, what's his name again?
Brad Trey Living.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, fired him. AC Slater to him.
Later.
So Keith Pelly, someone who's on MLSE, the owner essentially, the head guy, hires a agency, like a talent agency to go and find them a new GM.
GM?
Someone for hockey operations.
Makes sense.
They find this guy who hasn't been in the NHL for 5 years, and literally he's like the owner of like 30s Wendy's store. Like, so he owns like 30s, like Wendy's,
Big
right?
franchisee.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But the last team that he generally managed was the Arizona Coyotes, who are no longer in existence in the NHL, or now the Utah Mammoth. Right?
I didn't even know Utah had a name, bro. Team.
So
Sorry.
the Leafs hired this talent agency and find a dude who is running Wendy's stores to run their NHL, their hockey operations.
So you're not happy about it?
Would you?
No, well, I don't know anything about the guy other than he owns a bunch of Wendy's and he was a failed hockey team. So that's just not quite promising.
Need to know, man.
There,
so you're going to tell me I'm paying you a bunch of money and this is the resume you plop on my desk? Come on, man.
It's not a good look, man. I don't know too much about it, but yeah.
Crazy.
Guys, AIOS is just ripping up, and I have to get back in here. It is all gas, no brakes, with a $33 high. I'm keeping a close eye here on the 5-second chart, trying to keep, trying to spot areas of macro support and resistance. Looks like 31 area, 30 2/3 area support. Generally, it's ripping up 33.96 halt level. This one is just, it's not pulling back. It's not halting, but it's not pulling back either. And the pullbacks have all been bought up. Quite frankly, it's very respectful of trend, having only breached the 10 EMA once at 11:20, and the candle ended up closing decidedly green. So I'm going to have to work in here. This is not where I excel, though. Punching in at highs, I try to spot areas of support below, but I don't like punching in willy-nilly at random areas. It's just not my style. 34.38 limit up, showing 33.59, so about $1 south of the limit up, but this one hasn't halted for a little bit. So it's a little bit more, I don't want to say, calm. It's not calm, but it's not, you're not getting caught offside as aggressively here, especially on the halts up. Here's a dip into 31, so defending into 32 here, keeping a close eye on this one. I'd like to get back in. I'd really like to get back in because this one can be quite profitable. But it can also rip your face off to the downside. A big seller comes in, a big short seller comes in, all of a sudden you're offside by a couple of dollars. By the way, offside rule changing in soccer.
Oh, yeah?
You heard about this?
No, I haven't.
Any part of the body that you could, for the defender.
Yeah.
So any part of the body on the defender, if it was holding the attacker onside, you would be called onside. Now it's the opposite. It's any part of the attacker that remains onside. So 90% of your body could be offside. Your arms don't count because you can't play the ball with your arms.
Yeah.
Head, shoulders, things like that, legs, obviously, right? Any part of your body that remains onside, you're onside. It's going to increase goals exponentially.
That's the hockey onside.
But hockey's blue line, though, no?
Yeah, so it's the same. Like, so imagine like that would be your blue line. So your defender being your blue line, right? So as long as you have like literally a hair across the other side or on the blue line, you're still classified. Yeah,
I like that.
Onside,
I think it's going to increase the goals, and I think that's probably increase the popularity of the sport, right? Yeah, and exactly what hockey did. Remember when they removed the trap? And they took out all that interference, poke checking, all that crap, and the goals went up.
They removed that one line as well, too. I forgot.
I'm kind of pumped about that, I'm not going to lie.
Chucky,
so Ibrahimovic's nose will be offside. He retired all time. That's so mean, Gorav. Why'd you go there? That's hilarious. One of the best players of all time, though. Shout out to Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Gorav, did you hear John Terry? He was, you know that podcast where righty, and then there's Ian Wright, there's what's that guy called, Gary Neville, and then the other dude with the beard that used to fight everybody, him and Patrick Vieira. He was at United, then he went to Arsenal. What the hell is his name, man? The guy with the beard, I'm forgetting. It's called Overlap, Gorav. Yeah, thank you. What's his name went on there? John Terry went on there and said one of the toughest defenders physically, strength, Ibrahimovic. Couldn't handle him. Right? Roy Keane, thank you, Giles Press. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, Roy Keane. Obviously, I have my feelings about Roy Keane because, Arsenal and United during that era didn't like each other. But, yeah, it was really interesting to see that kind of take. I love when they have those guests on there. That Rooney as well. He was really interesting guest as well. Not Neymar. Get out of here. I agree. I love watching the Idol Stevie G these days. Yeah, man. Shout out to the boys there. Interesting podcast. We got to go to Adair, though, because there's news.
Yeah, more comments here on oil, specifically oil storage. We know we had reported about half an hour ago from Middle East news source I-24 that Iran is filling tankers with oil to store on Karg Island. Now Iran's Tasnim news coming out and saying that, quote, contrary to the White House's baseless claims, there is still no sign of storage space running out. So implying there's a lot of room for Iran to store oil specifically on Karg Island. Back to you.
For a second. I don't believe that for a second. You can track all that stuff through satellite. They can't fool anybody. Which one, Assassino? Put it up. Thank you, Assassino. I appreciate it. Yeah, we did trick trades. Yeah, we did. Yeah, no, it's all good. We really appreciate what you had to say there. Now I hope you turn profitable, of course.
Refresh, guys. Refresh just in case, because I've seen a lot of people in the
froze.
chat. Yeah, saying that this morning.
Glaring into my soul.
Yeah, refresh.
Yeah, just refresh the stream, guys. We should be okay there. Hopefully everything is good. Bovin saying LABT is trying to curl up. Let's check that one quickly, Joe. Let's see what LABT is up to over here. Labatt Blue. You like Labatt Blue, Jess and Joey?
The
great
Pilsner?
Canadian beer.
Pilsner? Yeah, my grandpa used to drink that.
Yeah, my old man used to drink
that. The Pilsy.
My parents not much beer drinkers anymore. They used to be when I was young. LABT. Bovin, you know how I feel about these. This is well south of VWAP, but I get it. You do well with these, Bovin. You do well with the mean reversion trades in the way that OB does on the top, you do on the bottom. You pick them up off the bottom. Sometimes they retrace, into VWAP. That's a good call out by you. Look, it's not for me, doesn't fit my parameters, but a good call nonetheless. I have a couple of things to say. First and foremost, AIOS has halted down again. 28.74 halt price. High of the day, 33.87. Basically right at the low of the prior candle. Prior candle low, 28.78. Current candle low, 28.74. Secondly, Fluffy, you're in the house. I hope you're in the house, Fluffy, because your calls are getting a lot better. I mean, quite frankly, with AKAN, and then this buy program today, WOLF, is absolutely ripping up. 35, the high of the day. I think Fluffsters called this out at 34 or 33.75. Great call out by you, Fluffy. This one's on its horse and wants to take out 20 pennies. So WOLF in view. Now, I'm probably going to work back into LWLG. 2-candle pullback, topping tail, fill 17, drops back in. Look at this. Holds the topping tail candle at 1660. So that was area resistance. Now flips to support. Moreover, it holds a 10 EMA. So what I'm going to wait for is the breach of prior bar high. The breach of prior bar high takes me to basically 1674.
Yeah. Major volatility spike right there in Bitcoin and in the overall market. I'm just scrolling through.
Down or up?
YouTube here. Down. Let's pull up my screen here. Massive move. We're going to have to get out of this IBIT trade as we just tank to the downside. Momentum. Are we going to recover here? A massive move here, guys. Oh, yeah. We got to get out of this one. Trail this bad boy. So we're all out. We were sitting this for quite some time from 11 o'clock all the way up until noon. Boom. A truth post here about the drop. There it is, the overall market starting to sell off, guys. Adara.
So here's the Trump Truth Social post. I'm going to try to pull it up to visualize it for you guys. But before that, I'll just start reading it out here. I am pleased to announce that based on the fact that the European Union is not complying with our fully agreed to trade deal, next week I will be increasing tariffs charged to the European Union for cars and trucks coming into the United States. The tariff will be increased to 25%. It is fully understood and agreed that if they produce cars and trucks in USA plants, there will be all caps, no tariff. Many automobile and truck plants are currently under construction with over $100 billion being invested, an all-caps record in the history of the car and truck manufacturing. These plants, staffed with American workers, will be opening soon. There has never been anything like what is happening in America today. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So again, guys, the most important part here, he's going to be increasing the tariffs charged to the European Union for cars and trucks in the U.S. to 25%. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what that has to do with Bitcoin and why that's selling.
Hey, you know the market's macro, man. Like, that's just the way it is. Yeah, I know. I hate that too, but that's just the way it works out, right? But
that's what it is.
Look, hold on. Are these? I want to know. AIOS is open, guys. Let's focus on trading. Then we'll get to this stuff, I guess, on the news segment. AIOS. Let's see. This was a limit down. Let's see now. So as I mentioned, prior bar low, 28.74. Here we are, right back into 29, knocking the door of 30. It's ripping up now into 31. Here we go again on AIOS, okay? Let's watch here, 31.40. The spread is large. It's 25, 30, 40 pennies at times. Continuing to watch here, Joey. Looking for possible 30 support. Let's see if we can get a little bit closer to 30. I'm hesitant to want to put any sort of stop near the whole dollar. It will have to be substantially below it because this one's spready and volatile. So that's just a great recipe to get wicked out of a good trade. So keeping a close eye on this one. And we're going to have hopefully a couple of entries here, but I'm looking for a decisive hold of 30, and then I'm going to get back in. So I'm going to send it to you here, brother, so I can concentrate.
All right, good stuff, man. Okay, Danny boys. All right, Poo-Tang Moon Cheese. All right, thank you for the $20 super chat. If we can hit the cha-ching, there we go, bang. Wow. Hey, shirt tuckers. So here's my latest business idea. I'm launching a 24-hour-a-day basketball show starting basketball legends Alonzo Mourning, Bobby Knight, and Roger Noonan. From the chat, the Morning Noonan Night Show. All right, man. Much appreciated. It sounds like you're bouncing around a lot here, Danny boy. You got to stick to one thing.
Danny boy.
Okay, pop that one up there. Thank you very much for that one. I'm all about that show. Send the channel. We'll hop in there. Noke. Okay, 20. There we go. Help. I'm stuck long sound with no spacesuit. Damn.
That's crazy.
HO 9000. Yeah, let's pull up you're stuck long with no spacesuit here on SoundHound. Damn. Let's see what we got. Where are you stuck long at, though, my friend? Like, this thing's been working pretty good here today. You didn't really give us any form of a price, but you can see that we have double topped around that 865 level and starting to come back in. 810, 814 is that low, and you're heading right back towards the volume-weighted average price. But, I mean, it didn't sell off with the rest of the market too aggressively, so that's not too bad. Stuck long, you can always just get out. I'm pretty sure the name is liquid enough, just to be honest with you. Unless you're down substantially in the position, then sometimes you just have to accept the fact that you need to cut your losses. Just get out if you don't feel like that the position is going to appreciate and climb. How's it been performing as of late? A price would be good. I mean, I would love to know where you're stuck long from because it has been rallying with the overall market since April. You're up 42%. Unless you've been in this name for significantly longer, at what point, like October of last year, then yeah, you might be in a little bit of trouble. I wouldn't be DCing until oblivion, but there's always the options writing route you can go. With that being said, let's do that for you right now. Price, you don't need to super chat again. Just type in the price that you're currently long at, and then we can look to write some options. Once you do that, then we'll go over that there. Behave that you are. Hey, man. I don't, is that, oh, okay, yeah, I know, I get he's in outer space, I understand that. But nonetheless, if he's actually stuck, then you can get out of it, so.
Joey.
Yeah.
Free ticket to the moon base.
Yeah.
Once it's built.
Am I going?
Would you go?
Probably.
What does that mean? Yes or no?
I'd have to think about it. Yeah. Ram's going on.
Ram, you're gonna go?
Ram's going.
Yes, Ram. I love like the, I'm ready to go kind of situation. Yeah, man. How many times would you get that opportunity? We say that a lot because we're in our era, but like in the future, this is going to be kind of a nothing burger, right? People are just going to be traveling to space all the time. Tom Train, hell no. Yeah, I think that's like what some of my family members would say because I always bring this up with them. All right, guys, back into LWLG here. It's a clean hold of the 10 EMA. My only concern is the 17 resistance. We got a 3-candle green setup. And I'm looking for a move above 17. 1 hour for me is about 17.05. We're going to look to hold in this one. I'll stop out 16, below 1660. So keeping a close eye here on LWLG. A bit of a slower mover, but I'm okay with that. AIOS holding the 10 EMA on the 5, and it is ripping up again. Current bar low on AIOS, about $28 on the dot. Current bar high is 31.64. Do the math. That's a lot of range there per 5-minute candle on a name that's up 234%. I don't think we've really cleared any decisive resistance levels, which is 33.87. That's a high of the day. But I'll submit to you, there's a lot of selling in and around 33. So it feels like maybe 33 is a real resistance level. Hard to know. 32.98 limit up. From what I can see right now, 32.98 limit up. Joey, I'm going to send it to you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so the market's slowly starting to recover. I mean, we had that volatility spike. We're starting to brush that off here. Riot not doing too much. It was up pretty big this morning. We were talking about it around that $19, $18 mark, and you can see we had a high of the day of around $19.41, and now a nice bounce back. So flush down here. Is this going to be a good opportunity for us to re-engage and find a potential long? I think so. We didn't get the pullback that we were looking for in the NASDAQ, but you can see this is the second largest volume print of the session. Boom, flush down, flush down. Some nice indecision prints right around the indicator here. You curl over and continue to climb. Now, I'm looking for something along those lines in Meta. All right, if we can get something like that, then maybe I can take an additional long here on Facebook right at VWAP, and you can just get that all-day grinder. I think we'll recover. So I was talking the other day about this. I was just like, oh, hey, there's going to be a session where you do find some form of a recovery here in META, and it happened to be yesterday. Katina Man was long this one. You had that initial selling the first hour or so, you're trading below VWAP, and then sure enough, the rest of the day you continue to grind. You do give some of it back, but holding steady, which isn't bad whatsoever. Now we're just hovering. I think at some point we will continue to break up, forming higher lows, which is a positive sign. If that trend line breaks, then you get out of dodge. But if it's going to participate in this overall market rally, then I definitely like what we have going on there. What guys are going on in the chat? All right. Yeah, nonetheless, guys, what are you looking at? IoT, we can pull that one, not Riot, that is. What was I was gonna pull something up for us so we could take a look at it, but it's just slipped my mind. I'll think about it here momentarily. But Netflix not doing too good here, guys. Now trading back towards the low of the day of 93.83. I thought we'd find more of a recovery, but not necessarily the case right now. Trendline still holding on IBIT, consistent higher lows throughout the intraday session. A little bit more choppy here, but nonetheless, man, not horrible. We're not tanking, which I think is a small W that we can look into. Now, as for the options chain, let's head over there and see what we got going on. I mean, we went into our watch list. We've seen a couple of the names. Let's take a look at the overall market and see where a lot of the size is standing or even currently being traded at here on the SPY and on the NASDAQ. You can pull it up. 0 DTEs, 14.8%, but where the most amount of volume is coming in at the money contracts, look at this. Between 723 and 725, you have over 1 million contracts traded. That's quite a bit of size right there, guys, on the SPY. Typically leads the way, right? Now, as for the NASDAQ, you're not going to see as much, but you'll see a lot of size at the money as we currently are. 155,000, 112,000, 240,000 at that $675 marker. But 4% increase in the implied volatility right there. We can head over to next week to see if there's any form of a ceiling. We don't typically see that here, but 680 might be in the works at some point next week. 28,600 contracts at that level with 5,220 opened and closed on today's session. So not too bad. There it goes, the strong recovery in Bitcoin as it's heading towards that previous pivot high, which actually established a lower high on the intraday price action. So I want to see if we can break that level. If that's the case, then who knows? We can go and test the high of the day. I had 45.18 as a specific zone that we could head to here on IBIT.
All right. Stopped out a couple of times here on AIOS. Tried to get the scalps through the highs, but kept getting stopped out. I didn't want to give it all the way down into 28 because that's prior bar low. It was a little too far for me. 27.66 limit down. So this one's a bit of a troublesome one here. Got cut up a little bit on this one. So looking for a proper entry here on AIOS. I'm looking at prior bar low. We have a higher low on this candle, but we also have a lower high. So if you're going to get in here, perhaps maybe try to pick it up towards that, low 29s, mid to low 28s. Here comes low 29s right now. So we're going to keep an eye on this one. Hopefully we'll report something positive back to you guys when we get back from Madeira's happening now in Neil's lesson of the day.
NASDAQ right now hanging out near intraday highs, near that 676 level. Here it is to zoom out this NASDAQ on the 15-minute chart, looking even stronger. Let's see if we can make new highs of day. S&P 500 not looking nearly as strong as the NASDAQ, though. This is a market lower high on the 15-minute chart, which, of course, we did not have on the triple Qs. Lots of talk here about the Middle East continuing to happen here with regards to oil. We did have a post as well from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent about half an hour ago, during which he made a lot of points directed at the Iranian leadership. And he also said, the final point here, that the blockade will continue until there is a freedom of passage through the Strait of Hormuz, as it was before the U.S. strikes here on February 27th. Let's talk here about President Trump's Truth Social post, which did lead to a little bit of a spike down in the market. Now, going back about 10 minutes, President Trump announcing that tariffs charged to the EU for cars and trucks coming into the U.S. will be increased to 25% as of next week. Tons of earnings on watch. We'll start here with SNDK. SanDisk here massive year-over-year growth and sequential growth here for revenue for SNDK stock. I think really interesting moves here. We opened around, I want to say 1050, go as high as 1150, like 1,150 rather. Right now trading around 1100, so lots of volatility here for SNDK on watch. And RDDT, also another earnings report. They blew it out of the park here, whatever, home run here for RDDT when it comes to earnings. International and U.S. revenue up year-over-year for a total year-over-year gain here of 69%. Tons to talk about today, tons to look at. Apple also reported earnings. We're going to be getting comments from President Trump with senior citizens at 3 p.m. Eastern that will be televised, so could be worth watching here. But before all of that, we're going to take a look at Neil's lesson of the day. Neil, what does the lesson of the day have in store for us?
Well, I mean, the lesson of the day here is we should always prefer the back end to the front end. And that's on the trade, everybody, before we get into like Obi's vernacular. No, in all seriousness, today, the reason I'm saying this, I probably say it all the time, but you know what? Today was actually a really, really good example for myself when I looked at all my executions of more or less every single time that I took a trade where, whether it was long or short, if I allowed it to make a bottom before going long or make a top before going short, all of the wins were waiting for the back end of the move. And every single time I took any hit was because I was in the front end of the move. And it's not that, like, I'm not saying you can't make money getting into something early or anticipating something before it happens. Of course, you obviously could. But just to give you an idea, short a trend break. That works. Anticipate a short into a resistance level. Okay, fine, was able to scalp some out, so it wasn't an abject failure, but still, that was ended up being a losing trade. Allow it to make a topping tail and actually break the trend. That works. I go over to Intel, which, you know, I'm gonna end with Intel, because I think silver is a good example here. This one, I could make the argument that I was pretty patient with the original short to silver, but there weren't, yes, there were topping tails, but there weren't actually any sellers in there. You didn't really get that good of a look, but it was technically close enough to the back end. I did allow it to make a high, so I don't mind that that one didn't work. But when it's all red, where do we get in? Bottoming tail, higher low, break, clean, and then that heads into the upside. And probably the most important one, when we talk about getting away with one today, it was 2 days ago, I believe, on Intel. It was 2 days ago. I think very similar up move, right? And I lost money shorting on Intel. Eventually, okay, fine. It did one good trend break to get some back. But like, that's not the way you want to do it. Today, this morning, you saw me make it high, short once, make a high, topping tail, short again, short again. Like every single time I got in was not a bad place to have gotten in. There was not a huge follow through, fair enough. But simply not getting short on the way into this candle. Like if I liked 99.5 for some reason, let's just say, if I short into that move, think of the stress that it puts you under. Do you stop out right at 99.5? Do I give it a little bit of a room higher? To not get stopped out there, do I give it a little bit more room? Risk to reward, and then when it doesn't fall through, how much am I really losing on this? You put yourself under a lot of pressure to be so perfect, and especially if it's a large candle. Like look at when it starts expanding around the $100 level in either direction. If you short into this $100 level, or either way, like you could long in one of these dip moves before it curls. Yes, it'll work, but you put yourself under the gun big time. Because at that point, if it doesn't bounce where you're anticipating, if you're off even by a little bit, you get rinsed for everything. But if I'm sitting there, you know, on the way up here, like I was originally looking at, okay, like 95 was the first level. Like, you know, I'm thinking, you know, resistance, and then at that point, it's like the, you know, these prior levels in there. If I'm just thinking it's a short from there, I could have been averaging in 95, 95 half, 96, 96.5, and then it finally does curl right around this level, and then this is all I get back. Think of how perfect I'd have to be in terms of an average price, and then ensuring that I get as much out in the bottom just to make that work. It's a ton of pressure to be able to do that, so it's always a decent idea to be willing to miss the trade to make a trade. And that means as it gets to your key price level, or you're looking for a turn, or you're looking for a curl, have the ability not just to be patient, maybe you wet the beak for like a ridiculously small amount. I prefer to just say, you know what, if there isn't an entry at the price level I like or the area that I like, that's absolutely fine. If it's going to be good, then there should be a setup that I'm able to get myself into. And sometimes that's not the case, and you're willing to miss the trade. But you don't want to be constantly fighting moves where you're just getting long before it's turned, you're getting short before there's any indication that the sellers are taking any control, the buyers are still very much in control. It's a difficult place to be. It's super high stress as a trader. It leads to bigger losses than the size you relatively win. The math is just will bear that one out pretty easily. So just be really, really careful. And I know today, for myself, if I had avoided 3 or 4 entry points, actually it was more like 2 or 3 entries where I'm just getting in before that turn and getting in on the front end of a move and anticipating it's going to turn there, that's the entire difference. It's going to be perfect on a day if you don't do that. And so I hope that lesson hits for people. I mean, sometimes maybe it is your strategy that you want to layer in, you want to get in the front because you're not trying to miss the move because you like it that much. Fair enough. To each their own, and you got to do what you got to do. But I do find if you can try to get a reversals after the turn has happened, you put less pressure on yourself. You have more obvious stop outs. I do think you lose less oftentimes because you have a better sense of where your out is going to be based on where the turn has happened. So it's easier to manage risk in a situation like that. I'm going to give this beef and sticky rice a 7.4. I haven't had the salad yet, but it was pretty solid. Just too much rice. I can't, there was way too much rice. I'm not going to eat all that carbs for lunch, but pretty tasty. So it was a tasty day there. It's been a tasty day in the markets. That's for sure, up almost a full percentage point. Can't hate on that, but can we hold those gains is the real question. We'll send you back to Joe and Sharif. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you very much for that, Neil. Always informative. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a major question, is that I think Ozan hit that nail on the head. Sometimes it's like, okay, you hit that goal, and then it's like, hey, what do I do from there? Literally nothing, man. Just hold on to those gains and get out of there. I think that's one of the toughest things, because you're like, sometimes you're just like, what, that's it? You hit that target, you're like, that's it? And I understand. A lot of people were telling me in my earlier days is that, like, if you're looking for pure satisfaction out of your trading, you might not feel that void, like, especially when you hit there, you're like, okay, yeah, sometimes it's too easy, sometimes it's hard, but at the end of the day, it's just like, okay, you hit that goal, get out of there, lock in those gains, and come back the next day. All right, there goes Netflix breaking through the lows here, guys, putting in a new low of the day as the market is starting to climb a little bit lower, 93.63 on NFLX. Bitcoin coming in as well, establishing an additional lower high, and we have Meta holding up the trend line. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on this one. It's kind of going opposite the market right now, so 25.40 could be a potential stop loss for me on this one, but I want to wait here just in case a little bit more indecision and the price action changes a bit here on FBL. That's going to be my vehicle on META. Sometimes that's all you can do when I can get your mind right. Climb lower. Trading is a roller. But yeah, it is absolutely. Just reading through some of the comments. I hear you, pal. So yeah, man, that's what you want to do. Big lunchtime, yeah, exactly. Traders taking profits, big lunchtime rewards, yeah. I mean, yeah, you can climb lower, move lower, right? Or sorry, what should I say? What's that, rappel down, moving lower? All right, climbing higher, climbing lower, I don't know. Is it really that serious? Yeah, I never exited NVIDIA. It's going to be a giant. Can you take a look at oil? Yeah, for sure. Let's pull up USO, my favorite ticker. We're going to have some news here. All right, send it off to Adara.
Yeah, I do have more news, guys, more headlines here out of the Middle East, this time from the foreign minister of Iran, Ergachi, saying that he spoke apparently on the phone with the EU foreign policy chief about the regional situation. I mean, more details, though, here specifically with Iran and the U.S. Those are just the most recent comments. He did say here a couple minutes ago that, quote, Tehran is ready to pursue diplomacy if the U.S. changes its excessive demands, threatening rhetoric, and provocative action. He also said that the U.S. is the primary cause of any insecurity within the Strait of Hormuz. So strong words here coming from the foreign minister of Iran. Looks like he's still speaking. If I get anything else here of note, I'll let you know. But he did say as well that Iran's military is, quote, completely alert. Back to you.
Yeah, so there it is. I mean, with the market trading a little bit lower off of those highs, you have the NASDAQ put in a new high of the day, but meanwhile, the SPY has put in a lower high. So, yeah, keep your eyes out. I was thinking about a potential short here on RIOT, but you can see that we're bouncing off of this support level. So what we would want to see essentially is the momentum really start to pick up through that specific support zone, 1874, and then maybe you can start to trade a little bit lower on that one. But a nice bounce off of the trend line here on META. Could be a good potential out right here is if it just cracks that trend line and you have a 5 or even a 1 minute open up on the backside of this trend, then sure enough, that would be your stop loss on that one for it might continue to move a little bit lower.
All right, man. Yeah, we got cut up pretty hard during Happening Now and Neil's lesson of the day on AIOS. I was trying to catch the bottom on this one. Didn't end up working out. So that one is failing. It looks like it's maybe headed down to 25. I'm in LWLG. I added pretty aggressively to this position because it's yelling flat top break with resistance at 17. It's been awfully respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5, even on the pullback. So I did add into this position. Initially I think in the 80s, we added pretty high. I think I got 89s or something like that, or 90, 91. Looking for a continuation above 17. In fact, my next profit taker is above 17. I think 1703 or 5. It's 1705 high of day. So LWLG in focus. Also, Fluffsters. Shout out to Fluffsters. Pardon me. She calls out the good ones. Her newest one here. Essentially, PN. We're going to cover that one in a second because we did get above 17 here on the bid and the ask on LWLG, looking for the print. Nothing coming through so far. Packing the patience. There it goes. High of day, 1705. We're up nicely now on this one. Still negative on the day. Trying to look for continuation, possibly into 17.25. We'll see if we can decisively take out 17. You can't take it out right now. The shorts are clearly earmarking 17 as a bit of a resistance level. So how this cookie ends up crumbling or whether we make it up into 17.25, 17.5, your guess is as good as mine, but I like this chart pattern. Oops, sorry. I do like this chart pattern, right? Clean hold of the 10. You can see the buyer stepping in there, and then we have that flat top, that resistance level. Now, the only unanswered question is, do the shorts and or the sellers have more conviction at or above 17 than the longs? We will find out shortly. It's not going to take that long to find out. So packing the patience over here, looking for a clean move above 17. It's showing 17.05 now on the ask, 01 on the bid. Let's see if we can take out a little bit more, a little bit higher. So I'm going to put my little beak wetters there. There we go into 08. That's another high of the day. Good look. Taking out baby amount of shares here. Still holding the majority of the position. Looking for a bigger move into 17, pardon me, and 3/4. Sellers here at 8, can't shake them. Looking basically the same at every level, 8, 9, 10. There's 9 again, Joey. Looking for another move now above 10. We'll take some profits there. LWLG looking good. There's 10. Good. Let's see if we can weasel up a little bit above 10, and then we'll look to take the print. Sellers at basically every level. Oh, the spread just opened up big from 2 pennies down into like 7 or 8. Zigging and zagging right now, to be expected. Looking for continuation through 17, Joe.
Yeah, trust me, Jesse. Don't get me started.
Trust me, bro.
Yeah, trust me, my G.
What happened, Joey?
Nothing, my guy. Just gonna hit the. Yeah, shout out to Spice Adams. No, guys, we're looking for something here. What could that next potential trade be? You can see that Netflix continuing its slide, breaking through some of the support. We didn't have that in Riot, but knocking into this resistance zone, we have that breach. Hold on here. What happened here now?
Great call, Bovin.
Yeah, I've got to listen to what Bovin was saying. I might have to slide over to small cap land, small cap India, and see what we got going on for anything for a potential long. We still have this trend line holding up here on IBIT. I mean, the Qs in the SPY are just kind of stuck in no man's land at this point, but we do have Tesla continuing to climb a little bit higher, so that's not too bad of a look, right? So just moving kind of countered the market, I guess, but it didn't pull back. It wasn't affected, even though I guess what Donald Trump put that the Truth put out, just in regards to tariffs with vehicles, European vehicles. I guess that's not really going to.
Well, quite frankly, that's the least he can do, given how the European regulators treat American companies.
Yeah,
so,
you know what I mean. So there you go. But yeah, nonetheless, man, I don't have really any much going on. We can head over to our watch list and see if we can find anything. I've been talking. I feel like I've talked enough about Netflix, so let's head back over here and see what we got going on. Oracle was strong today. Is it continuing? Yeah, back up to 172. On the grand scheme of things, it's not really a massive recovery, but it's better than nothing. Still down 50% off of that previous high. How's the quantum space been doing? Slight recovery. Someone was saying Salesforce was pretty strong here today.
Really?
I wouldn't really call it. No, I wouldn't really say that, Sharif, to be honest with you. Not looking that great. So watch this name. Watch Mark just get something right here, and then this stock just absolutely takes off. I have some faith in that individual. How's BM&R been doing? Not very good, to be honest with you, Sharif. It is off of those lows, but not very much. You could have picked this name up for 17 bucks. Is it still value at 21.75? Possibly. How about Webull? Yeah, it's still climbing. And Robinhood, that's a name that I actually wanted to look at here momentarily. $74, man. Oh, with a high of 154. Absolutely disastrous here in Robinhood. That is not good. It's going to need to see 100% return here off of that $74 mark just to get back to that previous all-time high of 154. So, yeah, really tough look in Robinhood. How has CrowdStrike been? I know we were hovering around the 468 level, but coming off of that, yeah, 466 was that previous pivot, but we do have that trend line break, multiple tests, and we bounce off of it. So let's see if CrowdStrike can start to recover a little bit more here in the longer picture, Sharif.
Joey.
Yeah, there goes.
My man. There goes LWLG, making it a little bit back here, looking for another move. There it is into the quarter dollar. Here it is back again, a little zig, a little zag. We had 90s on after that big ad. We had initially baby shares, I think in the 70s or 80s, can't quite remember, added right at 88 or 90. Now looking for a bigger move here. This is the HOD. On LWLG, but 17, pardon me, 25, zigging and zagging here. Can't quite seem to clear that level decisively. I think we probably get a bit of a pullback, pardon me, maybe into the whole dollar, so I'm gonna expect a bit of a pullback. That's just my bias. It could be absolutely wrong, and we could be one directional, possibly into 17.5, 17 2/3. I've taken out a good size of the position here. I took it out at the quarter dollar. We're still, I want to say we're holding about a third of the position, okay, from the initial amount that we had. That's after the ad, of course. Initially got in small share size, added on that flat top accumulation, and we're still looking for a little bit more. So I really don't have anything to say. There it goes again into another high of day, 17.28 now. 17.28 at that level, and we're looking for the third of a dollar. Let's go ahead and post a beak wetter here at set third. Oh, wow, it just dropped pretty aggressively into the quarter dollar there. Now the bid opening up, the spread opening up to the tune of 8 pennies here on LWLG. So keeping a close eye on this one. Now, people were yelling about stack because it was stacked with bids, and now it has a bit of a two-topping tail, quite frankly, topping tails. 128 high on that initial pump up, then another attempt here on the 1215 candle, a high of 127, and now this candle, the 1220 candle, it's kind of losing VWAP here. So there's not that many shares trading hands. To be fair, I don't mean that I mean it relatively. This is $1.16, right? So it's doing about 1 million shares per 5-minute candle here. But there was no volume, from before 1150. Nary any prints there. So a lot of zeros, quite frankly, right before 1115. So STAK in focus. Now, Neil, just for what and giggles, how much for a lot or just for AIOS? Just because it's looking awfully flat bottom breakish here, Neil, at right around 27.5, 28. So just to give the viewers an idea of how much it would cost me to short AIOS up here. Not that I would, because it's still above the volume weighted average price, but just to give people quite an idea. And here comes LWLG, as I expected, into the whole dollar. What I'm looking for here is not a strict holding of the $17 area, but a general hold. And what I mean by that is I don't really want to see it lose $16.90, not just because I'm in at that level, but because that's a little bit removed from 17. I need a general 17 hold to say, well, that was the resistance level that we couldn't breach before, 17. Now we've breached it, we're going to use it as support. And here it comes into the 90s. So we're giving up a little bit here. Very pleased that I was able to get out some of the position at the $0.25. Not pleased, though, that it's not holding up above 95, showing 93s on the bid, 95 on the ask. Let's keep a close eye out on this one. And the deal is, this loses 90. I'm putting it literally at 89. We will get out there, so we'll give it like 1 penny worth of room. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So we're going to see if that one ends up holding up over here. SP Williams dropping 5 in the chat. We're going to thank you for that. Thank you very much, SP. You guys show up every day. The market is open. That is powerful. Thanks, Sharif. Your thoughts on FCell for a swing? Look, remember we were talking about FCell? I was like, what the hell is going on? How come FCell's ripping like this, right? And it's a lot to do with Bloom Energy. Same thing with Plug Power. They're both in that hydrogen space, even though, quite frankly, Bloom Energy is booming here, not because of their hydrogen fuel cells, but because they were able to get their hands on some gas turbines, which the market is loving at the moment because they, as we've talked about with Caterpillar, they're in short supply. And that's why Caterpillar is doing what it's doing. Above 900 today, by the way. I got stopped out for the last remaining amount on LWLG, but still very positive on it. Negative on the day. Hopefully we'll be able to get out of that. But let's take a quick look here at, was it FCEL? Yeah, FCEL. A little bit of a tough day today for the sell. It's down, what's it down here, Joey? About 2 2/3, not a bad look. Let's go to the daily. So obviously this is coming from a lot higher, and there was also a huge split back in November of 24. But I remember FCEL from the pandemic, and this thing was like $30 or $50 or whatever it was. My friend Alfred had a monster swing trade on FCEL during the pandemic. It was good luck for him. Now, what I do like about this immediately, Joey, is you can see we've cleared that $10 area, and that was an annoying area for many, many months. Basically, from last September, we had a couple of dalliances here above 10, but it would break loose all the way to the downside pretty quickly. So you'd spend a day, 2, 3 above 10, and then right back into the 200 SMA. Purple line, guys, 200 SMA. What is this crap over here? Why is it there? Get out of here. Hide. So that blue line, that's the EMA, the purple line, SMA. Clean holds. You can see here a couple of times, 3 times, in fact, on the 200 SMA. Looks like maybe 6.5, 7 resistance. Look, I got to say, SP, if you get an opportunity for that 10-ish area, I would get in, and I'd give it to 9. Just so that, you know, if there's an outlying day, President Trump tweets something, who knows? And there's a big sell-off, you're not immediately bamboozled. AIOS just lost the flat bottom. It's on the way down to 25. Flat bottom break at 27.50 on AIOS. Be on the lookout for that. That's bleeding its own blood. So what I'd say, SP, is again, in and around this area here. Now, you're going to have to do your own TA, possibly 11.5, because 11.5 is the 10 EMA on the daily. I would be looking for a 10 print of some sort. If you get it, I'd ride it back up. If not, then, you know, we'll have to wait and see. I see President Trump is making moves here, Joey, and he's making waves in the market. So that means we got to send you to the big desk.
The truth, baby.
No, that's the wrong seat, Ram.
USO pushing higher here, guys. President Trump speaking here on the White House lawn. He's headed to Florida this afternoon. So I'm guessing this is as he waits for his plane. He's saying, quote, talks are being held with Iran over the phone, that they are negotiating by phone here. And he said, quote, not sure we're going to get a deal. They said they made strides in the talks, but he's not sure they're going to get a deal. So President Trump indicating there could be no deal with Iran as of now. He said, quote, they want to make a deal, but they are all messed up. Back to you.
We're not laughing at you. We're laughing at what he's saying. Like, so they're messed up, Joey.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, obviously.
The truth, baby.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, bro.
Man.
Yo, he speaks off the cuff. Like, that's just, I don't know. Anyway.
What do you think they're
Joey, who the hell are they negotiating with over there,
yeah,
bro?
well, you just seem
like you saw the Supreme Leader, that guy's son dropped a comment yesterday. Nobody's seen this dude ever since the strikes happened. People are thinking that he's disfigured. The intelligence is
apparently
yes, and that's why he's not coming on camera. A lot of people are saying, look, he's not coming on camera because he doesn't want to get clipped. Because everybody who comes on camera seems to get clipped.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Yeah. Hey man, what do you think? They're just gonna roll over and just say, yeah, I don't think that's the case.
China. Ram. Ozan wants the China thing. Can you get? She's gonna find it. All right. Yes, thank you very. Yeah, hey, Ram. We love you, girl.
Ooh. Good mix.
So yeah, Joey, we made a little bit back.
Okay.
We were down half a shutdown on the day.
Oh.
Yeah, now we're a little bit back. Hopefully we'll be able to kind of maneuver a little bit. But hey, red on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, green, and now we're red again. So hopefully we'll be able to finagle something over here.
Ice in the veins.
I'm keeping an eye on sober, Joey.
Netflix sucks, dude.
Netflix?
Yeah.
Oh, now you're on board, huh?
No, I'm a forever. Hey man, listen.
You just said it sucked.
Well, it's sucking today.
Iran's leaders don't get along with each other. President Trump, no? Obviously.
A nice little bounce there on IBIT.
Well, the Katina man says because all the American politicians and leaders get along with each other. We've seen a lot of cohesiveness in Congress lately.
Yeah, well,
they're all on the same page.
Scott Besson just literally gave the comparison of rats in a sewer.
Yeah, he did.
So,
but quite frankly, yeah. I mean, I'm not seeing a lot of cohesiveness in politics anywhere lately. In this country, we're very divided as well. You know that. I think European politics is similar. And then, the Middle East, you don't speak out. You get clipped. So, right? So they got a log there because nobody wants to speak out. Right?
That way.
But that's kind of the thing. Guys, we just saw a lot of movement here on AIOS. As soon as I talk politics, I love the chat. Fluffy, American leaders get along. Are you being sarcastic? Yes, Fluffy, that is my love language. Do you not know me by now? I'm sarcastic most of the time, 95%. Right? Eddie, and the White House just spreads love all around the world. No, they don't, Eddie.
Who said?
Eddie, Eduardo.
What did he say?
He's like, and the White House just spreads love to the world. No, they don't. They don't. They're very, America's going at it alone, brother.
Almighty J, are you the Almighty J?
Ooh.
He said just loving the channel, subscribed yesterday. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me get the seriousness in, a little bit of fun.
And we're, like we have our own political philosophies, but I'm very open and respectful of other people on the other side of the political spectrum. Man. Because if you're not, I think that's just a general mistake.
Yeah,
frankly.
It can be classified as somewhat ignorant. I mean, if you're not willing to have your an open mind, but nonetheless, I don't really get involved because sometimes when you get into those conversations, it just goes down the wrong road.
It is, especially with family. But the thing that I always try to draw the line on is I may think differently than you, but that doesn't mean I have to dislike you. And that's where I feel like a lot of people are failing these days, right? Is like
I just have one request, a little less tax, and then I'd be cool.
Pardon me?
A little less tax is my only real request.
Yeah, my own political philosophy is I want the government out of my life and out of my pocket, right? That's just like the two things that I ask for. But
what's our good friend Olivia Chow? She drives me nuts.
He's fantastic, Joey. I won't hear of it. All right, guys. I'm watching here LWLG. I'd like to weasel back into this. Fluffy, are you still holding Wolf? Because Wolf is looking quite good here. Formed a bit of a base at around 34 1/3, I want to say, generally, and now it's putting a couple of green candles here with a 35.69 high. I don't mind. You're asking too much, Fluffy. Give me your opinion on Wolf, Fluffy, because I'm thinking about working into this with a stop below the area low here. That would be that doji candle at 12.20, the low of which is 34.30. That gets me out of the trade. It's showing 34.73. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about there, Fluffy, but I'm worried a little bit that we might have some resistance at 35. That's my thinking there. Joe, can you break down Reddit?
Yeah,
$5 super chat. Thank you so much, Plaza.
It's actually one of the names that I didn't read up on the report. So I just want to see a couple of things, but I'm pretty sure it was really good. but the stock might be down. I wouldn't be surprised with this Reddit army. It was another name that, I mean, speaking from its IPO, which wasn't too long ago, to be honest with you. Yeah, I mean, in March of 24, so a little bit over a couple of years. So it's been in the market, and it's been a pretty good performer. Right, like, and I mean, you have the Reddit army and everything along those lines. So, yeah, it's still down 287. That's a pretty hefty haircut, 43%. But as long as you have your monthly active users continuing to grind higher, which in the name it is, we'll probably talk about it later on here. But yeah, Reddit is a name that I'm actually. Like, I wouldn't say it's a horrible stock, to be honest.
You know what they're calling themselves now?
What?
Data as a service, like DaaS instead of SaaS.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
There
that's
you go.
what the earnings report.
There you go. All right, let's send things over to Adara.
Yeah, just be aware here, guys. Keep an eye here on FLYQQ. This is the, if I can type in the ticker correctly, this is going to be the Spirit Airlines, I guess. Oh, now I can't even pull it up. Pink Sheets ticker, but President Trump saying that they'll have an announcement on Spirit Airlines later today. So again, keep an eye here on Spirit Airlines. Just be aware here, guys. Apparently they're going to be making an announcement later today. It's FLYYQ. I apologize, FLYYQ. On watch here again, Pink Sheets. This is moving around as President Trump says they're still looking at Spirit Airlines, considering a buyout. They'll give a final proposal. Also says the visit to China will be great, and that the Strait of Hormuz is quote 100% shut down. Back to you.
I think that there is going to be a lot of discussions between President Xi and President Trump regarding the strait. A lot has been made that President Xi is exercising power behind the scenes with whatever sway or influence he has with the Iranian regime to open up the strait, because China and Asia is suffering more from the lack of oil. Forget about the price. The price is high for everybody, right? But we actually have the physical product here. Right? Venezuela, the United States is owned. We have our own. President Trump also signed an EO yesterday. Saw about that pipeline.
The pipeline.
And they're going to use part of the Keystone XL as well. Not all of it, but parts of it. So we have supply. So President Xi speculating that they're going to be really kind of looking at that a bit more thoroughly. And when are we expecting them? A couple of weeks, right? 14th,
the meeting.
15th,
I know it was postponed from the last time.
Pardon me?
I mean, China's banned Bitcoin, or you're not allowed to mine Bitcoin, I believe, in some parts of China anymore. Only Hong Kong, maybe. I know a while ago, a couple of years ago, is when they're banning that thing. Yeah, no BTC, exactly. So you're not allowed having that. I mean, continuing to slide here is Netflix, just absolutely getting walloped here, guys. 93.20 and still on the downward momentum side of things here for NFLX. Tesla's still hovering around the high of the day. And then now we have the SPY south of the volume weighted average price, USO, putting in a new high of the day a couple moments ago. So, yeah, I mean, if you're looking for signs of strength, it's definitely not going to be in Netflix. Do we want to try and catch this falling knife for some form of a pullback here? There's a nice indecision print off of the lows here on NFLX, but that's a risky one. It looks pretty good here for a potential bottom. But again, it's just kind of, you have to be cautious of this because look at the pullback here, right? So it's maybe you get a break of this previous 5-minute high and somewhat of a move up into 93.40. But other than that, it just looks like it wants to continue to bleed a little bit. So what's it looking like on the daily? Yeah, not good. And we talked about this shelf at $91 the other day. I think at some point it's going to break through. It's going to take some time for this name to recover.
All right, guys. Q is another one that I've been keeping an eye on here. Let's bring it in. I'm still watching Wolf. I'm watching it here for a 35 clean break, but just based on what we saw from LWLG, the fact that it couldn't hold 17 and a quarter, and then drops back down. I'm not saying they're the same thing. It's just I don't want to be trying to take the 35 breakout, then just have a whole bunch of shorts run me over. But I'm keeping a close eye here on Wolf. But Q as well, CUE. Look, you know, this one was a monster yesterday. What I do like about Q here for all the swing traders who are interested, this is not giving up the ghost, right? Like we see this usually with these small cap gappers. Like look what did it over here, Ram. It like woke up at 950, rocketed up to 30, and by when all was said when done, we were back in the mid-teens. So it gave it up pretty quickly. A bit of a different tune from today and yesterday. Look at this. This is pretty clean here. So CUE looking like it's got a lot of resistance, quite frankly, at 35, and you can see that double top from the aftermarket yesterday around 620, and then this morning as well, right before the implied balance open. I think we got to the high around 915 into 35, but I'm buoyed by the higher lows. Every time it dips down, it's being bought up. So Q could be, you know, I'm not suggesting, we're never going to suggest to you guys trades that you should take or financial advice and investments, but this one is looking like a possible good swing over the weekend, especially if it holds these lows, right? So we're going to keep an eye on that. CUE, and it's good for intraday as well. It's getting through that 32 kind of double top, and then it could squeeze into 35. Expect resistance, though, should that happen, right around 35. I think we have more news, so we're going back to Adara.
We're calling President Trump here, guys. INTC and watch as President Trump says, quote, we made about $40 billion on the Intel deal. Prior, he said about $30 billion. But either way here, President Trump very excited about INTC, which continues to trade just below 100. Furthermore, more comments about Iran, saying, quote, hardliners in Iran want to make a deal too. As he said earlier, he was not happy with Iranian leadership here in terms of the deals they want to set. He said that he'd like to make a deal with Iran, but it might not be possible. Those comments coming up a couple minutes ago. Also talking about AI and Anthropic specifically here, saying their meeting with Anthropic was, quote, very good. Back to you.
Yeah, should be interesting to see if they can mend that relationship. Obviously, Anthropic, let's just be honest about it, man. They've got the best model right now, whether you're looking at it for defense or enterprise. I got to tell you, Joey.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, man. I want to read a couple of things here. So I sent this to Brendo in the morning.
In regards to Anthropic.
Altman. This is about OpenAI. I'm going to read this.
Okay.
I want to be able to show it, but take over for a sec so I can actually put the visuals
pull all that
on.
Stuff up.
That's all right.
Our military loves Claude. Yeah, I mean, it's taking the world by storm. I started to use Claude. Jose in the back got me using it, and I literally just prompt in it quite often. It's like, okay, refine, get it to create batch files for me. It essentially does everything, man. It's such a fantastic tool, in my opinion. I still use Gemini. I heard you guys, Brendan and Sharif talking about, like, you guys drastically reduced your use of ChatGPT. Yeah. I don't even pull it up anymore, man.
I use it for something. Can I say one thing?
Actually, I'll get it in the morning sometimes to like spit out earnings report. As you said, the voice thing. The voice
thing is really good.
Yeah,
okay, so I've mentioned that.
Yeah.
Here's what a lot of insiders said about Sam Altman during the New Yorker's investigation. Ask us, if we can. This is, look, obviously this is one side. It's not showing any of the good comments about him, but his reputation isn't that great. Let's start with it. So a lot of people are unnamed because they want it to remain anonymous. Some people are named. I think there's a small but real chance he's eventually remembered as a Bernie Madoff or a Sam Bankman-Fried level scammer. A lot of these comments are going to be about his honesty or lack thereof. So he's unconstrained by truth. He has two traits almost never seen in the same person: a strong desire to please people and an almost sociopathic lack of concern for the consequences of deceiving someone. So truth, again, comes in here. And then this guy, Aaron Schwartz, he's a computer programmer, I guess, for OpenAI. You need to understand that Sam can never be trusted. He's a sociopath. He would do anything. These are obviously their opinions. And then Ilya Sutskever, if you know who Ilya is, if you're in the AI, this guy he's up here. I don't think Sam is the guy who should have his finger on the button. We all know, well-documented falling out between Ilya Sutskever and Sam Altman.
Who's that? Who's Ilya Sutskever?
He's a monster, bro.
What does he do?
Well, he's a programmer. He's like an AI guy.
Okay.
Altman follows a policy of Sam first. He sets up structures that on paper constrain him. This is interesting here. I like this one from Aaron Wainwright. He's a former OpenAI researcher. He sets up structures that on paper constrain him, but when the future comes and it's time to be constrained, he does away with whatever the structure was. And then this is Soo Yoon. She's a former board member. We all know what happened with the board in Altman, right? He's too caught up in his own self-belief. He does things that if you live in the real world make no sense. He doesn't live in the real world.
There's a lot of negative stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And I prefaced that. I said this is going to be entirely one-sided, that we're not going to hear the good comments about him.
To call him a Madoff or Sam Bankman,
pretty intense.
Yeah, I think that's pretty intense. I don't know if he has that form of a scam going on that those individuals had.
It feels a little bit different there, but I think what he's trying to say is that the build-out for AI was going to reap so much in terms of revenue, and we just really haven't seen that. I've been
saying that, like, hey, man, I don't know. I think things can turn around because we've seen it in other tools. I'm not going to I'm not going to obviously kick him to the curb and say that he's not going to have the ability to kind of hit these valuations and meet some of the obviously spending that he has and turn things around to where he can monetize it. I think he can. It's just slow paced right now. He's been first to market. At one point, this was the best tool out there, right? The best AI tool. Just because he fell off a little bit and is lagging in some departments, I wouldn't be surprised if it can rebound. But the way people speak about him, it's not that good.
I see what you're saying, sold at 844. I'd rather not speak about that on here just because, you know, it's not tasteful.
Yeah, no.
And I don't know. Anyway, I'm not going to beat that up anymore. Guys, Wolf is ripping here. This looks really good. Wolf looks fantastic, 35.75. Fluffy, I should have listened to you. I should have been getting in south of 35. It was a clean hold off that 34.50, and here we are again, right into the high of the day. Fantastic look for Wolf. We're up over 20% and going on 21 now. So I'm going to try to finagle a trade into Wolf. I got to tell you guys, I don't like anything right now. Nothing really is trending in the right way, save and except for Wolf. We're going to try to enter this trade. But for now, we've got to send you to Adara.
More Trump talks here, guys. President Trump saying over the last couple of minutes that the U.S. is not leaving the Strait of Hormuz right now. As we know, a couple of minutes ago, he said it's 100% blocked or shut down. He also once again touted highs in the U.S. stock market. Back to you.
Yeah, well, you know, the Q's made all-time highs, the SPY's all-time. Are we all-time high in the LWM? Let's have a look. Well, flat top brewing here on the IWM. Oh, baby. Swing trade alert, swing trade alert. Who is this, Mitch? Let's go. Look at this, flat Joey. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah.
Bare resistance here. Unusual, distinctly different, as Obi would say. This looks awfully good here.
I think it breaks out.
Oh, yeah. IWM, I think especially, you say rate cuts too. Your boy Warsh comes in. He cuts rates. This thing rockets. IWM looking fantastic. DBS, Puti, Tang M. What is happening?
Danny boy.
Thank you for the $5 super chat, DPS Puti Tang M. FYI, FlyYQ, talking about Spirit, of course, is up 39% since Adara broke the news on its 6 minutes ago. Are we going to be able to because it's got, okay. So this one on our system may not be permissible at the moment because it's got to open up, but we can definitely look at it. FLYYQ. Do I have permissions for this? Because I canceled a lot of permissions. Let's see if it's delayed. What's the time here, Joey? Let's flip to the one so I can figure out if this is delayed or not. What's that? 12:29. Yeah, this is well delayed. Sorry, guys. It's going to be 15-minute delay. I don't have permissions for this one. I did cancel it on my brokerage here because I wasn't really using OTC. Let's see if we can pull it up over here. I don't want to take AIOS off. Okay. YQ, FLYYQ. What's the PK? Thank you, Katina man. PK. Thank you. There it is. Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Katina man. Yeah, now we're seeing that. Look at that flat top break through 60, ripping up above $1. Bless you, Neil. 110 high, it looks like, or one. Why is it telling me the high is 140? Oh. I'm not sure why it's telling me the high is 140, but in any event, it's 110 high, guys. Trade this carefully. Keep your eye out on the spread. It's a tight 1 penny right now. Volume, good amount of volume coming in lately since that headline, basically from 12:30 onward, so about 15 minutes. Then about 9.75 million shares of volume on FLYYQ on the pink sheet. So keep your eye out on that. Joey, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm about to hop in some meta here. I like this trade. It's going to go one way or the other. I understand that the market's moving lower, but as soon as we crack this, so it's going to work either relative. It might take a little bit longer to work, but I have a feeling that we'll know when we're wrong quicker. All right, so I'm just using this trend line. We're bouncing off it on multiple occasions, but if it cracks it, then we just get out of Dodge. I'm going FBL, that is our platform says it's 1.5 leverage, but when I'm looking at other ones, it says 2x. So yeah, that's what we got going on there. Netflix still continuing to slide and Bitcoin moving lower. SoundHound continuing, we have that up on our charts, and TSLA performing pretty good here today. Tesla, that is. Apple back towards VWAP, and then also, what was another name? Google, that I wanted to slowly talk about here. Just hovering. I mean, it's been putting in continuous all-time highs over the past week or so. Gap up after the earnings report and just continued to move here. So I'm not surprised that we're seeing somewhat of a breath within the stock. It's nice to go up all the time, but that's not necessarily the case. So yeah, let's see what we have here, man. Is the market going to have the ability to climb a little bit higher? It's not good because USO is on the move. And when it's climbing higher, you have that inverse correlation start to kick in here on US. Oh, it is off of that 143.51 level, but bouncing off of the volume weighted average price with a bunch of indecision prints at that marker. And then also we have some pre-market zones as well. So we'll keep that in our back pocket. We were at 150 not too long ago. What a bounce off of 111. That's a big time move, 35%, and only a couple of red days in between if we even want to classify this one right here at 131. So yeah, I mean, oil totally in play. I'm not in love with the inverse correlation between the two, but that doesn't matter essentially. Yeah, this Facebook trade might not work. It might be a short. Right, the market's moving lower. Let's see if we can bounce on it. And we also have VWAP acting as a resistance zone. So let's pull that up for you and see. We'll draw our trend line, and then once that cracks, we'll get right out of it. We had a nice little trade on it earlier today. So let's see if we can go back to our winners and see if they're going to continuously work for us. That's one thing. If it works once, hopefully it can work twice. And if not, then third time is most definitely going to be a charm if we can find a right direction on that. Thoughts on CMI? Energy play has been very bullish this year. Party P. Hey, I haven't seen you in the chat in a while, Party. Let's see CMI. Pull this one up.
I was just looking at it. It looks decent on the daily, Joey.
Okay, Cummins. All right. Yeah, I mean, that's not the engine maker, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, it looks pretty good, man. There's so many other plays outside of the tech trade and even currently oil. Like, look at this chart. This is really, really good, man. If you ask me, it's essentially, I won't even zoom out a little bit more and see what we have from a monthly perspective. And yeah, I mean, talk about insane performers. This is a name that you would definitely want to get involved with over a long period of time. I mean, it's just steady. You do have some pullbacks in between, but look at this on the monthly. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like a full year of just straight up and to the right, and then you just have this massive gap up here and coming. So, I mean, it's looking really good. I'm not going to complain about that from an investment standpoint. It's the exact same as Caterpillar as well. Caterpillar has been absolutely fantastic, and we talk about the build-out quite often, and where you're going to get into the picks and shovels. Well, yeah, guess what? Starting right here, man, Caterpillar, having all the heavy equipment that you need in order to build this stuff out. Yeah, I like Cat. What's DE been? DE hasn't been as strong though. Yeah, DE hasn't been performing. It's not bad,
play,
but it's not Caterpillar, right? So yeah. Cat is him right now. Facebook climbing a little bit, bouncing off of that trend line. Let's go, man. We have a flat top roughly around these neck of the woods, Shreve. Trend line hold. Even though there is a little bit of resistance and we do have some whipsaw moves, if we break through and that momentum and volume kicks in, off to the races we go on Facebook. Bang, there it is, a little uptick there. We'll take that as we have print 61s. We're long from 59s. Let's see. Netflix can't find a bottom right now, my friend.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Bovin saying FIVN. Is that FIVN moving up? Let's have a quick look at FIVN. Couple of new positions there. Great call out, Bovin. That looks very clean. It's just a matter of who we're going to take out here. Take off, I should say. CRWG, not even really a small cap capper. Thank you for that, Bovin. All right, we're in at Wolf. Fluffy, I got into Wolf finally. Showing 50s here on the ask. We're in at 37s, 45 on the bid. I'm looking, there's 60 now on the ask. The bid is not moving though. The bid is not moving. Staying at 45. Looking for an attempt of the high of day breach. Let's see what we got over here. Not really anything to write home about at the moment, but looking for a bigger move up and a clean hold of 35 and the 10 EMA on the 5. See if we can wet the beak here super quick. Let's see if we can get the mid print. Yeah, we did get it. Nice. Got 55s there. That was pretty good. Keeping an eye on that. Don't hold me responsible, but sometimes if the mountain won't come to Muhammad, then Muhammad must go to the mountain. I like that, Fluffy. I like this one too. Into 64, Wolf goes, Fluffsters. You called it out again. Appreciate you, Katina Man. Looking for a bigger move here. Into 75, that is the high of the day. Simultaneously, we're back into LWLG. We got 01 showing 07s. I'm looking for another attempt here at the quarter dollar. It's a 17.28 high. You'll recall we were involved in this one, lost trend, so we got the hell out of there. And here we are again fighting with the sellers at 17s. We can't seem to shake on a closing basis. The other one, Bovin, you called this one out. Bovin the OG calling Uno. UONE. No, I know that's not Uno, but into the high of the day it goes. Up almost 30% here, 678, pardon me, into the high. Not great on volume, though. Like, per 5-minute candle, we're doing like 4,000, 10,000 shares. That's a little too light here for me, but FIVN, the other one Bovin is calling out. And look at AIOS rip up, breaking trend. Guys, for the love of God, watch out for the lower high here. We've been suckered into these so many times over the past month or two, right? We see the downtrend respects the downtrend line, rockets up, only to make that lower high, 31, not to reach 34, 33, 87, technically a high day. Watch out. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but that has been an eventuality of these ones a lot lately, right? Where it makes that lower high, then it ends up failing, likely 25. But AIOS seems to be back over here for the moment. Whether it continues, your guess is as good as mine. We're going to keep a close eye here on WOLF as it rips up into another high of day. Good look here on WOLF 78. That's a new high of day. Let's see if we can work into that we're already at 3/4, Sharif. Relax. We're looking for that whole dollar now into 36. Chill out, brah. Showing good spread here between the bid and the ask here, Joey. And there it is into another high of day. Into 88s. Give me my money, man. Into 90. 35.90 now on the Wolfed one. Let's see if it can hit into the whole dollar. What do we have on? We got 37s, 90 on the ask right now. Looking for that whole dollar. Still holding a couple of beak wetters. Packing the patience.
Yeah, all right. We got a 5.
Oh, sorry. I gotta cover this. UONE, guys, be careful with this. Sorry to interrupt, Joe. But this is just rocketed up again. From 687.25, it's on the breakout now. It's very low volume, so you're going to really be careful. But the move is on right now on UONE.
All right, let's get into this super chat here. £8 there, 8 quid, or 4 quid, sorry, I should say 5 quid. All right, looking at race with the EU-US trade war escalating, isn't the risk to reward a short huge here? 350 fails, is there any support before 300? So I did pull up race and I was taking a look at it. See, the thing is though, the way that I'll look at this specifically is that if you can afford a Ferrari, 25% isn't going to really do too much. Obviously, the stock hasn't been performing. I don't know how you look at it, Sharif, but the chances are if you have the ability to buy this car, it's like 25%, okay, yeah, whatever. I mean, obviously, it's not small potatoes, but if you're in that neck of the woods, the stock hasn't been performing well. But
I was talking to Sia about this yesterday. You want to hear some anecdotal things about Ferrari?
Yeah.
So what I was saying to Sia was, like, Ferrari is very much like Rolex. Not obviously, they don't sell the same product, but you don't go in to a Rolex dealership or store and say, I want your best model. They're going to laugh, and they're going to tell you it's not available. And what they'll tell you is, hey, Joe, I don't have that model for you today, but I've got this one.
Yeah.
The point is, you have to work your way up into the model. They're not going to give you the best model right away.
Didn't they dish that? Though?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
No.
Who did though? Somebody recently did that, where it's like that work. I thought it was them. Anyways,
no, they're still doing that. I can tell you why, my friend. Lately, anyway. So Ferrari was very much the same way. You want to go in, you want the best model. That's cute. It's a nice dream to have. But here's what we've got for you now.
Yeah.
You're gonna take this one. You're not gonna alter it, otherwise we'll ban you. Ask Mayweather, right?
Oh, did you get banned?
You got banned. You can't buy Ferraris anymore or Lambos.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you take what they've got, Sia, and Sia's with us right now, and usually you sell it. And then you go back and you're like, okay, you know, I had it. Can I get the other one now? And you work your way up.
Yeah.
Ferrari's not doing that anymore. You're able to get their best brand.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was
Sorry, I was getting to it. That's the point I was trying to get to.
Okay, yeah.
And now you're able to get one of their better models right from the jump.
From the jump, yeah. I mean, to entice.
Even their for like Ferrari race business in the Formula One sector, they did perform pretty bad in the year 2025 with their cars. They got a lot of criticism, and this was carrying over from 2024. So now that all the cars are like updating their engines, Ferrari is probably in a good position. We don't know. There's quite a lot of. I'm excited for their earnings on the 4th of May, honestly. 5th. Looking forward to it.
You're a big Formula One fan, correct?
Yes.
Who are their drivers? Leclerc and someone else, right?
It's Lewis Hamilton right now and Charles Leclerc.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot that Lou. He left from Mercedes. I didn't know he went with. I was gonna say, but can't you also just go to a used car? Whoa,
Yes,
there goes
I'm
Facebook.
talking about buying new. Yes.
Yeah.
You can always get whatever you want used.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's a big
That's not
spike
what I'm
up
saying,
there in FBL. We played that trend break there, a massive move there, massive. Let's go over to Adara, but a nice uptick. Bartoli, let's go.
UAL, I guess taking advantage of Spirit Airlines situation here, saying that, quote, we are preparing to support Spirit Airlines customers and employees in the event of a shutdown. So basically saying if the airline closes, hey, customers and employees, come over here. They said they'll likely have more to share later. As we know, President Trump also planning on maybe intervening here. As he said, they're going to get an announcement by later today, but FLYYQ, that is the ticker here for Spirit Airlines. Again, this is, I believe, on the pink sheets, still up. Not on the day, but certainly from that spike we got when President Trump started talking about the stock. Back to you.
What do you think? You think Spirit should be acquired?
Yeah, I don't see why.
Have you seen some of the videos?
It's hectic.
Hectic. Do you think an acquiring company wants that?
I mean, you can clean it up.
Yeah, well, you're going to have to increase fares, though.
Yeah, I'm not going to say
like,
it's going to be easy. But the volume, though, right? Like, if the volume...
Well, that's a good point, right?
The volume of Spirit Airlines, I think, is something good. But yeah, I mean, that's
I've seen too much, Joe. Joe, I got to... Wolf is ripping up. We're taking $1 here on Wolf into the high, 36.30. Thank you, Katina, man. Always appreciate the vibes. 36.35 HOD right now on WOLF. Shout out to Fluffsters. Fluffy Hippo. Great call out by you.
The other...
Good look.
Wow.
Good look here on Wolf. Guys, AIOS, look, it's got a lower high right now, but it's also got a higher low on this current 5. AIOS, man, if it starts trending into 32.5, I want to say 33, this is back on, okay? If it makes a lower high, then it makes a lower high. I'm not touching this until it gets close to the high of the day because I've been burned on these ones a lot. That break trend and then just end up giving me a lower high, and then we end up getting a loss of the flat bottom, and then I end up going really right on it. So not going to touch this one until it gets into around 32.5, 33. If it does, then we probably break that 33.87 high a day, and that gives me some room maybe to 40. Who knows, right? But I'm not touching it until that clears, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, others. I thought you had that Gulf Stream there.
Who am I, Doug Ford?
With the Gulf Stream?
You heard about that?
Does he have one?
He bought a Bombardier.
Oh, yeah?
For the province, not for himself, right? It was for the province, and people lost their mind, right? People like, this guy's tone deaf. There's a cost of living crisis. He's out here buying airplanes. We're gonna go to Adair.
My type of guy.
Keep an eye here in TSLA and META. As Joe mentioned here, a bit of a move in Facebook, maybe even a bigger move here in TSLA if this wick is real. Seeing reports that Meta is buying an AI robotics firm to develop humanoid technology. We know TSLA with their Optimus robots certainly already in this space. So TSLA on the move here amidst competition from Meta, at least reportedly, with META buying an AI robotics firm again to develop humanoid technology. Back to you.
That's interesting.
Sammy, why did I call him that?
Did Meta move on that? Or?
Yeah, it did. It got a big, that was that uptick right there a couple of minutes ago. And then it's starting to come back in a little bit here. So, yeah, I mean, nonetheless, what can we even really say about Zuck trying to get into maybe potentially the robotics, acquiring a robotics company? So.
Well, he's got his hand in a lot of cookie jars, quite frankly.
Well, he does, and only one of them has been a big success. But
advertising?
Yeah, social media.
Guys, UONE is not giving it up here. And I was talking crap about this. The volume's low, the spread is wide. All that's still true, okay? It's still south of 1 million shares, but the chart pattern is what it is. You know, I'm not responsible for that. So current bar low is where we're at right now, 711 or 707. Prior bar low, 670, the volume weighted average price. But you've got successive higher lows here, especially since 1240. So the better part of 20 minutes here, UONE, Bovin. Good call out by you, my man. GUR apparently is moving up according to Bovin as well. That's G, triple R. But I'm fixated here on UONE, especially if it starts holding these higher lows on a per 5-minute bar basis. I definitely want to see if I can finagle a trade into this. Maybe a squeeze into 8, who knows, 10, especially if there may be some shorts sitting up around here. Let's take a quick look and find out from Perplexity what the short float, or maybe around the short float, is on UONE. Oops, UONE. Any short float. Go. Hurry up, Perplexity. The price is moving up. Very low, man. Urban 1. No, it doesn't have a good short float here. 0.2% to 0.6%, with one finance. Okay. One finance site is showing 24.52 on later key statistic snapshots that likely reflects a different calculation or older alternative float basis. Okay, not very comforting in terms of the information there. You could give it to below 7, maybe like mid 690s in case you get wicked out. I'm gonna actually do that. Let's see if we can weasel into this, Joe. I'm gonna give it to like 695 for small shares. Watch me get stopped out immediately. It's gonna stop me out already,
Ryan,
bro.
You're supposed to leave min. So I want to talk about this.
I didn't even get in.
This
oh, it's
Facebook?
blocked. I think it's blocked.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's probably why.
Because it probably doesn't do that much volume. Yeah.
So as for Meta here, guys, we had that strong uptick, but we haven't really climbed back towards that. And we put an indecision print right above kind of the breakout zone and right at this trend line. So let's see if we can bounce a little bit more. I'll talk about it one more time, down to 92.92 here. But if this breaks, then we just have to get out of that trade. That was a strong uptick, but no follow through as the overall market. Once those oil headlines start to drop, it just really, I find it's just like, hey, are we going up? Are we going down? It just becomes an absolute chop fest. So just be cautious of that, guys. We're going to remain in this trade until we're on the backside of this indicator right here. That'll put us a little bit below the break even here. So yeah, that's what we have going on. We had one successful trade earlier in the day on it. That doesn't even really matter. Forward upticks all the way up into 79s, and we were in off of the lows at 25. So yeah, that was a missed opportunity. Let's be patient. Let's allow this trade to work and see if we can find a bottom on Netflix. It's going to take some time, maybe around 2 o'clock, 2:30. You might find some form of a pullback here or a bounce off of support levels. So yeah, I want to see actually where that is exactly on NFLX. Oh, so we're not even close. 91.21. So like that $91 mark is where more or less where we can find some potential support. But there goes Facebook heading right back in. I think it's going to break the trend line here momentarily.
You keep tripping me out every time you say Facebook.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Nobody says that anymore.
It's because I'm in FBL.
I know,
so I
know.
keep saying Facebook.
I know. It's just like, I haven't called it Facebook in a while, man. Yeah, I'm watching GUR, but this is what I wanted to point out, guys. When I started yelling about the lower highs, I'm talking from bitter experience. And look at this. This is exactly what I meant. It lures you in. A trend line break. You think, you know, the long's back in focus over here. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, and a bunch of lower highs. All of a sudden, you get that bid. That bid rockets up. In this case, $5 from 27 to 32. Look what it's doing now, right? So these are, and funny enough about this, I used to actually look at this chart pattern as awfully bullish because for a while, this chart pattern was paying. When you had a decided trend break like that on the 5, it would curl up and take out highs. But that hasn't been the case, I want to say, for like a month and a half, 2 months. So AIOS and focus. Bovin talking about GUR. Again, GUR, GRRR, guys. Good day yesterday, good day on Wednesday as well. This has been a multi-day runner, looks like since the 28th, but a little bit low on vol. So you're going to have to, you know, factor that in to your trade plan. But GRRR, 1568 high of day, looks pretty good, man. Just the only caveat that I would throw in that is that it's light on vol. But Bovin, another call out by Bovin. Bovin calls a lot of great trades. FIVN, this one broke out in the aftermarket yesterday. Earnings, I don't care. But a very, very clear uptrend today and very, very respectful of trend. Only one breach of the 10 EMA. That happened at 11:55 and 12, and it was quick to retrace right above it. So FIVN, another trade here for the small cap gapper inclined, right into the high of the day, 22.90. Fluffy, I hope you're trading better than me on Wolf, because Wolf just keeps taking out levels. Into 36.60 it goes. It's on the way to 37. So WOLF in focus as well. There's a lot going on right now, guys. A lot of good names moving at the moment. Trade them carefully. And we are going to start, Joey, as it is now 106, the new segment with Sia.
Let's start by talking about Apple has reported an EPS beat of $2.01 versus $1.95 estimated. Its revenue currently at $111.18 billion versus $109.66 billion that was estimated, which is up 17% year over year. Now, we do know about the technicals of the earnings, but let's also take into consideration that CEO Tim Cook in the earnings call also warned of memory shortages that are intensifying. And he said that he'll be looking at a couple of options to fill that gap despite Apple exceeding its revenue growth for fiscal Q2 by 17%. The board has authorized a $100 billion buyback and a dividend that has been raised by 4% to 27 cents. China revenue also currently stands at $20.5 billion, which is 28% up year over year. With that being said, like I mentioned, memory costs are expected to rise due to the significant shortages of chips across the sector, and R&D is up 33% because of their increased AI spending. Currently, Apple up on the day by 4%.
Okay, so I have a lot of comments about this. So the first and the foremost, the stock was basically doing nothing until the call came on, and then Tim Cook went through his entire prepared remarks with his spiel. The stock didn't do anything. Then the CFO got on. It's not Mastery Luca anymore. It's this other guy now. Kayvan Paraka. I'm probably butchering it. But he said something that the stock immediately rocketed up on. I was watching the price action with the call, net cash neutral. So essentially what Apple has been doing since 2018 is the amount of cash that they bring in, they didn't want to hoard cash. So they wanted their cash and their debt to offset. So if they had, I'm just giving you any numbers out there, 180 billion in cash and they had 80 billion in debt, they would take 100 billion of that and do stock buybacks so that their cash 80 would be equivalent with their debt 80. That's not going to be the case anymore. It doesn't mean that they're not going to be fiscally responsible and try to keep a sound balance sheet, but what it means is they could be buying shares back more aggressively, and or they could be aggressively spending into R&D for new products. And that would jive with what we've been hearing a lot from the rumor mill about the plethora of different products that Apple's going to drop this year. So you kind of put the pieces of the puzzle together, okay? So that's my first thing. The second thing is the Mac Neo blew demand out of the water. They couldn't keep up with the demand. They were not ready for that kind of demand. They had underestimated it. So apparently school systems are switching. The one that was given on the call yesterday was a Kansas school district or something like that, switching from MacBooks and Windows laptops into these Mac Neos. And that makes sense, $599, and it's cheaper for students, $499, so they get a $500 entry into the Apple ecosystem. The other thing is the invisible $100 billion buyback math. What do I mean by that? While the $100 billion authorization kind of is already huge, what's underreported about this $100 billion is that it buys back about 42 million shares. Well, the buyback of those 42 million shares actually increased EPS by 22%, artificially, right? Nothing to do with actual profits. And when you look at the EPS increase of 22% and juxtapose that to the 17% revenue increase, how the hell do you have a 17% revenue increase and a 22% EPS growth? Unless, of course, there is that accounting where you're buying back shares. So that's my third point there. And then it looks like the iPhone Pro 17 and Pro Max doing very well in China. It's apparently the highest selling what's it called? Premium handset. And then last but not least, the CapEx advantage. Meta and others, $180 billion to $200 billion in CapEx spend for AI in the year, an entire $13 billion for Apple.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of expected this here from Apple. We talk about Shreve and Sia both talking about the new MacBook there, the cheaper version, obviously exceeding demand, which I think is a smart thing from Apple to do, is essentially not overpromise and underdeliver. So they said, hey, it beat our expectations. Why? Because we knew this happened before, right? Like the advertisement of Apple Intelligence, and then sure enough, you don't even have a product to be launched. And that was supposed to be with the iPhone 16, but the 17 performing really well, being led by an increase in China sales, EPS up 22% year over year. I just think the direction that this company is going is that they hushed a little bit on the Apple Intelligence and move forward with other products. Now, what is the iPhone foldable going to do for them? I think it's going to be a hot new product. How sustainable will that be? Only time will tell. But I'm curious to what the 18 has to bring. Shreve was mentioning it's released in September. And are we going to get that upgraded version of Siri that we've all been waiting for? And hence why they're going to be paying Google a hefty amount of cash to integrate Gemini into the system. Now, for me, Apple will always be one of those companies that I think is just going to be that flight to safety, and it's going to remain that for quite some time. Billions of iPhones in the hands of the consumer, and once they get Siri and Apple Intelligence correct, this stock is going to continue to climb, in my opinion. We didn't even get any of that, Sharif, in the iPhone 17. We were looking for the super cycle in the 16. We didn't get that, but we've seen double-digit growth within the 17 sales.
In almost every market.
In every, yeah, exactly, and across the board too, not in North America alone. So China really liking the product. What can they do with the 18? And will they have the ability to integrate Gemini into Siri into a manner where it's game-changing for the phone? I think that's really key and really important for the next steps of it. I love the new hardware thing. I like what they're getting with the foldable, but let's take that next step in this intelligence game.
All right, just want to say one more quick thing before I show it the foldable, because the foldable dimensions leaked online. Sia brought up a really good point. RAM, NAND, DRAM, whatever you want to call it, okay? Big issue, because a lot of Apple's products have RAM. Here's the deal. He, meaning Tim Cook, insanely cagey about that. Refused to comment about any plans that they have for that issue beyond June. He refused to even say price hikes are on the table. This is on the table. Doesn't want to kind of disclose his hand whatsoever. And kind of used the cop-out of we don't guide past the June quarter when we're in this current quarter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. So
I think that's a wild card, brother, in a good and bad way.
I want to add a point to that. Just the fact that, okay, so we brought up the fact that the increase of memory storage is obviously going through the roof.
It is.
That equals about 13% of the value that it costs to make the iPhone. From a percentage standpoint, how much are we going to see that increase?
Exactly.
Significantly more. And we've talked about before the fact that is Apple willing to pass that on to the consumer? If they're not, what is that going to do? The margins were already pretty good, but that's obviously going to eat into them if they do. If they decide not to.
Analysts are suggesting that this could be the strategy, because we didn't get any strategy from Apple. What they're saying is they're going to try to push consumers either through incentives or other means into their premium devices. I'm talking about the Pro and the Pro Max, where they have bigger margins. So by pushing pushing the consumer into the more expensive product, you're able to hold on a bit more to margin. My question is, how do you push the consumer in that direction? How do you incentivize them?
Yeah, what are you going to offer with it?
Exactly.
What are you going to offer with it?
There has to be, in my opinion, some exclusivity to that premium device in order to force the consumer. What do I mean by that? So there has to be some AI features or some sort of feature that on the Pro or the Pro Max, the consumer says, well, $200, I'll pay a little bit more for that.
Yeah, exactly. How did the wearables perform?
Very good. They beat on everything except iPhone.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, not too bad. Are we sending things off to Adair?
I don't know.
I thought we got Adair in right here. Never mind.
Talking about is Atlassian reported earnings beating expectations. Adjusted EPS coming at $1.75 versus $1.32 expected. Revenue standing at $1.79 billion versus $1.69 billion expected. However, shares are down more than 45% after the SaaS apocalypse. Now, that SaaS apocalypse hit almost every software and data stock in the stock market that we know back in February this year, after Anthropic announced its new AI tools that caused a broad-based sell-off. Data center revenue, however, has come in at $561 million, blowing away the $515 million expectation, and the company has boosted its full-year guidance for cloud and data center revenue to be 26.5% and 21.5% respectively. Before I send it back to the boys, Adara, I know you wanted to talk about this stock.
Yeah, so I think this is interesting. I think part of why this was actually on my radar was the fact that TEAM actually just got booted off the NASDAQ, like literally, I think 2 weeks ago. We know SanDisk usurped them, and TEAM was actually also part of an exclusive group of stocks that was on the NASDAQ, just basically joined within or after 2020, and then has already since been removed. Now, this elusive group, and I'm being slightly sarcastic here, includes the likes of Zoom, DocuSign, Lucid, Rivian, Enphase. But yeah, TEAM joined December of 2020, was removed as of April 2026. So I think this is kind of maybe the comeback they needed. I think if we continue to see these software names actually coming out here with these better than expected earnings. Maybe we can prove the SaaS-mageddon or SaaS-apocalypse wrong. Unclear. It's just one report, but I do think it's a good start. And I do think maybe a little bit of a nice, for TEAM to report on the same day as SanDisk, who again usurped them in the DAC, and a solid report here.
Yeah, I don't know this company. I really don't have anything to add. I can look at the daily, and we'll go look at the technicals, and the technicals are quite ugly. High there of January of 2025 into about 330. It's been an unbroken lower high, lower low downtrend. You got the death cross back in May of 2025. They haven't even come close to uncrossing. In fact, most of the moving averages pointing down. Good support here, it looks like at 60. Nothing really to write home about. Let's go to the weekly. 60, is it a feature here? What was that? That was 2018. So we haven't been at these levels since 2018. So not a really good looking name, quite frankly, and a lot of lower highs there, Joey.
Yeah, I mean, as for this name, same boat. I'll look at some of the analyst actions here, and they seem pretty positive. You're up more than 20% here. There goes Meta off to the top side here. We'll touch on this real quick. A nice breakout. We got out at the break even and then off to the races it goes. So that's a little bit of a missed opportunity. But nonetheless, a lot of positivity. Once again, you're up 24% and a lot of price increases. I see really, I don't know who McGuire is, but nonetheless, more common names I see increasing in price, increasing of price. Obviously, you get a little bit of a mixed bag here. Some of them decreasing, but we have Truist here, increasing it from $90 to $100. Let's send things off to Adara. Other than that, not much. The technicals don't look very good on this name either. I agree with you, Sharif. Adara.
Odd little catalyst here for this spike in ARDX Ardelyx. This one pushing higher after an account on X called the Claude Project announced that their Claude, according to their recommendation or Claude's recommendation, ARDX was considered a long. Now, the Claude portfolio, I looked into this, they're not affiliated with Anthropic. It's just part of a project to see which LLM outperforms the market. It's going to be Grok, Chat, and Claude, but apparently Claude recommended to buy ARDX today, and that call, clearly a pretty good one. ARDX getting a bit of a spike again. Claude apparently recommending this, or at least one person's use of Claude resulted in this recommendation as a buy. I'm seeing a lot more of these headlines lately with AIs recommending certain stock purchases and the market reacting to that. Back to you.
All right, let's go back to Sia for the next story.
Yeah, let's take a look at Exxon and Chevron's earnings. Exxon has posted a profit of $4.2 billion, which is down 46% year over year. And Chevron has posted a profit of $2.2 billion, again, down 37% year over year. There is an oil rally that we keep talking about on the show. Everyone knows this, and both companies have signaled a strong cash flow. But talking about oil on top of this, Cuba's economic crisis, on top of Cuba's economic crisis, is just in this morning that they're also facing an oil crisis now. And the island's healthcare has been wrecked along with any access to clean water being lost. But oil crisis in Cuba. And with that, you can see on my screen, CVX down almost 2% and XOM down 1.4%.
Not a good look, despite the fact that I did like many aspects of the report. I've got three things to say. The Venezuela asset swap premium. What are we talking about? There was a lot of money that was basically frozen in terms of oil in Venezuela with CVX. So they've completed this asset swap with this company called PDVSA, and they've successfully taken back about $300 million in recovered value, not dollars, but value in equipment and everything else. And then the Permian hidden efficiency. So they reported that their total production was up about 24%, give or take. What they didn't say too much about was that the actual cost of production per barrel dropped 11%. So production up and cost to produce down. I like that look. Last but not least, remember that discovery in the Gulf of America? I'm gonna get a lot of love in the chat for that. Or if you want to call it the Gulf of Mexico, take it as you will. There was like that whole thing where they're like, oh, they found more oil there, but it's actually a bit more nuanced than that. Internal estimates at CVX kind of suggest that there's a high, what do they call it, liquid mix that's going to be significantly more profitable than just extracting heavy oil, which is kind of what they've been doing a lot lately, more in Venezuela. So I do like the report, but the market, money talks and it walks, Joey, and they're down 1 3/4.
Yeah, I mean, as for XOM, you get the double beat here. EPS of $1.16. The street looking for $1.03. You have revenue hitting $85.14 billion, and then you have the consensus street looking for $81.24 billion. I mean, it's pretty good numbers, right? And we kind of expected this. XOM, it broke out. It hasn't been the best trader. I mean, you go in these quite lengthy consolidations, but then when you break out, obviously with the conflict, you have some of these oil companies just licking their chops as the increase in price continues to soar. I've seen someone say $1.90 for regular at the pump. My buddy said that to me the other day. So, I mean, XOM, a nice strong breakout. It is coming in a little bit, but I mean, when you go through those lengthy consolidations, obviously the dividend they offer, it broke out strong, and the numbers were definitely reflecting that, obviously, due to the increase.
Good call, Joey.
That's important as well, especially for the income paying.
Yeah.
So many different ETFs.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and it's a name like we know Randy's got this as one of his picks, but the dividend isn't bad in it. What do you get, $1.03 a share?
Yeah,
it's not bad whatsoever. Facebook is off to the races, man, and there it goes, breaking out now, 25.78. That trend line held up, man. We should have re-engaged in that as the market's continuing to climb, and Netflix going oppo. But yeah, double beat by XOM.
All right.
See ya.
What do we got next?
We're talking about Occidental Petroleum. CEO Vicky Holub was known to be one of the most prominent women in the male-dominated oil industry. Will be retiring next month, handing the reins to Richard Jackson, who is currently the company's COO. Her tenure has been defined by a debt-fueled acquisition of Anadarko Petroleum in 2019, which is a bold and controversial deal that did shape the business, but also drew a lot of scrutiny from investors of the company. And the company has said that she will be continuing to serving on its board of directors after her retirement. But so far this year, OXY has rallied 47%, boosted by higher oil prices due to this war that we know with US and Iran. And currently, OXY in the red by 3%.
This Richard Jackson guy, apparently he's taken over. He's the senior VP and chief and basically COO of the company. He's been at the company for about 23 years, is my understanding. He's a veteran. He's also going to join the board of directors. And apparently this guy's coming in with a carbon mandate. So his appointment is kind of shifting towards the Holub vision of Oxy as a carbon management company, which is interesting. So he previously had led the low carbon integrated technologies division, and now he's overseeing the world's largest direct air capture, DAC. We've been talking a lot about carbon capture. A lot of people feel that it's just super fugazi, but we'll have to wait and see. And then the the outgoing CEO, she's stepping down, according to reports, because she views the transformation of the company as complete following the 2019 Anadarko acquisition, as well as the 2024 Crown Rock purchase and the recent $9.7 billion sale of OxyChem. So I don't really know too much about her. I don't know too much about exactly the CEO succession process, but this is some of the things that I was reading here.
Yeah, there goes Meta. I'm just looking at the stock. I believe they're increasing their dividend payout as well. You're getting about $0.25 a share right now, a little bit higher, 26 cents. As for some of these energy plays, we have to take into consideration some of the lengthy consolidations that you've been through, and then eventually, obviously, in regards to the conflict going on in the Middle East, you see some strong price action, and that's been the narrative. It's no different here for Occidental Petroleum. So, yeah, not too bad of a look. You're seeing a little bit of a front office change here as the previous lady who said the turnaround is now complete, so she feels at peace.
That's what I was reading.
Yeah, at peace to just kind of step aside and allow something else to happen. See ya.
Let's talk about Rivian's earnings. Adjusted operating loss coming in at $621 million versus $819 million estimated. Pretty good numbers in revenue of $1.2 billion. Gross profit at $119 million versus $56 million estimated. This shows signs of margin improvement. And deliveries are at 10,356 versus 8,640 year over year, which is a 20% growth. And it's driven by volume, not just pricing. So 2026 guidance is unchanged with in the range of 62,000 to 67,000 vehicles. And free cash flow currently stands at $5.4 billion. But the street is seeing a potential burn of $3.8 billion in this year. Currently, RIVN in the red, 7% almost. Adara, what do you have to say about that?
Brendan and I were talking about this yesterday, actually. If you guys caught the live market recap show, we actually debuted this infographic right after the report. But automotive revenue down 2%, while software and services revenue grows by 49% is kind of wild to me. And I'm really curious to kind of see how that kind of continues to evolve. I believe automotive revenue on like the Q1 2025, so this quarter last year, made up roughly 75% of the revenue and then 25% here software and services. Obviously now it's roughly 2/3 automotive, 1/3 software and services. So that increase, I guess continued increase here in software and services revenue, that's significant. It's interesting. I'm going to keep watching this for Rivian. I'm also curious to see how the R2 performs because I like the car and I enjoy in general like the look of the Rivian vehicles. I know they're kind of polarizing. Haven't seen a lot on the streets, but maybe that changes with the R2 release.
Maybe. Thank you for that. Boys, what do you have to say about that?
Okay, I got a lot to say here. All right, so let's get down to work. VW, remember this partnership, right? Where it was going to be a software only. They're not going to share any hardware. Well, Rivian printed on that $282 million from Volkswagen. That accounts for about 20% of that top line number. That's big, and that's all pure profit, right? Well, you know, you could factor in previous R&D and stuff like that, but they didn't actually incur any costs for that in the quarter. So you have to attribute it to previous quarters. That's big to me. And that's going to be a recurring, from my understanding. It's not just a one-off line item. Secondly, the bill of materials, how much it costs for Rivian to kind of assemble that whole car, the R2, the R1, specifically in this case, I'm talking about the R2. The bill of materials, for the R2 is going to be 50% less. It's going to cost them 50% less than what they're building the R1 as. That's huge, especially because they don't make money on the R1. We know they bleed money, and that's why it's a heavy cash burn business. That changes with the R2, and that's why he's prioritizing, RJ, the R2 to get it to market as quickly as he can. Third, Uber. Remember that big line item? $300 million investment from Uber and Uber-affiliated entities. That's a one-time item, but that's still $300 million that they get to realize on their books. And for a heavy cash burn business, that could be a lifeline. That's point number 3. Point number 4, the Georgia plant. Remember, this thing is supposed to be kind of like the saving grace for Rivian. They're going to be able to scale their models at Georgia. But the thing is, previously, we had only heard that they were going to be able to do 150,000 cars per year out of that Georgia plant. Well, guess what, Joey? They've now upgraded that to 300,000 cars per year at full capacity. It's not even close to that now. My assumption is, and what I was talking with Randy off camera, is that probably has to include the R2 and then the later coming R3. I don't envision them pumping out 300,000 R2s per year. Yeah. Maybe sometime in the distant future, 5, 6, 7 years. Yeah. I just don't see that there's going to be that much demand for that on a yearly basis. But the R3, which can be smaller and cheaper, could kind of elicit that kind of demand. Thoughts?
Yeah, I don't understand. Anyways, aside from the fact, what I will say, Shreve, is like, okay, producing 300,000 vehicles, that's fantastic. But if you're only going to deliver 67,000 in the full year of 2026, I mean, and you kind of miss, like, you produce more, you over-deliver, you've met those delivery quotas, but I just don't know if there's going to be that kind of demand. I understand that you're making them, but if you miss on automotive revenue by 2%, I mean, I think just the space is so tough, and we talk about this time and time again. How are we looking on their autonomous vehicle segment? Because I think that's going to kind of, I mean, we're going kind of away from the whole EV thing and going into a hybrid form. I just don't know if Rivian can last that much longer, to be honest with you. I don't know. The R2 is fantastic, but you're going to base your whole company off of one specific model?
One step at a time.
One step at a time. But how much market share are you looking to grab, essentially, from some of the other names?
So let's talk about that.
Which I think is a fair question.
Let's talk about that. Yeah. So Brenda was looking up to see how much the R2 is going to cost in this country.
Yeah.
It's not that much higher than the average price of a new car. So now I think we're in the low 60s, 62, 63, give or take. That's just the average price of a new car if you factor in all the cars available out there. So this thing's going to be like low 70s.
Okay.
And I know that's a lot of money. I'm not trying to, say that that's not a lot of money. But relative to the average selling price, it's not that excessive. Moreover, it's going to be cheaper in the States.
Yeah.
He promised like 40-something, right? I think that puts it in a lot of people's ranges, especially with if they have good financing rates, maybe a little cash incentive here and there, right?
But I think the question is, if you have $70,000 to spend on a car as Rivian, I get it, they're nice vehicles, but is Rivian one of the go-to? Is that what you're looking to get?
Like, I can't answer that now because I haven't seen the R2 up front and center, you know what I mean? But if possibly.
It could be. But again, how much market share do these guys hold, and who are you going to be taking it from, right?
Well, you'd be taking it from the Model Y. My assumption is, right? Model Y, R2, pretty close, right? A lot of people who don't like Elon, there's a lot of people out there that don't like him, could find their way into an R2.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? All right, see ya.
Let's talk about SanDisk. Q1 revenue standing at $5.95 billion versus the $4.70 billion estimated, which is a 27% beat due to the increasing AI and NAND demand as we know it. We did see that little bit of a Christmas tree right off the open on the chart. Adjusted EPS currently at $23.41 versus $14.50 estimated. Management has also provided a strong Q4 2026 guidance with 5-year long-term supply contracts and agreements amounting up to $42 billion that have been signed, which has promised to reduce this industry cyclicality, especially in terms with the NAND demand, increasing demand and probable shortage. So the revenue is expected to be in between the range of $7.75 billion to $8.25 billion versus the estimated number of $6.49 billion. EPS supposed to come in at between the range of $30 and $33. And currently, SNDK trading flat. Adara, SNDK, I remember you had something to say.
Yeah, I do have something to say here. I really thought it'd be kind of interesting, given the fact that we had 3 major memory names report this week, so that'd be SanDisk, Seagate, and WDC in alphabetical order. They all reported this week, so I wanted to kind of compare the performance on the quarter. It happened to be all of their fiscal Q3 2026. This visual not available on X yet. It'll be posted over the weekend, so stay tuned. Saturday afternoon, I believe, is when this is scheduled to go out. But as you can see here, SanDisk outperforming its friends here when it comes to, in general here, you've got that better than expected revenue here, $5.95 billion, almost like doubling what we had for both Seagate and WDC. You've got net income above the others. Revenue growth year over year. I have to change the colors on this because SanDisk is, of course, green. They're going to be red for their logo, but they are up 250% year over year revenue growth and gross margin 78.4. This is actually better than NVIDIA's gross margin now, guys. So that is significant. Good quarter here. Hats off for SNDK. The one thing, of course, we worry about is can they keep this up? Because it's been a massive run for the stock. As of today, as Sia mentioned, giving up a lot of that early move to the upside, but we're gonna have to wait and see, I guess. Can we hold above 1100 as a stock, and can we keep this impressive growth as a company? Yeah.
Couple of points. So remember that headline number, $3.2 billion in net income, 3.2. Everybody attributed that to the price increase in RAM, and they were able to take advantage of that, increased margins. Well, guess what? 1.05 of that 3.2 billion is a one-off line item that comes from a business relationship that they unwound with Western Digital, WDC. That's a one-off line item likely to not reoccur. Secondly, I was going back with Tom, back and forth with Tom Train in the chat in the morning about the type of RAM that's created by SNDK relative to SK Hynix and Samsung and Micron and some of the other bigger players. This BIC S8. This is a new type of RAM, and apparently it's a next-gen 218-layer chips only. They only accounted, these next-gen chips, only accounted for 15% of SanDisk's deliveries. Now, why is that a problem? Because when you look at this BIC S8 and look at how many or what percentage, I should say, of Samsung's, of SK Hynix, and of Micron's, how much they're delivering percentage-wise, it's a lot higher. So you feel like SanDisk a little bit behind when it comes to the latest technology in terms of RAM. Doesn't mean they can't catch up. Number 3, hyperscaler qualification. Because they're not the big 3, they're not Micron, They're not SK Hynix, and they're not Samsung. They're going through a qualification process right now with some of the hyperscalers, meaning that they have the product already made and ready to be shipped, yet they're unable to realize revenue. That's bad for the current quarter. Where it could be good, obviously, is in the future quarters, because all this is just pent-up revenue waiting to be realized. I don't think we've seen the end of SanDisk.
No, I don't think so either, especially with the hyperscaler CapEx. It's going to go into the pockets. We talk about going into the pockets of NVIDIA. It's going to fall right into the pocket of SanDisk as well. If we talk about data center revenue, up 645% from last year, $1.5 billion. And sales of storage devices like smartphones and PCs rose almost 300%, 295 to be exact. So, I mean, this company is going to continue to grow. We've seen what we've, over the past couple of months, what happened. When did this run really start? In September of 25? So this thing has gone absolutely parabolic. You see a little bit of a dip, but the one thing that I found interesting, Shreve, is just the operating margins. 78% going to increase 2% next quarter to 80%. They're guiding. So I mean, margins is extremely huge, and that's pretty high if you ask me. 80%, relatively speaking. But this stock has been on an absolute monstrous run. I was slightly surprised that we didn't have a massive gap up, and the stock went into $1,300 or so. You've seen a slight decline, but that might have been the market just pricing some things into factor.
All right. Yeah.
I talked about this in the morning, but this does need a couple of reiterations. Roblox is something we're going to bring up and talk about again. We spoke about the background story about it. Now let's dive more into the technicals of the stock. Q1 revenue stands at $1.4 billion, which is up 33% a year, but the company has missed the estimates of $1.42 billion. Bookings are currently at $1.78 billion, which is up 43%. Also, a bit light versus the range of $1.73 to $1.78 billion range that was expected. And net loss has increased to 35 cents a share versus 32 cents a share year over year. DAUs at 132 million, which is up 34 million year over year, but has missed the estimates of 143.8 million. We were seeing that engagement is slowing despite the continued growth, and hours engaged have also increased 43%, but also slightly missed this momentum from April 2025 after they launched the Roblox Kids and Roblox Select. It's missing out right now. It's going back. But the key issue here remains the safety changes. That's age verification, restrictions, which is slowing the user growth, also reducing their monetization. And Q2 is looking weak. The guidance currently between the numbers of $1.39 billion to $1.45 billion versus $1.90 billion estimated. And first year 2026 bookings guide has also been cut to $5.88 billion versus $6.14 billion versus the estimated number currently at $8.2 billion. Now, the infrastructure and trust safety expenses have climbed to almost 15% in this quarter compared to 12.8% in the previous year. And these rates are tied, you guessed it, to high compute costs that are used for specifically AI recommended for you algorithms and the real-time monitoring of this entire platform. Now, while this decision with the aim to improve long-term retention, and this is acting as a margin ceiling that is contributing to GAAP losses, which have reached $248 million this quarter, versus actually helping the company. It's supposed to help the company, but it's not. It's dragging it down. Well, so currently Roblox down in the red by almost 17%.
Yeah, so the biggest thing for me here was the headwind because of this kind of safe tax that the market is calling, this age verification, mandatory, I should say, age verification, as well as communication restrictions. We've seen this a lot in Australia. You're now seeing it in Europe, and now it is being discussed in Canada. Possible limits on, how young somebody can be on the platform. So that's going to be really interesting. I think the market is basically gauging that as an intermediate term, if not just short-term headwind. Number two, this is the next few ones are going to be positive. So we've seen we saw the slowing in growth, right? Especially in the United States, the daily active users, certainly not what it was, but what was underreported was the 18 to 34 age cohort up 50% in the U.S., just in the U.S. alone. And why is that important? Why do you want these older people playing on a young person's platform? Well, because the company is able to monetize that 18 to 34 age cohort at 1.5 times the rate that they're able to monetize the younger people. So Makes sense, right? They got a little bit more money. They don't have to ask mommy and daddy for the credit card number. So that's number 2. Number 3, Japan and India. Bright spots. We saw Dow's, or I think the growth rate, or either Dow's, drop or slow down in the continental United States. What we haven't talked about is that daily active users are up 96% in Japan and 84% in India. And these are not small markets, right? These big populations that live in both those countries. That to me is positive and could be a tailwind. Last but not least, the concentration risk. Prior to this, most of the most of the usage of the platform was driven by 10 games and 10 games only. If you know about brain rot, you know about brain rot, right? But that was about 65%. Those 10 games were about 65% of the usage. That's kind of reduced now, and there's more diversification and more broad-based application for some of these games, which is good, right? You want to see definitely more than 10 games drive the platform, right?
Yeah, so I want to add to your point there about roughly 80% of the gaming, the global gaming market is 18+ individuals, right? So if you want to take advantage of those individuals who are older, obviously they might have a little bit of cash in their pocket opposed to having to get Roblox off of their parents. Now, I like the daily active users, 132 million, but what I find outstanding is insane. 31 billion hours engaged. Yeah, now, that's insane. That's insane. But my issue is, it's kind of like trends, all right? My major issue is that, Sharif, same with clothing lines, same with apparel and everything along those lines. One day you're hot, the next day you're not, okay? So what happens? Fortnite used to be that game, right? So everybody involved with it, Call of Duty. But what happens if you don't have the ability to hold on to your actual active users? Sharif mentioned there's 4 games that are predominantly holding the majority of this game together. What happens when that slowly starts to grow away? And what we have is essentially a shift in your user base as they continue to get older. Are you going to have that new generation start to step in? So my major issue is with this specific game is that there could be something, and there probably is in development. What happens when GTA 6 comes out, right? Like, I'm just using this as an example, is that when you have that new hot game step in, what's going to happen to that old thing? It's like that old toy that you have that you kick to the curb, and it's that new hot thing that comes into play.
That's a great point. Right? Great point. Casey, 526, dropping 10 Trader TV Live memberships. Thank you, Casey. I didn't even know you were in the chat, Casey. I hadn't seen you all morning. Hinsey, you got one. The Real Don D, Saul G, RM Weber, DJ Atlas Music, Camilio Vasquez, Arjun, Paulie Coder, Kiko Okada, and Adam B11. All you guys got free Trader TV Live membies as a beautiful gift from Casey, 526. Shout out to her. Thank you, Casey, for that. Now you guys can get my morning note. Make sure to go to the Trader TV Live homepage, click on posts. It should be under there, and you'll get something like this, Assassino, right there, where you'll have an entire trade plan, the story, the technicals, and the trade plan. We went through that yesterday. We were looking at whether the trade plan was hitting, and it's doing quite well. So keep your eye out on that, and thank you so much, Casey, for that. Now, there's another one. Sergio B, ND4MC, dropping 10 in chat, Joey. Professor Sharif, SIVEF, is a semi-stock that I'm interested to acquire long hold, but I have to pay a $50 foreign fee. Would you recommend buying it? Regards from Dallas, sir. Well, what kind of politeness is that? I know your favorite city right there.
I told you I love Dallas.
Yeah, that's lies.
But you didn't. I switched up. I'm not even gonna lie.
You did?
Yeah, I love Dallas.
Why?
Sometimes when you look back at it, sometimes you don't realize how good things are.
But you were telling me like it was dead and there was like there was nothing going on.
I like it now.
Okay.
Yeah. Why?
I don't. Something's something's fishy about this whole thing here. I don't know, man. I don't know. You don't change your opinion that easily.
I did, man. It's warm and stuff over there. So.
Okay. Also, guys, just quickly coming back to Roblox, we were talking about India being a big market. In 2024, they did report their DAUs going up by 54%. Again, that's a big number. And they changed their leadership in India. The managing director now for Roblox India is someone who was leading AWS as well.
Interesting.
So we might see some good changes, we might not, but there's already, and it's been like 2 days since this got announced, or a day, there's already critics around it.
Really?
Yeah. So there's a lot of ups and downs. This man apparently, his name is Sunil Rao. He's apparently tendering like the line of good and bad. So.
Nice, very diplomatic of you, Sia. Let's look at SIVF. Is Sivers Semiconductor. I don't have it on my platform, but Joey, we're going to go to the daily on this.
Yeah.
What do you think about this one, Joey?
Is it up? Then we like
It's all-time highs. Where's that
Tool where I drag the percentage thing.
Shift.
shift?
Yeah.
And that's it? That's all I got to do?
Shift in, click that bad boy. There you go, and
Oh,
drag
working.
it. Yeah,
Joey.
you got it up
Moving the
there.
whole
Look,
thing?
there you go.
Oh, I
Bang.
see. Well, Joey, it's only up 700% since Are you kidding me? Yeah, Katina, man. It just thing went to market in March of this year. It's up 700%. So you got to pay a $50 foreign fee, Sergio? With price action like that. I mean, this is the daily on SIVF. Let's go to the 4-hour for you know what in giggles. Okay? This is a great looking name. Now, this is on the OTC, right? Shout out to Jeff Mendel, friend of the show. Look, Sergio, we cannot give financial advice, as you know, legally, but if you're asking my opinion on the technicals of this chart, I think it's very good. Now, does that mean it goes up in a straight line? No, you definitely have to keep your eye on the trend. I do see some resistance initially at $4 over here. Looks like you're at $5.45 already. Very clean. If it does drop in, look at that clean hold of the moving averages. I'd be picking it up at around 450 where the moving average is at the moment. Otherwise, it fills that. You're picking it up at 10. I'd sell it if it was to lose that $3 area, because $3 here was quite a good area of support from Monday, April the 26th, to the breakout of April 29th. This thing's a rocket ship. Shout out to Sergio.
We have a couple of super chats that
Go ahead, Joey.
over here. Yeah, I mean a lot of hate going on in Dallas. I don't know, man. I like Dallas. All right, Sergio B, $2 super chat. Thank you for that. My contributions to Joe Espresso from Dallas. Shout out Dallas Fort Worth. We love you. Deep Elm and everything along those lines. And we have a couple more here.
Get it, Joe.
$20 from Let Us Go. Appreciate the team for being my eyes and ears on the market every day. Made my money this morning on CRWV Core Weave Pop. Now I'm just chilling in Cedar Rapids the rest of the day. Good luck to everyone out there. Cedar Rapids, where's that? In Detroit or something?
I feel like it's Michigan.
Michigan.
Yeah, I'm
right?
pretty sure. We could be wrong, but yeah. We can find out. Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Okay. Iowa,
okay,
second largest city. Okay, completely off.
We were not close. It sounds like a Michigan.
Not even close. All right.
Not even close there. But yeah, shout out to Dallas. I know a lot of hate going on.
Well, because you said some stuff about Dallas before, Joe.
But I take it all back.
Yeah, well, you know, people don't forget.
What's that? I love Texas.
You do, eh?
Supposed to go to Texas sometime soon?
I did. I went. I
wants to go to Vietnam.
I was there.
Okay?
Oh,
Take your boy to Vietnam,
in
okay?
Vietnam. He doesn't go there.
there.
Take your boy to Vietnam there.
Vietnam,
So we
Danang.
stop hearing about it.
Danang.
All right.
Yeah, Dallas traffic. I didn't find it that bad, to be honest with you.
The
It's not
traffic?
yeah. It wasn't
Well, if
that
there's
bad.
no people in the street, how can the traffic be bad?
Yeah, it's fair.
I'm just teasing you, brother. And the Cowboys don't even play in Dallas, right? You know they're
No,
outside.
they're in what's it called there?
I forget the name of a. No, it's not Fort Worth,
it's,
Katina, man. It's
It's like
dang it.
Huntington or something.
No, Arlington.
Arlington. See, I was
Thank
close
you.
there.
Yeah.
I had the Ington right.
Fort Center's in Arlington too. I think their training facility.
Arlington.
I'm pretty sure it's
Yeah?
in Arlington. I'm not sure. Yeah, Arlington. Shout out to
Yeah,
Byron.
Arlington.
Irving.
Someone said Houston. That's crazy.
I'm pretty sure it's not Irving, isn't it?
No, it's Arlington, man.
Arlington.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Houston is the best. Someone said.
Well, yeah. I mean, Dallas. Okay. All right. Let's go back to see it because we're going to talk a little Roku, and Roku's ramping today.
Let's talk a little Roku for sure. Platform revenue is up 28% to $1.13 billion. There's a beat versus $1.01 billion with their core ads that's accelerating. Now, ads is what is causing this rip. Total revenue growth is driven by the shift from linear TV to streaming at a strong targeting and measurement for the company's tailwinds. First year 2026 platform revenue guide has also been raised by 21% to $5 billion versus its prior 18%, which signals a clear demand here. And EPS and overall sentiment is also boosted by the ad spend resilience despite macro concerns. And active accounts are now at 80 million households. Device segment, however, is weak. Revenue off the device segment standing at $118 million, which is declining 16% year over year. There is margin pressure with higher costs that are expected in the second half of the quarter, but currently Roku in the green, up 4%.
So memory prices are hurting them, but as you can see, the stock has not really reacted to that. Looks like they're using their TVs here essentially as a loss leader to get you into the subscription model. So we'll have to see how that affects them going forward, but they're already getting hit here. And they're looks like they're intentionally eating a negative 14% gross margins on the TVs as a result of the increase in memory prices. So component costs are hurting them. 2, political ad vacuum. Remember we heard about their huge ad sales during the 2025-ish, late 24 political cycle. Well, even without that, organic advertising grew by 27% if you remove the political ads. That's quite bullish. Number 3, on their system, not saying on all other smart TVs, but on the Roku system, their app, the Roku app, is only behind Netflix and YouTube. So they're kind of moving up that. That's obviously very accretive for them because they sell ads on that anyway. So the fact that they're moving up on the system, I do like. And then last but not least, it looks like their subscription revenue also jumped about 30%. It's underreported. What's underreported about that 30% jump is that the money that they're making on that increase is actually higher. They increased their margins on that. So that's quite accretive. And I think that's why we're jumping about 26.4%. A lot to like about this. And let's not forget about that $100 million in share buybacks that always puts money back into the shareholders' pocket.
Share buybacks typically bullish. Sharif, just a couple of points here as well. I mean, at the end of the day, you see 30% subscription revenue growth. You're talking about ad revenue not too long ago coming in at 27%, so that's really good. But I mean, the gross margins, that's something that we're going to focus on. Pretty high, 60% and strong for Q1. They're looking for an increase leading into Q2 as well, so that's up 400 basis points or 4% over the previous quarter. Subscription margins up 40% as well too. So a lot of positive things going with Roku. They have their own ecosystem, and this is the name that has been. And I think that's what's good for them, right? They kind of just have that own hardware and software kind of ecosystem. You have the digital ad revenue, which is huge. You want to take advantage of that if you have the ability to do so. Why? Because of the margins on that, relatively high. But there it is, a nice gap up. You tap into 126. Is this all-time highs here for Roku? It might be. No, not even close. Yeah, not even close.
I remember this during the pandemic, man. Show the mother of all double tops.
No.
You don't want to show the mother of all double tops?
During the
Jeez Louise, look at that. We're never going to see that again.
Yeah, you'll never see that again, unfortunately. Unless that digital ad revenue goes through the roof, Sharif, which I don't know. It is growing at a good pace, high margins, but just to climb essentially another 300% is most likely unlikely there, unfortunately, for Roku.
Let's take a look at Estée Lauder. So tariff headwinds coming in here causing a hit on their outlook. For the third quarter, net sales have come in at $3.71 billion and earnings per share on an adjusted basis were 91 cents per share. For the full year, the company has said organic net sales growth would be approximately 3% at the high end of its prior range, and companies expecting tariff-related impact to cut the first-year probability by $100 million, despite the mitigation efforts. But the key issue here is the timing. The timing with the tariff costs currently showing deferred on the balance sheet, which means that the future earnings will potentially be hit. So no expected benefit is expected from these tariff reductions in the second half of for FY 2026, currently EL up by 3%.
Few comments here. First and foremost, mainland China was very good for them. They're basically saying we're able to outperform the broader prestige beauty market for 3 consecutive quarters. China, very big market in general. So that's number one. You got to like the fact that they're able to pick up steam there. And also the CEO, what's his name? Fabrizio Freda. He's basically looking at expanding margins by 300 basis points. And that's not just by charging higher. They're saying higher prices, pardon me. What they're saying is they're fundamentally changing their supply chain in order to actually drop costs and to, basically increase margins. So that's number 2. Number 3 is the Amazon Premium. Since they put in their, I think it's called the Ordinary, that's their line, not like I know, on Amazon Premium, they've seen a huge boost in revenue from that. So nice tie up there with a very obviously big online retailer. And then that's really all I have to say about that. But, you know, not a space I have too much information on.
Did they just acquire someone as well not too long ago?
Adara would probably know. I have no idea.
Maybe Adara would know. I can't remember who, but nonetheless, yeah, just looking at some of the guidance numbers here, I mean, you see an increase in EPS, well, coming in line. Revenue estimate's going to be up a little bit from the 3.55 billion, looking at 3.69 billion valuation, PE around 20.5. But as for Estee Lauder, this has not been good. I know Jim Cramer always talks about this name, but you're down 78% off of the highs here in EL.
Eek. Yeah.
Now let's take a look at Moderna. Q1 revenue standing at $1 billion plus versus the estimated number at $758 million, which is a 32% beat. International sales at $311 million versus US $389 million. COVID vaccine sales, I know, but COVID vaccine sales are still dominant. $938 million versus $281 million year over year. There's a miss with the EPS, however, it's in the negatives, $3.40 versus $3.90 that was estimated. So their key catalyst here is, however, the FDA's approval of the updated COVID shot that clears the regulatory hang over the company, which is a good news. Strategic shift is also underway with the expansion into oncology, more specifically the cancer vaccine. And FY26 outlook revenue growth is expected to be at a low to mid single digits, and currently Moderna in the red 3%.
The support that came out a couple of minutes ago from the Wall Street Journal, coinciding with a little bit of a drop in oil. Wall Street Journal reporting that, and this is the headline here, quote, Iran softens conditionings for resuming peace talks with the U.S. Apparently, as we know earlier, we saw reports they handed Washington a new proposal for ending the war. Apparently, this proposal offers, quote, hints of compromise in a bid to revive talks to end the standoff. We know this has been really costly for Iran's economy and for their currency. That has taken quite a hit as well. Apparently, the two sides do remain far apart on substantive issues, including the reopening of the Strait and Iran's nuclear program. These are likely two issues that these countries will remain, again, split apart on. But Wall Street Journal, once again, reporting here, Iran softening its conditions for resuming peace talks with the U.S. Back to you.
Thank you very much. All right, I've got one thing to say about this, and it's what Brendo mentioned right at the top.
Yeah.
There, basically cancer. INT are the letters that I want to bring your attention to. What am I talking about? Individualized neoantigen therapy. It has completed the phase 3 enrollment process, not the entire phase 3 trial, but the enrollment process for their melanoma cancer drug. That's what they're called. Individualized neoantigen therapy. The first time an mRNA cancer vaccine has reached this scale. I can really only hope that they succeed. I think a lot of people should be rooting for them, even if you're not invested in the stock, given the societal benefits that this will cause. Number two, the right sizing. So apparently, you know, they were able to save about $350 million by ending or removing these COVID-era production lines, which were costly to produce or costly to maintain, excuse me, and they're no longer relevant. So those are the two takeaways here. Other than that, I want to hear very little about COVID and flu and everything else. I think there's a market saturation for that kind of narrative. Talk to me about cancer. Talk to me about these ailments that society has had it up to here with.
Yeah, well, I don't even know what we're doing still talking about COVID and how these guys are still trying to factor that in. I mean, this stock has peaked a long time ago, and that was obviously during the pandemic. Still operating at a net loss, $1.34 billion or $3.40 a share. I mean, I really honestly don't. That's all I can really say is, like, what are we still talking about the seasonality of COVID and how that's going to affect you? You're talking about a $971 million net loss reported just due to some other fees. They need to move on, and they need to come out with that next drug, because COVID is a thing of the past, and you can see a lot of the companies who were once affected by it recovered, and you're still trying to implement this. And I heard Sean talking about being a quarter of your revenue. I mean, like, at the end of the day, you're down $1.3 billion and reliant on something that was of the past. So I don't like this stock right now until they come out with these new drugs. And other than that, it's status quo with these.
Yeah, and the market's not impressed too. I mean, it got a price spike up there initially at like at 630, and the whole thing got faded, right?
Yeah.
Below VWAP, it tried to go green, about 46. and the market dropped it. Let's just look at, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, you're going to say something from the technicals. And I mean, you can read from, hey, from a weekly standpoint from December, late last year, the stock's up 50%. But you also have to take into consideration that this was a $500-$600 name at one point, right? Like $500. And then, yeah, okay, you're down 90%. You're up 50% off of the lows. But look at the value which is lost within the company.
I wish them all the best, man. I have no hate for them. You can get melanoma out of the way.
Yeah.
You've got my support.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you'd have a lot of individual support at that point too, but I think it's time that they move on from COVID.
Agreed. All right, guys, we gave him back 30 seconds.
Did we?
We did. 30 seconds. You guys gave us a minute and a half, Neil. Guys, try to steal another 30 seconds.
I want to,
Go ahead, Joey.
yeah, before we send things off there, Katina, man, I just want to write down for myself. Can I get those numbers there, my guy, that we had on our picks there, brother?
What's going on with that?
Let me write those down right here real quick.
What's going on with the
Position
ticker there?
Katina, he's in JPM, my guy. All right.
I'm in JPM. I'm in JPM.
All right, no, hold on. Talk to me, my guy.
JPM is a good one. Yeah. So SanDisk 1039.
1039. Okay.
Meta, the big one, 681 for Meta.
Okay.
That's the big banger there. And then you have 350 Google and 262 Amazon.
Okay.
You got to do the math.
All right, my guy.
What is this bet, Katina, man? I don't understand.
It's not a bet. It's just he was feeling some kind of way, so I said, why don't we just pick names for this week?
Yeah. I'm feeling some kind of way. I just curious about those.
Hold on, we got to get to the super here.
I haven't even looked at them. I don't know what they're saying right now. These are the numbers.
Sorry, man.
Hey, that's another sticky note right there.
Is SNDK even up right now off that play?
It's actually up, Katina, man. 1 1/3.
Oh, SNDK is only up $80. All right. I said that's all.
Okay, we have to go to it there, but come back to us, Sino, because I want to read the super.
DJT to the upside and sharply here. This is, again, Trump Media and Technology reportedly plans to spin out Truth Social and Truth Plus into its own company. So, again, media spin out apparently planned here for DJT to the upside. Back to you.
Did you hear him the other day when he said, I love Truth Social. I love Truth Social. He was like pounding the table about it. It's so funny.
I didn't hear what it did.
They're gonna spin it off into its own entity, get it away from DJT.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, bang.
So let's just read this super chat real quick before we go. Thank you very much. Hennis, I want to read the entire name. Henny Watson, dropping 20 in the chat. Sheriff.
You did that one. Oh, no, this is a new one. Never mind.
Yeah, right there. You made my day last week saying my name live.
Ooh.
Love your positive energy. Keep it up. Thank you. I hope you have a fantastic weekend, Henny Watson. 2666. Ooh, dropping 20 in the chat. Yeah, they call me Sheriff, too.
Don't be drinking too much Henny there.
Joey, I haven't even had a sip. Not even a sip. Since I got back.
That's
and
good.
actually, I didn't even drink on the last day.
When did you get back? A couple weeks ago.
So I came back on the 6th.
Yeah.
I didn't drink on the 6th or the 5th.
Ooh.
So the last day that I drank was April 4th.
Brother, I've been
I know,
since Jan.
I probably won't drink again till probably Colombia, maybe. I don't know. Maybe before summer, right?
Well, if you're going to Colombia, you're definitely going to have a couple of days, for sure. Nonetheless, good numbers over here. There it is. Let's see what we got. We're going to calculate some stuff. We're going to send it off to the gentleman to our right.
You see that time, Joey?
I do see that time.
We got 2 in the bag.
We can ramble on a little bit more because we love what we do. Essentially, it's Friday. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's Friday. You're probably gonzo momentarily. You got what you got to do. You're going to hit the gym. You're going to eat some food. Nonetheless, it's Friday. I hope everyone has a fantastic one. Don't forget 7 a.m. bright and early. Prelims start 4 a.m. for UFC.
That's crazy.
We're in Australia, guys, so don't miss out.
You're getting up that early?
No, I'll be up at 7 a.m. But nonetheless, make sure you come and check Sharif and I, 8 a.m., bright and early, Monday morning, guys. We'll get on. Bang.
Well, that flick at the end was aggressive, man. I flinched. I'm just looking at a screen and I flinched. Okay, so I was gonna ask you guys to explain that, but I kind of figured it out myself.
Yeah, on Monday we just said let's pick names that we thought could do good on earnings.
And then the prices it looks like it's Monday's closing price.
No. I just gave Joe a couple better. I give Joe a couple better prices. You know,
because I
wanted to make sure. I wanted to make sure.
That.
Yeah. Like I said, he's stuck in his feelings a bit.
Amazon.
So that's Amazon. Yeah, that's Amazon. So he's gonna get it all figured out. It's because he's getting a little dummied in that other competition right now. So that's part of the reason why. But we'll get that all figured out. No, wrong with Meta. I think it was just all obviously wind up losing because we took Meta. So Meta was the worst one. Look, Google, Amazon, great ones, and then SNDK is absolutely on fire again today. I mean, it actually went up to 111.50 there, trying to bounce around right here. 11 coming out. We'll watch to see if SNDK has any love to it. But yeah, man, what? I only trade tech names? Nah, look at this. JP Morgan right there. 312.60 right there, all the way up. That was about $1.70 or so. We only have 10% left now of this trade, but we did really good holding it all the way to VWAP, and actually really did not expect this kind of a move higher, but we fell back in right into the day's low there, and we bought it off of the bounce higher there for JP Morgan. So that's what we're doing right now, and yeah, so far so good. So we'll just have a quick look. We'll have a quick look to see how that goes. Right there, seeing Qualcomm. Oh, we tried, so yeah, Intel down to 99, down to that 98. I don't, went for the walk and missed that. That's VWAP. That's what we're waiting for down there. So it kind of sucks that we don't have that trade, but we should have down there. So we'll watch out to see if that has anything to do with anything. As we're trying to bounce a little bit lower here, we hit Intel. We're down on Intel, but much more flat than we were in the past. So we hit that 100 long, which was the mistake, but then buying these dips into 98, 99 bucks, a good little dip buy there, just got it out. Didn't have to suffer through that. We didn't have any shares on. So that's what's happening there. And then we should have NVIDIA's going to be, look, man, I mean, as per usual, we got the worst trade today in Google. We got the best trade today in NVIDIA. And so there's NVIDIA to the downside, 200, short. Went short till it broke VWAP, busted it through, got more bids there, got out when it broke the 200 period to the downside. So NVIDIA continues to be my diamond in the rough there as well. So far, so good. And Intel, Google. Oh, we looked at... So we have this, so I started trading this fly QQ thing, but the quotes aren't good. Like you don't get filled. There's no OTCN, there's no nothing or anything there. So we tried to go in and out a couple of times, but that was a short. We literally took a penny on both times.
You said fly QQ?
Yeah, fly, well, it's two Ys.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, so that's why. It's two fly, that symbol there. And then we just now went in and out of Meta. Yesterday this worked. And today it didn't. We lost. Well, that's not Meta. This is Meta. Yesterday, this exact trade gave us $13. Today we lost 20 cents. So there goes Meta in a little bit. Good profitability. We put that in the chat that we had that. Then it broke down, and there it goes. So we were just trying to buy it off VWAP, like a nice little bounce back into VWAP. A little different than yesterday because it didn't have the greatest support there. So we don't use as many shares, and we just get in and out there on that play. So yeah, so far so good. And you guys there. I know I have SoFi written down as $16 again. Unbelievable what I'm doing here on the sticky note and not doing it for myself. There goes $16 up to $16.70 right there. So this is 16 right here on SoFi. So yeah, missed that opportunity. Darn it. But yeah, that's trading for you. So we'll see what happens here into a Monday. On Monday, we'll see what winds up happening. Nasdaq right now up 1%. Palantir coming on Monday. That was another long.
You're the only.
Yeah, we had Palantir written down here, 140 long. I don't think we got that low today. We got 141. We were looking at it when this was happening. So even if that ripped up, I didn't. I thought it was a little too dramatic of a pullback there. But yeah, I think NVIDIA shorting at 200 was the only thing that I should have on right now. And then the SoFi long I should have. But we'll look for some more trades.
I should be short SMCI. There's something about the market being really strong today that got me away from shorting this. It just felt like at some point it was going to head back up. And you know what? There's a line I say all the time. Like at some point, usually, if the market stays strong, like a tech name will get dragged along with it. That ended up not being the case. So if we roll over, hopefully before this gets to, what do I like this level? Let me zoom it out. Oh yeah, I guess that's just support from yesterday in the afternoon. 27.20 feels like the absolute bottom on this one. So if there's any kind of bounce, get back into the prior low, 27.6. Look to short that. If the market's rolling over from here, it might end as a Friday, right? So I would think that if we're rolling back over, you probably catch a little bit of support where you had before, like maybe an inside afternoon, nothing too crazy. Oil futures aren't really doing anything. So I'd rather be looking for shorts on things that are trending down. And if there's something that I can grab that's struck, that's like strong, like a maybe small capper that's doing volume that isn't in the malaise, it's moving a little bit more than everything else, fair enough. I'm just not seeing it. I'm seeing SMCI, which is doing something very different to the market, which I like right now, Like the market is not falling all over itself. This is, so I want to stick to that.
Yeah, it's a good
if
one.
we're able to. I'm not seeing anything that's really, hey, this is bucking the trend. This is standing out. SNDK is doing what? Maybe a slight breakout there. Intel's, it's a nice bounce, but it's so far. That's $1 already off of the local bottom.
Yep, that's the thing. It should be short there.
Micron's on a bit of a breakout. That would be a chase. Rivian is a name that we didn't really talk too much about. The crazy thing about Rivian is I was like, yeah, well, we might not be able to get a chance for it to play off of the 15 level. Well, it is now at $15.10, so it's trended down. There was a bounce early in the morning, or like right off the open, I should say, not early in the morning, right off the open, got to about 15.8. Yeah, this could play off of that 15 level. Rivian down 8%. It's broken the 200 before. I know the 200 period is kind of a cool moving average, but Rivian has not been respecting it and bouncing underneath the 200 period moving average. So usually I wouldn't like a stock which is losing that, but Rivian's bounced at levels like this before. So yeah, this one could be nice for a bit of a bounce play. If it can hold 15, or 1480 is a big level as well. I think it goes SSR at about 14.8. So that might be a little bit better. I'll throw that one up on a side chart. Rivian doing things that are different to what the market is this afternoon. All right,
that's the earnings,
Aldringer.
right? I mean, you get the earnings.
Aldringer is saying, have a look at GameStop. I'll bite.
Why is Qualcomm not? Yeah, GameStop's been moving.
It has?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it has.
Good one.
3.8% up
for
here.
GameStop.
Remember when we said,
S7.
what was the other? It was BMNR. Was that the other? No, it wasn't. What was the stock that we're like, what would you buy? You had to buy one right now. It was Trade Desk. That's
No, it was BMNR or GameStop.
Are you sure it wasn't?
Yeah, because I was like, I'd rather, well, I even said Ethereum.
No, it was Ethereum.
Yeah.
ETH or GameStop, and everybody, we picked I don't remember what you guys picked.
No, I picked GameStop.
I picked GameStop. Everyone picked GameStop, I think.
No, I think it was the other way around. I don't think anybody picked GameStop.
Well, I picked GameStop over ETH. Easy. I know for sure that day I picked GameStop.
I thought I was the only one, but yeah, maybe. Shout out to MF, too bad Adair doesn't remember. MF Dane Generous right here. Yeah, man, like I was saying, I think it was a little bit of a tough day. I mean, right now, you had to have played that long, and so you got crushed today off the open. Yeah, my trade there off the open too with Google was not the greatest one. So shout out to you, MF Dane Generous, right there. But people shouting about Qualcomm still down 1.3%, but they had a nice move now coming back in. Qualcomm's one of those parabolic names as well, man. 135 up to 177 there goes Qualcomm. So we could definitely have a look to see if that's going to be a play later on at some point. But yeah, nice move there for Qualcomm. The day ain't over yet. That's right, man. Keep your positivity going right there today. We could do if you guys are red or green. I mean, and generally speaking, everybody, last time I asked that, I think it was 2/3, 1/3 there, red, green. So I think
we asked yesterday.
It was 2/3 green. It's always more green.
On the year, we had 60% of traders saying they were green on the year.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's definitely bucking the trend. I think people got to check their accounts to make sure that's true. Yeah. Because swing trading, different story. We talk about how hard day trading is, of course. So, yeah, congratulations. If you've been long this year, it's been quite a nice ride, especially in that last month over there. So that's a good one, that's for sure. Okay, so Apple on earnings. And again, thanks for all the kind words there in the chat to some of you. We do have a great time on this show, that is for sure. Make the move down, man. 285 here. Here comes Apple. Yeah, it's too bad because these lines. This is what I was talking about how difficult it was this morning. There's the upside play. I don't have any trades on Apple. Back into the 200, then rip. So that was like a great, perfect setup there for Apple. Wishing we had that instead of Google. But there it goes straight to the upside. And then there's the bounce again off the 200. You might have gone long there, thinking that you might get another bounce. Nothing wrong with doing that. And then when it doesn't, though, you're breaking through VWAP. Maybe you flip over to the short. And if you had done that, man, I mean, Apple's a great stock. I mean, we got the high was 288. I think it was 288.15 or something like that on the year, or all-time high, sorry. And we basically get back to that today on earnings. And earnings are what's the most important thing to look at on trading. I mean, when for these names anyways, Roblox, and it's just a different beast altogether, right? Like Roblox got hit, and then all of a sudden this happened, straight upside, right? And so if you're thinking like, well, that was a bad report, why does Roblox go up on what was a miss everywhere, and Rivian, which was not horrible, they just get crushed today at the day's low. So that's what makes trading sometimes a little bit difficult. Yeah, market coming back in. We should have maybe shorted the market there with the TQs, but heading into Friday afternoon, it's 2:15 right now. TQQ.to. Oh, that's on Toronto as well. Okay, I didn't. Wow. All right. Shout out to
that's probably one of those.
Whoever's running that one. Maybe that's Beta Pro there.
Yeah, it is Beta Pro. That's one of their because they've got that.
Yeah, they have the triple, but I didn't realize it was the same symbol. So shout out to those guys.
Smart on them for making the same symbol. Make it really easy for everyone to trade.
Eric Sloan was here yesterday from Beta Pro. Yeah, and so that's that. So my worst stock today, and shout out to MF Dane Generous there. We were long Google, then we went short, and so that was bad. You know, we could have got out of that short, but I don't know. I'm thinking right into here, man. 384, something like that. If Google comes back in, you can wait to see what happens on VWAP. That's been a level that's been supported, so I don't mind that at all. 384 or change if it does come in. All right, Neil's got something to tell us.
Well, I want to tell you about Origenics because they've got some updates, and they are OGEN on the NYSE American, formerly the Amex. The company's activated its Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, and resolving liabilities. They're also restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Again, check them out, OGEN, on the NYSE exchange, and NYSE American exchange, and shout out to them. Concussions, obviously, that would be a good thing. Questions asked. Well, I don't think I'm going to get the pop in. Oops. Shoot. I was typing in that TQQ thing to see. Go back and type. Yeah, just make sure I don't flip stocks. I don't think we're getting a pop into 27.6. So this, I don't want to chase the low. We're a little bit too close to the top. Maybe there's something on Bitcoin. Bitcoin hasn't been as strong this afternoon as I would have expected. Like when the NASDAQ was putting in highs, Bitcoin was putting in lower highs. I mean, that plays both ways. If we bounce off, if NASDAQ bounces off VWAP and the market bounces off VWAP, maybe you get something like this, where you're putting in those lower highs into a breakout. But if we lose VWAP, I'm willing to be short this name. But I'm more interested, ideally, we bounce, break this little trend, and then play back into that 14.8 high. That's what I'd like to see, and that's what I'm going to leave up there for potential breakouts. So either we get a pop and fade in SMCR, I'm looking for this, I'll call it wedge break or lower high breakout on Bitcoin. Probably need some help from the market for that to come. We already got, Trig Trades, send a super chat.
Yeah.
Just throw it up here. Already told Sharif and Joe, there it goes. But I've been watching for a month now, appreciate it, or so, and wanted to let you guys know how much I appreciate you and have a great weekend. Well, thanks, Trig Trade.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate you. And you know what? Stick around, tell your friends. And it's all about the community here. And there's no such thing as I love the questions that we get. We love the chatter. I love it when people share their ideas, exactly what they're looking for. And I love the fact that it's different time frames. And we've had traders say, "Hey, I love the show. I trade Forex. I don't even trade equities." And I always find that to be cool, for sure, because some of the lessons that you learn from trading do apply regardless of the instrument that you're using.
You can apply it to every single thing you trade. You can look at charts. You can understand to be disciplined and whatnot. Yada 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 yada. Okay, so I'm going to take basically a quarter of a unit right here at 384.30s or 50s or whatever I took that there, and then not worried about it. Waiting for O's to come in. We'll try that, and then if it dips back in here again, like Google, I don't know really why I'm going back to the well. It's gonna be. I told you it was my worst stock, but right here now, we shouldn't have been even that busy in here. Thing is, we trusted VWAP there, and then we trusted the 200 period. Both of them blew up. So we'll go one more time, and this time it'll be pretty light. 383.70. So if we can get something at 84, then you'll completely see my price change. That'll be a much bigger position. We only have a quarter of a unit. We'll look to get get 2 units by the time it comes back down into 84. And then we'll see about this play right there, 383.60, just making sure we have the right stop order, which we do. And we'll see if we can get longer in that area right there. So that's going to be something to look at for Google. And thank you. There it is. Frost says he doesn't even day trade at all and watches us. So we want to say thank you for that one as well. And I hope you guys are watching all the shows. All right, so that's that. We already talked about Roblox a little bit. We can go back over and ask you guys whatever you guys want us to look at here. That's just something that I'm trying to sit up there with Google. So seeing if we do get a bid to come in. Look, I mean, even if this goes up, we'll still do fine and make a decent amount of money, but looking for it to extend even further now. I thought we could maybe have got a dip. There was no headline that sort of sent the market to the downside there. So I was just waiting to see if something would drop. ES also making a move there. So we didn't get super aggressive with this trade on Google, but that's okay. We're in it, and we're going to wait to see if we do get more dip buy opportunities on that one. I think the missed opportunity on Intel is brutal right there. We definitely should have had that. More outs on, I mean, JP Morgan all of a sudden just rips up as well. Hello, JP Morgan. We bought that one right at 1 o'clock when it broke back through. Basically through this 25 period moving average, right? We watch it all the way down. It breaks it off of showing us some sort of a support, and boom, back up there to the upside it goes. And we did really good taking out the action. It's going to look like we do have a lot of outs here, but the thing is that like most of these shares, you don't see that many shares on here, so we had to wait for it to sort of run us over. We weren't using very many shares to post on the level 2, so we just took it out. We got a lot of outs here when we got into VWAP, and then there's the drop down in, I think 313. If we break that, let's get out. I mean, my stop on this trade was already super tight, so we'll do that, and we'll put an order in right now, 312.99. We do know that there's going to be slippage involved there, but if it does break lower, then we'll take 40 cents on our last 5% of that trade. And yeah, in the chat, the chat is amazing. Everything's doing really well. We're really happy with that. We do have also available on TikTok and all over. Anywhere where you're streaming, we should be up and about that as well. Yeah, see, like this is what I mean about being a little bit of a tough trading day. Now, I don't have anything on Reddit, but you know, what a good report, right? And boom, just crashes all the way back in, not to go red or anything like that, but right back into, and again, a level that whatever. Not to go red. Well, Reddit, yeah, but that wasn't on purpose. But right there, nice 157 bounce up into 160, so $10 straight up. So if you did believe in Reddit, you had a good move there, just like Amazon yesterday. So the earnings is a blessing and a curse at the same time. It depends on which way you play those numbers.
I think the thing about earnings, the more I realize it, it's like the first 15 minutes and maybe even the first 30 minutes.
For sure.
Like, forget about it. Like, if you, like, most of the times, like, when I look back at, like, an earnings game that didn't go well, it's, like, because of that first 15 minutes. If you just wait, let it make the opening range, and then make a decision on the opening range. And if it still fits your thesis after that, fantastic. You know, like, that's a different sort of, like, that's, like, Reddit would be a perfect example. So that little trendish, whatever, it's not really a trend break, it's more, I don't know what you call it. It's a series of lower highs. It's not a flat top break. It's a series of lower highs breaking on IBIT. So I'll have the same usual rule apply, like when it breaks the consolidation long, and then just give it to the prior support level. So relatively simple. But what I'm talking about there, like that applies so perfectly to Reddit. Like if you were bullish on Reddit, so let's say you sit out the first half an hour. Generally speaking, when we say opening range as a day trade, you're talking about the first 30 minutes, so 9:30 to 10. So in the opening range, it trends down, catches one higher low, and then that breakout. And then it's been trend up ever since. So outside of that little fake out, it was really, really good. And you can make an argument that it doesn't always work out. Like Rivian doesn't follow through, but if you look at Rivian, it's bouncing off 15. 10 o'clock, it puts in its low, it breaks a trend, and then it catches a bit of a bounce. So yeah, Rivian's not having a good day, but your best bet was to be long after the opening range and wait for it to settle itself down. So I said I'd bounce play off 15 here, so I'm just going to try to get long on RIV, and it just bounced off 15.
Nice. Okay. Well, hopefully Rivian keeps.
Why does it say, like, every single day I look at some of these and my prices on my level 2 are like dead wrong? Like if I didn't pull up the chart, it says 1469.
Oh, I know. No, the lows and the highs are not right for anything there. There's a couple other examples there. The high of NVIDIA today, for example, says 212.93. Okay, so there's Google, man. We take a little bit off there. Go bang, 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 bang again. As we take a little bit off, just a quick little trade there on Google into the 80s. We're still holding it. That was just a little small part there. We'll send this through. We want to thank you. What's up, Henny Wasan, 2666. He says Sharif yelled out his name on the show, and he felt that was made me feel like a rock star. So there it is again. So we thank you for coming on here, and we say it one more time. What's up, Henry Wasan? Thank you for so much joining us. Or Henny, not Henry, Henny. I can't even say your name properly, but thank you for coming through one more time. And thank you to everybody for joining us here every single day. And thank you to Google.
For people ask you if you like the Henny.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know
feel
if
like
that's
that
the
would be
actual
way
name
too
or not.
low.
But there we go.
Way too.
Man, we don't rest around here, man. We just don't rest. There's Google, boom, right there, 50 cents in 6 minutes. Nice move, and we'll see if Google wants to get going as well. Even more, like I said, not a overly heavy trade, but it's starting to go back. Okay, it's starting to go back up to the upside. We like this play for Google there, making a little bit of backing in. I was a little hesitant in the first place because it was not a positive stock for me, but like I said, this setup was a little bit better where you ran into some support in the morning, as we were saying. It's not an earnings name, but it's a day 2 earnings play. Did not go appropriately for me, but there it is, making a little bit back right now as we try to get it back to the upside. We don't need to go green or red on the symbol. It doesn't really matter. We're just trying to make the best decisions we can. So there it is, quick as you like there, 53 cents. They're in the money. I heard Sharif and Joe putting on some good winners here today. But yeah, definitely a tough day. I would think, just looking over at, I mean, I know what everyone's doing around here, not the greatest day, but we hope that you guys are having a good day. Palantir beats on Monday. Okay, Rivian Millionaire. Hey, I haven't seen Rivian Millionaire in here in a minute.
Yesterday.
So what's up, Rivian Millionaire?
Been here all week. We chatted with him yesterday.
Okay, well, what's up, Rivian Millionaire? Good to see you. Not a millionaire today, unless you're going short there on Rivian. But yeah, Palantir. I mean, look. The beat part is not the problem. You know, I mean, it's the way the market reacts to these beats and then to what the forward guide is all about, okay? So that's part of it, man, and we just hope that Palantir can keep up the good work, and I think if it can get to 175 again, I'll sell it. I'll sell it to Dan Ives. I mean, Dan Ives is a guy who really likes this stock, so hopefully it continues to go upside there. I still like it. I just think that, you know, with all this talk about Anthropic and Claude and all that, at some point, you know, the White House will give it the green light, and I just think that that's a little bit of, you know, sort of the barrel pointed right at Palantir for that. So nice to see it where it's going right now. But yeah, nice move there. GameStop just broke through 26.
Still going.
So that was a great one there.
Good story.
GameStop, nice upside play on GME. Yeah, like I said, man, I stamped this one down here.
A bunch of social media.
Yeah, probably, and that's what GameStop gets going there. Ryan Cohen and so on and so forth. $23 for GameStop. What a good little level that's been. It's not going too hard, but that's a nice little bounce there for GameStop. Shout out to everybody that actually called it out in the chat. GameStop. You guys have been talking about that all morning, so hopefully you're long on that one. All right, we've got Sia in the back. She's got something for us.
Yeah, just keep an eye out for the uranium ETF here, URA, after Tasnim and news agency in Iran reporting that Hormuz Strait won't open. No uranium leaves Iran. This is coming from Iran's Rashidi. Just saying, Iran's Rashidi reporting that Hormuz Strait won't open. No uranium leaving Iran. Reported by Tasnim news agency. Pulling back a little bit here in the URA. That's the global ex-uranium ETF, down by almost 2%.
You see, and we can pull up GameStop for everybody. I mean, realistically, this is still... Oh,
no news on this yet at all. Tons of social media attention, nothing resembling a catalyst.
Look, there's people with some rumor stuff on there, but I don't, like none of the rumors seem remotely substantive. They're just like, oh, they should do this, they should do that, or GameStop could do this, could have this tie-up, like that kind of a thing. But either way, you are in the midst of a daily breakout, 28, room to 28 on this puppy. So it's not a huge short float name, but you know what? It's got a lot of accumulation, like a ton of accumulation over the last couple of years. And it doesn't matter. You don't have to have a short squeeze to go up. Sometimes you just got to get a little bit momentum. And we saw Intel. You cannot make a comparison between this and Intel, but we saw what happened when you just have something that's coiled up for a long time at a certain bid, and then you just start going ham. This is starting to get like ridiculously parabolic. But I see that 28 level. I don't know if it gets all the way up there. I think that'd be a ring and register, maybe a reversion type spot. You got to be very, very careful when these start to unwind. If there was something moving on sympathy to this, like one of the old ones, I'd be thinking about, okay, well, if it gets out of hand, is there anything that's going up on sympathy? And I'm not really seeing it. This is just a GameStop thing. Like none of the old meme names.
No, I mean, I think it's still, it's not even a huge percentage short float or anything like that.
I think it's like 6 or 7. Maybe it's a single digit.
We did have, and again, like shout out to, like I said, man, it all depends on where you're looking, but shout out to SoundHound right now, as this was brought to our attention earlier today, and of course, I don't think any of us traded it, but what a great call out, whomever that was. And we actually looked at, and you can go back again to 8:30, so I think it was relatively early. And they were like, look at SoundHound's trying to break out. And yeah, I was like, and I remember looking, I was like, oh yeah, okay, Google's starting to go. Something's going on right now. We have a Google long here, and it's really starting to pop. So I'm gonna offer some outrage here on Google, see what's going on right now. As we just got Google long down there at VWAP, like it just dropped in and then ripped right back up. So there's definitely some kind of news happening right now. So bank error in your boy's favor right there. As here we go. Let's see what happens now with Google. We'll just took out a third of what we have, which is not bad. So we'll see what happens right here. Nice little move there. It might be nothing, but someone.
Oil futures closed.
Yeah. Well, did it happen on mega cap names or just Google? Because I don't know. That was the only name that I was actually looking at right there. So boom goes to dynamite. Boom shakalaka right there. That was lucky. So luck favors the bold there. And we had some shares out. Why am I getting out? All right, we're going to hold on now and see what ends up happening. There goes Google. Nice little move to the high side right there. It's a money one right there. As Google getting it back now. Let's go Google. What's up, Adara?
Nothing massive here, guys. Just more comments here from Iranian state media. Most recently, we have Iran's Revolutionary Guard saying that new Persian Gulf management rules have been set. They're going to be implemented under Supreme Leader's, quote, historic command. They're controlling nearly 2,000 kilometers of Iran's coastline within the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. So, again, nothing is super shocking here, but just wanted to keep you guys updated with regards to that. We also have comments here coming from the EU saying that they are implementing their EU-US trade agreement in line with the standard legislative practice. I only bring that up because, of course, we know that President Trump announced earlier today 25% tariffs here on EU vehicles, effective as of next week. Back to you.
No, I'm just going to do my segment, but I'm going to throw it over to you, and then you can send it back to me whenever you'd like.
Okay.
All right, see ya. Okay.
Put on the spot.
Yeah, I had to know that was going to happen. I mean, come on.
I mean, in our ear, it's like throw to see ya.
Yeah, no, it is what it is. Like
right there.
Ron Burgundy, if you say it in my ear, we're supposed to do this.
That's right. I've been called Sean Burgundy many times, so
it is.
There it is. Right there.
No, now I lost my train of thought. That last headline, or whatever you want to call it, actually spiked oil up a little bit. So we're bouncing off VWAP. I don't necessarily love that. And I didn't get anything that I like to the south side, to the short. Breakout on IBIT not going. I'm only giving it to the prior. Rivian might not care about this. Like, it's still consolidating off that bounce of 15, so just looking for it to push back in. It's not moving around on any of those headlines. So that's a good thing. Now we can.
Oh wait, are we sure?
Now we can go to SIA.
All right, okay, SIA, you good?
We're good.
Thank you. I deserve that. I really did. Anyways, let's talk about the triple Qs hovering around 1% and SPY up by 0.5%. We're going to take a look at one headline I have for you today. Viva System, VEEV, has been added to the S&P 500 effective on the May 7th. The stock did surge 10% after hours, and it did hold that momentum, and it's currently up, trading positive by 11% right now. But despite this rally, the stock is trading negative year to date between the range of 23 to 30%. And AI disruption fears are also something that's weighing in here. But technicals are solid. There's a $244 million profit, which is a 16% revenue growth year over year. And currently, VEEV up by almost 12%. Sending it back to you.
Yeah, watch out for when they actually come into the index on the 7th. Remember,
sell it.
Well, it's kind of unfortunate because like this is one of those. It's like a software name that's been destroyed. So, yay! It's getting added to the index to break the trend, but none of the stuff that has made it bad for the last I don't know, like 2 quarters here is going to be gone just because they're added to the index.
Zion.
So if it's going in the 7th, there might be a nice reversal opportunity on VEV. And you know what? These guys were, if I remember, they were at the top of the list, percentage-wise anyways, to go into the index. Like I think they'd been the favorite for the last 3 months, so this is not a surprise that they were going in.
Someone was on the earnings show last night there, so shout out to Zion there. Yeah, we talked about buying that dip, man, on SNDK. You had to have some kind of, what's to do that in the after hours, that's for sure. So shout out to anybody that did that. But yeah, there's SNDK now up $150 since we mentioned yesterday on that earnings report. Is like it was coming back in. It was like, watch out for that $1,000 mark. There it goes, buy that dip and rip it. There goes SNDK. Nothing but love for you guys there on the upside of that one. And again, thank you for all the nice comments there, especially you, Heinze. I don't know if I'm him or not, but we're trying to be that way. So hopefully you guys like the content. That's all that matters to us at the end of the day. There goes JP Morgan. So again, good trade, that's for sure. We'll go, oh my God, we finally traded something other than tech right there for myself. And there goes JP Morgan upside right there. Just came right into the day's low. Market wasn't anywhere near the day's low, so we just thought we would try that one with a very, very tight stop, right? Like that's like 30 or 40 cents worth of a stop to get about $1.80, and we got the majority of them out. Not the majority, but we got it probably a third or so out in these 3 prints right there. So very happy with that performance there. And then, this is the other thing, when we were talking about bank error, when you get this move down and all of a sudden I was looking over, I was like, what the hell? The net just absolutely ripped. And I was like, well, I'm just going to do that if there's no news. Looked for news, didn't see anything. Nothing else was reacting. So we were able to get out pretty much of all of it right now. We still do have 25% left though, but most of the out just rapid fire to the upside there on Google. What's up, Adara?
Well, now I have some news, guys, specifically on oil. USO pushing higher. NBC reporting that U.S. President Donald Trump said that the authorization from Congress for Iran operations to continue is, quote, not needed. Now, generally, my understanding is how the rule is on this is that if an operation continues for longer than 60 days, specifically when I say operation, I mean war, it requires congressional approval via a vote. This is famously not been yet had for the Iran conflict. But yeah, President Trump saying that they don't need authorization. One of the excuses they've been kind of using in the administration for why they don't need authorization for this conflict is that they technically had that ceasefire that started a couple weeks ago. So once again here, NBC reporting President Trump saying they don't need authorization from Congress for Iran. USO on watch.
Here we go. Sidestepping Congress to go into conflict has been something that presidents have been doing a lot of since probably, I don't know, like after Carter. Oh, okay. It's not, I don't know, it's the kind of thing that like one side, I don't know, constantly throwing at the other.
Has Fabian
like,
been in
today?
You
guys did this. I don't think so.
No, okay.
I haven't seen Fabian at all today.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering. Okay, no. Yeah, fine.
Yeah, so I think this is like the normal sort of tit for tat, and ultimately, the real story, like the big moves are going to happen if we see troops, if we see a resumption of like the real conflict, or we see the strait open up. Like I think that's what we're waiting for. And until then, earnings, and more earnings are all that are going to matter. Next week we roll it out with Palantir, which it'll be volatile either way. You do wonder whether they get the benefit of the doubt, or just you see this continuous. You're a software name, Anthropic's coming for you. And whomever you want to name, ChatGPT, yada yada, Gemini, blah 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 blah. I think you still have a lot of that overhang. That's actually one of the reasons why when that VEV goes into the index, I'm like, come on, like a software name gets an artificial bump like that. When they go in, it might be, especially if there's a huge buy imbalance that day and it flies, there could be a really good opportunity to revert that, because that's one of the. You don't usually see a stock with a really ugly chart that gets added to the index. It pretty much never happens. It's a unique situation for Viva. So I'm still in the two same things. That last move down, so far, Rivian is it's got the bounce, it's got the consolidation. Gonna let it drift up a little bit here. But that VEV could be a little something. Oh no. JP Sway just said Netflix is, oh goodness. What happened to Netflix today?
I don't know. We're looking at that at 90. We'll see if we can get back to it. What's up, Adara?
It's a buy at 90.
You got it.
There's more updates here, guys, on the Iran situation. NBC reporting that Trump has further told Congress that the Iran hostilities have terminated. So I guess he's saying that there is no conflict in Iran. Kind of confusing as to how this is going to be interpreted. As I mentioned, this is likely referring to the fact that we have the ceasefire, which technically, I guess if you went by the ceasefire, the conflict hasn't lasted 60 days. Either way here, keep an eye on USO. Back to you.
Interesting to say there's no conflict when you have a blockade.
Yeah, I mean, I think there might not be any conflict anymore in the same violent ways, but there definitely is some disagreements over there still, and we'll hope to get that resolved ASAP, of course. All right, so just, as we say, keep it real with everybody. Like, that broke through 84. We got out of another piece, very small, and then it just ripped back up on Google. So now, with this being said, let's just wait to see. We now have officially about 20% or so of our position that we had, and I don't know what that was about. I feel like there was some sort of a news spike there on something, and I mean, we didn't see it. It didn't happen on any other. I was looking around, like, it didn't happen on Nvidia, it didn't happen on Apple or anything like that. So I don't know what was going on there with Google, and like I said, very, very lucky to get that fill. Past earnings play, Starbucks. Good one, right? I mean, we broke through that 105 level, but it seems to be coming right back in now into there one more time. And this reminds me of that JP Morgan trade where you're coming back in through or near the low of the day. Now, we didn't take it there, but that was another trade that's now broken back down below. Look how good, like the 50 period and how VWAP, I mean, it all just coincides with a downside push there on Starbucks. So that one's getting going. We did have Chipotle earnings the other day, and I forgot to look to see what they did. Chipotle Mexican Grill, 33. I think it was maybe 38. What was it? Coming out there on earnings. Yeah, so that was about right. 36, 38 bucks there was sort of a key level there for Chipotle, making moves down in, so they're not going to have the same fate as our friend Starbucks there. And then McDonald's, MCD, quick little look at them. They were near all-time highs in the 330s or so. I got out of that position up in and around there. Yeah, 330 was probably where I got out. It made that huge high of 340, and then once it came back in, probably let it fall, and then right back in there, 330 or so, for McDonald's, and we'll see what happens there. This one's actually interesting, coming right back into a lower level as well. Right into there, so okay.
I like stable companies where other people have been buying it at a certain price for a long period of time, and then you just sort of join the party. That was Oxy worked for a long time. Bears, Bulls, Battlestar Galactica. Power hour coming, think SPY up or down. Well, if oil futures close and then have been trending up, and the market's been trending down, so I'd look toward down. Bitcoin just failed to break. Is at a key critical level at 78.5, so it couldn't really break out of that. Maybe it gets down to the lows. That could happen. But if you look at what's going on, just from a technical, which is all you can really do, I should have just left up my futures chart. Like, we've been trending down for the majority of the day. Really, outside of the first 30 minutes, or maybe an hour in this particular case, you've been in a gentle downward trend on the SPY. The NASDAQ has been better. But even the NASDAQ, and this is the NQ, that's starting to roll over a bit here. Realize if we're looking weak, Rivian doesn't really care. Some stocks earning stocks maybe don't care about what the market is doing, and this is so far to the downside. I think it's just bouncing off a round number in this particular case. But at some point, if the market keeps falling down, it probably drags it with it. I'm not even thinking VWAP. I'm just thinking to this lower high here at 15.3. But thank you for the super chat. We appreciate you. David Cook, Reddit on one. Holy smokes. Yeah, Reddit and forget it.
Reddit and forget it. Yeah, it is on one.
It is absolutely cruising. This gets bullish. Discord should try to get themselves to market this year. This is a good-looking breakout on Reddit. See, it's a stock that pulls back, which at least has, it's upward trending. It's still higher highs, higher lows. Well, higher lows at least, but the higher highs have kind of stopped. It's much better than when you're just catching an absolute falling knife that doesn't have any history of giving you a shot at the top again. Where you're just, every time you make a new low, you're praying that it just gets like a third of the way back or halfway back. Whereas when you buy dips on like better companies, you actually get a chance that they get back into those highs, and it's much more realistic. Much prefer that. Way better. Like, we get so many of these silly, they're not silly questions. It's like the trade desk this, or
People are always trying to find value, and it's once things get hit that much, that's when they start to get interested in it, right? People don't want to. It's like the SanDisk. Like I called that $100 ago with Joe, but it's not like I went in there and bought it because like you're thinking it's too high.
But like value,
and then it just goes again. Oh, value, yeah.
But value to me sometimes is like when you get like a silly rumor on Apple, and then it goes down because of just a random headline. Which day was it?
You should work for an investment bank. I mean, that's literally all that.
Dara would remember the Fold headline, the production issues on the Fold.
Oh, okay. This one I don't remember the exact date. Okay, I know it was a Monday. It was a Monday. It was from Nikkei Asia. I do not remember the date. I think it was in late March, early April, but this is speculative on my part at this point. I believe it was a Monday, though.
I want to say April 7th. I want to say April 7th, like this day. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. You find the date, and that was like the local bottom on Apple. Like it's just something, like it's in an uptrend. Everything has been great for the company. Like you have nothing that you can point to that sucked. Or buying it when they get the new CEO, and then for some reason it wasn't going high enough, or like it initially went down. Like something like that. Like
you were correct, Neil. It was April 7th, which is actually a Tuesday, but probably felt like a Monday for me because it was my first day back after vacation.
All right, nice.
There you go. Let's see. And they're undefeated. Well, I did. Look, I made an educated guess. It was one of the down spikes on the daily chart, and I knew it wasn't like way too long ago.
Right.
MF Dangerous is OB still up on. It's not a bet. It's the picks of the year. It's OBI.
OBI. What did he put? OBIE.
OBIE.
Yeah.
Does anybody, that's not. Do you spell it that way? Nobody. Every OB I know is OB.
Yeah, I mean that's.
I only know.
Oh.
Two. I only know two.
OB, right there, right now.
OB.
There we go. 18% for your boy. OB, 17.9% for me over here. Joe, 1.7. Neil at the rear, down 20. Chat, down 13. Mateo, whoever that is. Ramin's right there as well. Brendo, down 9. Fabian, down 9. Shout out to Fabian. Sharif, down 4. But here we come again, man. We won it last year. We'll see if we can do it again over here. Who knows? We got Eli Lilly and Marvell really kicking it off. And then we have, what could really send this thing aloof is Big Bear AI. I mean, if that has a horrible report, then you know how far that one can go down. I mean, I'm just happy with Marvell. I mean, Marvell was basically the pick for me, and it's up 99% or something like that. So Marvell, there it goes. But yeah, so we are about to lose this position there on basically a break of 50. There it goes. So, we got lucky there. We just reloaded it small, same price, 70s, out there at 50, 20-cent hit, and not on a big position. So we do make a little bit back there on Google. And here we go, man. Get to the downside is Google. And look at the market. The market right now is at VWAP. So there we go, guys. Here we go. Let's go back over to the desk with Sia or Nadera, someone.
IWM up 0.4% right now. Let's talk about a couple individual tickers. AAOI up almost 14%. The company's earnings estimate has come at $156.98 million and will be reporting on the 7th of May. Axos Financial down by 10%, reported earnings yesterday, and EPS has come higher than same quarter last year. Revenue risen to 27% to $392.25 million, and quarterly net income of $124.68 million. Wonder why the shares are down 10%, but FET Forum Energy Technologies down 10%. Earnings came in strong, 14% adjusted EBITDA growth year over year, even with a backlog and strong orders, and 8% revenue growth with full-year adjusted EBITDA guidance that has been raised 20% over 2025. That's all for small caps. Sending it back to you.
The Russell is an impossible heat map.
Keep it up there. I'm trying to read all those symbols.
There's
insane. BE. I see BE on there. BE.
There's too many in the Russell.
What an absolute monster that was.
Well, speaking of things that are, I think in the Russell 1000 maybe, or the two, whatever. Rivian's in one of them. It's got to be, anyways. Doesn't really make a difference. It looks like it's run a little bit out of steam at the quarter, so bounce of 15. By the first consolidation, looks like it's trying to pull back. If it loses break even, which would just be the original breakout candle, that's where I've moved the stop to. So, I'll give this one back into that break even stop and still looking for it to press. Like you see that downward trend where it's just all red? Like there's the real hump for the downtrend, and then you break it. I'm just looking for it to play right back into there. So just a bit of a reversion trade. If we don't get the last third out, it can't turn into a loser. Just looking for trades where you get that, one shot in, you can throw a stop, and then let it slide. I like the fact that the market went down and this still went to the upside. It just means it was doing something different, which is what I was looking for. But I did not see any bounce plays of any substance in SMCI, so I have to throw that, at least temporarily, out the window. For sure. Pops Mafia, have a look at MO, Altria. Never really been a gigantic. It's one of those.
Yeah, I'm not in that one.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I've never been
back.
like a don't invest in something because you don't
Google downside.
like what they do. But you know what? You give credit where credit is due. Grit your teeth. It's like owning a defense stock. You grit your teeth and just make the money. I think you can say that about MO for sure. So look, it's a great stock. It's breaking out. Only I'm going to tell you, it's making a great bull flag. I've never owned it and probably wouldn't, but at the end of the day, it's just about making money. Like as a trader, you shouldn't care. Trade penny stocks, trade this or that. You should just care about getting paid. As an investor, sometimes it doesn't matter what you invest in. And I say this as a person who invests in defense stocks, so people would call that hypocritical.
Yeah, well, you need defense, or else we wouldn't be here.
Well,
anymore,
exactly. But again, if you think about it,
I should have shorted Google.
Yeah, defense stocks. At the end of the day, they don't create economic value in my. Like I genuinely believe they don't create economic value, but I'll still buy them and make money off them. Because they don't. They create things. They create things that destroy. Chris is saying Cat will do an offering next week. Delete me if I'm wrong. You know what? Let them. Doesn't concern me one bit. Okay. Caterpillar wins on a lot of levels. A lot of levels. It's not just data center. It's infrastructure build out, and when that destruction comes from defense companies, who wins there? Cat wins again. So, and it's an AI play. Like you have a big time moat with Caterpillar. Now, I'm a dip buyer in this stock. I don't think I'd ring the register again until 1,000, and I think we have a chance to get there this month. But Rivian looks like it doesn't want that next leg. If it loses 15-10, then I'm going to jump out of this. It's still a weak stock that we're catching a bid on. And sometimes it only goes 70-80% of what you want to, and then it just goes resuming right back on its downtrend. I think you got to wait for Rivian. On the daily, I think you got to wait for Rivian to make some kind of a base here, and then you get your swing trade opportunity, like 14.5. Today it's just a day trade off 15, but 14.5 is the real level.
We've already made some good calls here on JP Morgan, one good call anyways today, and that was, this low and then taking it to the upside there. And almost, I could find myself buying this here again at 13 and dropping out on that break right there. I think that might be worth a shot there. 312.80 all the way up to 313.20 or so. Definitely could be something there right now on the day there for JP Morgan. So we can watch out for that one. As a little bit of a dip buy opportunity, I'm still in my feelings about SoFi because that one, which we had at 16, we just didn't pull the trigger there. We should have maybe done that one. All right, more news, I guess, abound. Daryl, what you got for us over there?
Of course there's more news, Sean. It's been that kind of day. Keep an eye here on USO as we get Al Hadath, again, Middle Eastern media, reporting that the head of Iran's judiciary said they do not want war and they do not want it to continue, but that they seek negotiations, quote, not to accept dictates. So indicating they do not want a conflict, but they also maybe are not happy with some of the negotiating tactics being used here by the U.S. It's the implication there of not wanting to accept dictates. Also worth noting here, guys, at 3 p.m., President Trump participating in, quote, an event with seniors. Now, he'll be on camera, so he could say anything that could move the market, so stay tuned. Back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Adara. And GameStop just continues to go.
GameStop is a monster.
This is going, it's one of the few things that's going heavy here. Whoops, that's not even drawn well. All right, it's about 3 o'clock, so it's about that. It's near that time where at some point, usually most parabolic things will try some kind of a pullback. It's got a 3-point trend now, so I can wait for it to break the trend. We have free locates.
I want to put something up here about Adara.
Oh, we do not. We do not have free locates.
Byron Hart. I was actually saying this to Brendan just the other day about how, honestly, Adara, I think just the way you've handled that desk, and especially with the fact that Brendan sometimes, busy in the morning, he doesn't get to host that open show. The way you've done that is absolutely amazing. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you very much
to all of that. And I want to tell you something else too right now. Adara, and tell everybody this here. She's the #1 trader on the desk today. So shout out to, actually, man, shout out to Adara.
Thank you.
You are awesome there right now today. So big shout out to that. And I just, honestly, that's the way I talk. And it's just, if I see something and agree with it, we already get that. So now all the love throws in there for Adara. So a star on the desk and a star today with trading. So big shout out to Miss Adara, and obviously Sia right beside her. Can't get any better to learn from than Adara. So I think Sia will be there soon too.
I'll say something else too that I've noticed for Adara, and that is I don't think, and I could be wrong about this, Adara, I don't think that you have actually had a single, I'll call it blow up day this year. Meaning you've never really had a loss that's bigger than the days that you win. Anyways, I haven't noticed one.
No, that's probably because of the stop losses, right? But that's great.
Well, the thing about the stop loss, and at real trading, if you're a trader at real trading, understand that if your stop loss is 1,000, traders can lose 1,500.
Right.
Because a clock comes up, and then you have X amount of time to exit your position. So traders will still lose more than their stop loss. So it takes some discipline to actually lose the actual amount and not exceed it. And most people, when they're starting out, exceed it.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Neil, for the kind words. Yeah, I try not to go, if I get stopped out, which I do, and it's happened. It happened last week, I think. But I try to go as close to as I can to the stop out, because it doesn't, you know what I mean? I just want to recognize when you're wrong, I think is important.
It's discipline.
And I really, really appreciate you saying that.
Yeah. It's incredible. It's a lot of discipline. I think that's it's a hard thing for traders.
It's early. I don't. I think Adara has a huge upside. So we'll see what winds up happening there. And shout out to. And I think you're 100% right. I think my worst day is probably 10% of my best day this year. So it is just. I agree wholeheartedly there with those comments. So shout out to everybody. And of course, because we're on a prop desk, that's what I was saying about the stop losses. It's you got to work your way up. So Adara's relatively new trader. So hopefully with more buying power and more risk, she can become even bigger and better. And I think that's very, very important. Make sure that your best days sort of overshadow your worst days. You can't do better than that. And I think mine's probably 10 or 15%, something like that. So, so far, so good there. All right, man. SoFi up 3%. That keeps on going through as well. Talk about recent IPOs. That PSUS right there, this Pershing Square, shout out to Bill and company there as Mr. Ackman, as we call him around here, gets a little richer there as now he's going to the highest. Now, I don't know the share, how much he owns or what his business, Pershing Square, how much is actually in right now. But the other one was it wasn't PS. PU. There's Pershing Square. So one is the management company, one is also the holding company. So today, it's the other way. Look at this. This is an absolute monster again. You could have had this one right there. And this is where I wonder, we talk about, and I don't think Wall Street's rigged for this particular reason, but it's hey, whisper, whisper, whisper. Maybe this is a good value there, upside on PS. So I wonder how many of Bill's friends are in that one. Yeah, look, NXPI, man, what an absolute monster that is for sure. They're the chips that are in the cars, so they're more of an automotive play. And as we see NVIDIA going into automotive as well, they made a deal with Uber to try to create autonomous vehicles more easily. NXPI, that's another one that is up, and away right now for NXPI right there. So that's a good one as we go back. And actually, I do remember, I think my biggest loss is 20 or 25% of my biggest win, because there was that one IPO, and I forget what it was. It was that Star one, something satellites that I wound up losing on.
IPOs are just a different ballgame.
Yeah. They're like you had said before, though, right? It doesn't matter where your bread is buttered. You just try to butter that bread. What's up, Sia?
Let's take a look at the board. SPY up by 0.33%. We have electric tech that's more of a mixed sentiment that I'm seeing here. Apple did report their earnings. They saw that revenue beat by that currently standing at $111.18 billion. But the slight miss on iPhone sales doesn't really count here, but doing great. Still up by 3.3% on the day. MU is up 4.2%. Intel up 4.5%. In tech services, we have Microsoft up 1%. Meta trading flat. A lot of scrutiny over Meta and the legal issues that they are facing, but they did also report earnings. And coming over to consumer durables, we have Tesla up 3.4%. Health tech, a lot of red, little bit of green. Lilly up by 3.15%. Finance looks pretty flat today with MasterCard up down by almost 2%. And then coming to energy. Energy is the only sector that I'm seeing here that's fully red, with one green name that's trading flat, however, called FANG. Then we had that story with Occidental, with their leadership changing. Occidental down on the day almost 3%. And I believe that is all for your sector watch. Amazon also up by 1%, so take a look out for that. That's all, sending it back to you.
Amazon had that great report.
New thing every time we see news on stuff, like something, or sorry, we see something moving and like there's no news or I can't find a story, we always go to social media. I gotta remember to start, like, if it's like GameStop or any small capper, check Reddit too.
Yeah, Reddit's
because it's like, because sometimes you might see, and I'm not saying I saw anything on Reddit, I just decided to maybe throw that one up there when we're talking about how we can't find anything substantive outside of social media chatter. Well, the last time I checked, Reddit forums count for that as well. So a bit of a trend break there. We just hit power hour on GME. You can see where the last consolidation was. So go here, look for the first exit in and around the third mark, like 26.30-ish. If it breaks down further, there's a 26 even and then VWAP that'll stand out. It's kind of put up or shut up for Rivian on this next level. Like, it held a consolidation, but now we can't seem to break out past this quarter mark, and I just want that one extra push. I've already tightened the stop once. If you break the high, I might cancel and then tighten the stop a second time here in Rivian, just see how far it might want to go. It's just slowly grinding higher into a relatively weak afternoon, so I might want to let it go a little bit further before we get out of this.
We want to thank Eric Sloan from Global X for coming through here yesterday. And volatility does create movement. And for sophisticated traders, movement creates, as you know, opportunities. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. It's triple, if I say levered too much, it's triple levered bear and bull ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 indexes are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedge. That's key for us Canadians seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to, you guessed it, the Canadian dollar. So for those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategies, objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically. Learn more at betapro.ca. We want to thank them for their continued sponsorship. So we've been all over Google today, right? But the problem is now it's starting to run and it's just kind of going by itself. I know I can see the markets going, but Google right there, right back up to VWAP. Yeah, get those legs going there, Google. Right back into these levels. Was debating that. We were like, oh man, why did we went long and then we got out when it broke through. We took a nice couple trades into there. And now you're starting to get going there back for Google and the market. I was thinking maybe for a sell-off here into the close today, but that does not look like it. Let me check back on that JP Morgan idea. Yeah, it would have been good. We talked about buying that 313 up to 313.50, maybe for a little bit of a pullback. Boeing, as I squint at the screen, looks like it was coming back in just a little bit there for Boeing. And yeah, so was that, okay, so yeah, not really fitting what I like to do there. It broke through whatever the pre-market was. You're kind of just bouncing right there off of yesterday's low, which happened pretty much at the same time, 3 p.m. there for Boeing. But in a market that's up 1%, although Boeing's not going to care about the NASDAQ. What's the ES up? 0.4? Yeah, 0.32 right there for the ES. So we'll have to see if that comes through as well. What's up, Mopar? So for the long term, I mean, I think if you're playing the long-term game, you want to be an Eli Lilly, but Novo Nordisk, depending on how long your term is, unless you're a two-term president, I think it's fine. I mean, you've bounced off of those levels down there for Novo. GLPs are obviously have cemented themselves as a thing. So Novo Nordisk there, without myself knowing exactly what's in the pipeline, you want to get over the 200 period realistically, but if you're looking for some kind of value, I mean, it's really been crushed. So I think no vote down.
I don't think they have anything else.
Down into here, yeah. So that's, I would say, like, sure, long term, fine, but if you are, you know, price sensitive and maybe not wanting to get completely crushed out of this, that's 38 right here. So that's 38.62. I mean, we could zoom in a little bit here just to show you. Like, so it's a little bit of a bump up there. And you know why it's bumping up is because Eli Lilly was up 10% on earnings the other day, justified some of their new releases as well. Remember, Hims and Hers, a big name, Novo Nordisk involved there. But right into there, 38. I would say a dropout somewhere around there, and you've now broken through the 50-period moving average. And then, as my good friend Brian Shannon likes to say, you'd be back in that penalty box. So I would be very, very careful with that one. Did the Edmonton Oilers win last night? I'm gonna have to look. Oilers versus Ducks. It was, no, they lost. So bye-bye to the best player ever to skate up, Connor.
Did you see what happened at the Buffalo game? That was so cool.
In overtime?
No, it was actually, maybe it was a few days ago anyways.
Yep.
When they
played tonight, I believe.
The track for the Canadian National Anthem broke down.
Oh,
so
no.
Wasn't the track?
Why are they doing
the
that?
Microphone. It was a microphone.
They're
the
singing
microphone
"O
died
Canada"?
for the singer,
Oh.
and the U.S. crowd didn't even blink.
I'm surprised. I didn't realize they
Belted the O
sing
Canada.
"O Canada" there.
It was a pretty cool moment. Like,
Yeah.
you would expect
Some they hold the mic out for them to go. But I'm surprised they do the Canadian anthem.
Well, it was
in
cutting
Buffalo.
in and out. So she was trying to keep going, but like it would just cut in and would cut out, and sucked for the singer because that's like your.
Yeah, I mean everybody's so jacked up, the fans in there, so that's great. Yeah, great to
I
hear.
don't mind cheering for them. Plus, too, I always like the Sabres because of someone we had on the show. Like I remember back in the day, it was LaFontaine and McGillney.
McGillney's one of my favorites. Yeah.
They were the two.
Yeah.
So one.
Go Canes. Eh? Okay.
Who likes the Canes?
Oh, one of my good friends is messaging me right here.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, okay. I guess he didn't like Ottawa Senators. That's who the Hurricanes.
Rivian wants to go, but GameStop also trying to go in here. It was bidding right. It bounced right off the level that we were bidding, and it's still doing a bit of a wick shimmy. So like volume really coming into this, but you know, we got the stop at the prior bar, the first profit take at the 1-to-1. So not much has changed, but it was looking like it was going down, and then just did this little bit of a, I call it a wick shimmy, but whatever. It can break either direction. It doesn't really indicate anything, but the continuation after that usually is fall apart or break the high. Kefri.
Yes, love this one.
Hello from Baltimore. We have I don't know if your name is Kefri, but I read that as Kefri.
Yep.
We have a friend named Kefri. Hello from Baltimore, B-Town. Thoughts on SUN looking squeezy with a high short interest and earnings on next week? I guess that'd be Thursday.
I might try to short Google here.
No, Soundhound.
Oh, that's
There you go.
Soundhound is Thursday. Okay, we have lots of big earnings next
You
week.
never know if something's going to squeeze or not, but it has pretty much all of the precursors
Google.
for a squeeze, right? Like it's bouncing off lows. It's got a good short float. It's running going into earnings, so you probably already have some shorts considering profit taking.
Wow.
You got a lot of the course, but you never really know. Like look what happened to Roblox. It had all the possibilities for a squeeze.
Well, Ozan, let's fix that then right now. You might be right. If I'm not in position, the world is coming to an end. So let's get into some Google right there. Nah, I mean, we're just looking for good opportunities. I don't know. Okay, yes, sir. Good opportunities. Let's go. Spin that right there. Here's 30 cents, you know, and there it goes again. We talk about waiting for something to hit. There goes Google. Hits again right there. We were waiting for it. Hits the 200 period moving average. We're definitely not here for our good looks. We're here for our trades. And there it goes to the downside right now. Nice move for Google as it's moving around. I do appreciate that, my friend who's been emailing me. He likes the blue sweater. We like that one. We just need yellow stripes, he says on it. Both of our kids are playing for the same rep team. Well, it's a different team, but yeah, his kid's going to Mississauga as well. So, but okay, here we go, man. It's a nice move down for Google. We're just covering it. We're not trying to, like, we're just putting out right now. We got all these nice little gifts to drop down here. We'll put some money in our pocket because look what happens right there immediately, right back there to the upside. The stop's going to be 385 anyways, so we'll take a little bit of profit there and see if it wants to go. Hey, this market, whether or not you're long or short, it's pretty boring right now into a Friday. Especially the market needs to take a little bit of a breather, right? I mean, there was so many earnings through this week, and including the one that Sia had brought to our attention just a couple minutes ago and said Amazon was up nearly 1%, up 1.5% Amazon, made new all-time highs either yesterday or today, both days, I guess, up to 270, hit 275 there. I believe that's going to be all-time highs for Amazon as that's been going kind of parabolic. We put out a note after the last earnings call that I thought the market had missed it. It was really well received. I think it was over 12,000 views or so on that one. So thanks everybody for that. And we were able to buy on day 3. Didn't look good, but then now Amazon is definitely one of those vacation stocks. So we put that there, and watch out now for Amazon as it pays for the vacations. That's what we mean. And look at that, man. There's another reload. Okay, man, we did a reload again. So here it is, like just right there. We just got short right there at 80s, and we're covering now at 20s. There's another 60 cents right there on Google. So, again, hopefully proving that, there is some scalpable opportunities in this market. You just kind of got to be patient for those opportunities. And if they're there, hit them. But, I'm not using too many shares right now, but still able to put some damage back in here on Google. Not a very successful stock for me today, Google, but we're trying to put some money back into our pocket here. And that's what we're doing. You got GameStop short. It was probably good. Broke through that 26 level. See what happens with GameStop.
27, well, it almost got to 27. GameStop. It halted at 26, not halted, sorry, stopped at 26.8. But look, I'm holding on to these two. I think I've now canceled offer on Rivian. It's doing it. The last time it consolidated, we broke out. So this consolidation, I'm just tightening the stop again, and then try to let it ride into the volume weighted average price. And GME not going to change the plan. Try to keep it simple. Get your entry pattern, and I'll flip to G. Come on, hit enter a second time. There we go. And I'm not moving the target. Giving it to prior bar, and if it's going to break the trend, which it has, and follow through, then I want it following through at least in that close to that 26 level. Because if you're trading GME, right, like if I'm giving it 20 cents because it's moved $2 today, then I want to make sure I'm trying to grab that on the other side, right? So sometimes on a $20 stock, you might be trying to make 5 or 10. GameStop's not moving like that, so I'm not going to try to scalp it for small. SMCI might have just, I don't want to be long this stock. I don't want to be long SMCI, but it's hard not to acknowledge that it might have just done a capitulatory bottom. Like it's been falling all day, and now it's past power, or in a power hour, obviously, where I like to look for reversals at this moment, and this could end into an upward trend here. It's not a trend break, it's just a hold of the 27 level. So if that's there for me, I might just have to take it. It broke down heavy. I didn't see any news or anything. I think it was just a technical break of this low here. So if I can get 27s and maybe play it back into that quarter, that would be the play.
All right, good job there. Just more USO. I don't know. We can look at that. Google,
it's not moving anymore.
Nah, I don't know. I was gonna have a quick little look there because I'm only in Google and I don't want to just keep on looking at it. We have some bids there at O's. See if we get it. We just bounced out. We were at 07 there actually, and it bounced. USOI. USO is what we're supposed to be looking at right there. So US oil. We were looking at the different contracts there today. By the way, we're out of more than half of that reload now, so we're getting lighter and lighter on Google. Just because, hey man, up and down, take the money if it's there. What's up to elevators there in the chat? I can't repeat your full name there, but shout out to you. I see you as well.
That's not that bad.
No, it's not that bad. Nothing's that bad. All right, 142.50. Yeah, USO, it's now closed, right? I mean, the contract is the CLM contract here today, so we can have a look at light sweet crude. Again, for some reason, the quotes aren't coming through. I actually got to put a ticket in for that. I don't trade this anyways, but there it is, down 3%, hopefully giving us a little bit of like oomph at the pump there, and you can not pay that $1.90 a liter like it is around here right now. I got the note that the car is full in the basement right now, so we're all good. We haven't paid for gas in almost a year. I got the Tesla in May, and it seems to be working out fine. I want to show you guys the dollar, the US dollar here today, because on a day where, generally speaking, when the NASDAQ is, I mean, it's very, very generally speaking, because obviously the dollar is affected by many world events and not just what happens to oil or the NASDAQ or anything like that. But here it is right now. This is a 1 minute chart. You know, as the Canadian dollar, as the US dollar is appreciating here today, it's actually kind of strange to see what the NASDAQ, although, you know, the NASDAQ has been kind of flat. Generally, when the US dollar is going that way, this is going that way. So you have inverse relationship. But for now, stronger US dollar seems to be okay, and the market is definitely absorbing that. So we'll see if that can still be the trend. It's part of the reason why if you are short the market right now, first of all, you're probably getting stopped out. You just broke through there. VWAP, clean bounce off VWAP. That's something that, honestly, like as a VWAP guy, I keep saying that we should have probably had that trade there off VWAP on the market. I don't know exactly what we were doing. Just before we went on air, 153, that was a good one there. But there's the US dollar, and just looking over at a daily chart or whatever, well, we can look at a daily chart for the US dollar. We're not near that break. We did break it, the high from June, I believe it was, of last year. Oh no, it was right there, July. So we came into there. There's the break right there. Looks like the dollar now just kind of stuck in the middle. So as the NASDAQ is at all-time highs, as is the S&P, the dollar not really having a net effect. But I think that story still has a lot of go to it, right? All right, we're getting all these afternoon short on, okay, there we go, JKL Toddler.
I just typed
yeah, Microsoft, yeah, not Microsoft.
No, it's MSTR.
Yeah, what do you got going on over there? Short and MSTR.
180.
Looks like Bitcoin's going higher though, my guy.
I love watching darts.
Yeah, darts is
Most
awesome.
entertaining. It's such an entertaining thing to watch on TV. My guess is you're short at 180. Trend break, maybe. I have no idea, but it's certainly working out for you. But it's up 8% today, man. MSTR has been a rocket ship, but that's probably because Bitcoin's good. Good, not great on Bitcoin. So, but two things before, because we have to talk about the trading for a little second. Trailed out of Rivian into SMCI, which is going to be basically the same setup-ish. I mean, it's the same idea, wipe out bottom, sort of turn around, and then get the pullback into prior resistance. So that'll be almost identical in terms of pattern to Rivian, but it looks like GameStop, GME, runs the high. Oh, no. It was scalpable, but that's not really the style of trade. Like if the play is to take it to an area, then I'm not getting out in there. You're waiting for this and you're waiting for that. Like the room was for 50 to 60 cents to the downside, so taking 10 to 15 doesn't really make a lot of sense. So yeah, MSTR, I can't really say I'm bullish right now on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I know, like MSTR, it's different. It's not the same thing, and I don't think the Treasury leverage plays are the same thing. But it's in an upward trend. It's been stair-stepping up. This is just IBIT, I understand, but it's the same chart, right? This just doesn't have 24 hours. And until it proves that it's out of this upward trend, like I came in today looking bullish on IBIT, and I feel like on Monday, barring something crazy over the weekend, I'll probably think the same thing. But good luck. MSTR, if I was shorting Bitcoin, MSTR is probably as good a place to do. If you want to short ETH, BMNR is probably a good place to do that too. Right?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's all good. Of course, MSTR is just such a levered product there, so you got to watch out for those shorts. And good call on that one, JKL. There he is, Elevators. What's going on, man? We appreciate you as well. Thank you so much for the super chats. And everybody's tagging me with all these different stocks. But right here, Intel, yeah, good call out there. Whoever that was that tagged me over here, there it was. Duke says Intel's almost at 100 again. You are right, my friend. We already traded this one, breaking through $100, and that one was a fail. But we were pretty patient. We got it back here at the 50-period moving average. Boom, 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 boom. Took it until it didn't work. Broke through that level. There's the missed opportunity by far, and we just missed another one actually, right there into VWAP. Like, the afternoon is like very much less focused for me. We should have definitely had that one. I just get sort of stuck with what we're doing. We're happy we found Google. I mean, we've been making that money on Google there. We've had GameStop, we've had SMCI, now we've got Google here this afternoon. I did have JP Morgan. Definitely, that was a big mistake by me, man. We were talking about JP Morgan down here at 313. Definitely should have had that one again, but we did not. So yeah, we can go back over. We'll go to SIA, and then we'll keep our eye posted here for INTC and see if Intel can keep its parabolic movement here. What a month Intel had. Intel from $42 to $99. It has 99 problems, but momentum is not one. So SIA over there at the big screen. What you got for us?
DXY a bit off its monthly highs, forcing it to retreat towards the 98 level, all because of Japan's Ministry of Finance announcing on Thursday dropping an estimate $35 billion, that is 6 trillion yen, to prop up the yen, which is a massive dollar selling spree. Now, Despite the inflation as well, the U.S. economy is proving to be resilient with the fresh Q1 GDP growth that hit 2%, which outstripped the euro and the UK. And with the Strait of Hormuz still closed, we do know that the global markets continue to remain on edge. The dollar currently is dominating as the safe haven, but energy-dependent economies like Asia and Europe are struggling a little bit. That's all for Money Talks.
There we go. That makes sense. Ron Miller there. Iranian Rial is weak mode. Look, don't tell this to Obi.
You think?
But I'm pretty happy with this, man. We came from the depths of hell right now. Look at this. We finally overtook it right now, Obi. Yeah, there we go. So right now, this is just year to date. We made these picks, I think, January 9th or 12th or something like that. And we're going to exit these out June 30th and make new picks right here. If Fabian was here, I'd tell you what the... Oh, yeah, I think you can go to, no, that's, stock ranking. Okay, there it is. I mean, this is what's leading the day, definitely. That's me, that's Obi there. So these are the big ones. XOM with Randy, of course. He was a late addition, which is why he has that there. The chat has NVIDIA. Randy also there with NVIDIA. But, yeah, there it is. So just showing that to you. So there's proof there because we were getting destroyed by Obi. Join us again sometime in early July, and we will have new picks for all of y'all again. And that should be a lot of fun. And we'll wait for Big Bear AI to get going. And this is part of the reason why, too. Eli Lilly finally back. We're still stuck long on Eli Lilly, somewhere above this price, but it's definitely battling its way back. Good movement there from $8.50 up to $9.63 as there goes Eli Lilly again. And yeah, it just goes to show, like, sometimes these stocks, they just go parabolic. The one that I wish I had, obviously, and I've never been, I know you're into ARM, but I've never been into ARM. So that's just an absolute monster. Like, talk about a name. I'm waiting for pullback. I said that the other day. Like, if we ever got to 170, you know, I don't even really care that much about what happens in this market. I think that ARM down here with the diversification of their business now, I like it. They're not just obviously in the mobile, so we like what they're doing with the PC side of things and the chip game. So I'm excited to get into some ARM if it does come down. But wow, what a name that's been.
You have to remember,
you picked that was $110.
You can't make any kind of mobile device power efficient without their chip technology.
Right.
You can't. Nobody can do it. Like ASML, like there's companies within the chip space that have a monopoly on something. They have a monopoly on that efficiency. And now they want to make their own chips. It's just a matter of, we always say, you take something out or take 20% off and then it made a high. And that's what happened on ARM. And it's literally happening on Intel. I said I would sell some 20% of my Intel at lunchtime.
Nice.
Not nice. It's already higher.
Yeah, well.
But that's how it is. You take profit on something because you think it's gone a little bit too far, too fast, and you think you'll buy the dip again, and then it's right back at the highs. Intel, with only 30 minutes to go to the imbalances, if this has a sell imbalance and it's at the high, probably going to take a shot at it. Let's go to Adair.
Just keep an eye here on Amazon and Instacart, guys. Instacart apparently filing a lawsuit against Amazon for patent infringement. I looked into this. This is apparently from a couple hours ago, but just being mentioned on social media, so I wanted to mention it. Also, the stream for the Trump event with seniors, which again is all the information I have as to this event, it just went live. There's a backdrop that says golden age for your golden years. They are currently playing Jump, that song from the 80s. If I have more details, I'll let you know, including when President Trump takes the podium and if anything is said about the market. I suspect this will probably be one of his speeches that he tends to give about the economy, so there could be some market talk here. I'll keep you guys posted. Back to you.
Okay, we'll see.
Keep us
I'm
posted.
not really
Keep us
expecting
posted.
anything too crazy, but you absolutely never know.
IoT, love IoT. Internet of
Oh
Things,
yeah, where everyone's
Samsara.
reported.
I think IoT is another name. I'm not sure. We have to look to see when they're going to report, but Samsara. Not next week, yeah. So Samsara, a good name. We've been buying some of these dips on this name. So I think it was Commodity King, and some of you others in the chat know that we've been talking about this. Look, it hasn't been that great. Let's wait to see what happens with Samsara. We have TeraWulf today, WULF. That's making some moves. It has pulled back a little bit during the day, but it did have that nice move on the upside there from, I mean, what a great take, man. 13, 14, 15 bucks down there at the 50-period moving average. Definitely building. Boom goes the dynamite there on Wolf. down a little bit now. It looks like it's down 1.5%, but you got to 2250 there, breaking out now, TeraWolf, and it had a break right there at 1850 upside. So that's going to be a good call for anybody that has this name in their account. Good look there. So many names that you maybe never even heard of that are really starting to go. We looked at SoFi, and of course we've been buying some SoFi on some dips as well. Robinhood up 2% now, and you know that was kind of an easy one to figure out. That earnings was going to be downside with crypto, so we hit that one, and then we said it was probably going to be bouncing right back up. So its worst day was its earnings day, and all the way down there into $70. Now it's had 2 straight days of up, which is nice to see. So they're trying to buy that one. And SoFi got as low as what, 15, I think. There was that very low, 1530s, 1540 or so, back up to 1664. So some of these two names, both of them reported on the same day, Tuesday, I believe it was, and SoFi upside from that day, as is Robinhood. So they both have this nasty sort of candle to the downside, but both fell into good support that we've seen. I don't know how good this is, like what is a week of support, but they fall into it and now get right back up to the upside. And yeah, man, I mean, we have Marvell in the account, and I've been selling some of this. This is the same thing as that Intel trade. I've been really selling this one off as well. We first started buying this with everybody at $60 here live on the show, or it was right here. That was the first time that we started talking about Marvell, and we've just been buying in here, and then boom, we get that good move upside. I thought this was a great trade from 60 to 108 or whatever that was on the SoftBank sort of discussions there, and then this happens with Marvell straight upside. We get an investment from NVIDIA, and as they say, man, that's all she wrote for Marvell in the short. That's toasted right there. So Marvell's been a very, very big one for the. I guess it's a swing account if I'm getting out of it some of it now, but all my accounts are long only. So we wait on that one. A couple halts. That AIOS. That was the one that Sharif asked.
Yeah, it was. Well, when he got the price, I was like, you're not going to pay for that. Because it was pretty expensive, and it probably has only gone up. This stock could flat bottom break. It hasn't halted all afternoon, but I think that one probably not something that most day traders are going to trade. To the point we were talking about earlier, why a lot of people at like real trading or a lot of offices will not like traders trading those stocks. Doesn't they don't like it. The slippage that you get or the lack of defined liquidity means if a trader has a stop loss and there's ridiculous slippage on a ticker like that and you get caught in a halt, that's exactly where if you have 1,000 shutdown, well, you get stopped, you're out wherever you're out. You could double it, you could triple it. You get caught in a halt and the system can't flatten you. That's where it gets dangerous. So if a trader has leveraged buying power to day trading prop firm and loses on that where they're used to trading other stuff, they get themselves in trouble. SMCI might just be too weak. It's trying to break this consolidation. But unlike, like Rivian was just a little bit better on Rivian. Like once it started to go, it followed through and then held some higher lows, actually still making higher lows. Maybe SMCI is just too much of a dog at this point. So I've already tightened the stop up again. I'm not giving it to the low. If I think there's less of an opportunity, then I should give it less risk. I see what you have up there.
Yeah, let's go find out. This won't be me on the list there today at all, but let's go find out who is making all the money at real trading and some of the top markets. We don't have the symbols associated with this. I'm actually going to tell them. Maybe they put a couple symbols in here, but we'll see what they wind up doing. But this is from yesterday's top 10 traders yesterday. Okay, so this is in US dollars. We talk about this all the time on the show, and this is real trading. There's over 2,000 traders right now. I'm not sure how many are in the live environment, but definitely many. So just like we said, like with Adara starting off, and some of these traders are just starting off, and once you get your accounts to where they need to be, this is the kind of money that you can make and or lose. But you know, there's Blue Ocean. I just wanted to bring that to attention. There's a couple days in a row now with earnings and whatnot that we've had a good Blue Ocean number. So there's 4,000 on that. That's a relatively new market to real trading, as is Moon, ATS. They're all sort of scheduled the same, so Blue Ocean and Moon and all that. So when we see that's clearly the after hours. Canada, again, yeah, like you said, Amex, so USO or SPY or GLD or something like that. Canada, there's Amex again. Some Canadian. I mean, we are here in Canada. A lot of traders trade the Canadian market, so a lot of opportunity there. This trader, for example, $4,000 US trading TSX, the venture. So these are like sort of like the Russell 2000 stocks, TSX venture names, CBOE Canada. Yeah, I mean, this is littered with Canadian names there, and almost no US, right? I mean, we already know what these are. We don't see the NYSE on here or anything like that. This trader, for example, traded I guess, let's just say almost 3/4 of their stocks could have been in Canada, and that's just the way it looks. I have no idea. Maybe they made all their money on NASDAQ, but
you know what?
we put, like for me today, I've traded the pink sheets because of Fly Q there, and then the NASDAQ. So I would be on here for PK.
So that Amex, we're allowed to say this.
Yeah, let's say whatever.
Okay, I just found out we can definitely. So we can't say this is what everyone's making internally, but the symbols on each market where the most volume is done on Real Trading, allowed to say. So when you pop that up and see Amex, the top symbols by volume here, it's like TZA is the #1 in terms of actual churn, and that is it's one of the leverage ETFs. It's the small cap bear 3X, and then you've got SOXS makes the top 10 as well. That's a semiconductor. A lot of these are leveraged. Like XLE's on there, the SPY's on there, but SOXS, SOXL, BITO, SCO, which is the ultra short crude oil.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's like if you look at it in Real Trading, when you see the Amex on there, half of those symbols are these leveraged ETFs, let's just say. And it was also true back to when silver was going crazy. Like it was SLV and it was Z. Is it ZSL or ZLS? I always
ZSL.
ZSL. So it was those two symbols that were doing the most volume. And so it flips around. If oil's moving the most, then it'll be the oil ones. And if silver's moving the most, then it'll be these. That's where a lot of the opportunity lies. And that's why you see Amex all the time. Sometimes it might be stuff at the close, but for the most part, that's where the volume comes in. So it's interesting. It just goes to show, like, it's not necessarily all about Tesla.
And that's why we trade TQQ, XXX, and
all that stuff. Like it's really, it's just about wherever the opportunity happens to lie. Like it doesn't really matter. It's just about making money. But it's probably a good thing we tighten the stop in here on SMCI. Just leave it at a flat trade. Like if it's going to be a flat trade and it doesn't want to go any further, I don't want to fight it. It's just entirely too weak. And if I give it to the bottom, then it turns that into a losing trade, which is not really worth it. It's 3:30. The first of the month, probably not going to be any big imbalances or anything, but NU, the Brazilian, the SoFi of Latin America, it's not Brazil, it's Latin America, is a buy. That's a nothing burger. Every single day we have seen Barrick Gold with a few million to the sell, and I don't think it's mattered once. So nothing too crazy on a Friday here. Is it even moving? Slightly, but not really. NU, you always want to see, like, does it provide an opportunity? If NU would be chilling out at the lows, then
first Friday of the month.
SSC was like, is that Nubank? Yeah, it's Nubank. If it was at the low or at VWAP and at a buy and balance, and you could buy it off of an actual structural level, and then at 350, hopefully sell the news when the imbalances come out. But that's already at the high. I wouldn't want to chase that. I'd rather have buy and balance at the low and take that long. We did that a couple of times a couple of weeks ago that worked out really well, where you get a big buy and balance and the stock is at the low of the day, and all you really do is just buy it a couple pennies off the low, and then it runs into 350. So that's been something that's successful, but I haven't seen it happen this week.
We had Google just get stopped out there. We did, like I said, we did not average back into it or anything like that. Short at 80, stopped out there of the break of O's. So upside play there for Google. And there's been so many good trades that I missed. I mean, with the NASDAQ being up today and everything, like Apple being up and Google and like just some good feels in the market, this VWAP bounce right there, and you can see a little more extended on the TQs than it was here on the NASDAQ, but that was a buy. I mean, it came right in. Like I messed around with Meta basically on the same kind of a trade where it came right back in there and had sort of tried to support VWAP, but that doesn't look even nearly as clean as my boy over here, the TQs. So that was, for me anyways, a definite missed opportunity there, and wishing we could have that one back. And I don't know. Now it's 3:30, so when it comes back in, I won't take it again, but that probably should have been it. And what's up to Pops Mafia shouting me out as well, trying to tell me that NVIDIA's at VWAP. Yeah, look, man, I'm aware of that too. And I just don't know if I want to put anything back on, right now. But that's not a bad, I mean, it's still a half hour, still anything could happen, I guess. That's not horrible. Remember yesterday, though, I know Apple had earnings, but if you looked at them with their imbalance, and again, people know things that we don't know, so this imbalance could hit again, but if you see yesterday's Apple trade, in the last 10 minutes, right when those imbalances came out, it came out in an initial buy. So Apple's kind of cruising as we wait for their earnings report. After hours, hits at 4:30, obviously, boom, there it goes. But you could see their upside on 7 million. And then within 1 minute, that 7 million paired off. And then it was Tank City all the way back into the downside. So you do have risk on right now. If you are looking at anything, you could be in for a surprise if you hold it too close to 350, depending on what those imbalances are. But I'm not going to hate on this kind of a look. As you get VWAP and you're trying to take it, I would actually rather go short on, I mean, I know that's a wick down, but what about even just a break of 199.60, something like that? It's going to have to break lower and prove to us that it wants to hold VWAP. Unless you just want to play smaller shares, might be worth it. But yeah, standing in front of this NASDAQ, the Tesla is getting close. I mean, money on this being $400 on Monday. I mean, barring anything happening outside of Iran, this name looks like it does have that peg to it. We've already been to 400 again, down to 340, 350. Good level there off earnings, blasted up higher, and we'll wait to see if Optimus can continue to lift this stock higher. 400 and change coming in for Tesla as he battles Sam Altman in the courts.
Yeah, that's a little bit of drama there. Okay, I want to throw a poll up because we didn't really do one this afternoon.
Perfect.
So I'm not picking all of the earnings names for Monday. I've left a couple out, but I'm just going to go with these 4. So which Monday earnings name are you going to buy? 1 for Palantir, 2 for Pinterest, that's going to lose. 3 for Duolingo, that'll lose. And 4 for ON Semi, which I think is going to get some decent votes. I'd like to think
light those ones up.
Votes. So Palantir, Pins, Dual, and On. I can only put the other names were like NCLH and Berkshire Hathaway. I guess I could have put Berkshire on there.
Berkshire is better than those other 3, I think, for sure. Berkshire's.
I wanted the ones after the bell.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah,
those are the 4 after the bell. I like On, man. I voted for On, and that's going to be 20%, but Palantir is going to get a lot of the votes. That's the reason. Look, let's be real. We're doing an after show on Monday, and we're doing it for Palantir. We're not doing it for Pinterest. And I think it's the only time we even do the aftermarket show on a Monday is because Palantir reports on a Monday. Although they used to report in the mornings, not anymore. Palantir up 4% today, not really doing much going into the close. What's On? Just for what's in giggles. On Semi, probably up today. I mean, the NASDAQ's up, so it's likely going to be up. Yeah, up and at the highs, of course. You're a semiconductor name, you're going to be doing pretty well. And I'm surprised. I guess it's maybe too far up. Like, this is on insanely parabolic. So would you actually want to pick this up at the highs? When we saw what just happened, at least initially, to names like Western Digital and SanDisk, they got it back, but the first moves have been dips on these parabolic names. So probably the same thing happens here and then goes for John. This is almost a double up in the last month.
Yeah,
I think amazing. I thought it would get more than 20% of the vote, given how strong it's been. But, Palantir's got the name brand.
Yeah, and it's got the hot fire, as is On, so we'll have to wait to see what's going on there. And, if you guys watched out for SNDK today, SNDK right now at the highs and just blasting through some of these levels. So, yeah, it just continues to move higher and higher into the close. I mean, when we were screaming buy yesterday down there at $1,000, didn't have any idea that this would happen. I would have even taken it out right there for $60 win. But as you see, $11.50 looks like that just got taken out right now. There goes SanDisk. And so, yeah, I would think that I would probably myself would vote for number 4 rather than Palantir. I've already talked about how Palantir has been a great portfolio name, that is for sure. And we last year on that same thing that we had, I think we did it for the whole year. The total return was 160-something% right there. So we already know that Palantir's had its moment in the sun, and I just wonder about that report. I think it'd be really strange for On to come back in. You saw NXPI go back up to the upside there. We've seen my boy Marvell, so good trade there. But look at SNDK, man, really starting to go higher and higher on that one. But all right, Sia's got something else for you.
And finally, let's take a look at crypto. So Bitcoin gained 12.7% in April, registering to its back-to-back to its monthly gains and its best month that it's seen since the April of 2025. Now, BTC and the crypto market overall was a bit volatile today, but crypto quant analysts have said that things could now be on a shaky ground, and we will wait and watch on that. But BTC did experience, as I said, a bit of volatility along with other crypto names, Solana, ETH. But BTC currently trading near intraday highs around the 78,300 region. That's it. Sending it back to you.
Still looks bullish on Bitcoin. Like ever since that low got made, break back out, consolidate over resistance. It's got some room. Next week, well, maybe not next week. It's taken a while to do this, so maybe we don't get 80,000 that easily. But once you break out the 80,000, confirm that you can make a new high off of this low at 74. I was bearish until we started this breakout here. So up until I think it was like mid-April or so, like I was still kind of maintaining the bearish look. Now it just looks pretty bullish to me, and so I'm leaning into the chance that we can get back into like 89 here. Why is it? I swear, and either I'm crazy, but I always have one on a daily and the other one on an hourly or a 15. And then if I haven't looked at it in a while, TradingView just changes it to another time frame. Anyways, this one always had this on the daily. Messing with me. It's when I restart the PC and it reloads the page. I guess it just picks one and then they're both the same chart. Anyway, it doesn't matter, it's free. But the daily chart is also confirming it. I just think we take some time to get there. We got down a lot faster than I think you're going to get these bounces, and overall, you got a nice little trend line break. So you get to 89, 90. I think that's a good place to. I was going to say ring the register.
There it is. I mean,
I didn't know that was coming up. Trader TV fan, appreciate. Thank you for the super chat. 2 great weeks took time off today. Thanks, guys. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you for sure. But that was good timing. I was going to hit it anyway. See. A little graphic that goes with it, but I didn't even get a chance to get to that one. Where's the other one? I keep forgetting that I have that stupid train whistle.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna.
That one.
No, I was gonna. There was a point in the midday when I wanted to like troll these guys because it's fun. Like when they say a certain thing and then you just throw a sound effect on them. Yeah, like that kind of thing.
All right, good call out there for NVIDIA again. We looked at that one as being near those highs, and it's just kind of still hovering there. So if you played that, the missed opportunity I think might have been Google, but if you wanted to wait for it, you wouldn't have came through. That's the 386.30s there as a possibility. We just looked at some Amazon, like nothing's hitting. I mean, we could see right here the watch list. This is what's been sort of trading. Actually, yeah, this is my watch list actually, not the trade rate. So names that I have on my watch and are in my account. I own many of these names, but not all of them. These are good day trading names here. Roblox down 17% today. Marathon down 4%, as we saw Riot as well. USO down 3%. Occidental. Qualcomm down 1.5%. There's Donkey Kong. DraftKings down again. Now they're 1.3%. We wait for their report to come through. Netflix. Not the greatest stock. That's down today 1.5%. Many names in the flat side of things. Let me just reverse this position now. Oracle, we really like Oracle. That almost made the note today, but we didn't pull that in there. Joe made me add TSLA on here, so that's on there now. TSLA up 6%, but again, that's triple leverage. So
Tesla?
I do have Tesla down here right there, so 3%. Sorry, TSLA is a double right there. So there's Tesla there as well, 2%. TQs, again, not representative of the market. Apple, Palantir up 3-4%. Micron up 4%. Affirm up 5%. Intel is about to break. So there it is, man. This is why we have this watch list going. We're right back to $100 there. I played it before. Will we play it again? What does Intel want to do? I mean, that's the whole point. I'm going to try it. I'll try Intel again. We hit it the first time. A break of 101. We're going to have to give this probably 50 cents. So let's make sure that we don't put out a crazy amount of shares. And we'll just give this a go here on Intel, maybe 3/4 of a unit, breaking back above 100 because we did it right there and we didn't go anywhere. So I just like the fact that we didn't get back into the 50-period moving average. Like I said, that's your 50 cents. So if it breaks higher, maybe we do expect an extension there today. We have the high as being $100.50. That's not necessarily true. I have it right there.
It didn't get to 50.
No, I mean, I don't know if it did or not. I have a 40 fill, so yeah, so close.
45.
45 was the highest. So I have a 40 fill or so there. So we'll have to wait to see if Intel can get going through that. I'll try it, just see if it goes. We can even actually go less and stop out here at 65. So let's go. Let's see what happens here with Intel.
Jesse Martinez, I'll let you. I love it. Some of the comments in the chat. Sometimes they'll hide things in the chat that are perfectly fine to see.
Yeah, they do.
So I just showed that one. You make a Chappelle reference, it's perfectly fine.
Oh, Jesse Martinez.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta go put some water in Buck Nasty's mama's water dish.
Oh, that was Isabella.
Yes, one of the greatest. The Player Haters Ball is one of the greatest sketches of all time.
That's a good one.
It's in the top 10. Clayton Bigsby's #1. Period. The first show they ever did was the best one. Still just NU. It doesn't feel like that's going to be much of anything for me. I actually think Intel could have an imbalance. I'm going to leave that up there. We've seen Intel with imbalances before, but come on, it's a Friday. It's run $100. That's obviously a pretty key price level. I would like to think that we'll see maybe a couple mil one way or another. I'd rather it be, this will sound weird, I'd rather it be a buy imbalance because Intel imbalances always flip. So you get a buy imbalance and it presses into the high and then it could be like a fade trade. If it was at VWAP, I'd want to sell imbalance. It flips in the other direction. But with 7 minutes to go, I think I'm waiting until something presents itself on the locator here. And I want to, you know what? I actually want to I'm going to end the vote.
Okay.
Well, look, it's 70% Palantir.
Yeah.
I actually thought ON had a chance. Genuinely. Like, you look at that chart, I mean, the thing is absolutely parabolic. It's been winning big, but there wasn't a lot of interest in ON. So I want to throw something else up here. And I think it's a bit of a different story. I just want to know, the NASDAQ's, where are we at? Like, we're pretty much at the highs.
Yep.
Let's just call it the highs.
Close enough.
NQ at the highs. Everyone always says, sell in May and go away. I think it's a silly thing that probably hasn't even held true. Maybe Michael Noss has done a study on it. I think it's a kind of a thing that a lot of the cyclical stuff doesn't feel like they hold anymore. Like the slowest, when I started, the slowest market month was August, and now it's like February or something. A lot of these things have changed. Yeah. NQ at the highs, sell and go away. No. And then I'm going to put like HODL or something. And then sell it. So do you think sell at the highs, or are we holding on and we're in the start of a bull run? I'm going to go with the ones. I don't think this is a sell at the high situation. I do that a lot in individual names, but I want to know, you guys think no, or you think HODL it or sell it? Pretty simple, type 1 or 2. I guess I should do it the other way around because I hate the fact that the bullish one is red, but that's just the way that it's set up here. 1 is red and 2 is going to be blue. Next time I'll do it in the other direction. I've already typed my ones in here. Don't spam the chat, everybody. And this is bullish. 58% of us are bullish. I thought it'd be like 60 or 70. We've had good earnings so far. Forget about the price action sometimes. We've had strong earnings. Alphabet blew it out. You can say what you want about Meta initially selling off, but they had a strong quarter. Apple had a great quarter. Their one miss was really kind of a beat in some ways, right? Like just tons of demand for the iPhone. They just had some supply issues and they couldn't sell as much as they wanted. So I think Apple was incredibly strong. We've had a big buyback in both of the memory chip names that dumped originally. So I think all signs are pointing to strength. We've endured a war and oil shock over $110 a barrel, and the market still makes it back to highs. Those are all kind of bullish things. The market doesn't even care that the bond market's telling you that we should be lower. They're ignoring treasuries right now and still going higher. There's a lot of things that are incredibly bullish, and it's like it doesn't have to be rational. It just has to be happening. And only 55% agree, but that's fine. I still think we got ways to go.
Oh yeah, and I'm not selling any of these things up at the highs. I'm selling individual names, but I wouldn't sell
individual
the NASDAQ.
names.
I mean, I'm looking to buy more of the index, so that's where I'm at with all this. All right, so yeah, good poll there. Keep voting, keep voting on that one there. So just so you guys are here with me, I'm not going to put that order in now. I mean, now we're only 4 minutes away from those imbalances that we just talked about it. The NASDAQ imbalances, I'll go clear this so we do get ready for the NASDAQ right now. They are going to be coming into play at 350. So we'll wait to see what loads up at 350, and the NASDAQ imbalances is what we're loading up. Right now, this is just what it looks like from our side. Nothing. Very, very light on the volume side. And some of these are even from 930. So once 350 hits, they'll all get loaded back up, and we'll be able to see Wagwan with those ones as we have a lot of fun here. Yeah, lunch today was Japanese beef Dawn or something. That was okay. That wasn't my favorite lunch.
There was more onions in it than the beef.
Yeah, I'm gonna give that one. Did Joe eat it?
There's a lot of onions.
Joe didn't eat it.
Man. Way too many onions.
I'm actually gonna give it a. You liked it? Oh, you didn't eat it. Yeah, I'm giving it under a 5. I'm just not sure of where under a 5.
Blasphemy. Scandal. I liked today's lunch. I enjoyed the way that the onions were cooked, not just like the sheer amount, because there was, you know, a lot of onions, but I did enjoy the cook on the onions, and I thought the beef was delicious and tender, and I will not stand for slander of this lunch.
You know, even before Adira was gonna have lunch, she asked me how the lunch was, and I rated 10 on 10, except a little bit of a smell. I rated 10 on 10.
There's a smell.
There was a fishy smell.
I like the smell. But.
What? Okay.
I'm just saying there was more onions than beef on my plate.
I don't understand. So Sia can't identify the smell. It was very strange. She has a very negative look on her face, but it's a 10 out of 10. So Joe downside there. Darren never rates the lunch.
No, I gave it. I gave it a 6.8 at midday, and to me, like that's actually pretty low because I enjoyed the beef. I was just waiting.
I did not like the taste. There was something off with the taste, man. It was not.
We're getting a lot of sticky rice too.
It's not.
I don't mind sticky.
Yeah, I mean the rice was fine. The taste of it was way off, and no. So for me, that's maybe even a 4.
Well, actually,
3.8.
The best part was the.
Okay,
like
here's someone who we can.
Salad.
Here, we don't know what Ramin. I mean.
No, right here.
Yeah.
You gotta.
Okay, Ramin.
Now you're blocking.
Ramin on team. What are you saying? Thumbs down. Yeah. Okay. There
That little
you go.
cucumber salad was good. That was.
I don't know. I mean, we love Ramin around here. So there we go, man. We have. The salad was great.
Zucchini, Neil.
Yeah. I mean,
the actual salad.
It's the main is what we're talking about.
No, okay,
so.
yeah. You're talking about the side thing. I was talking about the main thing.
Hey, this is the thing about caterers, right? Is that it's 3-3. 3 of you guys enjoyed it. 3 of us thought it was dog food, so it's not too bad.
I gave it a completely neutral vote.
6.8. It's an enjoyable. You enjoyed it.
For me, 6 to 7.
So, okay, let me re-ask you. Did you enjoy it?
The thing is, Adair and I usually have a correlating score, and I'm surprised that she liked that. I personally didn't like it. I actually had to go and get a shawarma.
There we go.
Oh.
But Joe, here we go. The vote is, we're changing now. It's only 2 out of 6 enjoyed it. So, but not bad.
I didn't mind the flavor.
I smelled it and I
Don't
was
give me
like,
more onions in the sauce than
But I just asked you,
the
did
beef.
you enjoy it though?
I can't say up or down because I was unsatisfied when I finished eating because I was still hungry, but the taste was okay. So therefore I can't give it a yes or no.
They're like
some
the
people will try to force
caramelized
you into an answer.
No, I'm saying, did you enjoy it?
I can't give a yes.
Okay, yeah.
Because I was still hungry at the end. You can taste good, but if I'm still hungry after I eat my meal, then I cannot say I was satisfied.
So hold on.
Even if it
That's
tasted
fair.
good.
No, hold on, Neil.
That's
No, hold on, Neil. So you can't say if you enjoyed it, but because you were still hungry, you can still enjoy something and not be hungry.
No, because
Joe, it's futile.
It's not
All right, the
simple.
imbalances are now out.
bro.
Let's change the subject here. This is going to go nowhere. We've been down this many times. Okay, there we go, man. It's a sell. There's not actually that much. Like I thought today on a Friday, it might actually be something. Not much going on, man. UiPath right here, not doing a whole heck of a lot. Grab is there as well. IBIT is kind of nice. I mean, if you're going to do something, but the market's not really doing anything. Adara, do you have that? No. Oh, yeah, there's 80.
Yeah, the imbalance are really small across the
Yeah, you gave it. Remember the other day it was 1 point something billion? Now
Yesterday, I think it was every single inbound was over a bill to buy.
Now
all
it's
of them. I've never seen
Yeah,
all
now it's
4,
82
Dow,
million.
NASDAQ, SPY, and Meg 7 all above a bill.
Yeah. So not much going on there. But look what just happened though. We canceled it and we'll do this every single time. INTC breaks through 100. So I don't know. I think if this opens up $100 on Monday, we'll probably look for the long. I don't see why it wouldn't open up here. We just talked about the NASDAQ getting higher, up another 1% to start the month. I mean, NASDAQ pretty hot fire here to start with. So I think the NASDAQ and Intel, I like that ON look. I like NXPI. I like Marvell. I mean, we didn't even look. I don't remember calling up Broadcom today. That's going to be another monster trade for anybody that's been holding on to Broadcom. I really like ARM though. I mean, ARM is one that we miss, man. I have a couple legs, but no arms. Broadcom only up 1%, but look at this name, also at all-time highs. So we just keep on going back and forth here with AVGO and Broadcom and Marvell and NVIDIA and everything. So these names keep going. Caterpillar, like some of these names that are in the industrial space, man, they are just like super on fire right now. GEV, I think Vistra is the one that maybe we can get involved with that hasn't really gone. Here it is right here.
I would go Constellation over Vistra.
Yeah, well, they're down.
GEV over all of them for obvious reasons, because it's just better. But no, a Constellation, it feels like that one is a good value over. It's just a little bit stronger than Vistra in the midst of a bit of a breakout here. If I had to pick, GEV is a huge.
Yeah. GEV's monster.
Vistra's been struggling unreasonably.
Even Caterpillar's been just took out all-time, or was just made all-time highs on their report. That's Monday.
I love Caterpillar.
So Caterpillar's been an absolute monster of a
It's not just. It's not just about the traditional technique.
The market going down.
There's so many other strong. We talk about like no one ever talks about that, and this is like Caterpillar is a name that doesn't really get talked about a lot unless we're talking about our long-term accounts. And it's the same thing with GE Vernova. I just don't get. I don't understand why Constellation is, because there was a point where I almost feel like you could flip a coin between GE Vernova and Constellation in terms of its appreciation, and now it's just the opposite. What I think is going to have some legs here. Some catch-up names that are good. It's an overall uptrend on this stock. If it breaks the 200-period moving average, I might get myself into this. But then I say that, and I'll just buy the dip on GE Vernova instead, like I always do. Yeah. I always buy sometimes when you're in the better stock, you just. I can wax poetic all I want, but I'm just going to buy the next dip in GE Vernova.
This AOS Technology was a good stock there today. That one started to rip up, only up 140%. Looks like they got a reverse split there, and then it just continued to go. So we forewarned you guys many times about stocks that have splits on them, of course. Just be careful with that. Probably going to come back in very, very soon. So right now at its highs. And this is the problem with that kind of a comment is that, we talked about going short, how difficult that is to try to pick the tops and the bottoms, because right into there, right? Like just at 2 o'clock, this thing was $32. Now you're down to $22. So especially if you have to be flat at the end of every day, you got to be really careful with that. Intel over 100 around 100, and NVIDIA around 200. So that's going to be really exciting to see what happens here on Monday, because NVIDIA has pulled right back into, again, an absolute darling of a level, I feel like, this breakout level. But will NVIDIA just continue to be a dog when the rest continue to bark? We'll just wait to see against that, because this one's been sort of sleepy time for a while, for about 8 months, and then eventually it started to break out. But we've already showed you many of those other charts. They don't look the same, man. AMD is used to be the little brother, and still is. I mean, it's nowhere near, or I guess maybe the cousin, as we know that Lisa Su and Jensen are cousins. But AMD, like if you take a look at this, as opposed to NVIDIA, I'm still lucky to be in some of this. I got out in this malaise right there, didn't do anything there, did not buy it back, and wow, from 200 up to 360, there goes advanced micro devices. So hopefully NVIDIA can pick up and start to go parabolic like that, but NVIDIA is too heavy, it's too heavy. There's too many traders in that name to get it going. So we'll have to wait for NVIDIA, the world's richest company, right? Still over that $4 trillion.
AMD approaching 600 billion market cap.
Yeah, so
next week.
Very much
it's climbing. It was the week you were gone. It was just crossing back above 500.
Yeah,
and now it's going to cross 600 next week.
Awesome.
It seems crazy, but we were putting in that. We had a poll last week, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago. What's the next $1 trillion company? AMD. It's not. Maybe it isn't so crazy. Notorious Dingleberg making a very good point, because we were talking about CG and GE Vernova and all that stuff. Sometimes you just buy the better ones. Yeah. I mean, Vertiv is another great. Vertiv Holdings is probably also better. And I get it. I get it. The strong stock, buy the dip on those. But sometimes it just looks like there could be a breakout happening, and it's still a good company. I grant you, GE Vernova and Vertiv are easily better than Constellation. But there's something about this one that I kind of like. So 3 minutes to go. At 355, there was nothing really to flip on the imbalances. They were all so small. For what it's worth, if you happen to like UiPath, it's still a $1.4 million to buy. It's also a $10 stock. So $1.4 million on a $10 stock is not that big of an impact. That's why it's not moving. And then NU stay to sell ended up being pretty good if you took it to the sell side, and that isn't reverting. It actually stayed to sell and is trending back in. So J. Why is SMCI down? I don't know, because it's SMCI. I give up trying to explain this one.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing.
Why? Like, why is SMC?
Well, we know why. They have all that controversy.
So they had. Forget about the accounting scandals and all that, the old stuff, and the short seller reports and DOJ investigations and all that. Just even recently, you had effectively you were selling chips where you weren't supposed to be. And there's at least a chance, it's non-zero, that there could have been more of these illegal China chip sales that were accounting for revenue. Right? Like what they found was a pretty decent amount. And there's that overhang is on the stock, right? Like it's just one thing after another. And when you get to pick and choose, like you don't have to own it, you can just own Dell and not have to worry about any of this stuff and watch it go up. And when the market gets that kind of a choice, they tend to put the money where it's safer and the upward trend. I haven't even looked at Dell. How much you want to bet Dell? His chart looks fantastic and it's breaking out highs, right? Without even looking. Dell, load, okay, fine. It's pulled back a little bit from the highs. Yeah, but I mean, look at the distinct difference, right? So when you get to choosing the strong name to buy the dips wins almost 10 times out of 10. You catch a bottom on one stock that's great, fantastic. Maybe you get a Carvana in your life, and it goes from $5 all the way back up to the top. But most of the time, the easier money is watching the stock that's in an uptrend that doesn't have issues and buying that.
Yeah, I mean, that's where due diligence comes into play, right? I mean, we talked about Palantir, you know, what that's done, and that was an absolute monster. Like, we were able to buy Palantir off the, it wasn't an IPO. What's the other one they have? Direct listing. That's what they were, Palantir. And then it even went down into $8. We pulled a random sticky note the other day. It said Palantir $8 long there, and that one went over to 200. So very similar. That's actually just like that SanDisk chart, sort of from 30 to 1,000. You go from 8 to whatever Palantir did there, 205, whatever the high was. Therefore, PLTR. Okay, man, we're going to go out there. I just want to bring your to attention Apple right now. You know, one of the good stocks of the day, Apple, but closing at the lows right here. You know, we saw the low at the open. It was 78, 79, makes a move down into $80 again, right? So there it goes, 279.75. I would probably be buying this if there was a little bit more time left, or at least waiting for it to bump up and then shorting in this area, but just wanted to see it bounce off at 380, and it just did that, so pretty good. 270, like once it breaks through, you wait for it to sort of make a bottom there, obviously increase volume as the imbalances hit. With only 15 seconds left right now. We said there would be some wild action there on the imbalances, not too much, not like yesterday. That is for sure. The big trade today was SNDK. As look at that stock now up 9%. There goes SNDK to finish near the highs. No, not near the highs, at the highs. This thing was down 10% or so yesterday. It went from 11, 13, 11, 20 there, all the way down into earnings, into 1,000. Put 20% back onto this name, and talk about momentum plays. Wow, that breaking that high of 50 and actually holding pretty good, watching out for the 50-period moving average as it goes longer. So, man, it's, I don't know about you, but we are just absolutely jam-packed this weekend. My kid's at hockey right now. We've got baseball. We've got opening day tomorrow at High Park. We've got, I think 1 or 2 hockey events on Sunday, plus a game on Sunday, plus the Rep Girls is on Sunday.
We're actually pretty good.
Oh, man, we are just
I got a birthday party.
Loaded.
We have to buy new gear. Well, okay, I have to make sure we get some new gear.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? You
so
know
fast.
this. Every single year, when you're a kid, you forget that like every year you need new cleats because you've grown out of them, and then she needs a new glove, but she's in love with the old one. I'm like, okay, fine, you'll use it for a year, but it's too small.
You should definitely not let her use it if it's too small.
No, it's not that bad.
Oh, okay.
It's not that bad. Like I would get a bigger one, but we're playing catch and she's still snagging everything, so it's working out. We'll probably pick one up and then work the new one in and let her play with the old one.
Yeah.
And then work the new one in this year, because you got to work it in. I firmly believe in, like, I used to practice with a glove for at least half a year before I put it into game time, because the glove just has that right feel.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Get her one. And
then
at least she can start to use it. Yeah, Gia went with these brand new white cleats, and after one game, they were no longer that white. Yeah, but you look like you're out there with those brand new shoes, and all you see is the white running everywhere. Thank you so much, Sia and Adara. I've already sort of spoke the praise of Adara all afternoon, and Sia doing an amazing job as well. So we're glad to have both of them here now, full time, obviously. So great job there, Sia. We love this 4-pack over here. Joe's, yeah, Joe. Oh, there's Joe. It's a
Right.
5-pack. There's Joe.
Here's a story.
Joe's gonna go get ready to go have some more of that beef Don over there. Or he's got the shawarma. Was it a chicken shawarma or what was it? Yeah, I like the chicken shawarma.
Was it from that place across the street?
Yes,
Okay,
that is.
Okay, Florian
good,
was you
yeah.
need to try Alpha Shawarma if no one has tried it. It's actually one of the best in Toronto.
No, I've never tried Alpha.
Alpha Shawarma.
What we need to do is get those burgers that we're supposed to get.
Oh yes.
We keep
What
forgetting.
happened to
The burger.
Yeah, the burgers are good. Wow. By the way, SanDisk right here is up another $5 here as the after hours hit. Just keeps on going higher. All right, man. Good show today. It's 4:02. No after show today. Not much to do.
Monday,
All right, enjoy
though.
the weekend. Yeah, Monday we've got Palantir at 4:05. We'll be here till at least 4:10, and we will see you guys on Monday, bright and early at 8 o'clock. Have a great weekend. Hopefully the Blue Jays can. They're still in Minnesota, I think.
Yeah, we lost.
We lost yesterday. That was an ugly game yesterday. Hopefully we'll get that
Go
back.
Raptors, we need.
Yeah, go. Oh, yeah.
It's a Raptors.
Wait a minute, was the Raptors tonight?
Raptors got to force Game 7 tonight.
Yeah,
But
okay,
they're-
I hope they're tonight.
I don't know. Barnes is hurt and Ingram's hurt. Those are two best players. They're injured right now, so I don't know. We'll see.
Like, I just got a note from Gia's teacher. I just want to let you know that Gia has been an amazing helper today. She did everything with Earth Day activities. She helped all the young kids, and she was only there half day. She's at hockey right now, so shout out to her, man. That's I don't know, says something. My wife just absolutely thank God for her, as takes care of everything and obviously raised. So I'm like, why did she marry me? But okay, everybody, we'll see you on Monday. Ciao till then.